The Man of Iron. If you enjoy audiobooks, consider subscribing and turning on notifications to stay updated. Feel free to like the video if you're enjoying it and share your thoughts or audiobook suggestions in the comments. Chapter 1. Upon this unforgettable 3rd of January, his plaid frock had been taken off and, to his infinite delight, replaced by a little pair of blue cloth breeches and a roundabout jacket. Amateurish as to cut, the nether garments displaying so little difference fore and aft that it did not matter in the least which way you faced when you stepped into them, they were yet splendid, not only in Carol Ann's eyes. Alan, his junior by 3 years, bellowed with envy on beholding them, and 4-year-old Monica sucked her finger and stared with all her might. It was plain to Carol Ann that, having once assumed the manly garments, no boy could be expected to put on those hateful petticoats again. In vain Nurse Pava, who had been Carol Ann's foster mother, and Miss Josie, the governess, explained to him that the breeches were not completed, and directed his eyes to the mute evidence of pins, chalk marks, and yellow basting threads. Their arguments were vain, their entreaties addressed to deaf ears. An attempt to remove the cause of contention by force resulted in Nurse's being buted, though not hard, and Miss Josie kicked with viciousness. In the confusion that ensued, the rebel effected an escape from the scene of combat, and the door of the sitting room being open, Carol Ann trotted across the government coconut matting of the landing with the intention of confessing his own misdeeds, since Miss Josie was quite certain to report him at headquarters, had not this oft-untested method of blunting the edge of retributory justice failed through his own fault. For upon entering the large, shabbily furnished room, situated on the 2nd floor of a gaunt, gray stone building known as Block D, married officers' quarters, the room that served Captain Brieg and his second wife as sitting room, dining room, smoking room, and boudoir, Carol Ann became aware that his stepmother, quite unconscious of his intrusion, was dusting the china vases on the mantel shelf. The big, shabbily furnished 2nd-floor room had 3 windows looking out upon the graveled expanse of the parade ground, and commanding a view of the flower-bedded patch of sacred green turf, enclosed by posts and chains, that graced the front of the pillared, pedimented, and porticoed building that housed the officers' mess. Carol Ann would forget the old ones in something under a week. As a matter of fact, the regiment had been shifted 4 times since its return from India, when Carol Ann was little more than a baby, and Monica and Alan and Baba were nowhere at all. Now either Mrs. Brieg occupied an unconscionable time in dusting the vases and making up the fire for her captain, who by reason of long service with the regiment in the East was susceptible to chill, or Carol Ann, with the mental instability shared by the child and the savage, lost interest in his new project and abandoned it. When the governess withdrew, consoled by Mrs. Brieg's sympathy, Nurse Pava was summoned from the other side of the landing by a tinkle of the handbell, and bore stout witness on the culprit's side. "Did ye see her leg, I'd make so bold as ask, or did ye take her word for ut? And av there was anythin' to show Baron a flaybite, is ut nathural a boy wud parrot wid his first breeches widout a kick? Sure, they're the apple av his eye, and the joy av his heart. And her, wid her talk av bendin, his will and break in his temper, is ut like ye. Wud lay a finger on the captain's eldest son, to plaise the likes of her. Niver fear, but he'd be too wise to bring a curse upon himself by ill-thrating a motherless child." Carol Ann wondered, recalling how Nurse would describe some particularly downhearted person as being as long in the jaw as a motherless calf. And now Mrs. Brieg was saying, in the kind of voice some good people use for the purpose of scriptural quotation, and which is not in the least like their accents of every day. "And I always treat Carol Ann as if he were my own child, and you know I do. SSH. Here comes the captain, and I think I hear Baba crying." But during the minutes, interval Carol Ann had had time to ponder, mentally digest and form a conclusion from what he had just heard. It had never previously occurred to him that the stout, dark, beady-eyed, brightly dressed lady whom he had been taught to call Mama was not really his mother, but he knew it now. It was revealed to him in one lightning flash of comprehension that this was the reason why her hands felt so like hands of wood whenever they touched him, and why her kiss, religiously administered night and morning, was a thing he would much sooner have gone without. He knew, and something inside him was glad to know, that it was not wicked of him not to love her as he loved Nurse, or Monica, or Ponto the brown retriever. And then his heart dropped like a leaden plummet to the pit of his infant stomach. This was to be a day of discoveries. He had discovered that by kicking out lustily, it had been possible to resist the forcible removal of his new breeches. He had discovered that Mama was not his real mother. Would Daddy turn out to be Monica's and Alan's and Baba's daddy, and not Carol Ann's after all? A sob rose in his throat, and his hot, dry eyes began to smart and water. But the manly trampling and clanking came nearer. The door opened. His father was in the room. He could only see his shiny Wellington boots and the bottoms of the red-striped dark blue breeches that were strapped over them. Captain Brieg kissed Mrs. Brieg with a hearty smack that made Carol Ann start in his hiding place, and said the wind was enough to cut you in two, and that the fire looked tempting, as he laid down his pipe-clayed gloves and dress shako with the gilt grenade and white ball tuft on the aged and dilapidated sideboard, and permitted his lady to relieve him of his sword. Then he rubbed his hands and thrust them to the blaze enjoyingly, and threw himself into the creaking leathern armchair. This, it suddenly occurred to Carol Ann, would be a favorable moment for emerging from concealment. He had got on all fours, ready to appear in the character of a bear or tiger, when Mrs. Brieg stopped him by beginning to tell tales. The child was beyond control, she declared. There was no end to his naughtiness. For the sake of his immortal soul, something would have to be done. What's he been doing? For my own part, I wouldn't give a brass farthing for a pup that wouldn't bite, or a boy that wouldn't show fight when he was put to it. The armchair creaked suggestively as the captain stretched out his legs, and the firelight danced in the polish of his boots, hardly dimmed by the dry gravel of the parade ground. And it's in the blood, that high spirit. Don't suppose I'm bragging that the Briegs are any great shakes in the way of family, though the name's as decent a one as you'll meet in a long day's march. But Carol Ann's a Fermaroy on the mother's side, and they're a hot-headed, high-handed breed, the captain added, taking the newspaper from the Pembroke table, and have been ever since the year one, if you take the trouble to look 'em up in Irish history. Not that I've ever read any, but my poor Millie used to say. I get little enough time for reading things that are useful, said Mrs. Brieg, as the captain dipped into the crackling sheets. It was my bounden duty to speak, and I've done it. And if you think you are doing your duty by the child, let alone his mother. She's dead, and so let her be. If a lady can be said to snort, Mrs. Brieg gave utterance to a sound of that nature. I'm willing, Alexander, I'm sure. But all things considered, I must say I think it's a pity her ladyship died and left you a widower. And you're right there, begad you are. And how many times have I told you she was merely an honorable, and not her ladyship? He left the newspaper sprawling on the hearthrug, and mechanically reaching down his pipe and tobacco pouch from the corner of the mantel shelf, proceeded to fill the well-browned meerschaum. And when his wife lighted a spill and held it to him as an olive branch, he thanked her in an absent way. What did the captain see as he pulled at the nod, amber mouthpiece, and stared into the red-hot heart of the fire, communing with that other self that dwells within every man? Chapter 2. I think he saw young Alex Brieg, a junior lieutenant of the Grenadier Company of the Royal Anise Regiment of Infantry, winning his spurs of manhood under Gough and Hardin and Gilbert on the plain beside the Sutlej, where stands Ferrasshar. For I don't pretend to be a hero or anything of that sort, but I've never shirked my share of fighting, said the silent voice within him, and the captain exhaled a spurt of smoke and mumbled, I believe you, and the other Brieg went on. Though the chance didn't come until later on. True, we helped Sir Harry Smith to pound the Sikhs at Ferrasshar and at Aliwal when the cavalry of his right had driven the Khalsas back across the Red Ford. Waiting for the elephants with the heavy siege guns and the ammunition and stores to come up from Delhi took a hell of a time. 7 long weeks of broiling by day and freezing nights, while Tij Sin and his 35,000 Khalsas entrenched themselves, mounted their heavy artillery, made their bridge of boats, and encamped their cavalry up the river. But the day came, our day, and I don't forget that foggy 10th of February while I'm breathing. And the silent voice went on. And when the treaty was signed, and the rumpus all over, for the time, because Dalhousie's bungling brought the hornets about our ears again, we marched from Lahore to Calcutta with Britain's victorious army, barring the force we'd left with Lawrence at Myanmar. As she did this, she sighed, the captain smoked thoughtfully. And the inward voice went on. He smoked in quick, short puffs, standards waving, bands blowing their heads off, and a bit o' loot in most men's knapsacks. Glory for the dead and praise and promotion for the living, begad. It was worthwhile just then to be a British soldier. And I'd been wounded just enough to look interesting, and got a special mention in dispatches, and the women were pulling caps for me, devil a lie in that, and I danced with Millie at the Welcome Back Ball at Government House in March 1846. And whether it was fate, or that way she had of looking up under her eyelashes and showing a laughing mouth full of tiny pearly white teeth over the top of her fan, I've never been quite clear. But even before the steward introduced Lieutenant Brieg to the Hun, Millicent Fermaroy, I'd fallen head over ears in love with Millie, and she was as mad for me. Her lips were tightly closed, but as the man within her husband talked to the man, the woman within the woman talked to his wife. I wonder whether he knows I know he's thinking of her again. I wonder whether she'd have liked to sit and toil and moil for a child of mine, and know that the other woman held the first place in his heart. Ah, dear me. She glanced at her husband. He did not see her. He was living in the past. Nobody noticed how often we danced together. It had gone pretty far with us before her ladyship scented what was in the wind and sent an aide-de-camp to remind Miss Fermaroy that the doctor had set down his foot against her overheating herself with waltzing, and I found myself staring after her with her bouquet in my hand, and I took it home to quarters, and I've got it now, stowed away with her letters and a lot of other things in a tin uniform case. Fanny hasn't an idea of that. The smoke puffs came more slowly, and the darning needle now worked busily. The voice of a sergeant who was drilling a squad of recruits came in gruff barks from the parade. The Fermaroys were great folks. Colonel Lord Augustus Fermaroy, Millie's uncle, was a tremendous light cavalry swell on the commander-in-chief's staff. Of course, I knew that he would never hear of an engagement between his brother's orphan daughter. To do the old man justice, he loved her as his own, and a lieutenant of a marching regiment of infantry who'd nothing but his pay. So, as Millie and me had made up our minds we couldn't live without each other, we were married secretly, first at a Protestant mission church, and then by a French Franciscan padre, and he made bones about splicing us, because I wasn't a Catholic, and if I hadn't told a white lie or two about my intention of turning papist, I don't believe he'd have tied the knot. But all's fair in love, and we were in love with a vengeance. I suppose I was a selfish beggar to coax Millie into deceiving her people, but a time came when I knew I had been as selfish as she never would have called me. People had to be told, so we enlightened 'em by shooting the moon. The condition of my war chest wasn't over and above flourishing, but I got a month's leave for the Mofussil and secured a 20-rupee furnished bungalow at Tidegher. And next morning, before the hue and cry had well begun, Lady Augustus got a chit from Millie by Harkara. I remember every word of it. Dearest Aunt, I hope you have not been alarmed, supposing me to have been murdered or carried off by wicked persons. I am safe and happy with my own dear husband, from whom I shall never be parted now. Never be parted, and before 3 months were over our heads. Her husband made a long arm, picked them up, and gave them back to her. Thank you, Alex, love, said Mrs. Brieg effusively. But he went on sucking at the now empty pipe and staring at the waning fire, and the silent voice went on. But there was no use in making a fuss and a scandal, and I must say they took the blow awfully well. Good haters both declared that under no conceivable circumstances would they ever admit within their doors an officer who had acted so dishonorably, but they'd receive Millie whenever she liked to come. Nor would they, though her uncle was her guardian and trustee, deprive her of her fortune, £7,000 in East India stock, home rails, and government 3%. But they tied it up tight for the benefit of the child that was coming, and others that might come, in what they called a post-matrimonial settlement, and I was agreeable, though, mind you, I had the law on my side if I'd chosen to make a fuss. and I was too much in love to bother over money or to care a cowrie about being cut by the Fermaroy's friends. I don't know whether it wasn't to get me out of the way that the regiment was ordered to Sikandarabad. There'd been a sepoy rising at Hyderabad, 6 miles north of the subsidiary forces' cantonments, and as the big Mussulman city was swarming with all the blackguards and budmashes in the Deccan, and Bazargup had it that another Rohilla riot was threatening, ours got the route to go. And Millie, God bless her, wouldn't hear of being left behind. And we steamed down coast to Masulipatam and marched the 200 miles, and though it was early in January, the roads were confoundedly squashy and the heat was like a vapor bath, there being no winter to speak of in the south. "He's in a regular brown study," said her unseen gossip and confidant to the captain's second wife. "Perhaps his tailor has been dunning him, or he's been losing at cards. When men are out of spirits, money's generally at the bottom of it. Better get him to tell what's the matter by and by, not now." And the long road ran like a brown snake between mangrove swamps and paddy fields, where it wasn't coffee plantations and cotton ground. And there were blackbuck and partridge for the shooting when you could get away from the columns, and duck and snipe when we were hung up at the river fords waiting for the elephants that were to take over the baggage and guns. The shouts of the drill sergeant came more faintly from the parade ground. The captain seemed to doze as he sucked at the empty pipe, but memory's voice went on. Millie laughed at their oilskin-covered wickerwork, chimney-pot hats, and little old red coaties, and black unmentionables and bare sandaled feet. But they couldn't keep the beggars of bearers from turning out of the road and taking shortcuts through jungle paths. Then they'd dump the palkis down in the shade and light a fire of sticks and squat round and smoke their hubble-bubbles or chew beetle. And Millie's blackguards had gone out of sight behind some trees, and she was scared at finding herself alone and unprotected. And she tried to be calm and plucky, thinking of what she and me were looking for, but something trotted out of a canebrake and snuffed at the palki curtains, and she went off in a dead faint, and small blame to her. For there were the prints of a full-grown tiger's pugs in the soft ground round the palanquin, and the place where his hind claws had torn up the grass when he bounded off. When I came up, I made those coolie brutes eat plenty stick, but Millie, poor girl, had got her death blow, and the boy was born that night under canvas by the roadside. An old murderer, Surgeon Major Murdoch of ours, did all man could do to save her. But just at dawn, with the eastern sky all lemon yellow and pink and madder behind a mango tope, with a Hindu temple near it, and a clump of mud huts, and some old saint's shrine under a sacred peepal tree, the boy was born and the mother went out like a blown waxlight. Oh, my darling, and the Catholic chaplain, who'd been fetched to give Millie the last sacraments, baptized the boy, for Millie had made me swear all the children should be of her faith. And the boy would have died too, but that my company sergeant's wife, she that is nurse to my youngest child today, happened to be able and willing to suckle him. And we struck camp and set out on the last march, carrying a corpse and a newborn baby. And that night we buried my girl by torchlight in the cemetery belonging to the European infantry barracks. And it's 6 years ago today, and here I am married to another woman. Are you happy with her, Alex Brieg? She's as unlike the other as chalk's different from cheese, and poor Millie Udd have called her a vulgar person. I know she would, and yet Millie never gave me a decent meal, and the servants did as they liked. And Fanny's a rare housekeeper. I've been more comfortable since I married her than I ever was in my life before. Yes, I'm a happy man. And yet the knowledge of material comfort could not long silence the crying of his heart. He took the smoked-out pipe from his mouth and turned to look at the plump, high-colored, personable woman who was sitting darning his children's stockings with his wedding ring shining on her finger, and the present had its value for him, and he ceased to company with the dead. His regard, at first chill and gloomy, warmed. His good-humored smile curled his full red lips again. "Why, how you look, love," said Mrs. Brieg, and she rose and came to his side. Then she sat on his knee and smoothed his hair from his forehead. And the captain returned her kiss and told himself that true wisdom lay in making the best of one's luck generally and being grateful for whatever good the gods chose to grant. "No use crying over spilt milk. Beg pardon, my dear, but what were you asking me?" Not a halfpenny of it, my dear. In the event of her decease without issue, it would have gone back to her family. And even during Millie's lifetime, she only had the half-yearly interest, couldn't sell out stock or raise a lump sum for the benefit of any person she'd a mind to help. And husband and wife are one flesh, so the Bible tells you. The poor thing that's gone ought to have had more spirit than to let you be treated so, said the second wife, who had possessed no fortune beyond £100 or so, bestowed as dowry on his younger daughter by the hard-worked apothecary of an English country town, and was conscious that in marrying her the captain had not aspired to a union above his social rank. Begads, my dear, I don't mind owning that Lord Augustus hated me, from the top hair of my head to the last peg in my boot sole. And when he died, and he did go over to the majority not long after the Fermaroys had sailed for England with Lord Hardinge, when he died it didn't make a pin's difference, for under that settlement I've told you of, the co-trustee, a solicitor, Mr. Musty, of Furnival's Inn, Holborn, London, took his son, who'd been made partner in his business, as his partner in the trusteeship. And, of course, the money's the boy's, though the 220-odd annual interest is paid to me, the whole of it, until Carrie's old enough to go to school and college, and when he reaches 23 the whole lump of the principal will be his, 7,000 golden sovereigns, to play ducks and drakes with if he likes. It's only giving him a few hundreds to start him properly in life. Talking's dry work. And at this juncture, a head of scarlet curls was poked out from the covert of the Indian shawl tablecloth, and the clear treble of his eldest son piped out. Chapter 3. You are to suppose Captain Brieg, startled by the unexpected apparition of his eldest son, swallowing the whole jorum of whiskey and water at a gulp, and his wife dropping her darning into her lap with the very exclamation Caroline had previously promised himself. Still as a mouse, he had lain in ambush beneath the Pembroke table, with the portrait of the Duke of Wellington on a grey charger in the foreground of the highly varnished oil painting, representing the Royal Ennies Regiment in the performance of prodigies of gallantry, in conflict with the French at Vimiera, staring with bolting blue eyes, and pointing at him with a field marshal's baton whenever he had peeped out. "Why the devil were you hiding there? You young Turk, you," blustered the captain. "Eavesdroppers," said Mrs. Brieg acidly, "never go to heaven." "We don't want to know what Father Haygarty says," snapped Mrs. Brieg, whose Protestant gorge rose at the papistical teachings of the regimental chaplain. And then she remembered that in a few years the worldly prospects of her 3 children might depend on the goodwill of this chubby-faced, red-haired urchin who stood silently before her, contemplating her with a new expression in a very round pair of oddly amber-flecked gray eyes. And being a weak, ill-balanced, underbred woman, and a mother into the bargain, she truckled, as such women will, to the latent potentialities vested in the stubborn wearer of the unfinished suit of clothes. "Not but what Father Haygarty is a good man and much respected, and I dare say you're sorry for having kicked poor Josie. So, since it's your birthday, we won't say any more about it, and Nurse shall pull out those basting threads and sew on the brace buttons when you're in bed tonight. You hear, stop, you young rascal. Come back and kiss your mother and thank her and run away to Mrs. Pava," bade the captain, for Caroline, driving a pair of grubby fists deep into the pockets of the new breeches, had swung contemptuously upon his heel and made for the door. "She's not my mother," said the son, pausing in his struggle with the door handle to turn a flushed and frowning face upon his sire. "She said so just now. And so did you." And Caroline stamped across the landing whistling defiantly and burst into the nursery, where Baba, for the moment its sole occupant, was asleep in her bassinet, Alan and Monica having gone out to walk with Miss Josie, and Nurse being busy in the adjoining room. Caroline's head was hot, and his heart felt big and swollen. He was a person of consequence, and at the same time a thing of no account. Thus the pride that flamed in his gray eyes was presently quenched by scalding salt drops of resentful indignation. He was sorrowful, elated, angry, and complacent, all at once, as he stood by Baba's crib. He had never until now suspected Mrs. Brieg was not his mother. He had called her Mama ever since he could speak. No question had ever risen in his mind as to the existence of some secret reason for her dislike of him. when she had seemed most hateful in his eyes, by reason of her lacking reticence and absent sense of honor. For she couldn't keep a secret if she promised you ever so, and was always telling tales of you to Dada. Carolan had frequently relieved his feelings by going into corners and calling her that woman under his breath. Now the glamour had vanished, together with the wickedness. Mrs. Brieg was nothing to Carolan. He was the son of another woman, and she was dead in India. Her name was Millie, a gentle, prettily-sounding name. Only the day before, Carolan had found out what the thing grown-up people called death and dying meant. He had given a shiny sixpence that had lain hidden for weeks at the bottom of the pocket in his old plaid frock to Bugler Finnerty for a thrush he had limed, a beautiful brown thrush with a splendidly dappled breast. Only the bird's eyes looked like beads of dull jet glass instead of round black blobs of diamond-bright brambledew, and it had squatted on the foul floor of the little wood and wire cage in which Finnerty had been keeping it, panting, with ruffled feathers and open beak. Finnerty had said that the bird would thrive on snails and worms, and Carolan had promised it plenty of these luxuries. He had meant to range for them through all the soldiers' vegetable allotments and ransack the parade ground flower beds. But all at once the thrush had fallen over on its side, fluttering and struggling, and Carolan had been so sorry for it that he had thrust his pudgy hand into the cage and taken the poor sufferer out with the intention of nursing it in his pinafore for a little, and then letting it go free, since it was so unhappy in captivity. But when he had bidden it fly away, it had had no strength to do so. It had lain helpless in his hands, and the strange, quivering thrills that had passed through its slender body had communicated themselves to the child. Something was taking place, some change was coming. Without previous knowledge, he had been sure of that, and the change had come with the drawing of the thin, gray membrane from the corners next the beak, over the round, yellow-rimmed eyes. Then the upper and under lids had sealed themselves over the veiled eyeballs. The quick panting had changed to long gasps, the head had rolled to one side helplessly, and with a long, shuddering convulsion the thing had taken place. The slender body had stiffened in Carolan's hand, the glossy wings had closed down tightly against its dappled sides, its scaly legs had stretched out rigidly and not been drawn back again. And a voice that seemed to speak inside Carolan had said to him, "This is death." He shut his eyes and saw her lying, very pale and pretty and helpless, with ruffled brown hair the exact color of the bird's feathers, and beautiful brown eyes. Why was he so certain that they had been brown? All dim and filmy, and her slender body and long graceful limbs now quivering and convulsed, and now growing rigid and stiff. And a lump rose in his throat, and a tear splashed on the front of the brand new blue jacket, and another that would have fallen was dried by a glow of inspiration. For he had dug a grave with a shard of broken flower pot in the angle of one of the official flower beds that decorated the oblong patch of lawn before the mess house, and buried the dead thrush in the shelter of a clump of daffodils, and said a Hail Mary for it because, though Miss Josie and Mrs. Brieg, whom he would never call Mamma again, termed it a popish practice, Father Haygarty said that one ought to pray for the dead. Surely one ought to pray for the soul of Millie. She would understand, it was to be hoped, why one had never done it before. Somebody would tell her Carolan hadn't known, poor Millie. He wished he had been there with his new tin sword when that snuffing thing came out of the jungle and frightened her so that she had died. He looked about the nursery. There stood Monica's Indian cane cot and Alan's green-painted iron crib on either side of Nurse's wooden four-poster. At the bedhead above Nurse's pillow was nailed a little plaster Calvary and a miniature holy water stoup, and over Carolan's little folding camp bedstead hung a noble crucifix of ebony and carved ivory, so large and so massive that 2 iron staples held it in its place. The face of the pendant, tortured figure, there was death in that also. It seemed to the child that the breast beneath the drooped, thorn-encircled head heaved with long sighs, that the lips gasped for breath, that long shuddering spasms rippled through the tortured body, bringing home, as nothing ever had before, the meaning of the lines that the boy had learned as a parrot might. And that was why we prayed to him for the dead and buried people, because he had suffered death and gone down into the dark grave, and he knew how to help souls. Carolan nailed his resolution to say a nightly, Our Father, for poor Milly to the masthead of determination, unaware that Father Haygarty had incurred the displeasure of Mrs. Brieg by urging the necessary discharge of this filial duty as a reason why the boy should be told about his mother who was dead. We may guess that the influence of the second wife had inspired the captain to insist that the hour of enlightenment should be deferred indefinitely. And if anyone had suggested to Mrs. Brieg that she had been prompted by a belated jealousy of her predecessor, she would have been genuinely horrified at the idea. Nurse came in as Carolan decided on his course of future loyalty, and started at the sight of the sturdy little figure standing, with legs planted wide apart, on the shabby nursery drugget, its childish brows puckered with profound thought. "Now may the saints stand between you and the mischief I know you're plannin'," said Nurse, who prided herself on reading thoughts in faces. "Is ut playin' acoribats on the windy-sill, or shavin' with the captain's razor?" spake ut out. Carolan spoke. "Mamma is not my mother, and I shall call her Mrs. Brieg always." "And who told ye that?" and set the two eyes of ye blazin like coals of fire. "And I'm goin' to pray for Milly, that's my wheel mother, because she's dead, even if they say I shan't." "Nothing," he said at last, "'cept that I want to know how much is 7,000 golding sovereigns, for I am going to have them when I grow up. Ye have seen them things, have ye not? 'Tis a little haystack, av them ye would be get from the gentleman at the bank. Where are ye goin' now, ye unaisy wanderer? Wid your hoop for a roll in the barrack square, take your cap, and remember that whenever ye're clane out av sight, Biddy Pava has her eye on you." But Carolan was already out of the room and halfway down the stairs. Outside, under the blue sky, with its flocks of fleecy white clouds all hurrying southward, it was easy to forget the things that had hurt. The crackle of the sandy gravel underfoot, the purr of the iron hoop in the metal driving hook soothed and stimulated, the ringing clatter when one got upon the cobblestones, and the echo when one came under the archway of the barrack gate, were familiar, pleasant things. And the peep into the guardroom, with unbuttoned privates in the familiar red coats, with royal blue facings sprawling on plank beds reading thumbed newspapers, and the sergeant sitting on his cot, stiffly stocked and fully accoutered, that had the charm of a well-known, never too familiar sight. On the right hand was the Catholic Church, a modern building of no great design, animated bundles of rags containing female penitents performing the devotions of the stations round it, while upreared upon the summit of an isolated rock beyond the rushing river, perched the ivy-mantled remnant of the ancient castle from which the town derived its name, once held against the Commonwealth by King James, and with Ireton's round shot yet bedded in the massive masonry. The distracting grind-organ accompaniment of a roundabout blared on the ear from a field where some caravans of strolling show people had encamped themselves. Booths and stalls, presided over by them, exhibited cheese, butter, and other dairy produce. Crates were crammed with quacking ducks and loudly cackling fowls. Strings of shaggy-footed horses and knots of isolated cows were ranged along the curbs to tempt the would-be purchaser. Hurdled pens of sheep waited to change owners, but the staple article of commerce, in the active and the passive mood, alive and squealing or dead and smoked, was pig. A jig was being danced to the music of a fiddle and a clarionet on a square of smooth flagstones in the middle of the marketplace. Not for the first time observed, the half-dozen of coarse, strapping, red-faced women who daily patrolled the square in the neighborhood of the barracks. One of them was fairly sober, and sulky at being thus paraded under the eyes of his countrymen. The other, a raw young recruit, half-fuddled with libations of porter and whiskey, staggeringly promenaded the pavement with a siren on either elbow, and, being in the pugnacious stage of liquor, was stung by some sarcastic comment from the crowd into shaking off the women who supported, while they feigned to lean on him, and challenging the critic of morals in broad Yorkshire to a bout at fisticuffs. "Lego o me tha," he hiccuped to the Paphians. "Cannot a chap walk wi'out womenfolk hangin' on and armin' him? As for tha," he addressed the critic, "I'll teach tha to meddle wi' thy betters. If tha'd a moan, coom on." Upon which, the belligerent, taking the act as a confession of recreancy, wrenched himself from the women, and, staggering forward, came into violent contact with Mary Dawes' plank and barrel stall, with the result that certain apples, oranges, and cakes, displayed to tempt customers, were scattered on the flagged sidewalk, or rolled gaily down the gutter, pursued with yells of joy by certain ragged urchins, who usually were to be found in the vicinity of Mary's stall. A niver meant tea damage tha, wool sixpence neat mock gooid thy lost tea tha, stammered the Yorkshireman, thrusting a hand into his trousers pocket in search of the coin. Then his flaming face darkened heavily, and he said, withdrawing the hand empty, "Ah havener a brass farden tea pitch at dog or devil, let alone sixpence. Macked oop to her, Nora lass, and all jeet thee back Aegean." And the woman he had called Nora said, linking her arm in the soldier's and affectionately ogling him, "Sure, I'll give the ood crather a shillin', as Thor, and a kiss av the handsome boy you are will pay me." The bright new shilling, tendered to Mary by the plump clean fingers, with the twinkling glass-and pinchbeck rings on them, was dashed to the flags by a fierce blow of the old, bony, wrinkled hand. "Take up your money, ye live-in disgrace," Mary had said sternly to the staring woman, "and thraps upon your way." And under the regard of many eyes, for nearly all the faces in the crowded marketplace seemed to be looking that way, the woman had picked up the coin, and as her comrades hurried on, had slunk after them, leaving the tipsy soldier standing there. "Had ye no mod her, ye fool man," Mary asked him, "that ye are hastin' quick to hell, or rummin' a rum wid them wands?" And the tipsy young soldier had given a thick grunt that might have meant anything, and hung his head sulkily, and gone staggering upon his way, but in an opposite direction to that taken by the women. And Mary Daw looked after him long and sorrowfully. "Please tell me," asked Caroline, edging up to the apple woman, for Mary and he had struck up a friendship over divers ha'porths of nuts and pink peppermint candy sticks. "What are they, and why are they wicked?" She took them off and wiped them on her old green plaid shawl, as Caroline explained that he had been referring to thim wands. "What are they?" "Wanderin waves av the say, poisonous planets, thraps for the feet, fiery dragons that ate up the bodies and souls av men. Look me in the face wid your child's eyes, ye that will be a man one day, and get by Herat the words I'm spackin' to you. And when the pith is set widin your bones, and the hair is thick upon your lip, and the blood is hot widin the veins av you, kape them words in mind." The mystery of death and the power of money had been revealed to him. Also, he had gained some slight preliminary inkling of the forces that are arrayed against the human soul in its march through this strange world of ours, and of the strange and foul and ugly things that lie hidden beneath the shining surface of life. Chapter 4. Furnival's Inn, Holborn, with its parallelogram of dusty or rain-washed cobblestones unrelieved by any patch of railed-in grass plot, where sooty lilacs and rusty hawthorns make a show of putting forth green leaves in spring, and plane trees shed their bark, as boa constrictors doff their skins, at the approach of winter. Furnival's Inn, even in the year of stress of 1870, impressed itself upon the casual visitor as a dismal spot in wet weather and a dusty one in dry. But that an immortal genius wrote a deathless work of humor in its cheerless precincts, one would have said that nothing young or gay or natural could ever flourish there. Punctually, upon the stroke of the hour, you might have seen a shaggy young man in a red-hot hurry plunge under the round-topped carriage archway, eschewing the smaller side entrance intended for pedestrians. "I'd ring if I was you," the porter had soliloquized, noting the masterful tug given by the early visitor to the dingy brass bell handle, third of a row of 6 sticking out like organ stops on the right of the heavy, low-browed outer door. "And again, don't be shy," said the porter, who was something of a cynic. "Break the bell wire, and then you won't have done no good to yourself. Supposing you to be a client or a creditor of Musty and Son, though you're overyoung to be the first and over-cheerful to be the second, it strikes me. Good day, Mr. Chown." And the porter touched his hat to a lean, mild-looking, elderly man in black, who turned in at that moment beneath the smaller archway. "You're not the first this morning, early as you are. There's a young chap who don't seem in the mind to take no answer, has been ringing 10 minutes without stopping at Mr. Musty's bell." A glance of intelligence may have been exchanged between Mr. Chown and the porter, but there were no further words. Mr. Chown passed on and joined the younger man on the doorstep under the fourth portico on the left side, as he prepared to fulfill the porter's prophecy about breaking the bell wire, and said, shifting his umbrella to the hand that held a shiny bag of legal appearance and drawing a shabby latchkey from the pocket of his vest. He added, as he took a brief, comprehensive survey of the healthy, square-shouldered, well-built youngster of some 5'8", with a hopeful promise of more inches in the breadth of the shoulders and the depth of the chest, buttoned up in the rough frieze garment that had seen hard wear. But possibly it is the head of the firm, tap tap, you want and not son. In which case, I'm afraid you'll have to wait some time, as the old gentleman stayed very late at work yesterday. I should mention that I am employed in the capacity of head clerk by TAP, a firm of solicitors who have offices on the ground floor immediately underneath Musty and Son, TAP, and... He continued, and though I was detained myself and did not leave till 8:30, I noticed particularly, when I shut the front door behind me, that the gas in Mr. Musty Sr.'s private room was burning still. God bless my soul, so it is. The speaker, with a tallowy change in his complexion, stepped backward from the doorstep to the pavement, conveyed himself in the same crab-like fashion to the center of the quadrangle of ancient buildings constituting the inn, and so stood, staring up at the window with the yellow-green flare behind the dusty brown wire blinds, and tapping his latchkey on his chin as he had tapped it on the doorknob. Then he rejoined the other to say, with rather a perturbed and dubious air, "But I am obliged to you all the same," said the young man. "You've waited long enough, you think." Hesitated Messrs. Wotherspoon and Catterby's head clerk. The answer came with a flash of strong white teeth in the fresh-colored countenance that was dusted with dark brown freckles. "Just 23 years," said the shaggy-haired young man. "Lord bless me," said Mr. Chown, "you must have begun waiting in your cradle. But time flies and business presses, and how you smell here," he commented, having taken in a chestful of the medium that served the inhabitants of the inn buildings for air. "But I suppose you're used to it. Drainy, black beetly, mousy, dusty celery, with a tinge of escaped gas and a something else that he sniffed and said, puckering a sagacious nose, "Why, it's gunpowder. The place is chock full of the fumes of burnt gunpowder. Here, hallo. What the devil are you trying to do? What do you mean?" "I mean," he panted, "that can't you be sensible? I'm going upstairs, and you can't stop me. What harm do you think I am going to do to the white-haired old man who's lying fast asleep across his table? I shan't go in without knocking, if that's what you're thinking of. And what harm do you suppose he's going to do to me?" There were circles round his eyes, and he puffed and panted heavily. "You young puff idiot," he gasped. "I'm not woof, considering you for a wuff moment. It's him." He pulled out a colored handkerchief and mopped his face. "Him that I've known since I was first articled, and had many a kindly word from and many a liberal present. And now that this has happened, I may say I've seen it coming, and many a night I've stayed here, knowing him busy over his accounts above, and many a time I've been on the point of going up and knocking and offering a word of sympathy. But it wasn't to be done. You could never take a liberty with him, alive, and no one shall if I can stop him, now that he isn't. And I mean nothing. There's no third party present," asserted Mr. Chown, with professional caution, "to testify to what I said or didn't say. But his son has to be looked for and brought here if they can find him, and if Mr. William can't be found, and without prejudice, I think that's more than likely, someone he knew and trusted must be the first to go into that room. His housekeeper, I've heard, is a good creature. He's often dropped a word in praise of her to me, I know. Will telegraph, I know his address. Number 3. Mr. Chown plucked a shilling from his waistcoat pocket and agitatedly pressed it on the stranger. "There's a telegraph office at Snow Hill. I'm a stranger in London. As it happens, I came from Schwaz-Brettingen. It's a university town in North Germany to keep a business appointment with Messrs. Musty and Son. The shaggy-haired young man pointed to those first-floor windows, adding, "The elder gentleman is chief trustee of my mother's fortune. His son, who you say's missing, is the other. That is, he has been since the death of a great uncle of mine. For I didn't come of age, according to my mother's settlement, until my 23rd birthday. And as it happens, I'm 23 today." Good Lord, groaned the head clerk. What a world it is, what a world it is. And all this while we're swapping talk. The old fellow upstairs may be dying for help that we could give him, snarled the younger man, and caught the head clerk by the shoulder in a grip that struck him as unpleasantly powerful. "Look here, where is your key?" "Look here," the other began. "To be at all effective, I had to take you suddenly," said Mr. Chown, adding with a mild gleam of pride, "and you must add I was effective. And if you've got it into your head that there's life in the poor old man yet, put it out again, for he shot himself last night just on the stroke of 9, and I could take my oath of it. I heard what must have been the noise, as I passed out at the gate, and the porter he said to me, 'A gas explosion somewhere in the neighborhood, Mr. Chown, or else it was a thunderclap.' And I thought it might have been thunder, for the weather observations in the newspapers had mentioned storms as prevailing in south and southeastern England, and the winds have been blowing from south and southeast. And my wife has headaches when electricity's in the atmosphere, and she has been bad 3 days past. But let's do something, not stand here with our hands in our pockets," urged the red-haired young man with eagerness. "I'm a surgeon, not diplomaed, worse luck, but enough of a one to give aid in such a case as you've hinted at." "Good idea," said the shaggy young man, in whose conversation mingled interjectional scraps and snatches of a language not comprehended by Mr. Chown, but dimly conjectured to be German. In the same instant he had pulled off his frieze overcoat, revealing the unsuspected fact that he wore no jacket under it, had thrown it upon the area railings close to the row of bells that resembled organ stops, and mounted upon it, shirt-sleeved, vigorous, ready, and purposeful. An iron torch extinguisher, a rusted relic of the days when respectable citizens went forth o' nights attended by linkmen, jutted from the wall immediately above his head. He made a long arm and grasped it, and to the dazzled observation of the head clerk appeared to walk up the wall like a housefly. But in reality, he had wedged a toe in an ornamental border of sooty masonry of the brick-in-and brick-out description that outlined the doors and windows of the inn buildings, and with a degree of skill and suppleness that testified to no small degree of practice, hoisted himself up. Directly afterward, as it seemed, he withdrew his head and looked down into Mr. Chown's pale face, and his own had lost its ruddy color. Then, coming down as he had gone up, much to the astonishment and curiosity of Mr. Chown's 2 juniors and several legal-looking personages who had arrived upon the scene and gathered in quite a little crowd upon the cobblestones, he said in a low tone, as he drew the former gentleman apart, "Whether it was done last night or more recently, it has been done, and thoroughly, with a new-looking revolver. He has it in his hand." "And he has been his ruin, sir," said Mr. Chown, blowing his nose with a flourish and wiping his eyes furtively. "His ruin, Mr. William, has been. You may depend upon that. He had a kind of swooning fit a week back, when the crash came, and a receiving order in bankruptcy was made against him on the petition of his creditors. He was a long time coming round, and I stayed by him while the caretaker went to fetch a hackney cab, for I'd been called, being a sort of favorite with him, and having known him for years. He'd been robbed and plundered then, because he groaned it out to me, and he pointed to that safe, and told me that it had been gutted by means of false keys, the Brahma he always wore on his watch riband having been got at and copied. All the cash I had left in the world, Chown, besides 7,000 in trust securities. It's my punishment for having been near and hard to others that I might be generous to him. Are you going?" But he did not voice it aloud. "Leave me your address," said the kindly-hearted Mr. Chown, "and it's not business to say you may trust me, but I'll undertake to bring your name before the official receiver, for you're one of the principal creditors, provided what you've told me can be proved." If so, and not because I admit you've any right, but because I choose to show it you may read this," went on the late Mr. Musty's chief creditor, pulling a rather worn and crumpled oblong envelope out of his pocket and exhibiting the direction written on it in a flowing, old-fashioned legal hand. P.C. Brieg, Esquire, care of Frau Busch, Jägerstrasse, Schwesbrettingen, N. Germany. "But I really shouldn't have dreamed," began Mr. Chown. "Read it," said the owner of the letter, savagely thrusting it upon him, and the head clerk, with another protest, nipped in mid-utterance by another order to read it, mastered the contents. The writer acknowledged the receipt of Mr. P.C. Brieg's letter, and begged to remind him that he was quite well acquainted with the terms of his late mother's marriage settlement. He congratulated his young friend on having so nearly attained the age of discretion decided under the provisions of the instrument referred to, and appointed the hour of 9 o'clock upon the morning of the 3d of January to discharge his trust and hand over the cash, deposit notes, and securities. "Partner, that I should leave his office as poor as I'd come there. It would have been decent," snarled Patrick Carolan Brieg, "to have owned the truth." And accused his own son. "And now I look at the date of this, it was written on the day before that affair of the false Brahma. Do him justice, Mr. Brieg. Try to think he meant fair by you, wherever he's gone." Mr. Chown looked vaguely up at the monochromatic sky, now darkening as though it meant to rain in earnest, and then down at the cobblestones. "He'll be no worse for that, and you'll be the better here, I dare to say. You'll give me your address, sir. I don't know but that, as you were the first to discover the body, you'll be expected to give evidence before the coroner." "Damn the coroner," said P.C. Brieg. "Whether he wants it or not, I haven't an address to give. I paid my bill at a thundering, beastly cheap hotel in the Euston Road by handing over my trunks of clothes and books and instruments to the landlord. He promised to keep them for 3 weeks, to give me a chance to redeem them, and he grunted when I said I'd be back with money enough to buy his bug-ridden lodging house before 2 days were over his head. And I pawned my coat for dinner yesterday and a coffee house bed last night. That's why you saw shirt sleeves when I pulled off this old rascal. But I'll look in here again tomorrow, unless I change my mind." He had passed under the archway and was gone before Mr. Chown had recovered himself sufficiently to call after him. To follow would have been no use. So the head clerk went sorrowfully back to write and dispatch those urgent telegraphic messages. Chapter 5. As a dog will skulk dejectedly from the spot where a bone previously buried has failed to reward the snuffing nose and the digging paw, so P.C. Brieg, on the long-expected 23rd birthday that was to have made him master of Dead Millie's fortune, slouched down Fetter Lane, humming and vibrant with the vicinity of great printing works, and redolent of glue and treacle, tar, printer's ink, engine oil, and size. A double stream of carts and trucks, heavily laden with 5-mile rollers of yellow-white paper for the revolving vertical type cylinders of the Applegarth steam printing machine. Then, in its heyday, bales of tow, forms of type and piles of wood blocks choked the narrow thoroughfare. His world was all in ruins about him. He was conscious of a painful sense of stricture in the throat and a tight pain as though a knotted rope were bound about his temples. His hand did not shake, though, when he thrust it out under his eyes and looked at it curiously. But he shouldered his way so clumsily along the narrow, crowded sidewalk that he found himself every now and then in collision with some more or less incensed pedestrian, such as the printer's devil, who cried, "Now then, snobby, where are your A common, too?" Or the stout red-faced matron in black, displaying a row of bootlaces and a paper of small-tooth combs for sale, who emerged from the swing doors of a public house as P.C. Brieg charged past them, and wanted to know whether he called himself a young man or a mad bull. A well-dressed, elderly gentleman, carrying a calfskin bag and a gold-mounted umbrella, confounded him for a bungling, blundering blackguardly, and was left reveling in alliteratives as the provoker of his wrath swung out of the lane and found himself upon the reported Tom Tiddler's ground of Fleet Street. And then a curious, swirling giddiness overtook him, and he dropped down upon some stone steps under the Gothic doorway of a church with a lofty tower, and sat there with hunched shoulders and drooped head, staring dully at the pavement between his muddy boots. He was conscious of a dull resentment at his lot, but no base hatred of that old man with the shattered skull, lying prone among the bloody litter of his office stable, mingled with it. And now, his stepmother had always resented the monetary independence of her husband's son by Millie Fermaroy. Well, she and her vulgarities, her resentments and jealousies, had long been laid to rest, poor soul. In that bloody June of the mutiny of '57, she and her 2 youngest children had perished at Cawnpore. A fortnight later, Major Brieg, previously wounded in the head by a shell splinter in the defense of the entrenchments, was bayoneted by a sepoy infantryman during a desperate sortie. Carolan had remained as a boarder at the preparatory school of the Marist Fathers at Rockhampton, where he had previously been placed, thanks to the interference, as Mrs. Brieg had phrased it, of the regimental chaplain, Father Haygarty, and, owing to the same influence, Monica, Carolan's junior by 2 years, had, after the double stroke of fate that left the children orphaned, been sent to the Sisters of the Annunciation in London, the charges of her support and education being defrayed out of the interest of Carolan's £7,000, and the compassionate allowance of £25 granted her by government as the orphan daughter of an officer killed in war. In Chapter 6, I knew my money kept my stepmother from grumbling and nagging at me, and my first thrashing at Rockhampton was because I'd bragged about it to a bigger boy. He said when he let me get up that I should be obliged to him one day if I wasn't at the moment. And my first fight, no, my second, because the first was over my Irish brogue. My second fight came off because I'd forgotten my lesson and talked about being able to drive 4 in hand and live up to a commission in the household cavalry when I should come of age. Silly young idiot. And when I was old enough for a public school and passed, I wonder with my luck how I managed to pass. Into Bradenbury College, I had mills no end. With the fellows there, because I couldn't keep mum about my expectations. I'd talked of Oxford as a preliminary to Sandhurst and a cavalry commission, and I went in for an exhibition entrance, but my classics queered me for the university, knock number 1. The head put it on the Italianate Latin I'd learned from the Marist Fathers, and why old Virgil, and Ovid, Horace, Caesar, and Livy, and the rest of 'em should be supposed to have pronounced their language with a British accent I've never been able to understand. When I went up for the Woolwich Open competitive, having altered my views about the household cavalry, my plain trigonometry dished me for the Royal Horse Artillery. Knock number 2. So I told myself that it wasn't as easy getting into a queen's uniform as it was in my father's time. You were given the commission or you bought it, and if you could drill and march and fight, no more was asked of you. And I tried for the Royal Engineering College of India and failed in dynamics and had a shot for the ICS and missed again. Oh, damn. And do I owe every one of the whole string of failures to the belief that money makes up for everything and buys anything? I'm half beginning to believe I do. Even the kindness I have had from people I'd no claim on, and who is there alive I have a claim on? Have I been cat enough, ape enough, worm enough to put it down to GRRH? How I loathe myself. He covered his reddened face with his hands and shuddered. It is horrible to have to go on living inside a fellow you have begun to hate. Even Father Haygarty's untiring kindness, his interest in all I did and thought and hoped for, weren't there times when I suspected that my, in some degree representing property, accounted for, oh Lord. And when he was dying and his housekeeper sent for me, for he'd given up being an army chaplain and got a little living in Gloucestershire, did I realize even then what a friend and father I was losing? I hope to God I did, but I'm hardly sure of myself. He stubbed with the toe of his muddy boot the jutting corner of a paving stone, and scowled at the image of himself that was growing more and more distinct. He had always thought P.C. Brieg rather a fine young fellow. Now he knew him for what he had always been. When Father Haygarty was gone, it wasn't long before Musty and Son began to send explanations and apologies instead of the whole of the quarter's interest money. There had been a drop in securities of this kind and the other, and consols were down, and at first I was as pleased as a prize poodle at being made excuses to, but the fact remained that, where I'd been getting 240, I was only getting 173. And that, if I really meant to go in for my degree in surgery and medicine, for I'd made up my mind to be a medical swell, I had. If Monica was to go on staying with the sisters, I'd got to give up the idea of Edinburgh or the London University and matriculate somewhere abroad. So I went to Schwez Brettingen and shared rooms with another English chap. It was admitted I had solid abilities. The professors whose lectures I attended thought well of me, and I failed for the fourth time. Have I the accursed money to thank for that last blow? We had a punch afterwards, and a drive and coffee at the Pless, and made a night of it at Fritz's. I woke with a first-class student's headache in the morning, and a hazy recollection that I'd told one or two of the British colony, in confidence, and several Germans, about the money I was coming into Bayan by. But if I bragged, and I did brag, I worked. The Marist fathers had grounded me in French and German in spite of myself, and my pride had been nicely stung up by that failure for Sandhurst and the others. Men told me what I'd got to grind at, and I ground, filling piles of lecture pads with notes on all sorts of subjects: anatomy, physiology, physics, chemistry, botany, and zoology. My brain was a salad of 'em, but I passed the Abiturientäti examen at a classical gymnasium with a better certificate than a lot of other freshmen, thanks to the Marist fathers, who'd pounded Latin and Greek into me. And then, after 2 years of walking hospitals, attending demonstrations and lectures, and doing laboratory work, varied by beers and Schledger. And I don't forget that 3rd of November, not while I'm breathing. The neophyte, arrayed in the swallowtail coat, low-cut vest, black cloth inexpressibles, white cravat, and kid gloves inseparable from an English dinner party, or the ordeal of examination at a German university, found his inquisitors also in formal full dress, seated in a semicircle facing the door, and looking singularly cheerful. A solitary chair marked the middle of the chord of the arc formed by the chairs of the examiners. Upon this stool of judgment, after bowing and shaking hands all round and being bowed to and shaken, the victim had been invited to seat himself. The dean opened the ball with the early theorists, and he had seemed quite to cotton to P.C. Brigg's ideas on the subject of Egyptian sacerdotal colleges, the preparation of soma in the Vedas, the therapeutical formulas of Zoroaster, Chinese sympathetic medicine, the dietetic method of Hippocrates, who invented barley water, the observations of Diocles and Chrysippus, and the criticisms of Galen. Professor Barselius, who followed the dean and was reported to be a terror, when correctly replied to upon an interrogation as to the chemical composition of the fatty acids, vouchsafed a grunt of approbation. But on that fateful 3rd of November, a tricksy demon seemed to possess Troppenrit. He no longer flitted like the butterfly, or hopped like the grasshopper. He sported with the 7 great departments of structural anatomy, physiology, pathological anatomy, general pathology, ophthalmology, medicine, hygiene, and midwifery, as a fountain might toss up glass balls, or a conjurer juggle with daggers. His victim, after a while, found himself breathlessly watching the Hugh-Nobby rampart of forehead, behind which the professor's intentions were hiding, in the vain hope that the next question might be foreshadowed on its shining surface. A hope destined never to be fulfilled. The fact remains that P.C. Brigg, after some really creditable answers, was beginning to recover the use of his mental faculties, when the dean, prompted by the candidate's evil genius, suggested a little pause for cake and wine. It was awful to see how Hofrath and professors, there were 3 of them besides the conjurer Troppenrit, enjoyed themselves at this sacrificial banquet, which had been arranged upon a little table in a corner, waiting the 5-minute interval. And P.C. Brigg rejected cake, which was of the gingerbread variety, garnished with blanched almonds and sugar plums. But the single glass of Rudesheimer he accepted might have been the Brobdingnagian silver-mounted horn that hung within a garland of frequently renewed laurel leaves upon the walls of a famous students' beer hall, or have been filled with raw spirits above proof, the contents mounted so unerringly to his head, and wreaked such havoc therein. The 3 remaining professors were almost tender with the sufferer, but what Troppenrit had begun, the wine had completed. The nichtoirs had been succeeding one another at marked intervals, like distress signals or funereal minute guns, when the traditional 3 hours expired. P.C. Brieg, removed to cold storage in the anteroom, was detained but 5 minutes longer. His nervous shiverings had reached a crescendo when the beadle opened the door. And the dean, stepping forward, in staccato accents delivered himself. "And try again, young man, try again." He had tried for honors, and he had failed, thanks to the hypnotizing methods of the too agile Troppenrit. One cannot say it's love affairs, because in the esteem of P.C. Brieg, though passion might bloom red by the wayside at every mile of a man's journey, love was a rare blossom found once in a lifetime, too often never found at all. P.C. Brieg's idea of love was that it should be spelt with a capital and spoken of in whispers. Nor, let us hint, was the ideal woman at whose feet, he promised himself, he would one day pour forth all the gold and jewels of his heart and intellect, a being to be lightly trifled with. To commence with, she would have to be 6 feet high or thereabouts. Blue-eyed, blonde-haired, of classical features, cream and rose complexion, powerful intellect and thews matching, the ideal woman of P.C. Brieg must have weighed about 14 stone. He imagined her a kind of Britomart Kriemhilde Brunhilde Isolde, with a dash of Mary Queen of Scots, Kingsley's Hypatia, and a spice of Edith Dami and the beautiful shrewish Roman princess out of the Cloister and the Hearth, though these heroines were jetty-locked, and for this reason fell short of P.C. Brieg's ideal of female loveliness. Fair and colossal, he had seen her over and over again, though a little too roseate and pulpy in texture to come up to his ideal, in the vast canvases of Kaulbach and in the overwhelming frescoes of the Bavarian Spice. But he had never yet encountered her in the flesh. One day they would meet, and she would be scornful of the young, obscure, unknown man who looked at her. She felt it from the first, and that made her quite furious, with the eye of a consciously superior being, a master in posse. All the masculine world would bow down before the intellect combined with the beauty of Britomart Kriemhilde Brunhilde Isolde, and so on, for he amalgamated new heroines with the others in the course of his reading. But one man lived who would not bow down. She would taunt him with this stiff-necked pride of his, in the course of an interview on the terrace of a castle, whose moat he had swum and whose guarded ramparts he had scaled in order to be discovered, scorning her, and communing with the moon. And he would quell her tempestuous wrath and silence her reproaches by telling her that it was for her to pay homage and court smiles, etc. Absurd, if you will, and bombastic and impossibly high-flown. Yet such boyish dreams keep the soul clean and the body from grosser stain. Walking with your head erect you may stub your toe and come a cropper on the stones occasionally. But you pick yourself up again and proceed more warily, none the less rejoicing, seeing the splendor of the sunset, or braving the blaze of noonday, or drinking in the delicate spring-like hues of dawn. One does not know how long P.C. Brieg might have remained upon the steps of St. Dunstan's, had not the hour of 12 sounded from the new clock. A youngster barely 40 years old, that had replaced the gong-hammering wooden giants, now on view outside the Marquis of Hertford's villa in Regent's Park. A constable civilly asked him to move on. He got up, heavily, and mechanically felt for his watch that was in keeping of the landlord of the fourth-rate hostelry in the Euston Road. And it occurred to him, as a pinprick among innumerable stiletto strokes, that the watch alone, being a heavy silver one attached to a slender gold snake chain once the property of dead Millie, would have satisfied the man's claim, which, exorbitant as it was for the accommodation afforded, was considerably under £3. You are to understand that P.C. Brieg had been so certain of returning in a few hours, heavy with ready money, that he had treated the landlord's detention of his luggage as a joke. The present situation was no joke, but youth preserves above all the property of rising unbruised and elastic from a tumble, and of healing readily when it has sustained mental or physical wounds. The blood in the veins of P.C. Brieg was mingled with the finer strain that came from the breed of Fermaroy. He had no idea of finding a craven's refuge in suicide. The single shilling remaining to him might purchase sufficient strychnine for a painful, unheroic exit, but P.C. Brieg was not disposed to invest his remaining capital in that unpleasant alkaloid. And neither did it occur to him then to test the depth and drowning capacity of the muddy liquid running under any one of London's bridges, from Westminster to the Tower. For by the contradictory law of nature, reversing scientific fact, a helpless weight that hung about his strong young neck kept his moral head above the turbid waters of despondency. He was not alone in the world. There was Monica, with the remembrance of that frail link, binding him to the rest of humanity, awakened in him the desire to see her. He turned his face westward and stepped into the moving throng. Chapter 7. The great class fermented in irrepressible excitement. Subsequently to the arrival of a foreign mail, Juliette Bayard had been summoned by an attendant lay sister to the presence of mere M. Catherine Rose. When the door opened and Juliette emerged, somewhere about the middle of the noon recreation, an advance patrol in the shape of a pupil of the little class, by name Laura Foljambe, happened to be buttoning a shoe strap at the end of the corridor. The apoplectic attitude inseparable from this particular employment would have rendered observation impossible in the case of an adult. But Laura, under the cover of a luxuriant head of yellow ringlets, unconfined by any comb or ribbon, observed, firstly, that Juliette had been crying, and secondly, that mere M. Catherine Rose had tears in her own eyes. More, she had called Juliette back, embraced her affectionately, and said, "We shall miss you, my dear. You will be brave, I know, and remember to write." Packed with news, Laura rushed into the lesser hall, where the seniors were gathered round the stove, the raw chill of the January weather rendering the garden a place of penitence, and emptied her budget of intelligence upon the spot. Juliette must be going away. The 40 girls of the great class had unanimously arrived at this conclusion when Juliette herself arrived upon the scene. It needed but a glance to assure her of the treachery of Laura. It needed but a moment, and the spy, blubbering and protesting, was seized, shaken, and forced upon her knees. You are to understand that when Juliette Bayard was angry, she was so with a vengeance. Heroic by temperament, her wrath smacked of the superhuman. A demi-goddess enraged might have manifested as semi-divine a frenzy. Ordinary prose seemed too poor a vehicle to convey such indignation. You expected hexameters or alexandrines. Base, despicable. Ah, you look simple, little thing, but you are cunning as a mouse, fine as amber. No, I do not pinch, I would scorn it, you know that perfectly. Yes, I will permit you to go when you confess who set you on. Laura, unwilling to incur the resentment of 40 grown-ups, undesirous of forfeiting the saccharine reward of treachery, boo-hooed in a whisper, for class hour was approaching. The wrathful goddess towered over her, eyed with blue lightning, crowned with dusky clouds of thunder, flushed like the sunset that comes after the day of storm. Had Arthur Hughes or Fred Walker been privileged to peep, one painter at least would have armed her uplifted hand with a bulrush spear, helmeted her with a curled water-lily leaf, and given the smiling world Titania in the character of Pallas Athene or Queen Mab as an Amazon. And Juliette would never have pardoned the painter, for despite the testimony of her tale of inches, she would have it that she was tall, even above the average height of woman. I shall not be beautiful, no, but I shall be commanding. She had assured those favored girls on whom she deigned to bestow her imperial confidence. This select number, in turn, possessing a circle of confidants, the drop of a secret meant a series of widening rings, extending to the circle of the day scholars, reaching the orphanage by and by, and trickling at length into the basement, where the poor school assembled on Wednesdays and Fridays to gather up the crumbs of knowledge that fell from the tables of the daughters of the great and rich. You may imagine the scene in Lesser Hall upon this chilly day in January. Excitement was much more warming than crowding round the smoky stoves. Of the semicircle of great girls in their black school dresses, enlivened only by the red or white class rosettes or the pale blue ribbons of the children of Mary, all the heads, adorned with every shade of feminine tresses, all the eyes of all colors, set in faces plain or pretty, were turned toward the tragic figure of Juliette. Once kindled, such violet fires of wrath blazed in those implacable eyes, one would have supposed nothing could ever quench them. But when she was sorrowful, they were bottomless lakes of misery. Despair lay drowned and wan amid the long black sedges drooping at their borders. Under the dark, hollowed precipices that shadowed them, it seemed as though no sun could ever shine. But when the laugh was born, it leaped to the surface with a quiver that caught the light and flashed it back pure sapphire or loveliest Persian turquoise. No face ever framed of earthly clay had more of the mirth of heaven in it than her long upper lip, the elastic, mobile feature that could draw out to so portentous a length, would be haunted by flying smiles, and the deep-cut corners of her short scarlet underlip would quiver. To inventory the beauties of a young lady and omit the nose would suggest cause for reticence on the writer's part. Juliet's nose was not of Greek or Roman type, but neither was it snubbed or tip-tilted. It had a rounded end and deep, curved, passionate nostrils. It pertained to no known order of nasal architecture. It was Juliet's nose, and could never have belonged to anybody else. If you would more of her, and after the first encounter you either sought or shunned, loved or loathed, as she would have had you do who was in all things sincere and candid, you are to understand that her cloud of dusky hair framed a small oval face that made no show of carnation or vaunt of rose. Her clear, fine skin was almost always pale. She would have laughed you to scorn had you likened those colorless cheeks of hers to lilies. She prided herself upon a frame of mind eminently commonplace, antipodean to the romantic. "I am sensible, me." You often heard her say. In form, though as you know she believed herself to be a giantess, she was small and slight and not at all remarkable. A framework of slender bones, frugally covered with tender, healthful flesh. Her shoulders sloped so much that in her loose-bodied, full-sleeved, black merino school uniform, she seemed about to vanish. Her hips were narrow, without the voluptuous curves that belong to heroines, but a divine jest had added to her little high-arched head a tiny pair of rosy shells for hearing, and the palms and nails and fingertips of her narrow hands and feet, I have heard it said by some who loved her, were roseate also. The younger children liked to pretend that this was a judgment on Juliet for stealing strawberries in the early June season, but she only joined in that one raid on the sisters' kitchen garden to be a good comrade. And as it happened, all the strawberries were sluggied. And where are there strawberries worth the stealing, unless it be in France? For next to God and Our Lady, and her father le Colonel, Juliette Bayard loved her country. Paradise was but an improvement on France, to hear her describe it to the little ones. Further, though she had a perfect taste in dress, when released from the school uniform, though an ordinary hat under her deft, transforming fingers would become a miracle of exquisite millinery, her groups of flowers and landscapes in watercolor, her crayon dogs' heads, were mercifully hidden from the drawing master's eye. Of this last gift more anon. Meanwhile Laura writhed, or seemed to writhe, under the torrent of passionate reproaches, culminating in another shake and a slap which might have damaged a kitten newly born. Laura fell prone, moaning and gurgling, and Juliet, pierced by remorse at her own ruthlessness, sank, pale as ashes, beside the victim's corse. "Darling Laura, sweetest Laura, tell me I have not hurt you. Just heaven, how could I strike you, I who am so strong? Indeed, I might have killed you. Pray for me, my little angel. It will need a miracle to cure my temper, as Mother Veronica constantly says. Cannot you get up? Do try to please me. Tell me where you feel most injured. Quick, or I know I shall be angry again. Show me the bruise. Poof, that is a mere nothing. I will kiss it and make it well, and you shall have the blue bead rosary." The mention of the blue beads palpably restored vitality. The sufferer was understood to intimate that a chocolate elephant would absolutely complete the cure. The elephant tomorrow, when the great class returned from the promenade. The rosary before benediction. Away with you. Juliet blew her a parting kiss, and said, with a comprehensive glance of scorn at the faces of her classmates, "I have seen such boats at Havre and Weymouth, and they are very pretty. Ah, now I remember, you call them fishing spanks." The class shrieked. Juliet stood calmly, while the tumult of laughter and exclamations raged about her. Her long upper lip shut down upon its scarlet neighbor, her brows frowned a little, her slender arms, lost in their loose sleeves, hung straightly by her narrow sides. Millet would, seeing her, have painted a maiden martyr. Watts might have limned her as Persephone new loosed from the dark embrace of Dis, her wooer, taking her first timid steps upon the glowing floor of hell. When you have finished making so much noise, peu importe, but I have a piece of news to tell you. You are none of you inquisitive, that goes without saying, or you would not have dispatched that poor infant to play the spy outside the parlor door. Bridget Mary and Alethea Bawn, I do not mean you, you are souls of honor, incapable of curiosity. Also, Monica Brigue, c'est la son moindre defaut, but there are others, yet my friends, who are not so delicate, and to these I address myself. You do not deserve to hear, and yet I cannot be unkind to you, I, who have such joy of the heart in the knowledge that I am to return to my dear father. Such grief, but such grief of the soul in bidding adieu to the school. She is in earnest, look at her upper lip. Sure, dear, you'd not be so cruel as to make game of us. Her slender arms went out as though she would have embraced them all. My dears, it is true. I go to Versailles to rejoin my father. He says to me also, I have his letter here. He says in this I am to be married, soon, very quickly. A girl's voice, more strident than the rest, shrieked, and broke down in hysterical sobbing. Juliet replied, those about her hushed to hear, and in the oasis of silence her tender, silvery voice rose like a fountain springing from the heart of purity. My father is not what you say, but the emperor's brave soldier and a noble gentleman. I am proud to obey when he commands. He has said to me that I am to be married, and does he not know what is best for me? Would he wish to bring unhappiness upon his Juliet? But unless you knew of this before, it is so sudden. It would seem to argue that le Colonel was thinking more, you will not be offended, of the happiness of his future son-in-law than of his daughter's. She made an emphatic gesture with her little hand, and shook her head so that a tear fell from her lashes on the bosom of her black school dress. Dear Lady Biddy, you are mistaken, for comprehend you, my happiness is in obeying that beloved father always. For me there is no greater joy, and his letter bears date of the new year, 3 days since, behold the postmark. It is the custom to give young people a trends at that season. My father bestows on me a husband, and I am content, see you well. And now even the reserved began to question, while the frankly curious waxed importunate concerning the date of Mademoiselle Bayard's impending departure, the name, rank, and personal appearance of the mysterious husband-elect, the number and uniform of his regiment. For, of course, he was certain to be an officer of cavalry, dragoons, lancers, or cuirassiers. That he must be handsome went without saying, but were his eyes dark or light, and did he wear a mustache only, or sport the hirsute ornament in conjunction with an imperial? Beset from all quarters, Juliet was beginning to lose command of herself, when the hour of 2 struck from the great clock in the corridor. The clang-clang of an iron bell succeeded, the double doors at the upper end of the hall rolled backward, uniting the great and the middle classes in the religious exercise that opened afternoon school. The hymn sung, the brief litany chanted to an accompaniment played on the harmonium by a mistress in the purple habit and creamy veil of the choir sisters. Another nun approached Juliet and whispered in her ear. She was to go to the dormitory and pack her trunk, which would presently be brought her by one of the lay sisters. And this done, she was free to spend the half-hour previous to benediction in the parlor with. She was usually chary of caresses, perhaps she wished to hide her eyes. They were fairly overflowing, poor eyes. When their owner gained the solitude of her white-draped cubicle in the great dormitory. Once the curtains fell behind her, she was free to fall upon her knees beside the bed and sob there, to call upon Our Lady for succor and pity, to rock herself and hug her bleeding heart. And all these things Juliet did, until the dull thump of felt shoes upon the shining boards betokened the arrival of the lay sister, bearing the oilskin-covered dress basket, disinterred from some below-stairs repository, which had to be filled from the locker, dress hooks, and drawers. 10 minutes had been devoured in grief, 40 yet remained for packing. A lover of method in all things, frugal and prudent in the expenditure of resources, I am sensible me, Juliet was economical of time. 10 minutes might be spared to reperusal of the letter that had set her faith in that dearest father rocking like a palm in tempest, and wrung such tears of anguish from the heart that worshipped him. She drew the bulky envelope from its pure hiding place, kissed it, and moaned a little. There were 3 sheets of thin foreign note, flourished over in a big, bold, soldierly hand. The date bore evidence that the letter had been penned on the eve of St. Sylvester, answering to our New Year's Eve. The address was My daughter. The Empress is as beautiful as even she could wish to be. I saw her driving a pair of little thoroughbred mares in the low park phaeton yesterday and the boys, near the Ronde des Cascades. She was so gracious as to recognize me, though I was in civilian riding dress, and beckoned me with her parasol whip from the line of equestrians respectfully mustered on the left side of the road. She patted the gray Mustafa, "Thou wilt be glad thy horse was so honored," and asked if I was quite recovered of the wound I received at Solferino, proving that an imperial memory can be conferred with the hand that raises to imperial rank. Later on I met Dumas, and, at the corner of the Rue Laffitte, Baron Rothschild and Cam, the caricaturist, and there thou hast a résumé of the encounters of the day. Do political matters really interest thee? Learn, then, a new ministry is in formation by M. Émile Olivier. A homogeneous cabinet is to be drawn chiefly from the left center in the corps legislatif. My father's friend, M. Le Général Leboeuf, Minister of War, retains the post he held in the expired administration. M. Le Maréchal Vaillant continues as Minister of the Emperor's household. Haussmann has fallen. His 10,000 hands will no longer scatter gold from the imperial treasury. The last announcement emanating from the prefecture of the Seine gave notice that the cemeteries of Montparnasse, Montmartre, Ivry, and others are to be seized by the municipality in 1871. All the private monuments are to be withdrawn before the 1st of April. With what sorrow of heart these tragic removals will be effected thou wilt realize, who hast so often accompanied thy father, bearing wreaths to lay upon thy grandmother's tomb at Père Lachaise. Pray that the necessity to find a home for those sacred, beloved ashes may not devolve upon us. Thou must know that in October, during the maneuvers at the camp of Chalons, a new and terrible weapon was placed in the hands of the Imperial Army of France. It is the mitrailleuse, conceived by the brain of de Réfai, an invention worthy to rank with that of the chassepot rifle, which fulfilled such great expectations the first time the weapon was used in action, at Mentana, against the Garibaldians. How shall I describe it? I will say, briefly, that it is a rifled, breech-loading gun of from 14 to 29 barrels, that it has as many locks as barrels, that it can be transported from place to place by 2 men, and fired by one who manipulates a lever, sitting upon a saddle attached to the gun carriage, and that it is a mill that grinds, a machine that hails death upon an enemy. Armed with batteries of these invincible weapons, the march of an invading army would be irresistible. 2 of these marvelous guns have been by the imperial favor bestowed upon our regiment. The men baptize them in wine by the names of Didi and Bibi. They are treated as regimental infants and thrive exceedingly well. My child, whether this news will make thee sad or joyful, it must be that Juliet joins her father here at Versailles not later than on the 20th of the month of January. Madame la Supérieure will supply thee with funds in exchange for the enclosed note of credit furnished me by my bankers. Purchase thyself on arriving in Paris, for certainly the modes of London will never content a taste so fastidious, some fresh and charming toilettes of the evening, costumes for the house, theatre, or promenade, and suitable lingerie. Last, but not least, bring a marriage robe, crown, and veil. I am not joking, I assure thee. For my daughter I have found a husband. A young man, sincere, upright, honorable, and a good Catholic, whom I have known from boyhood, whom my child will love as a wife should, and by whom she will be adored and cherished. Thou knowest Charles Tessier, the son of my mother's widowed friend, the estimable Madame Tessier, whom we have visited in the Rue de Provence, Versailles. Charles has succeeded to his father's large businesses at Paris, Lyon, and in Belgium as a manufacturer of woolen dress materials, the pattern écossaise, so much in favor with SM, the Empress, and the belles of the imperial court, having been imported, woven, and supplied by this wise, enterprising, and energetic young man. Who, but it will be for his wife to perceive and praise his many excellencies. I leave thee to the pleasant task of discovering them. For when such dreams become realities, they are, how often rudely shattered by the rush and shock of armies meeting in the blood-stained field of war. My dear, war is a monster composed of flesh and iron and steel that, like the dragon or chimera of classical mythology, devours the hopes of virgins and the happiness of matrons, and leaves children orphans and homes heaps of dust. Thou rememberest thy grandmother. She had been married just 5 years when my father reddened with his heart's blood the soil of Algeria. Yet when I wished to follow the profession of arms, she did not endeavor to dissuade me. She hid her anguish as only mothers can, but her beloved life was shortened by anxiety undergone during the terrible war of the Crimea. That war so protracted, so disastrous to our brave ally of England, so fraught with loss and suffering to the more fortunate army of France. And that was not the only blow fate dealt me while I served as aide-de-camp upon the staff of M. le Maréchal Grand Courier. Thou dost not know as yet. One day I may find courage to tell thee. Even a soldier may shrink from bearing wounds that are of the soul. My daughter, I have never spoken to thee of thy mother. The time has arrived when, living or dead, for me to know thee safe and cherished, here at Versailles with thy husband Charles and his estimable mother, would be happiness. Wilt thou consent to the union? Wilt thou obey thy father, who loves thee as his soul? One finds this a scrawl which will prove difficult to decipher. As thou knowest, I am a better artist with the sword than with the pen. Written here at my new quarters, which comprise a sleeping chamber and boudoir elegantly furnished, suitable for a young lady of refinement, and a little kitchen full of pots and bright pans. Thy father. Chapter 8. Will it not be admitted that a letter such as this was calculated to cause a flutter of agitation in the meekest feminine bosom? To be recalled from school before the completion of the tiresome process technically known as finishing, that was matter for rejoicing. The little bedroom boudoir in the colonel's quarters at the cavalry barracks, elegantly furnished, suitable for a young lady of refinement, presented an alluring picture. The tiny kitchen, full of pots and bright pans, charmed. Irish stew, saddle of mutton with onion sauce, pancakes, Scotch collops, English plum pudding, and mince pies had been added to her lengthy list of recipes by grace of the convent cook, Sister Boniface, who had permitted the ardent amateur to experiment in a second kitchen, used in hot weather, abutting on the garden, and not regarded as a portion of the nuns' enclosure. To return and resume the old dear life of companionship, how sweetly welcome had been the summons. But nothing could disguise the taste of the powder that came after the jam. You are to conceive the struggle in Juliet's faithful heart between obedience and anger. Marry my faith, yes. Every sensible young girl naturally expected to be married, but a husband approved of by oneself if selected by one's father. That was what one had had reason to expect. And this Charles, eulogized as wise, sensible, far-seeing, and businesslike, were these qualities, though naturally desirable in the estimation of a father-in-law, attributes that weighed down the scale in the opinion of a bride. Had one ever beheld him, she shut her eyes and summoned up all the masculine faces in her gallery of mental portraits, dismissing one after the other with no's and no's and no's. Was it not horrible to have to admit even to oneself that one had not the faintest recollection of ever having seen or spoken to him? Madame Tessier, she remembered well as a little, stout, very gentle and amiable, elderly lady, whom she had visited with M. le Colonel, who had embraced one cordially, and insisted on one's partaking, immediately and at great length, of a collation of sandwiches, fruit, cakes, and syrups, excellent, and to a hungry schoolgirl, welcome at any hour of the day. What more? Ah, yes, Madame had much deplored Charles's absence, possibly at Lyon or in Belgium. Further, Madame had remarked to M. le Colonel. Juliet had gaily cried, and with a strange, stiff smile, the Colonel had answered for Madame Tessier, who at that juncture had opportunely upset a dish of little sugar cakes. There have been moments, my child, when I have, he coughed rather awkwardly for M. le Colonel, anticipated that a resemblance might exist. Such an idea was ridiculous, yet it had occurred to Juliet. To questions on the subject of the faintly remembered mother, the grandmother had been impervious. The Colonel had always answered, yet with palpable reticence, "Now run and play," or, in later years, "Now come and read to me." or walk with me, or ride with me, or now tell me how, and where thou didst learn to turn out such savory dishes with those tiny pats de mouch of thine. Nowhere is there a chef whose choicest efforts can compare with my Juliet's. And I have dined with the Emperor, and with Milord Hertford at Bagatelle, and with Consul General Baron Rothschild, and Parole d'Honneur. I have told them so, and all the time le Colonel had been keeping back something. Was it not strange, thought Juliet, that, while upon the anniversary of the Jour des Morts Mass had invariably been offered for all deceased relatives of the de Bayard family, the actual date of the death of one so young and beautiful had never been marked with special solemnity? Could it be that the lost mother was not dead, but living? Oh, but impossible. And yet, once awakened, the doubt would never sleep again. Did ever a girl receive such a letter? It was fuller of darts than even the fabled porcupine. It awakened stinging doubts of the kindness of the gentlest and tenderest of fathers. Tear the picture, forget the dream. He had said, "Ah, my heaven." What young girl cherishes not such images, such visions? Juliet wondered sorrowfully. Sitting on her school locker, lost in thought, her elbows on her knees, her little pointed chin cupped in the slender hands, you saw her as a haggard, weary little creature. For while joy made of Juliet a living rainbow, grief transformed her to the wan and rigid nymph that droops above a classic urn upon a morning cameo, and anxiety or suspense or remorse of soul set a changeling in her place, wizened her, pinched her, struck her prematurely old. She might, to employ hyperbole, have been sitting on her locker until the present hour, had not her sad eyes lighted upon a colored photograph of le Colonel in full military harness and equipment, contained in a little ivory frame fastened by a safety pin to one of the starched white dimity curtains that imparted an air of select privacy to the little white-covered dormitory bed. Conceive him as a little man, and somewhat stout and paunchy. You would never have dared to term him so in the presence of Juliet. His daughter melted even as she gazed. The generous soul, once wrought to the pitch of heroism, piles sacrifice on sacrifice. She had meant to temporize, but she would not do so now. She began to comprehend, as stray sentences of the father's letter floated back, that his mood had been sorrowful when he wrote it, and that those wounds of the soul he spoke of had been bleeding, though hidden from his daughter, many a year. He was never sentimental. That sentence about laying his bones in a trench hastily dug by peasants in a foreign province had been struck from the steel of his nature by some flint hurled from the sling of fate. The words that followed, picturing war, sudden, unexpected, sweeping as a cataclysm over the country, had the solemnity of deep organ notes. And the rushing tenderness in the words, living or dead, to know thee safe and cherished, thrilled, and the dignity of the entreaty touched and conquered. Wilt thou obey thy father, who loves thee as his soul? The witch's changeling fled, a christened maiden remained in her place. Words came to the lips that had been dumb, dews of tenderness bathed the eyes that had been dry as those of a sandstone statue in the Theban desert. Oh, shame that I should have dreamed of doubting you. There is some great reason for this decision, something terrible behind this haste of yours. What I may not know now, one day all will be explained to me. Until then, she rose and kissed the portrait. Until then I will trust you, who have never deceived me. I will write to you as you would wish me to this very night. Now I must pack and then go down to Monica. How to answer if she should question, but no, she never will. Brushing, smoothing, and folding, she even sang as she worked. Presently a bell rang twice. It was yet vibrating where it hung, on the passage landing at the dormitory stairhead, when Juliet passed on her way to the guest parlor. Monica was waiting there. Chapter 9. A tall, slight figure in the plain black, tight-fitting gown of a novice, made with a little cape covering the upper arm. A sweet plain face with eyes of hazel brown, framed in a close white cap with 3 rows of gophered frills, and there you have Monica, the chosen friend of the fiery Juliet. She has not 3 ideas. How can you think so much of her? A jealous rival is reported to have said. Juliet retorted with a lightning riposte. First to serve God, again to serve her friends. Once more to help her enemies. If not, how is it that she spent 2 hours yesterday working with you at that F major fugue in Bach's Book of 48? Has not that stopped you the whistle? I have eyes in my head, see you well. Poor tout dire, you are an ingrate, you. Dear one, I am so glad. See you well, we have a whole half-hour to spend together. And there is so much to tell you that I know not where to begin. She drew back, frowning a little, vexed that Monica was not alone. I entreat your pardon. I did not know you entertained a visitor. It is best that I retire. I fear I am, how do you say? Very much in the road. Let me introduce my brother, of whom you have heard. Caro, this is my friend, Mademoiselle de Bayard. And he looks dusty as a voyager after a long travel, not bien tenu as a gentleman should be. Living with Germans in Germany, he has become indifferent to the petty soins of the toilet. I would put the hand in the fire rather than tell Monica, but, for me, I find him horrible. What is he saying? One would expect from a being so clumsy and so shaggy, not merely speech, but a roar. Yet the voice was fresh and rather pleasant as he replied to Monica's interested questions. Had he had a good journey? How long had he been in London? 3 days, and never let her know. Why not? Had he dined early or lunched, and if not, he had been understood to mumble a negative, would he not have something now? Tea and sandwiches. Sister Boniface would cut the latter in a minute. It was only 3 o'clock. Benediction wasn't until 4, there would be heaps of time. The mumbled refusals grew faint. Monica smiled her triumph. Intent on hospitality, she hurried out of the parlor, saying with a backward glance, and a smile halved between sulky Caroline and somber Juliet, "Sit down, talk to each other, I'll soon be back again." Caroline mentally termed her. It occurred to him that, attired in a brocade court dress over a whooped farthingale, crowned with a wig of stiffened ringlets adorned with lace and ribbons and diamond powder, with a fan in one of those rigid little hands, she might have sat to Velasquez as a child infanta. Or, upholstered and decked in Moorish finery, posed as one of the female midgets in the royal group of the Familia. Whatever Velasquez might have thought, she was priggish, prudish, dull, doltish. Obstinate, too, with that long, deeply channeled upper lip, and how persistently she kept those long, thick, uncurling lashes down. One wondered rather what might be the color of the eyes so concealed, black or brown. Or one had had a gleam of blue when for an instant she had looked at one. Nobody cared, but perhaps they were blue. She made no movement to sit down, nor did she indicate a desire that he should seat himself. She flickered her somber eyelids for an instant, and the eyes seemed inky black. Burnt holes in a blanket, the observer brutally termed them, lifting his mental gaze to the china-blue orbs of his ideal, the colossal Britomart Kriemhilde Brunhilde Isolde. In contempt of the prim puppet in the black merino, he found himself adding inches to his loved one's height. Or perhaps it was to keep himself from madly shouting to Monica to tell them to hurry up with that tray. When you have pawned your jacket and waistcoat for 2 and 8pence early on Wednesday, and have dined on a sausage and mashed for 3pence, supped on a drink of water from a pump in a livery stable yard. When the bed at a coffee house has cost you a shilling, breakfast of burned bread, coffee, and roll, 3pence, and you have spent 2pence on a paper collar, your remaining capital stands at a shilling, and by 3 o'clock on Thursday, if you have not ventured to break into this, you are beginning to return to the savage of the earlier Stone Age. P.C. Brigue was frankly astonished at the savage veracity of his own impulses. It did not occur to him that his nerves, he had always jeered at men who had talked of their nerves, had sustained a tremendous shock, and that this was the inevitable reaction. His laboriously crammed scientific knowledge had never yet been called upon to account for his own bodily sensations, unless in the case of a jammer headache, diagnosed as the result of too many beers overnight. He thought of that old man with the shattered skull sprawling among his bloody papers, and knew that in another moment he should, horror of horrors, despite the presence of yonder speechless immobility in the fiddle-bodied black frock and metalled blue neck ribbon, either faint or be violently sick. He chose the first alternative, for the whole room, with its faded gilt mirrors, its album-laden tables, its formal rows of chairs skirting the wainscot, the little mats in front of them, and the beeswaxed floor on which with growing difficulty he maintained a perpendicular position, melted away from about and from under him, letting him sink down, into bottomless, boundless abysses of intangible gray mist, coming to the surface in another eon or so to ask, with a wince of pain, and to receive the answer in a cool little silvery voice like the playing of a fountain in a mossy basin at the end of a green alley, or the trickle of a brook through lush grasses and forget-me-not beds. You knocked the floor with it when you made to fall so suddenly. Something cool and light touched his aching forehead, and the voice went on again. It does not bleed, no, but there will certainly be one big bump there. One bump feels like 1 in 20, P.C. Brieg muttered, adding, with a heave and struggle that brought him into a sitting posture, "Help me up, whoever you are." "Not all at once, Donnerwitter, how giddy I am." "Try again in a minute. Here. Give me hold of your fist," the silvery voice said, with a liquid tremble in it that might have been laughter or shyness. "But I do not comprehend. Feast, permit that I offer you the hand. I am so very strong, me." He was certainly sitting up on a shiny, cold, and slippery floor, leaning back against something warm and fragrant and soft, but he had not the least notion as to the nature of the support afforded him, nor did he associate the ownership of the voice with any person previously met. Strong. He repeated and yawned and could not leave off yawning. Physical exhaustion, fatigue, and lack of food, he mentally diagnosed, and found that, when his eyes had left off blinking and watering, the room was coming back. There were the popes, cardinals, and views of Roman basilicas. There the oil paintings of sacred subjects. There the dingy gilt mirrors, the round center table with books upon it, the oval one with an inkstand and nothing more, the formal rows of chairs, instantly reviving the impression of a convent parlor. It was the hand whose aid he had asked a moment before in his extremity, a child's. No, a girl's. Who was the girl? The truth burst on him then that it was to the mechanical doll, the stiff, pale, proud, absurd little creature, the infanta of the drooping eyelids, the Moorish pygmy, he owed the help the little hand had given. The silvery, sweet voice was hers, and against her he had leaned as he sat on the floor gathering in his scattered faculties. The light touch that had visited his aching forehead when she had said it did not bleed had soothed him like the contact of a flower. The sweetness of the voice was in his ears again. "Will you not sit down? You are not strong, and should manage your forces. A gentleman to faint like that I have never before seen. Your sister will be grieved that you. Promise me, I must ask you to be good enough. Who has gone and unbuttoned my coat?" Chapter 10. The pitiable secret the shaggy garment had concealed, the absence of jacket and waistcoat, bringing his hidden poverty into horrible relief, the dinginess of the shirt of 2 days where, the deceptive nature of the paper collar purchased at an outlay of 2pence had been revealed by some traitorous hand during his unguarded weakness of a moment back. The color rushed back to his haggard young face in flood, as with shaky fingers he wetted the big horn buttons to their buttonholes and felt about his neck to find it wet. Juliet had said to herself that he had angry eyes. They were tigerish as they flamed at her. Then the yellow flame died out of them, and they were nothing but gray and miserable. He said brokenly, "I had fainted or something. I've been through a lot of late, and you meant to be kind, I'm sure." Her great eyes met his full, and they were deeply blue as Scylla's in May, with great black pupils and velvety black bands about the irises. She said in an icy little voice, "A moment since I saw you fall to the floor, I lanced myself to your side. I deboned your paletot, sprinkled on your forehead water from that vase upon the table." She indicated the ornament with an infinitesimal forefinger. "And in a few minutes, I have the relief to behold you sufficiently recovered to demand if a man has shooted you. Naturally, I do not mean to be unkind, but the promise not to speak of this to Mademoiselle, your sister, see you well, I cannot give it. Young ladies," there was an appalling stateliness about the tone and manner of this delivery, worthy of a mistress of deportment. "Young ladies do not have secrets with strange young gentlemen, and Monica is my dear friend, not you." Then, if she is so much a friend of yours, you would wish to spare her knowledge of things certain to shock and grieve her. You would not like to have her anxious and worried about what she couldn't help, would you? His eyes constrained and besought. His voice was humbly entreating. Juliet recognized the cunning in this appeal. She lowered her little pointed chin and leveled her thick, straight eyelashes at the speaker. Yes, the chin said, no. The eyelashes replied. Thus encouraged, P.C. Brieg had an inspiration. But if I trust you, you look as if you could be trusted, she said, with delicate reproof, completely lost upon his bluntness. Not risk. She had lost her glow. The sapphires of her eyes were shadowed by the blackness of the lowered lashes. Do not say risk, for that is to gamble. See you, I will be trusted absolutely, or I will not be trusted at all. He understood, in part, that he had wounded, and awkwardly begged her pardon, ending, and show that you forgive me by letting me tell you that I wouldn't have my sister know, for the world. He got up and went to one of the white-curtained, ground-glass-filled windows that masked the outlook upon Kensington Square and said still more awkwardly, I came back from Germany 3 days ago to find myself one. I was to receive a fortune from the hands of trustees, and I found that their firm had gone bankrupt. The elder partner had committed suicide, the younger had shot the moon. My thousands in his pockets. He ground his teeth, and if I live and ever meet that fellow, he'll pay me in inches of skin. She said, and the silvern voice had the sweetness of Cordelia's, I am so very sorry. Could you not prevail upon this dishonest gentleman to restore to you your property? Meanwhile, he shrugged his strong young shoulders in rather a despondent way. Meanwhile you are without a home, and without money. But by and by, surely starving, and that was why you fainted. And I moaned ya, I have been blind and stupid, genie me doughties doreen. Forgive me, I beg of you. Her small face was all white and pinched and working. Sobs choked her voice. She struck her little bosom, she wrung the tiny hands in anguish, and it was all real. You could not doubt Juliet's sincerity, and though his manhood was sufficiently new to revolt at commiseration, still, it was not unpleasant to know that one's misfortunes had pierced the bucklered pride of the little Infanta and wrung tears from the most wonderful eyes he had ever seen. And what was she saying? Otherwise it would be so easy to say to you this, me, I am for the moment rich. I could, if you would accord me the permission, relieve these pressing necessities. Let me know where a letter will readily find you. Do not, I entreat you, be angry that I ask this. But he was angry. His broad stripe of meeting red eyebrows came loweringly down over eyes that had the tigerish flame in them. His face burned, and he clenched his hands until the knuckles showed out white upon their sunburned backs. He tried to speak, and could not, so choking was his indignation. To be asked to borrow from a girl, his sister's schoolmate, added one last dash of wormhood to the brimming cup of bitterness. Unlucky P.C. Brieg. I'm uncommonly obliged, but decent men in this country don't do that sort of thing. Even Frenchmen might call it caddish. He choked out at last. Her eyes blazed murderously. A savage, dusky crimson dyed the small white face that had looked at him with such pitiful entreaty. She did not tower, she contracted. She crouched like a savage little cat ready to spring and rend him. Her muscles grew visibly tense under her transparent skin. He could hear the sharp hiss of her intaken breath and see her lips writhe in the struggle to control utterance that seemed on the point of breaking from them. When she spoke, it was in a low, clear whisper, more piercing, it seemed to her unlucky auditor, than any shriek. Sir, when you say to me that even a Frenchman might find despicable the deed an Englishman would shrink from as a stain upon his honor, you insult my country of France, and my brave father, and the noble gentleman who will be my husband soon. It is fortunate for you that M. Charles is not here, see you well. Brave as a lion, he is a master of the sword. But enough, I was mistaken, and I have been justly humiliated. Permit that I wish you a very good afternoon. She curtsied to the miserable P.C. Brieg with crushing ceremony, turned, and had swept from the room before he could even reach the door. It shut in his face with a deliberate gentleness that was more final than a slam would have been. I've done it, by golly, said P.C. Brieg. Just after this lofty, dignified fashion had Britomart Kriemhilde Brunhilde Isolde quitted the scene of many an imaginary interview. That a being so small and frail should assume the airs of these heroines tickled even while it angered him. A moment more he glowered and fumed, cursing the fate that had dealt him another setback, and then he could go a long time on one full meal, he told himself, as he perpetrated a surprising onslaught on the eatables and thirstily swallowed cup after cup of convent tea. Replete at length, he leaned back in his chair, conscious. So overwhelming was the sensation of fullness after his protracted fast, of feeling like a boa constrictor who had swallowed his blanket. He longed to sleep. The continual battle with recurrent yawns was becoming painful. And yet you are mistaken if you suppose that this young man did not love his gentle stepsister, and was not glad at heart to be once more in Monica's company. But brother Ass, the body, ridden fast and far by the turbulent spirit and the eager mind, belabored by the cudgel of fate until his solid ribs were cracking within his shaggy hide, wanted repose more than social converse. Carolan's eyelids were closing under the stream of Monica's eager talk. His head was nodding, his mouth had fallen ajar, a faint snore was on the point of issuing from the organ immediately above it, when he started as broad awake as though a wasp had stung him. Monica was speaking of Juliet. "I am so glad that you have met her, yet sorry, too, because she is leaving us so soon now. Is she not sweet, with those grave airs, and those angelic eyes under determined eyebrows, and that shy wild smile?" Thus Monica prattled on. To stop her, or to prevent himself from giving her his candid opinion of her lauded idol, he inquired whether she did not find him handsome, and had her reply. She cried. He blushed as Monica jumped up for a nearer inspection, to discover that the close sprinkling of dark brown freckles on the egg-smooth young surface of his upper lip had deceived the sisterly observation. "The mustache will come," Monica said with a smile, "and then you will begin to be more of a dandy." "No wonder, such a beast as I must look," he thought, but he said with rather a clumsy air of indifference, "But you see, I've been knocking about on the rail, and aboard steamers, and so on." There was a little accent of sisterly rebuke in the words. "And I have talked to her so much about you. If she did, I shouldn't be surprised. And if I'd known you wanted me to turn up a thundering swell, I'd have polished myself up a bit. My hair is too long, of course, but most British fellows run shaggy after a year or two at a German university. Tell me, when will next time be? To take a vow of poverty and all the rest. But you aren't going to take a vow of poverty. You will be independent. You will have everything. I hope you will have everything. That goes to make life pleasant, and all the other things that make it precious. I am very ambitious for you, Carolan." He laughed rather roughly. Ambition in the cap and cape of a postulant. What would the mistress of the novices say to that? The face framed in the triple row of white frills was very pure and tender. She would say that there are more kinds of ambition than one. "I am ambitious that my brother should be spoken of among men as a man who, in the whole course of his career, was never once ashamed to own himself a Catholic, and to prove not only in words, but in deeds, his loyalty to his master in the face of the world. You understand me, don't you?" He answered her in an embarrassed, awkward way, and with a look that evaded hers. "Of course, you mean you'd like me to be the kind of fellow who goes regularly to Mass and receives the blessed sacrament on all the feasts of obligation. Well, I can't boast of being quite as scrupulous as that, but at any rate I have ringed in with the late comers at Christmas and Easter and Whitsuntide." He added, "Not that I should have been thought priggish if I'd gone oftener. Of course the bulk of the students at Schwez Brettingen were Lutheran Protestants. But about 1/3 were Catholics, I should think, and were all of them late comers, ringing in at the last minute. When one did turn out for early Mass, one found the churches. There were 3 of 'em packed full. Where are you staying?" she asked him in a changed tone. He faltered, sick at heart at having to lie to her. Chapter 11. I haven't got the address on me just now. By George, that's just, ha ha ha. Do tell me, she urged, puzzled by the mirthless bark of laughter. He could not have explained. His Irish sense of humor had been tickled to realize that in actual fact he did carry his address about him. Did not the shabby old frieze greatcoat constitute his hotel, chambers, and club? To change the subject, he began to question her experiences in the novitiate. She looked happy, he admitted. He did not hide that her decision to take the veil had been a surprise. You see, you'd always been such a jolly girl, he told her. Such a stunning companion, I'd never have expected it of you. You should hear us laugh and chatter at recreation. Perhaps because the time for fun is limited, as the time for other things, we enjoy that half-hour's freedom all the more. Not, her smile did not leave her, but it changed in expression. Not that I did not have my miserable hours. For the matter of that, I have them still. He got up and went over to the hearth's side, where a tiny gas fire made pretense of cheerfulness. I never thought it was all jam in the novitiate. A fellow I knew who had wanted to be a Carthusian monk and found it impossible to stick out the preliminaries, hinted as much to me. What do they do to break yours, in heaven's name? She laughed a little. I thought it was always going to be like that. I twig, they made much of you in the beginning. He gritted his teeth and turned his face away. Perhaps they did. I remember I had all the nicest things to do, and nobody minded. I was allowed to dust the high altar, change the flowers in the vases, and help the sister sacristan brush and fold the vestments away. And one day, I was permitted to wash the lunette of the monstrance. It was a wonderful experience. One could understand how the Magdalene must have felt when she wiped the sacred feet. He was silent, for she had soared to heights beyond him. Perhaps it made me proud, for next day I was set to tidy the linen room presses. I worked for some weeks there, darning and mending and folding. Then I was sent to the refectory. The smile was only in her eyes now. I liked laying the long tables, but I hated washing dirty plates and dishes, and I simply loathed cleaning knives and forks. I understand now what you meant a minute back. By George. Miserable hours. I dare say I shall have them after I have taken the veil. He would have given 10 years of life to have been able to tell her that a home with him was ready and waiting, in case she shrank from the final plunge. He made a great effort and groaned out. But that won't be for 2 years to come, and things may happen, who knows? I pray, she said with a sudden flush, that I need not wait 2 years. Her eagerness lifted a load that had been crushing him. In sheer relief, he began to stammer. I believed you. Of course you don't do the dirty work now. That was only for a time, at the beginning. Well, I'm glad. I'd hate to think of my sister tackling servant's duties anyway. All right, well, what are you on to now, eh? Back at dusting the altar and doing the flowers. And when you have lived in it, only a little longer you learn that between the pleasant duties and the unpleasant duties, there is no difference, whatever. Nothing being done that is not done for God. When I was scrubbing the desks in the little class today, there are 70 children, and the tiny ones come in with muddy boots from the garden in wet weather and splash the ink over everything. I was dusting the altar. When I was washing the slates, I was washing the feet of Christ. It is no matter what we do as long as it is nothing to be ashamed of, and is done with a right intention. The lowest service counts as the highest in the sight of Almighty God. It is one of the great mysteries of faith that this should be so, but it is so. There's the first bell for benediction. It was too late now. But even as she rose with that wonderful look in the calm face, framed in by the triple row of little starched frills, and took his hand and led him to the door, P.C. Brigue realized that he ought from the first to have told the truth to her. The parlor door led them into the corridor upon the boarder's side. She guided him along it, left him at the entrance of the chapel, pressed his hand, whispered goodbye for now, and vanished through a curtained archway on the right hand, communicating with the cloister, possibly. He entered the chapel. A small portion of the nave, near the west door, was open to the public. Some dozen worshippers, chiefly elderly ladies, knelt or sat upon the rush-bottomed chairs. Beyond, a high wrought-iron grille partitioned off the capacious choir, separated from the cloisters upon either hand by the tall carved screen that backed the rows of stalls. And the dying daylight of the January afternoon shone through high windows, stained in hues tender as flower petals or brilliant as jewels, depicting the various scenes in the life of the Virgin Mother of Christ. The second bell had not yet rung for benediction, as Caroline bent the knee and slipped into a chair near the central gate of the grille. The place was full of the presence and perfume of flowers, and the spice of incense burned at the morning mass. Tapers tall and short blazed on the high altar, and a nun in purple habit and creamy veil knelt at a faldstool, absorbed in adoration of the throned mystery of faith. Within the space of a paternoster, the second bell rang. The choir sister rose, knelt in adoration, moved her stool carefully aside, and went out by a side door in the sanctuary, and a sound as of many moving waters began to grow upon the ear. A curtain was drawn that masked an archway upon the farther side of the grille upon the right side. There was the invariable convent signal of a handclap, and two girlish shapes, in long white muslin veils over dark uniform dresses, entered together, and went to the bottom of the broad aisle between the rows of benches, moving sedately side by side. One wore a pale blue, the other a crimson ribbon supporting a silver medal. One was of solid Teutonic build, with magnificent plaits of golden hair, vivid red and white coloring, and rather stiff, if dignified, bearing. The other, a slender creature of stature almost childlike, yet with womanly coils of duskiness, shot through with a tortoise-shell arrow, seemed insignificant as she walked beside her stately white-veiled mate. And yet it was not walking, but gliding, hovering, floating, such airy grace of movement as P. Sebrieg had never dreamed of, Britomart Kriemhilde Brunhilde having covered the ground with the magnificent indolence of a glacier, or traversed it with the overwhelming rush of an avalanche, when the exigencies of some imaginary scene of passion had compelled her to fly from her conqueror's presence, or impetuously gain his side. Now for the first time her inventor found himself wavering. Was his heroic ideal too titanic, too colossal, too big, and too clumsy? Would it not be just as well to shorten her by half a dozen superfluous inches, reduce her superabundant flesh? And if at the same time one were to darken her dandelion tresses, tone down the staring china blue of her eyes into, you never knew until she looked at you. And then you weren't certain, you kept wanting her to look again. Meek or tigress-like, in whatever mood you found her, you would always be wanting Juliet to look and look again. The revelation of his monstrous folly, the knowledge of his faithlessness came in the instant of recognition, hit him like a seventh wave, and bowled him off his mental legs. Before he had recovered, the white-veiled hovering figure had vanished. The aisle had noiselessly filled with a great procession of similar figures, standing motionless, waiting, two by two. There was a second clap of hands, and the white-veiled column knelt in adoration. At a third signal they rose and slowly filed into their seats. And a second double line of younger girls, the middle class, also white-veiled and white-gloved, formed in the place of them, and the orderly, impressive maneuver was repeated by these. Little children took their places and did as their seniors. A noble voluntary burst from the organ in the high-placed loft, and the purple-habited, creamy-veiled choir sisters poured in and took their stalls, and the lay sisters and novices followed, filling the great choir to overflowing, as the door of the vestry was opened by a sweet-faced child in a red cassock and white cotta, and the vested priest, a scholarly-looking, gray-haired man, came in and went to his place. He had been shipwrecked, and here was a little green-palmed islet of peace to rest on his only for a moment, but a moment in which to gather strength and breath to face the raging seas again. His mood changed. He was glad he had not told Monica that he was homeless, half-clothed, and all but penniless in big, black, brutal, noisy London, and would have to water cab horses, or sweep a crossing, or clean boots to keep alive. Ah, what was it Monica had said? Without her knowing it, those words had been somehow meant for Caroline. Let's see, how did they go? Something this way. It is no matter what we do, as long as it is nothing to be ashamed of, and is done with a right intention. The lowest service counts as the highest in the sight of Almighty God. It is one of the great mysteries of faith that this should be so. But it is so. But with that ray of inward light had come courage and resourcefulness. He lifted his head bravely now and drew in a deep chestful of the sweet, warm, pleasant air. Perhaps the money was spoiling me, making me look to it instead of to myself, and I've been stripped and pitched into deep water as the big fellows used to do to us little chaps when we funked. Perhaps this is for the best, and I'll find it so one day. Perhaps I can make up for some of the caddish things I've done, refusing that girl's offered help so savagely among 'em, by taking this thing well, facing what there is to face, and putting up with what I've got to. "Well, I'll have a shot at it," said P.C. Brieg to P.C. Brieg. "I'll do nothing that I'm ashamed of, and be ashamed of nothing that's honest. I'll labor for my daily bread, and for my nightly bed, with these hands and shoulders, if nobody will pay me for my brains, and what I do I'll do cheerfully. Shall I kick at sweeping a crossing, when he was a carpenter?" He went out by the west door with the small congregation, and found himself in the foggy London square, within sound of the roaring traffic of the London streets, with a return of the old hideous shrinking, a sensation paralleled by that of the shipwrecked castaway who has found brief resting place upon the tiny coral atoll and must perforce commit himself, upon his crazy raft of planks and hencoops, to the shark-infested, treacherous Pacific seas again. Chapter 12. He strolled up a short street and looked for and found a roomy, double bow-fronted house of warm, old red brick, with huge, capacious areas. Vanity Fair had been written there, he knew, perhaps Esmond, too, though he was not sure. He took off his hat to the memory of the magician, and wondered where his other idol, the still living author of The Cloister and the Hearth, and Never Too Late to Mend, might be run to earth, and made up his mind to see Dickens's grave in Westminster Abbey on the morrow, whether it cost sixpence or whether it did not. And then he wavered, sixpence, as we know, being the moiety of his capital. And then he remembered that tomorrow could only be reached by the bridge of tonight. He walked very fast for some distance, trying to exorcise the demons that this thought evoked, and, blinded by their buzzing and stinging, was in Piccadilly before he knew. The high railings of the Green Park and the foggy solitude of the gravel walks between the wintry lawns tempted him to turn in and rest upon a seat awhile, for he was still somewhat giddy and shaky, and the bump so confidently prophesied by the Infanta had appeared upon his brow. He took off the old felt wide-awake and stared at Piccadilly, brilliant with the parquet colors of passing omnibuses, green and royal blue, chocolate and white-tanned gold. Behind the shining windows of the great clubs, the members' heads, gleamingly bald or affluent of hair and whiskers, alternately appeared and vanished. He caught brief passing glimpses of white-bosomed waiters, the twinkle of gilt buttons on livery coats, beer drays, driven by burly red-faced men, frequently in shirt-sleeves, went by with a whiff of malt and the thunder of heavy hoofs. Vans of business houses passed with a clang of bells, Victorias and landaus with muffled and furred and veiled ladies in them, shut-up broughams, madly daring velocipedists on the machine of the era, a giant wheel followed by a pygmy one, made fleeting pictures on the retina of P.C. Brieg. And the double river of traffic, and the eastward and westward flowing stream of pedestrians went by without a break in them. Gas lamps began to make islands of yellow light upon the fog, but showed no dwindling in their numbers. He wondered if they would go on like this all night. And then someone came up and sat down on the other end of the seat rather heavily, and the slight resultant shock and jar brought round P.C. Brieg's head. He saw the thick-set, rather lax and round-shouldered figure of a man of middle age, dressed in a suit of tweeds patterned in giant checks of black and white and gray, the dernier cry in masculine morning wear, had the observer but known it. He wore a buttonhole bouquet composed of a pink camellia with Neapolitan violets, and pale lemon kid gloves, and sucked the carved ivory knob of an ebony stick he carried, until, upon his neighbors looking round as above recorded, he took it from a somewhat lax and swollen mouth, and observed that it was a nice afternoon, adding, as P.C. Brieg made a sound which might have been assent or denial, "Without my fellow to post me, I'm apt to be wrong about time. Not that that's remarkable. Lots of people the same, don't you know? Nothing extra, nothing ex, oh damn." His large, watery blue eyes were painfully vague and blurred, with distended pupils that looked uneven. His gestures were uncertain, and his words, well chosen enough, and uttered with the tone and accent usually distinctive of a gentleman, came haltingly from a tongue that seemed to be too large for its owner's mouth. And when he shut the mouth to shake his head, and looked at P.C. Brieg in the act of doing this, the perspiration shone upon his puffy cheeks and stood in beads upon his reddened forehead, as though it had been July instead of a foggy afternoon in January, and the pink-bordered cambric handkerchief with which he wiped his worried face became, after this usage, a very rag, and a queer, unwillingly yielded to sense of commiseration prompted Caroline to suggest, The word, undoubtedly, extraordinary how words do dodge one on occasion, returned the uncertain gentleman in the large patterned tweeds. He added, pulling at the ragged light mustache, with a gloved hand that was decidedly shaky, I don't know that it matters peculiarly, but I'd prefer you to know that I'm not runk. Repeated the vague-eyed gentleman emphatically. Not cut, foozled, miffed, fizzed, screwed. Not that it's a blig, that's another of the words that perpetually queer me, or incumbent on me to isplain, but I regard it as due to myself, by gad, that you should clearly understand the case. As I said to the manuscript upon the bench when the bobby ran me in on Thursday, or was it Friday, appearances are sally against me, but I have never been a rinking man. The doctors have a crajo name for my condition, which under the existing circ, and that's another of the words that play the deuce and all with me. Look at my waistcoat, buttoned all wrong. He slewed round upon the seat, and throwing back the large patterned, fashionably cut-away coat, exhibited the garment mentioned, every buttonhole of which afforded hospitality to a button not its own. His necktie, the ample, sailor-knotted necktie of the period, was under his left ear, and his shirt had come unstudded. Being appealed to, P. Sebrig admitted that the existing condition of things left something to be desired. When a man entirely ripens on valise and domestics, explained his incoherent neighbor, a man is apt to be neglected, and so on. As a matter of fact, I live in that little Joppa codicet. He waveringly pointed to a large, handsome private dwelling with an ornate portico, situated nearly opposite and sandwiched between two clubs. N as a narrow concupiscence of my temporary ability to pronounce words of the most ordinary nature. I am, he drew an aimless figure in the muddy gravel with his ivory-topped, ebony stick, and went on with a weak laugh. I am absolutely neglected by my own household. My own children seem ashamed or afraid of me, all but little Foxhall. Splendid little chap is little Foxhall. But his mother, my wife, he broke off to say, you will excuse my touching on these priva matters in conversation with a perfect stranger. I am quite conscious I trespass against the ordinary usages of propriety, especially in speaking of my wife. But the fact is, sir, I am most desperately wretched. 6 people imagine me runk out of every half-dozen, while the other 6, the idiots whisper it when they think I'm out of earshot, suppose me to be suffrig from soffrig of the bray. He began to tremble and shake, and put his stick between his knees to hold on to the edge of the seat with his lemon-kidded hands, and couldn't hold the stick in that position, and it fell, and P. Sebrig picked it up and put it back. I am much obliged, said the owner of the stick, by your kind attention. Something struggled and fought in the vague blue eyes that he turned upon Caroline. It seemed as though in another moment fear and terror might have leaped glaring into sight. And while I am bound to apologize for thrusting my priver affairs upon a stranger, I feel bound to put the question, why should this or anything happen to me? Guler, I've been no worse than lossa fellers. He rose up shaking, and shakily sat down again, nearly missing the bench. Besser and loss of 'em, if you come to that. He turned to Caroline, and the vague eyes were piteous and desperate. You see the sort of chap my luck, my damnable luck, has made o' me. Yet I used to be envied, you understand. I have belonged to the best regiment in the brigade of guards, the devil another. I have played the best cards, driven the best turnouts, smoked the best cigars, and had the most stunnin' women. Do you understand me? Have. He brought down the uncertain hand in an attempt to strike his knee emphatically, and missed it, and tried to look as though he had not, and went on. And I have belonged to the best gloves, by gad, and put on the clubs with the most celebrated weights. And I rode my steeplechase at York and romped in first, and they toasted and speechified me at the gimcrack dinner. And I won my Oaks and my Derby, and led in the winter with all the cheaple rearing, the seeple peering, the Guler. And the horse was Gladioner, and the victory was a popular one, and my name was a household word through the Unioned Kingdom. A household word, he broke off, trembling and sweating, as the horse might have done after the race, and put the wavering hand to his head, and turned his empty blue eyes from Caroline's as though they hurt. What was my name? He asked himself in a dull, thick, shaky whisper. Guler, what was my name? That you, Murchison. "Your Grace had best come home now, before your Grace is missed." His Grace looked mildly from the authoritative Murchison to the stately cottage opposite, and one of the uncertain hands in the pale lemon kid gloves, making as though to pluck at an untrimmed whisker, found itself imprisoned in a deferential but vigorous grip. "Home, your Grace," said Murchison, applying muscular leverage to raise the inert figure. "All right, pras I better Murchison." He rose to the perpendicular. "Wish you a very good evening, sir." With a faded reminiscence of what might have been a courtly manner, he touched his hat to P.C. Brieg, who returned the farewell greeting, avoiding the sharp glance of Murchison. Then valet and master moved off, leaving a little trail of dialogue behind them. "I'd wish I had Murchison, if it wasn't for little Foxhall." Then in a high, quavering note of eagerness, the plea, pitiable and ridiculous and pathetic, I say. "Tell me the boy'd have minded, Murchison. Was a lie to you, you damn smoo-ranged Ananias, and I'll give you my necks, weak sovereign. I'm dead broke now." And Murchison and his Grace went away together, the man steering, with deft, guiding touches of the master's elbow, the latter stepping high and bringing his feet down with a peculiar thump that threw a light upon the situation in the eyes of P.C. Brieg. Not softening of the brain, Donnerwitter. What were the London doctors thinking of? Had none of them read the dissertation on tabes dorsalis of the Herr Dr. Max Baumgarten, published in Berlin only a 12-month previously, and dealing fully with that rare and curious disease of the nervous system? Fibrous degeneration of the posterior columns of the spinal cord, affecting the patient's sight, gait, and, in isolated cases, speech and memory. I'd like to have got him to let me wrap his shins. Bet you anything there'd have been total absence of reflex action. Remember that peddler in the nervous ward of the Augusta Hospital at Schwez-Brettingen? They cured that chap with spinal injections and regular massage. And this man, being a thundering swell and having the best advice possible, is naturally being treated all wrong. Hang it, how cold I am, better be moving. He got up and stamped some warmth into his cold feet, and flailed his cold ribs with his elbows until they tingled again. He had learned something of the wretchedness that may sometimes dwell in princely homes, yet be homeless, and fare delicately from plate of gold and silver, and yet go hungry, and lie down to toss and stare through dreadful sleepless nights on soft, luxurious beds. Therefore the bright reflections of great fires dancing on the plate-glass windows of the cottage opposite stung him to no comparisons. Is it base in me that the knowledge of the misery of this wealthy nobleman makes me more contented with my own obscure poverty? He asked himself, and the answer was, not if your content does not make you callous to his woe. I've half a mind to drop a postcard to him, or write a line to the Herr Professor. Stop, though. He remembered that he must break into his last remaining shilling to buy the postcard and pay for the stamps. Alas, to us who live in these pushful days of electrical power supply, the glories of the illuminated capital in the year of grace 1870 would appear murky enough. We should sneer at the stumpy iron lampposts and the chandeliers yet adorned with early Victorian crystal glass lustres. The extraordinary little hats, pot-shaped or plate-shaped, worn upon huge chignons, surmounting cascades of ringlets couleur impératrice. The preposterous frilled panniers, the bustles, the jupes of velvet or plush, flounced to the waist or kilted, sometimes to mid-leg displaying boots, such as are worn to this hour by principal boys in Christmas pantomimes and serio-comic ladies of the varsity stage, who are, we know, principal boys in the pupa or chrysalis state. All these things compel us to hold our sides when we review them in the illustrated papers of the Ladies' Mentor, which illuminating periodical, in the dearth of fashionable intelligence from Paris, the hub and center of the modish world, came to a sudden end in the October of that year, and has defied all efforts at resuscitation. Today, when the ambition of every properly constituted woman is to be shaped like a gollywog and dressed like a penwiper, or to acquire the sinuosities of a bayadere and drape the same in cobwebs calculated to conceal nothing and suggest everything, can we honestly enlarge upon the bygone improprieties of our aunts and moan over our mother's taste in toilettes? It was just 6 when P.C. Brieg crossed Piccadilly Circus and turned down toward the Haymarket. Why hurry, he asked himself, when you have nowhere to go? The restaurants were filling with diners who were going to the theaters. The smell of cooked meats made savory the fogginess. He shrugged his shoulders, dug his hands deep into his empty pockets, and tried to whistle as he loafed along. Misery stalked these West End streets, rampant and clamorous. A burly man devoid of legs, shuffling along with his hands in a pair of woman's clogs, entreated P.C. Brieg in stentorian tones to buy a tin nutmeg grater. A miserable creature, whose sole garment appeared to be the upper portion of an adult pair of trousers, begged him, in the professional whine, to spare a penny for the poor orphan boy. A dank female in rusty weeds, stationary by the curb, displaying a baby and a row of ballads, besought of him, for the love of God, to pity the unfortunate widow and her starving orphans. Buy a ballad, kind gentleman, Ani a penny goes to a lovely tune. The stave chanted as an appetizer for the music lover. She wiped the baby's nose with her ostentatiously white apron and protested it to be the image of its father, blowed up in a mind. You mean a mine, don't you? P.C. Brieg was beginning, when the widow once more burst into song. Your wife and family, har they well? You once did use them stringe. And whence this appy chinge? You blindin, blazant. P.C. Brieg, yielding to a sudden impulse, wheeled and swung back again. It's all right, constable, the lady was only having a bit of chaff with me. Done time for it too, she as before now, but he moved on, huge in his belted greatcoat, walking with the elephantine, clumping step begotten of boots with iron toe caps, and iron-nailed soles at least 2 inches in thickness, and the dank widow cocked a knowing eye at his retreating back, and the other at her unexpected champion. Good for you, my dear, stand us a drain for luck since you're so civil. I believe I'm poorer than you are. Swelp me bob, what? Ave we air, a aristocrat in distress, har yer, she demanded. Not quite, he told her, as she turned the ponderous batteries of her raillery upon him. I've seen an aristocrat in distress today, and he was worse than me. I'd not change. For 10,000 jimmies annual hincome, and a goose at number 1, id Park Corner. She jeered. How did yer lose though I'm so funny? For if you aven't it now, you ave at it I'll take me Davy. Goodbye, he nodded and was moving on, when she shot out a gaunt hand and clutched him by the sleeve, crying. "'Ang on till I give this air squealer to its mammy. About due now, she ought to be." His surprised look tickled the relict of the blown-up husband into a chuckle. Mine. Not by arf. A tizzy per workin' day is what I pays for the loan of Nothin' like a babby, specially in narsty weather like this air, to touch the people's arts. Lil's mine, though, ain't you, dearie? Is she ill? Asked P.C. Brieg commiseratingly. Not that's her color. He asked, why should she be? What did your ave for dinner? Lil, speak up like a good gal and tell the gentleman. The small, grimy finger came out of the wide mouth. She lisped confidingly. When she can get it, and so does Hi, explained the lady of the ballads, whom a short female in a plaid shawl and a battered brown bonnet had now relieved of the baby. She added hospitably, "Comin', ave 2 pen'orth a comfort along o' me now, it's meat and drink both. As you'll find afore long, I'll stand treat, no blarney." But he groaned and fled from the tragic pair, seeing the blazing eyes of the drunkard, set in the small white childish face, staring at him from the gas lamps and the hoardings, from the paving stones beneath his hurrying feet, and from under the hats of passing strangers, and peering between the slowly moving shoals of sooty smoke and muddy vapor, streaking the livid grayness overhead. Chapter 13. Pall Mall with some relief. He looked for the Junior United Service Club, and found it. He heard one of them say, as he went by, his slouch forgotten, his shoulders squared, his head held up, "Look at that seedy-looking chap there. 12 to 1 in sixpences, he's one of the supererogatory useless infantrymen, kicked out by Cardwell after 12-year service. D'ye take the bet or no?" The reference to the unpopular war secretary under whose effacing hand infantry regiments had not only lost their numbers, but in many cases vanished from the rolls of the army, swallowed up in the new system of amalgamation, had, as was intended, the effect of the red rag on the bull. The general bellowed. "Pay the cabman, Mackintosh, while I put the fellow through his paces. Hi, come here, you, sir." Then, as P.C. Brieg, summoned by an imperious wave of the umbrella, stepped out of the fogginess into the mellow circle of light streaming through the glass doors of the brilliant vestibule. Give me the old designation. I know nothing of newfangled names. All my I and Betty Martin, and I don't care a d who hears me say it. What is your rank, name, and battalion number? When were you discharged? Where's your small book and certificate? Got 'em about you. Every soldier has 'em about him, and why don't you answer, du? Why don't you answer, man? The volley of interrogations left no room for reply. A second might have followed, had not the general's crony, in unconcealed ecstasies at the sulky embarrassment of the victim and the determined attitude of the inquisitor, intervened. Believe you've landed a civilian, after all, General. The general, after a raking stare, admitted. Then he took his crony's arm, they wheeled, and marched into the club together. From whence issued, a moment later, a small boy in buttons, who, after a look up and a look down the street, pursued the retreating figure of the stalwart young man in the gray felt wide-awake and shaggy greatcoat, and arrested it with the words. The boy in buttons winked. He's always a pitching into somebody in mistake for somebody else. Catch hold, this is for you. This was a warm half-crown, thrust upon P.C. Brieg without further ceremony. He flushed a murky, savage red and shouted, "Who had the infernal insolence?" "How do I know, stupid? He told me to catch you and give it you." "Cool that, well blow me." As the fog swallowed the wealthy imp, said Buttons icily, "He ain't got too many of 'em, signs too many toast-and-water tickets to be flush." But the snows of yesteryear were not more irretrievably gone. He realized it, hung his head and hunched his shoulders, and moved away from the region of clubs, where officers of the twin services talked shop in sublime indifference to other subjects, as white-chokered attendants supplied them with savory meats and cheering drinks. Be sorry for the boy with the gaunt wolf hunger at his heels and the black demon of despair sitting on his shoulders. That determination of his to face what might come and take his luck in a cheerful spirit was to be put to a yet fiercer test before the dawn of a new day. He was hungry and thirsty and sorely tempted to break into his solitary shilling, but that silver barrier between himself and pennilessness was not to be lightly changed. He wondered, as he recalled to mind the many occasions upon which he had wantonly squandered and wasted money, whether an experience such as this, previously undergone, would not have been a valuable lesson in thrift. He presently came by a well-known theater. It was too early for the frequenters of the stalls and boxes and grand circle, but playgoers of the humbler kind were pouring in to fill the unnumbered seats in the upper tiers, and a crowd composed of the usual elements had gathered at the doors of the pit and gallery, and filled the narrow side alley in which these were situated, and overflowed into the Strand. Queues not being officially recognized and regulated, there was a good deal of obstruction and pushing and persiflage. Pausing a moment under the gas-jet-bordered, glazed shelter ornamenting the box office entrance, his unseasoned eyes winced as they took in a sad, sad sight. You saw her as a woman not past early middle age, nobly proportioned, and even in her dreadful degradation, imperially beautiful. An old velvet mantle covered her, from which the torn and moth-eaten fur trimming hung in draggled festoons. A trained silk gown, stained and torn and flounced with mud of many thicknesses, trailed upon the slushy Strand pavement. A broken bonnet perched on a palpably false and inconceivably dirty chignon. The false curls that cascaded from beneath it hid a workhouse crop of rusty gray, and she lifted her skirts aside, disclosing muddy bare feet shod with a trodden-down, elastic-sided boot and a ragged slipper, and stepped across the threshold of the gilt and mirrored vestibule with a graceful, royal air. "Now then, missus, out of this will you." A uniformed theater attendant had advanced toward the intruder, but she did not retreat in terror at his truculence. She drew herself up and folded her arms upon her bosom and confronted the menial with a haughty, quelling stare. "Man, who are you to drive me from this threshold? Out of the way, clear, and let me look at her." "Do you ask whom? She." "That woman who stands behind you smiling, with the white dove perched upon her whiter hand. Times have changed, my girl, since you and I last saw each other." "Well, well, you are the same, whatever I may be." She laughed, a deep, melodious ha, 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 not at all like the laughter of everyday people. Even P.C. Brieg, inexperienced as he was in such matters, recognized it as the artificial laughter of the stage. And profiting by the momentary confusion of the functionary, she swept in her silken rags toward the person indicated, who looked back at her with beautiful stagey eyes from a life-sized canvas, wearing a stage costume, standing in a pose of the theater, fondling the bird that was palpably a property of the scene. A long, gilt-framed mirror hung beside the portrait, and to this she pointed with the tattered remnants of her theatrical manner, exclaiming with another of the stage laughs. Ye gods, adding, as the guardian of the vestibule, now wroth, advanced upon her, no, don't you hustle me. I'm off, governor, farewell. Ta-ta, until we meet again. She was gone, but she must have noted the boy who stared, fascinated by her haggard beauty and her dreadful misery. In fact, P.C. Brieg, passing on, had barely traversed a dozen yards of slushy pavement before, with a bound and rush, a supple movement, predatory and feline, the woman emerged from an alley and was by his side. Who are you? A waif like me. Where do you come from? I saw you looking at me with all your eyes and your heart in them. I played that scene with the picture and the mirror for you. You know, she took P.C. Brieg's reluctant arm and leaned to his ear. Being taller than he was, there's always one person in the house you play to, and when that person's not there, the inspiration doesn't come. When it won't, shall I tell you what you do if God hasn't made you able to say no to them? You send out the devils to fetch you brandy and champagne. Walk fast, a policeman's behind us, shadowing us. I'll tell you my story as we go. Did you ever hear of Annabel Foltringham? You must have, everybody has. I drew crowds to that theater you've seen me kicked out of. I was beautiful, great, famous. Men gloated over my beauty, they hung upon my every word. That made the devils jealous, the smooth, servile, obsequious devils in white aprons that you find behind the scenes at every theater. They call them dressers, but I know better, you can't deceive me. You boy, I like your face. You look at me as if I were a Christian, and a man I knew had eyes like yours. Don't leave me, I'll make it worth your while to stay, only listen. I'll teach you all I know, make you a greater artist than any of them. For the things that you shall learn from me, I learned myself in hell. She hung upon the boy's wincing arm, her terrible breath scorched him, her burned-out eyes appalled. Her greedy, long-nailed clutch found his flesh through his sleeve like the talons of a beast of prey. And he wrenched himself free and fled, sick at heart, fancying that the old boot and shoe were running after him, and that the mud-trimmed silk gown flapped at his hurrying heels like leathery wings. He broke into his shilling to pass the turnstile of Waterloo Bridge, stowed himself in a corner of one of the seated niches, and found relief in the presence of a stray kitten, sore-footed, hungry-eyed, ginger-haired, that rubbed against his legs and responded with appreciative purrs to his tentative backstrokings and ear-rubbings, administered half unconsciously, as he wondered why human beings, under certain given circumstances, should be so much more beastly than the brutes. The kitten jumped on his knee. He saw that its fur had been torn, probably by a dog, and shuddered at the remembrance of having more than once set a rough-haired terrier, a companion of his early boyhood, to worry stray cats, and enjoyed the carnage resulting. Why did he shudder now? Because by a feat of imagination only possible to one who was beginning to learn what it is to be homeless and hunted and desperate, he had got inside the ginger kitten's ragged skin and established between himself and what we are content to call inferior creatures a bond of brotherhood. Don't you go, kitty. Though I can't make it much worth your while to stop, he muttered. If I'd got the things, a scrap of lint and a saucer of clean water, a needleful of silk and a dab of carbolic ointment, I could patch up that tear. You'd be as good as new inside of a week. Even in sleep, he was dogged and haunted by those three tragic figures: the broken-down viveur, the child dying on gin, the lost creature who had once been Annabel Foltringham. They cropped up in his troubled dreams over and over again. And he woke up, and it was dark, and a sleety rain was stinging him, and even the kitten in his breast was cold and cried. He got up aching and stiff, hungry and thirsty, realizing that he must have slept for hours. Big Ben boomed 12. A midnight express from Charing Cross dragged its chain of yellow lights across the railway bridge with a hollow roar and rattle. One or two shapes passed, vaguely human in the wintry darkness. A post office van or so, with an official inside sorting bags by the light of a swinging lantern, 3 or 4 crawling cabs, a trolley with a formless mass upon it, pushed by 2 indistinct, slow-moving figures coming from the Surrey side. Toward the strandward end of the bridge there was a light, with murky figures moving about it, revealed by its 2 flaring naphtha lamps, the characteristic hostelry of the London gutters, with its gaudy paint and patriotic decorations, its clean shelves piled up with homely food and hung with common crockery, its steaming urns of hot and comforting drink, proved a godsend to one more hungry and homeless vagrant. The shipwrecked mariner of his analogy might have known the same sense of relief, seeing his signal answered and some stout vessel, flying the red ensign of the British Mercantile Marine, bearing down upon his tiny, wave-washed raft. P.C. Brieg was guilty of prodigality at that coffee stall. A penny cup of coffee, weak but hot, and a twopenny sandwich, consisting of 2 slices of bread smeared with mustard and enclosing something by courtesy called ham, but really pertaining to that less stylish part of the pig known as gammon, took the edge off his savage appetite. A ha'porth of milk for the kitten and another ha'porth of ham trimmings left him lord of 7 pence halfpenny cash. Thus, warmed and cheered, he went back to his seat in the niche again, noting that every stone bench he passed had now its seated group or prone extended figures. His recently vacated place had its occupant, a thin, barefooted young man, indescribably ragged, who slept with his famished face, sharp and yellow as a wedge of cheese, turned to the sky, and the Adam's apple of his lean throat jerking, as though something alive, swallowed inadvertently, was madly struggling to get out. And as he leaned upon the eastward parapet of the bridge with the ginger kitten, now replete and happy, purring on his shoulder, and watched the wild welter of black water, pale-patched with foam and spume, rushing away beneath him, to plunge growling through the arches of Blackfriars Bridge, and speed away under Southwark and London bridges, past the Custom House, Trader's Gate and the docks, between Wapping and Rotherhithe on its way to Greenwich and Poplar and Blackwell. A livid moon blinked through rifts in ink-black cloudrack above the shot towers and a huge mass of brewery buildings on the right. On the left, revealed in glimpses and suggestions by stray moonbeams and wind-blown lamp flares, was a great confusion of trucks and trolleys, huge cranes rearing skeleton arms aloft, colossal cauldrons, heaps of clay beside yawning trenches, winking red eyes of warning for belated wanderers. All this beyond a banking face of stone masonry with completed piers, showed where the Victoria Embankment would be by and by. Meanwhile, chaos reigned. The area would have been an appropriate playground for the inhabitants of Bethlem Hospital in hours of relaxation or on national holidays. P.C. Brieg laughed gallantly at his own conceit, and his chapped lips cracked and hurt him. He staunched the bleeding with his handkerchief, conscious that a day might come when he should cease to have any use for such an article. Habits die hard with us, but the cleanly ones go first, being acquired. We continue to desire food and drink long after we have left off caring about the color of our linen, nay, long after we have become indifferent to the fact that we wear no linen at all. He was bone-weary. His thigh bones seemed wearing through their sockets. His knees ached, his feet were heavy as solid lumps of lead. It occurred to him that the 2 things most desirable on earth were an armchair and a roasting fire to toast before. Failing that, a seat on a stone bench, with a north wind gnawing you was better than nothing. He thought that by now one of the sleepers in the niches would have wakened up and moved on. Vain hope, where one had withdrawn, his place had been filled by 3 newcomers. Misery, dirt, drunkenness, disease, and wretchedness herded in those stony refuges, mercifully winked at by the patrolling policeman with the unsavory-smelling bullseye. And strange beings perambulated or crept the pavement. 2 a.m. is the time when you may see them, emerging from the foul hiding places where they pass the daylight hours, to wander forth unseen. It was a waking nightmare, a Dantesque vision realized, inconceivably hideous to nerves already weakening. The Celtic strain derived from his father, in conjunction with the sensitive romantic nature bequeathed by Millie Fermeroy, might have urged their son to end things that bleak January night, with a leap from the parapet and a plunge into the wild black welter tumbling under the bridge arches. But P.C. Brieg was not fated to join the procession of grim, unconscious voyagers that wallow in the tides and circle in the eddies, flounder under the sides of barges, beat upon the piles and bridge piers, and sink to slumber in the river sludge a while before they rise, more dreadful than before, to journey on again. He never liked to speak of that experience, but long, long afterward he said to one who loved him, "And I don't know how I managed, but somehow I got through." He found a seat at length, not knowing by whom or how it had been vacated, and dropped into it and slept like the dead. And he awoke in a windless lull to a strange bluish-yellow radiance in the sky beyond the great squat dome of St. Paul's and the crowding chimneys of the city, and felt the stir and thrill and quiver that is the sign of this sad world's waking to yet another day. 3 homeless women shared the seat with him. 2 were awake, watching him not unkindly. A third slept, leaning forward in a huddled attitude, propped by the handle of a basket she held upon her knees. She breathed in whistling squeals. A night on Waterloo Bridge in January encourages bronchitis. He listened for a moment, then with a prodigal impulse, dropped 2pence of his 8pence into the basket on her lap. And she woke and said with an Irish accent, "May the heavens be your bed," and slept again heavily. The second woman snuffled out in the accents of the East End. To her he said, with a creditable effort at cheeriness, "And a good thing too, my gorgeous, don't yer complain of it. Come tip us your vast," she added, as he stared uncomprehending, 8 or left-hand dook, whichever the lines brightest in. "Have yer and no, I'll give yer of my jinnapin for naught." He held out the broad, strong palm, grimy enough by dawnlight. She peered, spat on the chilly gray pavement, and said, "Can't come too soon for me." His smile was rueful. "Keep up heart, I tell yer," she bade him. "Yer roll travel a long road and a bloody road, and yer roll tramp it with the one yer love and never know it. Until the end, that is, when toot is jacing. And there's a finer fortune than I meant yer to get me. Shake her up, bet." She explained as the other woman turned to rouse the sleeper, "Taken a great cold she has. We're fetching her to the hospital. Thalomuses in Smithell for the Gorgio doctors to make her well. Though that's not where I would lie, my rye and my pipes playing the death tune. Shune too, Dilia. Better shake her again." They stood up, supporting the bronchial Irishwoman between them, shaking and straightening their frowsy garments, tidying themselves as the poorest women will. Then, with a farewell word, they moved on, northward. And P.C. Brieg, following them with reddened, night-weary eyes, saw his fate coming, though he did not know it, in the person of a small and shabbily attired elderly man. Chapter 14. He came striding from the Strand side, in a red-hot hurry, making as much noise with his boots as 3 ordinary pedestrians. He wore no overcoat, but was buttoned up in a decent black serge frock, having his throat protected by a large white cashmere wrapper. Also, he wore gray mixture trousers, rather baggy at the knees and shiny, and was crowned with a well-worn silk top hat. He walked at a great pace, swinging his arms, which were inordinately lengthy, and finished with hands of extra size, encased in white knitted woolen bags not distantly resembling boxing gloves. In moving his head sideways so as to extend his view, his sharp black glance encountered that of his neighbor, and he nodded, and thus their acquaintance began. "I'm glad to see, young gentleman," said the little man, "and my eye." "Do I still look like anything of that sort?" was the young gentleman's unvoiced aside. "I'm glad to see that you don't number 1 among the many thousands. If I was to say millions, I shouldn't be guilty of exaggeration, who underestimate the value of fresh morning air. For my part, without boasting, I may call myself a walking monument to its healthiness, or as you can't put up a monument to a live man, I'll say, a living testimonial." "I was given up by the doctors at the age of 20, said the little man, "as I had been previously give up by 'em at 11 and 15. "The boy's in rapid decline," says one. "Keep him out o' draughts and give him boiled snails and ass's milk." My poor mother did her best, stopping up window cracks with paste and paper and stuffing chimneys with old carpets. And living as we was at Hampstead Village, and the heath being productive in snails and donkeys, the rest o' the prescription was easy to carry out. Still, I got lankier and went on coughing o' nights. Says doctor number 2, it's a case of galloping consumption. Feed him up, clothe him warmly, encourage him to take gentle exercise, and avoid chills whatever you do. So my mother swathed me up in flannel, made me eat a mutton chop every 2 hours, and trot up and down the front garden for exercise between chops, and she'd pour half a pint o' porter down me whenever I stood still. And in spite of all her affectionate solicitude, said the little man with a twinkle, I kept on wasting, and coughing and spitting, and doing everything that a young fellow in a galloping consumption could do, short of galloping out o' this world into another. And doctor number 3 says, being called in when I was 20, it's phthisis pulmonalis in the advanced and incurable stage. You can do nothing at all for this young man, but get him into an institute for incurables. Cod liver oil, care, and kindness, so says he, may prolong his miserable existence a month or 2. For the rest, there's nothing to be done. If you'll believe me, that news was the death of my poor mother. She'd expected nothing else for years, and yet it killed her at the end. And I acted as chief mourner at her funeral, ended the little man with a queer twist of his lean, sharp jaws and a momentary dimming of his keen black eyes, in the pouring rain, and walked home without an overcoat, and got wet to the skin, and stripped, and rubbed myself dry, and made a rough supper of scalding oatmeal porridge, and went to bed and slept, with the windows open top and bottom. I left off coddling once the blessed old soul was gone, got better still, always expected to die by those who'd knowed mother. I traveled and saw foreign parts, not specially going about to pick the ealthiest climates, knocked about abroad, came home and took to business, and have taken to it ever since, as you may see. My health is robust. He made a show of hitting his chest again, but thought better of it. I live plain and make a point of getting fresh air into my system whenever possible. This is the place I come to, as a rule, for the morning's supply. I take it on Blackfriars Bridge after the dinner hour, the eating house I patronize being on Ludgate Hill, he added. And I don't know whether you happen to be a student of Old Bill Shakespeare, but there are some lines of his which might be twisted into applying to me. He drew a deep breath and delivered himself as follows. For at this moment I am as fresh as paint, said the little man proudly, and as lively as a kitten, yet I have been up and about and on my legs all night. And in the absence of our news editor, who's been sent to Brummagem to report Mr. Bright's speech on popular education, Irish amelioration, and free trade, parliamentary affairs being at a standstill this holiday season, I shall hand him to the senior sub, who'll distribute the stuff, and have it set up by the time the chief drops in from Putney at 11. It's for tomorrow's issue, following the 10-line telegram we published this morning. A column and a half of latest intelligence. The little man screwed up his eyes and licked his lips as though reveling in the flavor of some rare gastronomic delicacy. And if I had the say as to the setting of it, which I haven't, and was free to indulge my predilection for showy printing, which I never shall be, it should be headed with caps an inch high and spaced and leaded all the way down. Fancy how it 'ud lay siege to the public eye and draw the public's coppers. When I shut my eyes, I can fair see the additions running out. In his own gilded drawing-room, cousin of the French Emperor kills, a journalist on the very day when the French legislative, to inaugurate the new era of constitutional government under Napoleon III. I cherish ambitions, perhaps you'll say, above my calling, which I don't mind owning is that of newspaper publisher's warehouseman. Perhaps I do, perhaps I don't. My own opinion is I'm before my time, a kind of anachronism the wrong way round, said the little man rather ruefully, and rightly belong to, say 40 years hence, as the poet Shakespeare says, and if it wasn't him it ought to have been. Sweet are the uses of advertisement. I'm a believer in advertisement, always have been and always shall be. His garrulity was an individual and not unpleasant trait, implying confidence in others' sympathy. He went on. Though I enjoy a good deal of confidence and am, I hope I am, respected in my place. For as Solomon said, somewhere in Proverbs, designs are strengthened by counsels, and our chief himself hasn't been too proud to say on occasion, "Nubit, what would you do in this or that case?" Such as you see me, I am often at the ooze of commons, when sittings are late and speeches have to be jotted down in mouthfuls and carried away and set up in snacks. For my constitution is of that degree of toughness, sleep or no sleep matters little to me, and that I am as fresh at this moment as you are. He bit off the end of a yawn. I wouldn't mind betting a sixpence now. I'm not a young swell who has got up early to look at London. I'm a vagrant on the streets, and it strikes me I must look like it. Today, I've got to find work of some kind. Can you give me a job in your warehouse? I'm strong and willing and honest up to now, but by gee, if stealing a bunch of turnips off a costermonger's barrow will get me a full belly and a clean bed in prison, I expect I shall have to do it before long, if I can't find work anywhere. Work, of course you shall have work, though I can't promise it'll be the kind o' work that's fit for an educated young gentleman. And that you must go to Miss Ling and get. Say Mr. Nubit sent you. I'm Nubit, Christian name Solomon. It's number 288 Great Coram Street, second turn to your right above Russell Square. Cross the Strand and go up Wellington Street and Bow Street, cross Long Acre and... But you're too dead beat to walk it. Take a growler, it'll be 18 pence from here, unless the cabbie's lost to every sense of decency. Borrow the money from me. Here it is. I give you my word you shall be able to pay me back tomorrow. Here is a cab, high few. Mr. Nubit whistled scientifically, and the preternaturally red-nosed driver of an old and jingling four-wheeler pulled up beside the curb as P.C. Brieg stammered out, I can't thank. You're too confoundedly kind, and I'd begun to think that all men were thieves or scoundrels, except a poor, sick beggar of a swell I met yesterday, whose wife and children shun him and whose valet bullies him. I can't refuse, you know, things are too. I can see extortion in that man's eye. I'm a judge of character, that's what I am. Bless my soul, is that kitten yours? And he helped me through last night. Would you mind if I took him? I'll pay for his keep as soon as ever I. Don't apologize, Miss Ling adores him. 3 in the house already, waste bits left on the dustbin for needy strangers. Don't forget. 288 Great Coram Street, Russell Square. Drive on, cabby. He added, dancing up and down excitedly on the pavement as the jingling four-wheeler rolled on with the pair of castaways. Beggared heir to wealth, robbed. Cast on the streets, sole companion a kitten. Pathetic story. Not that I know he is the heir to wealth, but it looks well uncommon. Uncommon well it looks, said Mr. Nubit. Chapter 15. When the editorial staff of the Early Wire had gone home, or to the club, by cab or private brougham or on foot, in the blackest hours of the night or the smallest hours of the morning, when the printing staff had filed out, pale and respectably attired, or thundered down the iron-shod staircases in grimy, inky, oily deshabillé, then the publishing staff trooped in and took possession. And as the lines of carts backed up to the curb and were filled by brawny shirt-sleeved men who tossed the huge bales of newspapers from hand to hand with the nonchalant skill of jugglers doing tricks with willow pattern plates and oranges, the business department began to empty so much that you could see the eyebrows of clerks behind the iron-nailed, unplaned deal counters. We've broke the back of the day's work, and lucky if no one can say no worse of us. Sometimes he would patronize the old Cheshire Cheese Chop House, where they gave you beefsteak puddings on Saturdays. Or the cock would have his custom, or he would drop in at an eating house in St. Paul's Churchyard, where Irish stew, boiled beef with dumplings and carrots, or tripe and onions were the staple dishes in winter months. In summer you got roast mutton and green peas and gooseberry tart with custard. But whatever the season or the dish, it was always washed down with whiskey and water, or gin and lemonade, or the strongest of strong beer. You are out at the gathers. Or the tale of a skirt and deadlocks 4 live heads by a converted hairdresser. Or biographical accounts of the brief lives and protracted deaths of little E, aged 7, or Miss Madeline P, of X. And over their strong meats, and the stronger liquors with which they moistened them, these would discuss the plots of tracts, and so forth, seasoning their discourse with highly spiced pleasantries and salacious witticisms, jesting in ribald sort at all things upon earth and elsewhere, until, as Mr. Newbit frequently said, you expected the ceiling to come down and strike 'em speechless, and fancied you saw wicked little hellish flames playing about the cutlery. Not that I ever read any of their stuff, you know. He explained to P.C. Brieg, though I am a man that, to a certain extent, might be considered a reader. You've seen my library on the shelf by my bed head, and though 3 books might be held, in the opinion of some people, to constitute rather a limited library, they're the 3 best books that ever were written or ever will be. Bar none, he was a Christian believer himself, of the easy-going, undenominational, non-church-going kind. And when Sunday came round, Miss Ling, after seeing the beef and potatoes and Yorkshire pudding safely into the oven, would charge him to watch over the same and guard them from burning, and put on her best bonnet and pop over to the Christian Mission Army Hall that used to be in Judd Street, W.C., for a supply of red-hot doctrine sufficient to stand her in a week of working days, while Mr. Newbit smoked, kept an eye on the cooking, and occasionally dipped into his library. In the pages of these, their owner frequently stated it as his opinion might be found the finest literature in the world. He always ended. Of the books of wisdom and ecclesiasticus he never wearied. One wonders how much he understood, but he quarried diligently in their pages, and sometimes emerged into the light figuratively laden with jewels. Marvelous passages would drive home to the brain of the man in blinding flashes of illumination, and he would lose the place in his excitement, being an unmethodical if omnivorous reader, and never be able to find them again. So he quoted his prophets from memory and generally inaccurately, yet seldom without point or inappropriately. At other times, wearied with their glorious obscurity, he reverted to the plainest and simplest of all the stories ever written, and the sweetest and the saddest too. Mean, but I will say they owned up their shabbiness in their writings afterward. Though you notice they hurry over that part, and I'm not surprised. That young feller downstairs yet Maria. Miss Ling, impaling a round of stale loaf upon a tin toasting fork, shook her neat head and answered in the negative. Mr. Brieg had mentioned that he was going to church. To church, we'll hope he has gone, said Mr. Newbit still more dubiously, though between me and you and the toasting fork it sounds too good to be true. And the Brunswick Arms is handy round the corner. If the young man don't rattle at the area gate by the time you've finished your toasting, I shall made bold to go and look for him at the bar. Halloa, here he is. Now that's what you might call a pleasant disappointment, for he had glanced up at the strip of area railings commanded by the upper panes of the kitchen window, and seen the legs of P.C. Brieg stride by at a great rate, stop, turn back, and descend the area steps. You are to see Miss Ling receiving his morning greeting with the wide smile that revealed an unbroken row of sound white teeth, every one her own, as Mr. Newbit would say, and made her thin, triangular face so pleasant. She was a staid spinster, owning to 49, who would have died rather than confess to being 50. Her magnificent hair, genuinely black and shining like ebony, was coiled upon the top of her head too tightly for beauty. Her well-marked eyebrows and candid brown eyes slanted a little upward at the temples, and her skin was rather yellowish than olive. She was of a flat and bony figure, active and sound and tough, and, in a plain way, a first-rate cook and caterer. And when being pensionied by the family, I decided to risk the step of taking this house, and letting it out to lodgers, preferring single gentlemen, I was forced to engage a widowed person to prepare their meals at first. Here, pussy, if you ain't too proud for rasherines. And not you, he leaned to the hearth. He was sitting with his back to the glowing range, and dropped his offering under the nose of the ginger kitten, which, having already disposed of a saucer of bread and milk, instantly grabbed. "Tomorrow," said P.C. Brieg, looking up from his rapidly emptying plate with the smile which Miss Ling had already decided was pleasant, "I hope to prove to you that, like the kitten, I am not too proud for anything that comes in my way. I don't like to be hurried. And what did you say was the property you'd left with the greedy guts who runs that Euston Road Hotel?" Carolan reflected a moment, stirring his coffee with one of Miss Ling's Britannia metal spoons, and 2 trunks, with clothes and all that. Things I valued, my student's cap and schledger, and the silver-mounted beer horn the English colony gave me, and a crucifix that was my mother's. The speaker blinked and spoke a little huskily. Used to hang over my bed when I was a little chap in frocks. Some wave o' luck may wash your property ashore at your feet one of these days. What I will say is, I wish I had the setting up of that story for the paper, said Mr. Newbit, handing in his plate for fried bread. Supposing you, he jerked his eyes at Carolan, had any talent in the literary line, it 'ud be worth your while to throw off a quarter call of descriptive stuff. Why, I don't doubt I could, after a fashion, said P.C. Brieg. After a fashion won't do. Write it the best you know. Sit down at the kitchen table here, when Maria's gone to her prayer meeting and I've got my pipe and Solomon to keep me quiet, and blacken half a quire o' paper, there's plenty in the drawer there, with the story told short, crisp and plain, and with a dash o' humor, and within 400 words. It would space out lovely, said Mr. Newbit, arranging imaginary headlines on the clean coarse tablecloth. London Shark. He grabs his goods and lets him go. Ah, dear me, if I had had your education. But it's too late to alter that. What were you saying, Maria? First rate, ma'am, many thanks to you, returned the object of her solicitude. For, said Miss Ling, with a homely kind of dignity, if anything was wanting, Mr. Brieg must make excuses. The arrival being unlooked for, and the notice very short. In Mr. Ticking's bed, Mr. Ticking, explained Miss Ling, turning to the new arrival, who rents our 3rd-floor front, being in the country for his holidays. Ticking's an agreeable feller. He'd take you rather as a boon than otherwise. Contributes a column of cheerful, gossipy items weekly to half a dozen of the suburban and district newspapers that are springing up around us like mushrooms. Always on the lookout for copy, Ticking is. Now Mount Tenny. For the rest, we are full up. To begin with, I occupy a combined bed and sitting room behind this kitchen, and Miss Ling occupies the large front garret bedroom, the back one being partitioned off as a box and lumber room, and a bedroom for the servant gal, who is now having her breakfast in the scullery, as me and Miss Ling agreed would be more considerate toward you. Coming down again to the 1st floor, the front parlor and back bedroom are rented by a German gentleman, Mr. Van Something. Monsieur Megget, a French gentleman who is studying prints at the British Museum. 2nd floor back, Miss Kindell, who is a copier of pictures at the National Gallery and a sweet artist. 3rd floor, Mr. Ticking. And when does Miss Mornsey go? Miss Mornsey, explained Mr. Newbit without waiting for an answer, is a young person who don't give satisfaction, regarded as a lodger, and there you have the truth in a nutshell, Brazil for choice. And Miss Ling's good nature has led her, before now, to take in such people, and be taken in by 'em too, I'm bound to say. The little man broke off as Miss Ling, mindful of P.C. Brieg's flushed and uneasy countenance, coughed warningly. Miss Mornsey has been brought up very well and is, she has told me, the daughter of a clergyman in Hertfordshire, she explained, as Mr. Newbit buried his confusion in his coffee cup. I cannot but think it right, under the circumstances, to give Miss Mornsey a little time to turn round. And she goes out, evening after evening, poor thing, to call on relatives who live in distant parts of London, and is hardly ever back until very late indeed. She come in at 2 o'clock this morning, said Mr. Newbit, screwing up his eyes meaningly at Carolan. And being comparatively early myself on Saturdays, I heard her, just as I was getting between the sheets, and being anxious to solve the problem as to why a young creature like that should go out walking on 2 feet, and them remarkably small and pretty ones, and come back with 4, and 2 of 'em uncommon big and heavy ones, I slipped up the kitchen stairs and looked round the corner post. The seeing eye and the hearing ear, said my namesake, the Lord hath made them both. And then, just as I was a-going to ring the garret bell and bring you down out of bed in your curl papers, Maria, I remembered, lie not in wait for wickedness in the house of the just, nor spoil his rest, him being understood as her, for you're a just woman. But judgment must be executed upon the daughter of Rahab, whether it's Sunday or whether it ain't. When you begin quoting from the prophets, it takes a cleverer than me to understand you, said Miss Ling, flushed to the top of her high cheekbones. But as a woman that's her elder, I will stand up for that poor, unprotected young creature against any man that tries to take her character away. But if you want to be upset and made uncomfortable in your mind for a week afterwards, you'll stop. You will. Very well, and why not in your own house? Mr. Brieg, will you kindly follow with Miss Ling and act as reserve force in this emergency? I thank you, young gentleman, and armed with the poker, Mr. Newbit left the kitchen, followed by Caroline and the landlady, closely attended by the ginger kitten, and mounted the stairs to the third floor back. Chapter 16. It was a sordid little scene that followed, but for the sake of the good woman whose unaffected charity and kindly feeling illumined its murky darkness, it shall be recorded here. Mr. Newbit, arriving at Miss Mornsey's door, thumped on it, receiving no answer beyond the hurried shooting of the bolt and the scuffling of slippered feet across the carpet. Roused by the meaningful silence to indignation, he delivered himself in the following terms. "No, you ain't," said a feminine voice from within defiantly. "Go downstairs and shave yourself, you silly old man." A thickish, masculine chuckle greeted this sally. "When we have got you and your companion out of this respectable house," quoth the wrathful Mr. Newbit, "I may have time to attend to my Sunday toilet." "Not before. Are you going to undo this door?" "Because, if you won't, I am going to bust it with the poker. Once." He applied the end of the weapon, named to a panel with a crack in it. "Twice." "One moment, Solomon. I want to speak to her." Forgetful of her neat Sabbath attire, she went down upon her knees before the door, as Mr. Newbit joined P.C. Brieg upon the staircase, and laid her work-worn hand as gently and persuasively upon the threatened panel, as if it had been a human bosom housing an obdurate heart. "Miss Mornsey, don't be afraid, my dear. Maria Lingett is speaking to you." She waited an instant, and receiving no response, went on. "Mr. Newbit has got it in his head, he best knows why, that you're not alone in that room, in a manner of speaking. Open the door and prove to him he's wrong, or tell me on your solemn honor, before the God who made you and me both women, that he's mistaken, and I'll believe you and ask your pardon, and we'll all go downstairs again." P.C. Brieg and Mr. Newbit exchanged looks. Miss Ling grew pale, rose, and withdrew from the door. Her clean Sunday handkerchief was in her hand, and the hand shook, and her mouth was shut tightly, as, with much shuffling and obstacle, probably a chest of drawers was removed from the other side, the key was turned, and the bolt withdrawn. The door opened. The defiant figure and the angry painted face of a good-looking young woman were revealed beyond the threshold. She wore a gaudy dressing gown trimmed with cheap lace, and a butterfly cap in the prevailing mode was set upon her mound of dyed hair. Her companion might have been the manager of a restaurant or a West End shopwalker. His face was sallow with debauch, and his eyes were red from liquor or sleeplessness. With the rosebud of the previous night still drooping in the buttonhole of his fashionably cut frock coat, and the mud of the previous night soiling his trouser ends and his shiny boots and drab spats, and his silk hat fixed firmly on his head as though in anticipation of a scuffle, he stood behind the woman, maintaining a sulky silence, gripping his cane in a hand that was mottled and shaky. And the roll of his eyes said two of 'em, as his glance took in Mr. Newbit and P.C. Brieg. "But for him having given me a good mother, I might be standing where you are now." "Never," said Mr. Newbit under his breath. The kind soul went on without heeding him. "Whether or no, it's not too late to change and lead a life of decency. As for this man, he's promised me upon his oath." Her companion purpled furiously and broke out. "You're lying, you. I picked you up in the Haymarket. Do you think I'm afraid of you and your bullies there? Stand back." Fulminating threats, he thrust roughly past Miss Ling, driving her, possibly not with intention, against the landing wall. She gave a little cry and the poker fell. He bellowed, "Where's the police?" His protests were drowned in the rattling of his boot heels on the oilcloth-covered staircase, in the violence of his transit to the ground floor. There, as Mr. Newbit, dodging past, opened the hall door, he was shot from its threshold as a human bullet from a spring cannon, even then supplying a sensational turn at the Royal Alhambra Theatre, rolled down the steps, gathering momentum, and colliding with a late milk truck that happened to be passing, suffered abrasions, and the ruin of his smart frock coat. Leaving the victim of righteous judgment to appease the justly indignant milkman, with some of the silver shed from his trousers pockets in the transit, Mr. Newbit slammed the door and crowed, slapping P.C. Brieg heartily upon the back. Neatly done. You could get a well-paid job as pitcher-out at a West End bar if you'd nothing better than your muscles to rely upon. Wait a bit. He vanished upstairs, walking as softly as a cat does, to return and explain. You remember the text, "Her price is above rubies." I remembered it when I saw her sitting dropping tears upon that trollop's head that was a-lying in her lap. Well, well. He led the way down into the kitchen, muttering, "As golden pillars upon bases of silver, so are the firm feet upon the soles of a steady woman, and her husband's heart delighteth in her. Sit down, you must want a breather. Delighteth in her, or would have if she'd married one capable of appreciating a character like hers." Seeing that the mind of Mr. Newbit was still running upon Miss Ling, P.C. Brieg ventured to ask, "You might say there has been a romance in her life, without exaggeration. When in service with that family of nobs you've heard her mention, about 24 years ago, when she was a strapping young woman of 26, she got engaged to an under-butler, a young man with an affectionate nature and a changeable disposition, in conjunction with weak lungs." Weak lungs. MPH, don't smell like burning, pretty right, it seems to me. He sat down in his Windsor armchair near the hearth, stretched out his carpet-slippered feet, and broke out. So, in the interests them weak lungs of his master's son, Lord Wallingbrook, to whom he sometimes acted as valet, took him in that capacity on a steam-yacht trip from Plymouth via Trinidad to the southern seas. And they cruised among the islands of the Pacific for months, a gay party of bachelors amusing themselves, and, in the Paumotu group, this precious young man of Maria's up stick and took French leave, and that's all. And whether his master knew more than he'd tell, that's uncertain. Anyhow, a letter arrived 6 months after the steam yacht dropped anchor at Plymouth to say that he was safe and well and happy, but was never coming home anymore. And she believes, SSH, here she is. It was Miss Ling, who had been crying, undoubtedly, for her Sunday bonnet strings were spotted as with rain, and her clean handkerchief was reduced to a damp wad, said she. And she has softened wonderful, Solomon, and from what she has owned, has seen the shame and wickedness of her life clear, and longed to be delivered from it, this many and many a day, I'm sure. So if you'll kindly whistle up a four-wheeler, I'll make bold, being late for the speaking at the Judd Street branch. Hall, to take her down to the Christian Mission Army headquarters in the Waitekapel Road, where I shall find not only the General, as they call Mr. Booth, but Mrs. Booth, ready and willing, please heaven, to help the poor soul to a better life. And though Lilla has gone home to spend Sunday with her mother at Southampton Mews, I'll stop there passing and send a note in, and she'll come round and dish up dinner. And don't you, either of you, dream of waiting a minute for me. Now I'm going back to Miss Mornsey, though her real name is nothing like so grand as that, poor creature. She turned at the door to nod and smile and say, and her and me will carry down her box between us, so don't show yourselves to shame her poor swelled face before the cabman. I wonder you, P.C. Brieg was beginning, when he stopped himself on the brink of an indiscretion. Interrogated Mr. Newbit. What? Oh, but I did, though. I did. She was 31 when the Earl and Countess pensionied her. £31 a year for life, they promised. And it's been paid regularly, going on for 19 years now. And in the second year I came to lodge here early in January, and finding her a comfortable, cleanly, kindly creature, I stopped on, and all but asked her to marry me next time New Year came round. On the following anniversary, I took the plunge, after reading a passage of Solomon's peculiarly applicable to my case. He that hath found a good wife hath found a good thing, it was. Turned it up by accident, and showed it to her and asked her, and she said no. and goes on saying it, though I ask her for the last time regularly every year. Here's the gal coming down the area steps. Now that meat and pudding's off my conscience, I shall put on my boots for an airing before dinner. And while I'm gone, try your hand at a neat article in moderate paragraphs describing the methods of that, Mr. Newbit cast about for a new term, that man-eating alligator in the Euston Road. What was the name of the place? Royal Copenhagen Hotel. Why, it fairly smells of roguery. Royal Greenhorn would be pretty well up to the mark. Where, being summoned from the kitchen by a bellow, P.C. Brieg recognized his own trunks and book boxes, and wrung the hand of his good genius with a grateful swelling of the heart and an irrepressible watering of the eyes. It was so kind, and suppose I never am able to pay you, or keep you waiting a devil of a time. He protested incoherently. Young fellow, said Mr. Newbit, scowling with his heavy brows and twinkling pleasantly from under them. You are a gentleman born and bred and taught. You must have your books to keep up your Latin and Greek and other learning, and to keep up your appearance you must have your clothes. No man is so down in the world that he can afford to go downer. This is my opinion, and also Miss Ling's. And tomorrow Mr. Brieg will find poor Miss Mornsey's room swept and scrubbed and got ready for him, said Miss Ling that evening, during Mr. Newbit's absence. And the rent is, including kitchen board with myself and Mr. Newbit, who likes homeliness, 16 shillings per week. And if I trust Mr. Brieg for a month, that will be a chance for him of getting work to do, and that he will turn from nothing that will bring him in an honest living, I am certain, and that he will justify the confidence of Mr. Newbit, I am equally sure. You don't know what you have done for me, either of you, but I will repay you, I swear, she said in her quaint way. He has seen a many like her. If he would promise me never to bring about a fall like that, or help to drag a head so fallen lower. Perhaps I take a liberty, said Miss Ling, and presume, being almost a stranger, yet I ask it of Mr. Brieg, I do indeed. He gave the promise, in words that were broken and hurried, and with eyes that shunned her plain, kind, earnest face. She said, and I hope he won't think me unjust, because I am a woman, and blind to the wreck and ruin that my sex can bring about. I knew a young man once, who was good and honest and worthy, and engaged to marry a young person of his own rank in life. I am told that the women are very beautiful in the islands that he visited, and somehow or another he was led away. The ship sailed home without him. He wrote by another vessel to the young woman he was to have married, begging her forgiveness. He had loved her, he said, and looked to be happy with her, but the sunshine and perfume and color of them foreign places, and the spell of the beauty of their wild brown foreign women was over him. He could not come back, he never may come back again. But if it happened so, and he, being old and worn and weary of strange ways and distant places, was looking for an honest roof to shelter him and a loving heart to lean upon at the last. To work and bustle is more natural to me. He took her hand, and having learned in Germany to pay such pretty homage without looking foolish, he stooped above it and touched it with his lips. She smiled her wise, kind smile, and said with a touching simplicity, and so went upstairs to sleep in Mr. Ticking's bed. Chapter 17. My student cap and schledger and the silver-mounted beer horn the English colony gave me, and my mother's crucifix, found their places on the walls of the clean and comfortable room, and upon cheap stained deal shelves the books of which Mr. Newbit had spoken so respectfully were ranged, waiting to refresh their owner's memory whenever he chose to dip into them. The sharkish manager of the Royal Copenhagen Hotel had been cowed into giving up the detained luggage by Mr. Newbit's assurance that the story of his knavery was even then taking literary form under the skilled hand of a young and aspiring journalist of his Newbit's own acquaintance, and might shortly appear in a newspaper to the confusion of the said manager, unless the property was surrendered upon payment of a corrected version of the bill. Not that it ain't a pity, for it ain't half bad for a beginner, though wanting in what I call snap and sparkle. But honor is honor, and if Mr. Ticking reads this knowing you're not going to use it, you'll find the story cropping up presently in the Camberwell Clarion or the Islington Excelsior. Couldn't you do something else, just for a taster? Or haven't you something finished and put away and forgot? The humors of the battle, waged in a low-ceiled room in the upper story, crowded with chaffing, drinking, smoking students, the marvelous nature of the defensive armor worn by the inexperienced Fuchs, the blows that fell flat, the final entanglement of their swords, and abandonment of these unfamiliar weapons in favor of fisticuffs, made Mr. Newbit chuckle and won the suffrages of Mr. Ticking, who said the fight and the bit of knockabout at the end was nearly good enough to be put on at the halls. He had educated himself because you couldn't get on if you were not educated. He could not have explained to you how the process had been carried out. By dexterously angling matter for short paragraphs from the swirl of happenings about him, he contrived, between the Camberwell Clarion, the Islington Excelsior, and the Afternoon, a late daily published in Fleet Street, to net some £3 at the end of each week. 30 shillings of this went to support an aged and invalid mother resident at Brixton, and if you had lauded Mr. Ticking as a heroic exemplar of filial virtues, he would have been excessively surprised. Though if you had told him that he wrote burlesque better than Byron, he would have believed you implicitly. Mr. Mountney, Miss Ling's ladylike gentleman, proved to be a tall, stout, elderly, rather depressed individual whose gold-rimmed glasses, attached to a broad black ribbon, sat a little crookedly upon a high, pink Roman nose. His light blue eyes were overtried and rather watery. His hair had come off at the top, leaving his crown bald and shiny. His customary attire was a rather seedy black frock coat, a drab vest with pearl buttons, and rather baggy brown trousers, and he wore turned-down collars and black ribbon neckties, and displayed onyx studs and links in a carefully preserved shirt. For Mr. Mountney, under the nom de guerre of Araminta, edited the happiness, health, and beauty column of that fashionable feminine monthly, The Lady's Mentor, into whose bureau, according to Mr. Mountney, a vast correspondence, penned by the wives and daughters of what Mr. Mountney termed the flower of Britain's nobility and gentry, as by their governesses and maids, and the wives and daughters of their butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers, continually flowed. Little fairy, a lady who weighs 14 stone need not necessarily give up waltzing. Ruby, we should recommend you to powder it. Ravenlocks, to stand in the sun too soon after applying is prejudicial to a successful result. Perry, try peppermint. Thus burdened with secrets, it weighed heavily on Mr. Mountney. When lachrymose with gin and water, to which cooling beverage he was rather addicted, he would with tears deplore the wreck of a once noble constitution, caused by reason of emotional strain. But he never gave any of his correspondence away, and being of a kindly disposition, he induced the editor of The Lady's Mentor to read and accept a brief, mildly humorous article descriptive of a German lady's cake-and coffee party, the details having been long ago previously supplied by a fellow student at Schwez-Brettingen and worked up by P.C. Brieg. In recognition, P.C. Brieg, producing pairs of basket-hilted swords, pads, cravats, and goggles from one of the cases rescued from the hotel manager, instructed Mr. Ticking in the noble art of fence, their thrusts, lunges, and stampings seriously threatening the stability of the third-floor landing. These combats were transferred to the backyard in fine weather and permitted in the kitchen when it was wet. And Mr. Ticking, though he never mastered the science of the sledger, inducted P.C. Brieg into the mysteries of boating and velocipeding, having a cutter-rigged Thames sailing boat in housing near Chelsea Bridge Stairs, and a huge-wheeled bone shaker of the prevailing type stowed away in a decrepit conservatory adjoining the bathroom on Miss Ling's second floor. But flabby as the ladylike gentleman appeared, he was a vigorous and tireless pedestrian, able to reduce Mr. Ticking, who was not unhandy in the usage of his feet, into a human pulp, and walk Mr. Newbit, who had reason to pride himself upon his powers of locomotion, completely off his legs. Of the 3,600 cadets who were trained here, the names of Lawrence, Napier, Durand, and Roberts are written upon the rolls in letters of undimming gold. Or to Sydenham with its acres of glittering crystal, its matchless fountains, and the view from the North Tower, extending over 6 counties and compassing the whole course of the Thames. or to Ascot with its stretches of sandy heathland, its noble race course and its woods of fir and birch, would the ladylike gentleman, accompanied by one or the other or both of his young friends, betake himself upon a high day or a holiday, when duchesses ceased from troubling and milliners were at rest. And upon the return of the 3 wearied pedestrians from these excursions, there would be a cheery supper in Mr. Ticking's room, or in Mr. Mountaine's, or, best of all, in Miss Ling's clean and comfortable kitchen, with more beer and more tobacco, though by reason of a digestion impaired by the continual wear and tear of his fair client's confidences, or by excessive indulgence in tea, Mr. Mountaigne restricted himself to the mildest of Turkish cigarettes, in which historic and legendary Burden Miss Ling would also join, and laugh until the tears ran down. Of the junior staff room of the Early Wire, a bare, gaunt place, lighted by 3 seldom-washed windows looking on a sooty yard, or by 6 flaring gas jets by night or in foggy weather, Caroline was, by the interest of Mr. Ticking, one day made free. Names of power were cut with penknives on the ink-splashed deal tables, and the bottoms of the cane-seated chairs had given way under the weight of personalities now famous, men who were paid for a single article as much as Ticking earned in a year. And thus, P.C. Brigue joined the gallant company of the free lances of Fleet Street, and very soon had its offices and eating-houses, its haunts and traditions by heart. What demigods walked upon those historic flags and cobblestones? All these were pointed out to the young man, with certain places rendered forever sacred by the footsteps of Dickens and Thackeray, and other of the immortals who have passed beyond these voices into peace, and into the world of music and the drama. Our fortunate youth, by virtue of his initiation into the cheery brotherhood of pressmen, was now admitted. There were free admissions for popular concerts, where one could hear Professor Burnett and Signor Piety play the piano and violoncello, and Santley most gloriously sing, and Sims Reeves deliver Beethoven's incomparable Adelaida with that splendor of voice and style that will never be surpassed. Also, our hero was privileged to witness the performances of Mrs. Wood as Miss Hardcastle in She Stoops to Conquer, and afterwards in the extravaganza of La Belle Sauvage at the St. James's Theatre, and J.S. Clark, then drawing the town with Amongst the Breakers at the Strand. And evenings spent with these, or with Professor Pepper at the Polytechnic, or the German Reeds, who were playing Gilbert and Sullivan's little operas, and Cox and Box at the Gallery of Illustration, were crowned by suppers in the grill room of the Albion in Drury Lane, or at Evans at the northwest corner of Covent Garden. And these were merry times and merry mimes, my masters, and we shall not look upon their like again. And in the environment I have endeavored to depict, and with the associates I have tried to delineate, and with the pleasant hum and swirl of this new life setting the tune for his young pulses and mingling with his blood, Caroline's temperament recovered its elasticity, and his character developed apace. The magic gift of sympathy found in the gutter on that night of homeless, hungry wandering was his now, never to be lost or alienated. He had learned much when he had discovered how to fit himself inside the ginger kitten's ragged skin. The bond of brotherhood, established between a shaggy-haired boy and all other created beings capable of joy and susceptible to suffering, would hold unbroken through all the years to come. We are aware that the confidence of Mr. Newbit had been won that morning on Waterloo Bridge, and we have heard Miss Ling, not ordinarily given to broach the subject of the faithless under-butler, tell him in her simple way of the desertion that had left her kind heart empty and sore. Annie, it seemed, had a little fortune of her own, and was so kind, so clever and so charming, that only the indiscreetly evident anxiety of Ticking's mother to bring about a match, and the too plainly manifested willingness of Annie to accept the hand of Mr. Ticking, were it offered, held him back from becoming an engaged man. Passion, there's no going against that, you know, he would say, wagging his head dismally, and if ever you see light, you'll understand. Ticking had paid for the belt when he had taken her to the Crystal Palace, and she had admired the trinket on one of the fancy stalls in the French court next the great concert hall. And there had been a display of fireworks on the terrace, and in the dark interval between two set pieces, there had been a mutual declaration. And the moth Ticking had singed his wings in the flame of illicit passion, and would return to flutter about the candle, he supposed, until he met his doom. Mr. Mounteny spoke of passion as well as Mr. Ticking, but in the exhausted accents of a world-weary cynic who had drunk of the cup to satiety. He knew so much of women, thanks to Araminta, that he had nothing more to learn. Yet when a pert and pretty waitress, who served the table at which he commonly lunched at a Fleet Street chop house, proved ungrateful after 6 months of extra tips, trips to Kew and Rosherville Gardens, and innumerable theater tickets, and told Mr. Mounteny in the plainest terms that he was too bow-windowy in figure for a beau, and that she preferred young swells on the Stock Exchange to elderly newspaper gents, Mounteny. His black ribbon necktie straggled untied over a limp shirt front, the violet ink pencil memoranda on his paper cuffs had merged into blotches and blurs. Then, suddenly, his dismal countenance recovered its mild placidity. His necktie was tied. His hair lay once more in smoothly brushed streaks across his shining crown. His nose paled, his eyes reverted to their purely normal wateriness. It seemed that nestling amid the grasses at the feet of one who had plucked the fairest flowers that bloom in the garden of passion and sickened of their cloying perfume and dazzling hues, the disillusioned Mounteny had discovered a simple violet, and that the humble sweetness and modest beauty of this shrinking blossom had refreshed his jaded senses and solaced his wearied mind. In terms less obscure, Mr. Ticking explained that the humble violet was a certain Miss Rooper, who for a monthly salary attended at the office of the lady's mentor thrice a week to assist in the Herculean task of opening the letters addressed to Araminta, take down in shorthand her representatives' replies to the interrogations therein contained, make notes of queries impossible to answer on the spot. It would be a jolly lark, he added, if Mounteny took his betrothed to his customary table, as Flossie had already been thrown over by the young jobber from Capel Court. For Mr. Mounteny had spoken of passion in connection with the faithless Flossie, and by the latest bulletins, his sentiment for Miss Rooper had developed into passion of the strictly honorable kind. Could the passion on which Shakespeare had strung the pearls and rubies of Romeo and Juliet, and to which the lyre of Keats throbbed out the deathless music of Endymion, have anything in common with the loves of Ticking and Lee, or the emotion wakened in the bosom of Mr. Mounteny by Flossie and Miss Rooper? Could the emotion of which Carolan himself was conscious, the sudden, fierce, stinging temptation born of the bold glance of a pair of painted eyes, ogling and laughing from under a clipped fringe and a tilted hat, partake of the nature, be worthy of the designation? For sin beckoned sometimes, and the boy would tug at his chain, forged of links of instilled religion and honor, instinctive cleanliness, and a sensitive, secret shrinking from the purchase of something that was never meant to be bartered or sold. But there were times when, sitting at the rickety but useful and capacious old Davenport, in the room from tenancy of which Miss Mornsey had been ejected, the pen would hang idle between the fingers of P.C. Brigue, and the article commissioned by the benevolent editor of the Camberwell Clarion, or the Islington Excelsior, or the more ambitious magazine story that was being written as a bait to catch a literary reputation, and would return as surely as the swallow of the previous summer. The outer angles of the eyebrows would lift, giving an eager, wistful look to the gray eyes that had specks of brown and golden dust in them. The nostrils of the short, determined nose would expand as though in imagination they were inhaling some rare, strange, delicate fragrance. The upper lip would lift at the corners, showing the canines of the upper jaw. A mouth of this kind can be fierce, and yet you have an example of it in the laughing fawn. He would sigh and lean back, shutting his eyes, and feel the slight yet firm support of the delicate limbs and slender body, and the small soft hand would stir and flutter in his palm like a captured bird, and he would find himself painting in the choicest colors of his mental palette upon the background of London sky or neutral-tinted wallpaper, a face that was not in the least like Kriemhilde Brunhilde's. Or, supposing this retrospective mood to have seized him at the ending of his stint of labor, he would set his teeth, summon up the image of his colossal beloved, and savagely add to her inches all that she had lost since his meeting with the frozen Infanta at the convent, Kensington Square. But had this been foretold to P.C. Brigue, he would have scouted the prophet as an impostor and laughed the prophecy to scorn. Came a day when, fastidiously groomed and dressed in well-cut, carefully chosen clothes, he called upon Monica at the convent, this time to apprise her of the loss of his inheritance and to assure her of his present well-being, despite the change in his prospects brought about by the defalcations of Musty and Son. He had not intended to ask after the Infanta, the query slipped out quite accidentally. But when Monica returned that, by the latest advice received from France, the health of Mademoiselle Bayard might be pronounced excellent, the querist was conscious of a tightness within his collar, and a sudden rush of blood reddened him to the hair as his sister added, "She may be Madame and not Mademoiselle today, since what date is uncertain. For her marriage was to take place almost instantly on her return to Paris, she told us. Her father, he is colonel of the 777th Mounted Chasseurs of the Imperial Guard, had set his heart on this, she worships him, she would consent to any sacrifice, would let herself be cut to pieces if he but wished it. Dear Juliet." The word last but three got out with difficulty. His throat was hurt by its passage. He gulped as he stared at Monica, moistening his dry lips. The fellow. Her eyes widened. "You don't call the colonel that?" Actual or yet expectant. He boggled horribly in the attempt to seem natural and at ease. Why should it be a sacrifice to obey her father? What has the affair got in common with cutting to pieces if she? Yet, loving much, she had seen much. Now she sat silent. But a little line of distress came between her placid eyebrows, and tears were gathering behind the beautiful, tender eyes, in readiness to fall when next they might unseen. Caroline went on, not looking at her. "That doesn't suggest that she would think herself sacrificed in marrying him. Don't ask what it means. It has to do with something we spoke of here the other day when you were out of the room. Tell her that the man, a fellow student of mine at Schwez Brettingen, realized not long after the girl, she will remember the girl's name. After the girl had made the offer, she will not have forgotten what that was, from how kind and generous a heart it came, and she will believe, she must believe, that he has loathed himself heartily for the brutal way in which he answered her. And he entreats her to forgive, and he thanks her withal. You won't forget." Chapter 18. Being a daughter of France and a Parisienne to the fingertips, it could not be that the return to Paris, delightful capital where all the brilliancy, esprit, good taste, and refinement of modern life were concentrated, should fail to rejoice the heart of Mademoiselle de Bayard. Her characteristic quality of humor, a trait not derived from the paternal strain, made her omit 3 items from the list of purchases commanded by M. le Colonel. To supply oneself beforehand with a complete bridal costume, in the view of immediate union with a husband never to one's knowledge previously beheld, could anything be more outrageously impossible? Juliet knew that she would titter hysterically behind the stately backs of the powdered and frock-coated gentlemen who parade departments, and probably laugh to madness in the faces of the powdered and frizzled young ladies who should seek to minister to her needs. And so, though the fresh and charming toilettes of the evening, the promenade and the theater, with the suitable lingerie, were added to Juliet's wardrobe, the nuptial robe, crown, and veil remained unbought. Paris, a seething pot since the Auteuil assassination early in that January, was in a state of ebullition upon Juliet's return. Passing in a fiacre along the Champs-Élysées, the progress of Mademoiselle's hired vehicle was stopped. A regiment of mounted chasseurs and a detachment of the guides blocked the avenue to stem the black torrents of people rolling toward Neuilly to attend the funeral of the murdered journalist Victor Noir. The National Guards occupied the Place de la Concorde, and in front of the Corps Legislatif was a battalion of infantry, besides a force of sergeants de ville. Yet by other thoroughfares inky streams of men and women poured steadily northwest, and a vast concourse packed the passage Messina, where the dead man had lived. And when his coffin was brought out, weeping friends unharnessed the bony black horses from the shabby hearse, and 6 of them, hugging the pole, drew it to the cemetery. Vengeance upon the nephew of the Corsican wild boar, death to the murderer Bonaparte and all his bloody race. There was a rush of police, and the woman was pulled down and spirited away, it is said, by revolutionists. But the Marseillaise had already cried more loudly than the red-eyed woman, and had been heard to greater effect. Indeed, upon the previous day M. Rochefort had attended the tribune of the Corps Legislatif, and protested in the name of the people against the decree ordering, for the trial of the noble criminal, a special high court of justice, composed of judges notoriously amenable to imperial influence, proceeding to draw between Bonaparte's and Borgia's some extremely uncomplimentary parallels. Thus M. Rochefort was rendered too late for the ceremony, but one of the huge crowds of assistant mourners, rolling back upon Paris, encountered him in a hackney cab on one of the boulevards, and the human torrent surging and eddying about the vehicle turned it round, and so rolled and roared with it and its occupant in triumph to his home. The savage faces, the sinister cries, the significant tokens of popular disaffection and incipient revolt affected Mademoiselle Bayard but little, it must be owned. Her dear Parisians were for some reason boiling over. How many times had she not beheld them in a state of ebullition? French blood is easily heated, see you well. A little patience, and the people would quiet down. In the eyes of Juliet and how many other daughters of the empire, the personality of the stoutish little gentleman with the heavy sallow face, dull regard, spiky mustache, and dyed brown chin tuft was invested with an aureole of semi-divinity. To her as to her sisters, the emperor stood for France. Born 19 years before in the very month of the coup d'état of 1851, what should she know of the betrayals, treacheries, crimes that had been so many steps in the ladder leading the man on to success? A tidal wave of human blood had set him upon the throne of St. Louis. The church, first duped, afterward to be shorn by him of power, had poured her hallowed oils upon his head. Titles, dignities, gold, had streamed from his open hands upon his supporters. The tradition of the army that had throned him was devotion to his name, and Juliet was a soldier's daughter. How then not reverence the emperor, from whose ermined purples field marshals' batons, grand crosses of the Legion of Honor, coveted commands, desired steps, constantly dropped, that the blind, unreasoning support hitherto accorded to him by the army was weakening, that 50,000 private soldiers' votes would be recorded against him in the forthcoming plebiscitum? How was a mere girl to conceive of this? That her beloved Paris, transformed by him into the gayest and most splendid of European capitals, was tottering on the verge of bankruptcy, she would not have believed, had she been told that high finance is too often synonymous with knavish trickery, that those who carry out great civic works may drain treasuries of the national millions. It would have conveyed nothing to her. You cannot talk to a schoolgirl in the shibboleth of the Bourse, but one sign of the trend of popular resentment etched itself as by a biting acid on her memory. When the sulky driver of the ramshackle vehicle pulled up in the avenue of the Champs-Élysées, in obedience to the upraised sword-arm and authoritative voice of a lieutenant of mounted chasseurs, Juliet, thrilling with girlish delight at the sight of the dear, familiar uniform, let down the window and thrust forth her charming head. And at that moment, a party of 4 equestrians, followed by 2 grooms in the imperial livery, came galloping westward from the direction of the Pont Royal. Pray picture to yourself the congested condition of this part of the avenue, the squadron blocking its throat, the halted cab, and the lengthy queue of phaetons, Americanes, Britskas, dog-carts, and Victorias, forming up on the left hand of the road to rear of it, containing ladies old and young, pretty or plain, accompanied by the males of their species. Military governor was written large upon a double-chinned, stiff-necked, gray-mustached, and imperialed personage who bestrode a high-actioned brown charger, and wore the undress uniform of a general of division of the service of engineers. A cocked-hatted, white-plumed imperial aide-de-camp in blue and gold, and a green and silver palace equerry followed in attendance, succeeded at a respectful distance by 2 grooms in the livery of the Tuileries. Their morals were doubtful, those mustached and chin-tufted Antonouses of the guard, as not only giddy work-girls and milliners, but fast variety actresses and frisky ladies of fashion were perfectly aware. But they were splendid, stately, expensive creatures, and so worthy to clatter at imperial heels. And so gallant was the youthful figure they attended and guarded, so well graced the seat upon the spirited English chestnut, so light the boyish hand upon the mare's snaffle-rein, so frank and debonair the smile with which he acknowledged the scanty salutations of a few of the bystanders, that Juliet's heart flew to him with her eyes, and there broke from her in a voice so clear and thrilling that the object of her homage started in his saddle. The French are tender to youth and beauty, accessible to sentiment, lovers of romance. Other voices joined in the cry. Hats not ominously furbished with crape were lifted in salutation. A charming dignity was manifested in the boy's reception of these tokens of goodwill. You can conceive the picture, set in the beautiful scenery of the Champs-Élysées, to the roll of carriages in the great avenues, the glint of wintry sunshine on still or leaping water, the nip of keen, sweet air, perfumed with the scent of damp grass and dead leaves and wood smoke. In the right foreground, suppose the slim young Napoleon sitting easily on the fidgety, fretful chestnut, the military general balanced on his big champing charger, the blue and gold aide and the green and silver equerry, the grooms and the escort of cent guards looking decorously between the ears of their well-trained, shining beasts. To the left place, the debilitated fiacre with its weary Rocinante and red-nosed sulky Jehu, and leaning from the open window of the vehicle, Juliet. Perhaps you can see her, a little toque of Persian lambskin, with a blue wing in it on her high-piled hair, with a coquettish jacket of corduroy velvet of the shade known in the spring of that year as Bismarck gray, trimmed with the lambskin, fitting close to her slender shape. She wore a plain black silk skirt looped high over a vivid red cloth petticoat. It was a fashionable style of costume that year, and very much worn. A bright rose bloomed in each cheek, pale as she was ordinarily, and her black brows were spread and lifted joyously, and her eyes shone blue as sapphires in contrast, with a little knot of violets at her breast, and the big bunch held in her little gray-gloved hand. And with a very fair aim, she threw the latter so that the bundle of wet fragrance lightly hit the saddle flap close to the knee of the imperial stripling, and behind the shoulder of the swerving chestnut, as she cried again. The boy bowed to her, blushing at her beauty and her loyal enthusiasm. The equerry, slimmest of the officers in attendance, dismounted and picked up the flowers. The boy held in his whip hand the bunch of violets handed him by the equerry. Only a little grayish sand clung to some of the dark, shining leaves. He sniffed their fragrance and glanced back as the trumpet rang out behind them, and the avenue was once more blocked with mounted chasseurs. Chapter 19. He was 14, delicate, and rather backward for his age, owing to the inevitable drawbacks of his environment. Since the salvo of 101 guns announcing the birth of a Prince Imperial had crashed from the battery of the Esplanade of the Invalids, to be echoed from every fortress throughout the empire, and bells had pealed from every steeple, flags had broached from every staffhead, and duskfall had seen every city, town, or village ablaze with illumination, had he not been environed with precautions, lapped in luxury. And the 3 great official bodies of the state, the delegates from all the constituted authorities, paid homage, and they enrolled him in the 1st Regiment of Grenadiers of the Imperial Guard on the day of his birth, and pinned the Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor on his bib when he was 48 hours old. To gratify the paternal ambition of a father who had dreaded the stigma of childlessness, this graft of his race was to be forced into precocious maturity. You might have seen the little creature at 6 months of age strapped in a cane chair saddle upon the back of a Shetland pony. At 5, he could ride a military charger. Dressed in the white-faced blue uniform of the 1st Grenadiers of the Guard, his tiny face hidden in a huge fur shako with a white plume and galons and a huge brass-eagled foreplate, you saw him with the Emperor at imperial reviews. It is uncertain whether he was ever soothed to sleep with the French equivalent of the rhyme of baby bunting, whether he ever learned of the archer who shot at a frog, or was thrilled by the adventures of Jack the Giant Killer. We know that the Napoleonic tradition was his ABC, the Third Empire his primer. At the time of the war with Italy, he being then some 3 years of age, his utterances on the subject were quoted in the daily papers as miracles of wisdom, marvels of acumen. His 7th birthday had been celebrated by the production of a military spectacle, in the course of which real cannon were fired and real military evolutions performed upon the stage. His great uncle on a white horse, in the little cocked hat and gray capote of history, was the hero, you may be sure, and 300 soldiers' sons of his own age filled the dress circle, stalls, and upper tiers. One likes the pretty story of the fair-haired child going down among these little comrades to distribute smiles and bonbons. One can understand the father's pride in the laborious pot hooks and hangers that compliment him upon the taking of Mexico, word of ill omen in imperialist ears, and the scrawled postscript that tells how his horse kicked at exercise that morning, but that he sat tight and did not fall. You may imagine the query, why, forming in the mind of 7 years. Under the brooding wings of the eagle on the crown, this child of the empire wondered about many things. Did any discovery connected with the peculiar duties devolving upon the Cent Guards and the Tuileries police ever make the bright young head toss restlessly on its pillow of down? For he must one day have learned that noiseless footsteps patrolled the corridors, that observant eyes twinkled at every keyhole, that sharp ears were listening at every chink for suspicious sounds, not only by night, for the terror that walketh in the noonday is the peculiar bugbear of emperors and kings and presidents. That officials, functionaries, ladies of the court, and lackeys, male and female, were maintained under constant and vigilant surveillance, that there were even police to watch the police who kept the police under observation, that precautions of a peculiarly special and delicate nature were observed with regard to the food prepared in the imperial kitchens and the wine that came from the imperial cellars, lest deadly poison should be mingled therein by those who did not love the name of Bonaparte. Vive l'Impératrice and Vive le Prince Impérial remained silent even though they uncovered, and a vast number who not only did not cheer, but kept their hats on and sometimes hissed. Following came the shocking discovery that there existed a party of extremists who were not content with being rude and making ugly noises, but had even tried, and tried more than once, to kill the emperor. The discovery that this father, so indulgent, so tender, and so much beloved, should be the object of such destroying hate as was cherished by these nameless men was terrible. That the army, the peasantry, certain of the nobility, not of the ancient regime, and a section of the bourgeoisie supported it, but that by the educated middle class, and by the intellectual, professional, and working classes it was held in abomination, execrated and detested, hated with a bitterness that intensified from day to day. Disillusions came crowding thick and fast. When it was discovered that he was backward for his age, and the question of a new private tutor was being discussed, he had asked his governor. He urged, not to be dreamed of, such an innovation would be the signal for fresh insults, provocation of new perils. Never could it be allowed. The boys were rather dreamy eyes, under the silken plume of hair, chestnut brown like his beautiful mother's. They were proud eyes, too, when they had flashed at the word insult, and brave, for mention of perils, only made them smile. He said thoughtfully that morning, leaning his elbow on an unfinished Latin exercise that lay on the table in the window of his study at the Château of St. Cloud. Could not I be a boarder at the Lycée Napoléon or the Lycée Bonaparte, M. le Général? Tell me quickly, M. le Général. The child's delicate face flushed bright red. His eyes shone. He sat upright in his chair as though a vivifying breath had passed through him, waiting the reply. It came, one of the professors of the elementary class has been engaged to take your Imperial Highness through the course prescribed for the other pupils. He will attend daily here, or at the Tuileries. Then I shall not know the boys. You will learn with them, and every week you will write a composition with them, recapitulating what you have learned, and that they will hear of you goes without saying. Frequently, monseigneur, but frequently, his pupil interrupted. They will never see me, I shall never see them, never join in their games, never be just another boy with them. Never be friends or foes with them, never beat them or be. No, I should not like to be beaten at all. That degrading possibility, and graver danger still, will be averted by the fact that their imperial schoolfellow will not be, bodily present in their midst, my prince. Perhaps your imperial highness would like to see the professor now. And so the professor came, and from him the boy eagerly gleaned information about his little schoolfellows of the 7th form. He had friends of his own who came to him after high mass on Sundays and on all holidays. But except Espinasse, they had been chosen for him. The joy of selection and choice he was not to know. Thus, many men of mark from different lycées succeeded one another in the workroom at the Château, and successively occupied the armchair at the end of the leather-covered table in one of the 3 windows of his corner study on the 3rd story of the Pavillon de Flore at the Tuileries. And when he had been attentive and pleased his professor, his reward would be to hear about the boys. A few were spoken of almost with reverence, as being dowered with the magical gift of genius. Poets, dramatists, novelists, scientists in embryo, budding naval or military commanders, explorers who were to plant the flag of France in virgin corners of the earth and proudly add them to the empire that would one day be his own. He met his longed-for boys at last. One likes to picture him, having once taken a first place in the arithmetic class, as being permitted to join in the Saint Charlemagne Fête of the Lycée Bonaparte. He sat in the center of one of the long tables, with long vistas of boys, boys, boys opening out before him, whichever way he turned his head. And he was happy, but for this thing, that though most of the boys in whom he had been particularly interested were presented to him, he did not find, as secretly he hoped to find, the friend of whom he dreamed. He tried to be bon camarade, to combine, and he had a special gift in this, easy good fellowship with graciousness. But the boys did not respond as he would have liked. They stood to attention and looked him in the face and answered, "Yes, monseigneur." "No, monseigneur," boldly, or they shuffled and blinked and answered, "No, monseigneur." "Yes, monseigneur," mumblingly, and that was all. He wished, secretly yet ardently, for brave, proud eyes to meet his own, and strike out the sacred spark of chaste and mutual fire that kindles the pure, undying flame of friendship's altar. He longed for a grave, melodious voice to match the noble, youthful face and the fine form of his chosen friend. He sought a nature to lean upon, which should be stronger, greater than his own, superior talents, greater capacities, ambitions to share, successes to emulate. And he found none. Not a boy here was a patch upon the shoe of gay, gallant, lovable Mary Espinasse, who had never come up to his prince's notion of a bosom friend. Could it be that the other self did not exist anywhere? We turned from that thought, we who were lonely when we were young. It made the world feel so big and cold. The Fête of Saint Charlemagne having passed off without any untoward incident or disagreeable demonstration, an unhappy inspiration on the part of M. Victor Duruy prompted the suggestion that the emperor's heir should preside at the distribution of prizes for the concours général, and thus be for the second time brought into sympathetic touch with the intellectual youth of France. You are to imagine the picture of the stately entry into the great hall upon the 1st floor of the Sorbonne upon an evening in mid-August, the reception by the Minister of Public Instruction, gowned and capped and hooded, and the representatives of the faculties, the ominously restricted and frigid applause of professors and students, greeting references made in the rector's Latin speech to the presence of an imperial prince in the classic groves of academos. Contempt and mockery were to be conveyed in the small, sibilant SSS that rippled from parterre to gallery, and by the intolerable jeering titter that replied. Yet all might have passed off tolerably, but for the beldam Fate, who had arranged that the second prize for Greek translation, a trio of calf-bound, gilt-backed volumes containing the works of Thucydides, had together with a laurel crown fallen to Louis Eugene Cavaignac. The young voice had not faltered in reading the name upon the illuminated scroll. What did its owner know of the revolutionary soldier, the dauntless foe of Abdelkader, the governor-general of Algeria who had been recalled to Paris to assume the functions of minister at war to the Republican government of 1848? The man who had upheld the office of dictator during the period of terror that had followed the fatal days of June, the candidate for the presidency of the Republic who had scorned to bribe, who had calmly accepted his defeat and taken his place in the National Assembly when Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, the good citizen, was elected to the armchair upon the tribune and took the oath of fidelity to the Republic of France. Who had been imprisoned in the fortress of Ham with other representatives of the left, his jailer a commandant named Baudat, whom he himself had appointed in '48, his guards the 40th Regiment of the Line, which had been subject to his orders so short a time before. Of his 7 fellow captives between those grim and oozing walls, one was paralyzed upon release, others were victims to chronic rheumatism. Cavaignac had lived in retirement until the elections of June 1857, when he was chosen as one of the deputies for the Seine, in opposition to an imperialist candidate. A few weeks later, he had died suddenly, leaving a wife and a son 3 years old. This son, who had half risen from his place upon the bench at the sound of the voice that called upon him in the name that had been his father's, had all these memories in his flaming eyes. He did not seem to hear the applause that greeted his triumph. He gazed steadily into the face of the young Bonaparte and then looked toward his mother. And Madame Cavaignac, seated, beautiful and stern as a matron of old Rome, relentless as fate in the front of the gallery opposite, signed to him with an imperious gesture to sit down. He obeyed her. And then round upon round of deafening plaudits made the walls and rafters of the ancient building shake, and brought the gray dust of 6 centuries drifting down upon the black or brown or golden locks of the hopeful youth of France. After that episode, the heir of the imperial dignities was not again brought in contact with the students of the lyceums. He made no reference to the prize winner, who had refused the prize tendered by the son of his dead father's relentless enemy, but the insult had gone to the quick. Recalling it, he would clench his hands until the nails dug deep into the delicate flesh, crying inwardly. The bright dark eyes and clear-cut features, the well-set head and athletic form, the dignified yet modest bearing of this boy, so superior to himself in everything but wealth and station, fitted the niche previously prepared. And when he fell to dreaming, young Cavaignac's resolute face and calm, contemptuous bearing were invariably opposed to his own unslumbering resentment and finally conquering generosity. For, varied as the plot might be, the denouement of each little drama would always be the same. They would meet, in manhood, upon some field of bloody battle, during the Great War beginning with the French invasion of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, ending with the conquest of Germany and the annexation of the left bank of the Rhine. A youth upon the verge of manhood, the dreamer would have performed such prodigies of valor in command of his regiment as to justify his appointment as commander-in-chief of the imperial army of invasion. He had not decided what would happen. There would be a great charge of cavalry led against overwhelming odds, under a deadly fire of infantry and artillery, by himself. He would cut down or shoot a gigantic Prussian trooper who had wounded a French officer. He would lightly leap from his own charger, the Arab Selim, given him by Sultan Abdul Aziz, and aid the prostrate man to rise and mount. Their looks would meet. The blue-gray and the fiery black eyes would strike out a spark of mutual recognition. Oh, the joy of heaping coals of fire upon that beautiful, rebellious head! Or Cavaignac would not then recognize his savior, but long afterward, the prince having become emperor, would head a conspiracy to dethrone him. Moving, as would be the wont of the 4th Napoleon, in disguise through the public places of his capital, mingling with every rank and class, a mystery to men, an enigma to women, worshipped by all, known by none, he would have discovered the plot and laid a counterplot, which of course would be successful. The mine would explode harmlessly. The conspirators would be seized. Their leader, lying under sentence of death in a military fortress, probably Mont Valérien, bedded upon damp straw, loaded with massive fetters, would be visited by a young officer. He would recall the features of his deliverer of long ago and fall upon his neck, crying, "Alas, my noble friend, long sought, unfound till now, thou comest late, but in time, for I am to die tomorrow." Die, is it possible? Of what art thou guilty, then? Cavaignac would answer coldly, of having conspired to dethrone the young emperor. Dost thou indeed hate him so? Aye. We have been enemies since boyhood's days. Choking with emotion, dissembled under a pale and resolute exterior, the visitor would return, "And he hates thee not." Were he here he would say as much to thee. Can it be possible? How then? I swear it upon the soul of my father. Thy emperor is thy truest friend. Here is my sword. Behold this undefended breast, cage of a heart that has ever loved thee. Thrust, I command thee, if thou hast the power. Sire, I am conquered. I have lived for a republic. I die the emperor's most loyal subject. To my arms, then, Cavaignac. Embrace me, thou art forgiven. Born of a whim of the Comte d'Artois, gay monsieur, brother of the 16th Louis, built in 54 days by the architect Bélanger, at a cost of 600,000 livres, Bagatelle had always served as a shelter for gallant adventures, not all of them set in what Republicans scornfully termed the night of monarchy. That Celtic strain was responsible, it may be, for his dreaminess and love of solitude. He was dreaming as he rode through the forest. The spell of his dream was still upon him as he turned his Arab in at the gilded gates of Bagatelle and dismounted before its portico in the shadow of the Gothic tower. From childhood, many of the happiest hours of this son of the empire had been spent at Bagatelle. In its labyrinths of myrtle and oleander, laurel and syringa, he had hidden, bursting with childish laughter, when his playmates were seeking him. He had galloped his Shetland pony and raced with his dogs over its green lawns. Upon its broad sheets of crystal water, he had sailed his miniature yacht squadrons. At his entreaty, the emperor, always an indulgent father, had endeavored to buy the place from its English owner. In vain, my Lord of Hertford was not to be tempted by gold, possessing so much of the stuff, or allured by rank, who was a premier English marquis, Knight of the Garter, and so forth. Yet he was a generous nobleman, and made the imperial urchin free of his coveted fairyland whenever he, the owner of the place, should be from home. Today's dream, for a wonder, was not the usual duologue between the friend and the unfriend. Albeit innocently, it was tinged by sex. It assumed the shape of the triangle, and worked out, though, to the satisfaction of the dreamer, the eternal rule of three. Louis and his dear enemy, men grown, madly loved one woman, a bewitching creature with a sparkling rose-flushed face, eyes like blue jewels under a pile of black hair, crowned with a little cap of velvet and gray fur, with a blue wing set at the side. She adored the prince who had won her love in the disguise of a simple officer. Fortified by this passion, she could hear Cavaignac plead unmoved. He, driven to frenzy by jealousy, would conceal himself here, for the imperial lover would have settled Bagatelle with all its treasures upon his lady love. And at midnight, when a step echoed in the gallery of arms, and the fair one, reclining upon this very fauteuil in the window, commanding the grass plot centered by the Cellini fountain, sprang up with a cry of joy to welcome her lover, the rejected aspirant would leap from behind yonder trophy of 16th century pageant shields. I ask nothing in return but your esteem. Chapter 20. Could Juliet have known how she had been disposed of in a boy's imagination, perhaps the Spanish infanta would have replaced the rosy nymph. But while her prince dreamed, her jingling vehicle had crossed the Porte de Saint Cloud, and so by Ville d'Avray up the long avenue between the breasting woods, stately and glorious still, though stripped by the blasts of January, to the clean white town that had sprung up, nearly 300 years before, upon the site of a little village patronized by wagoners, where an ancient feudal castle stood on a plateau surrounded by lake, forest, and marsh. Courtiers, officials, functionaries, guards, valets, lackeys, pimps, cooks, barbers, and innumerable hangers-on are necessary to the upkeep of state, and these must be housed in stately fashion. Behold whole streets of buildings, with noble avenues, radiating like the sticks of a fan from the sun-like center, uprising like fungi from the swampy soil. Behold, as the power and glory of the monarch redoubled, no less than 30,000 workmen engaged in enlarging and beautifying the residence of His Majesty, while a regiment of Swiss guards dig out the lake. We have it. Quick, commence new works. Pile on the national taxes, press 1,000,000 unpaid laborers into the royal service. Let rivers of tears flow to swell the sources of our dwindling fountains. Upon the uncounted corpses of vulgar toilers, erect fresh monuments to all the glories of France. No ghastly visions disturbed the royal dreams, no awful finger wrote the dreadful sentence upon the marble friezes of his banqueting halls. The shadow of the little cocked hat that was to overtop his tallest wig by the whole height of a crown imperial was never shown him in witch Montespan's magic mirror. The bees that were to swarm over his lilies and drain their golden honey were not to be hatched for many years yet. He deemed himself immortal in spite of the twinges of the gout, until it took him in the stomach and carried him off, at 77, leaving France to shudder in the embraces of a far worse man than himself. The court of his nephew was just now at the Tuileries. You saw the town of Versailles in its winter slumber, undisturbed by the roll of innumerable carriages, luggage fourgons, pastry cooks and tradesmen's vans, and other vehicles, over its historic and venerable cobblestones. Fashionable people lived there all the year round. Many of the crack regiments of the Imperial Guard were quartered in the innumerable barracks. There was no lack of society. Not the cream of the cream, perhaps, but charming, lively, and gay. The 777th Mounted Chasseurs of the Imperial Guard were garrisoned in that antique quarter of barracks and churches, convents and royal harems, once known as the Parc aux Cerfs. South of the great central avenue leading from the Place d'Armes to Paris, you found its huge monumental entrance on the right of the Rue de l'Orangerie, once the hotel of the Gardes du Corps du Roi. It boasted a frontage at once chaste and imposing. The high window of the mess-room, balconied and dominated by a lofty pediment, surmounted the great gates of wrought iron rolling back upon a wide sanded courtyard. If I do not err, the quarters of M. le Colonel were upon the second floor upon the left-hand side of the gate, immediately above a confectioner's, whence rose delicious odors of baking pastry and simmering chocolate to titillate the nostrils of Mademoiselle. The sleeping chamber and boudoir, described in the colonel's letter as hung with rosebud chintz and elegantly furnished, the little kitchen on the same floor, full of pots and bright pans, scoured by the colonel's soldier servant into dazzling brilliancy, more than fulfilled the expectations provoked beforehand. After the cooking one got at the convent, and in default of the much better dinner Mademoiselle could have evolved out of similar materials, it was a meal for demigods. And you do not know Juliet if you imagine she did not dispose of her share. I am gourmand me, she would assure her confidants in all sincerity, fitting the tip of a slender finger into a dint that would have needed slight persuasion to become a dimple. I love good dishes, or how should I be able to cook them? One of these days it is possible that I may even grow fat. Believe me, I am not joking. Already I perceive the beginning of a double chin. But even while Juliet laughed and clapped her little hands in delight at the paternal witticisms, while she leaned upon her colonel's shoulder or sat upon the arm of his chair, while her slender arm twined round his neck, and her cheek, no longer ivory pale, but painted by the delicate brush of the artist's joy with the loveliest rose flush, was tickled by the waxed end of his martial mustachio, the hateful shadow of the faceless Charles rose up and thrust itself between. It was heavy though impalpable, and diffused a numbing chill throughout the little apartment. Perhaps the father felt it, for as they sat together talking by the cheerful fire of crackling beech billets that burned upon the open hearth, he gradually fell silent. You can see him in his undress uniform jacket of green cloth, braided, frogged, and with fur edging, unhooked at the neck and showing the white shirt, stiff linen collar, and scarlet tie. His polished boots and bright spurs, buttons, buckles, and so forth reflected the dancing firelight. His forage cap, a headdress gaudy and bizarre enough to have come out of a Christmas cracker, crowned a porcelain bust of a young negress, chocolate-hued, with purplish crimson lips, pink protruding tongue, and rolling onyx eyes, an art object left behind as too fragile for transport by the previous occupant of the quarters, while his long saber leaned against her wooden pedestal. The other hand sometimes rested on his knee, sometimes touched his daughter's hair, for Juliet had slipped from her previous seat to the carpet, where she sat leaning against him, and all at once the chill barrier of reserve broke down. It was when a heavy tear splashed upon the hand that rested on the knee of the crimson overall, a strong, brown, manly hand, rather hairy on the back. It clenched as though the single drop had been of molten metal, and then Juliet caught it in both her own and spoke. "We have not said one word, but I know well that what is in my mind is in yours also. Feel," she drew the prisoned hand closely to her, "here lies your letter over where my heart is beating so. Much of it I comprehend, but the rest is anguish, mystery. War is threatened, that at least is clear. The regiment will sooner or later be ordered on active service. And, were your daughter the wife of a gentleman of her father's profession, you fear that she might suffer as her grandmother, as her own beloved dead mother did. But though my grandmother lost her husband, war spared her son. You returned to her and to my mother, not even wounded, darling. And if you apprehend for me a lot less fortunate, why need I marry anyone? Take me with you or leave me behind. I am your obedient daughter always, always. But I had rather you would take me, dear." He searched for phrases to disguise a truth that must stab. "If I met death upon the field, you by my side, you would be left alone and unprotected. Were I to leave you behind even, in the care of Madame Tessier, you would none the less be alone. There is safety in permanent ties, but only when her husband is by her side does the sacrament of marriage open a haven to a young girl where the libertine and the seducer dare not enter. I speak with certainty, only when her husband is by her side, so women were not to be trusted. His palms might have been burned had he not withdrawn them, so fiery the sudden blush that rose in the clear, pale cheeks. Barely comprehending his meaning, she faltered. "My mother was a saint. What I have said does not apply to her. And my mother's." And looking, she bleached and shuddered in sympathy. His haunted eyes and haggard face bent over an upturned white mask that had little of the grace of girlhood left in it. The distended pupils encroached upon the blue until her eyes seemed inky black. He would have withdrawn the hand she held in both hers, but the soft little fingers turned to living steel, and he could not free himself. And the blue-black eyes staring out of the pinched elfin face quested in search of something that his own eyes strove to hide. As though his had been the weaker nature, and hers the stronger, impossible, the creature being feminine, he felt his loathed secret being relentlessly drawn to light. The clear, unshaken question, "I would stake my soul upon it." But during the war in the Crimea, when the Allies watered with the best blood of France and England that fatal soil, her loyalty to the absent husband weakened, her heart strayed. He struck himself upon the breast passionately. Yet here beat a heart that would have throbbed for love in death, had her lips kissed the shape of icy clay that housed it. It burns now with shame that I must strip off the veil of secrecy that until this moment has hidden from thee thy mother's sin. The head bent, a swift kiss touched his hand. Her mouth felt very cold. He went on, realizing that she demanded it. "After the triumph, I hastened to Auteuil, where she and her child were living with my mother. That sainted soul met me at the door. The first glimpse of her face told the terrible intelligence. Had other lips than those beloved ones stabbed me with the truth, that night my revolver would have ended it. I would not have lived to endure the pity in the faces of the friends who loved me, the curiosity in strangers' eyes." She murmured now. "It was the August of 1856. Thou hadst 5 years, and thy curls were as soft and as yellow as chicken down. Thy mother used to say, 'Juliet will never be black like me.' That disloyal mother had been the darkest of brunettes, ivory-skinned and ebon-haired, with eyes of tawny wine color, and the tall, lithe, exuberant form of a goddess of Grecian myth. To question the man she had deserted with regard to his betrayer seemed hideous, and yet Juliet strung herself to the effort, faltering. Do not tell me if it costs thee too much. His comprehension was instant. Very coldly the answer came. They had met at one of the imperial receptions at the Tuileries. Is he alive? He rose to his feet and said sternly, not looking at his daughter, but directly at the wall before him. He lived to meet his end during the Prusso-Austrian War. He had left Paris en route for Berlin when my representative called at the Prussian embassy. Strive as I would, I could gain no answer from him, nor might the utmost influence I could command obtain a response to my cartel. This being so, the disgrace is his, not mine. He grew quite tall in saying this. So dignified was the little tubby man, so noble in his soldierly simplicity. His daughter looked up at him, wondering at him, loving him, sorrowing over him, yet yearning to hear more of that beloved, faithless one who had dealt those bleeding wounds he now bared in the sight of the child she had deserted, and plowed such deep lines in his wrung and suffering face. The words would break out, though she nipped her lips to stop them. Did you not forgive her before she died? His garde à vous roared down the files like a spherical mortar shell. His charges might have set dead men and horses up and galloping. Indeed, his nickname among the troopers of his regiment was, I believe, nothing less than Bouch a few. When he thundered the answer to Juliet's question, not only did Mademoiselle Bayard leap to her feet, vibrating in every fiber of her slender, rigid body, but the crystal drops of the mantelshelf chandeliers left by the previous tenant danced and tinkled, and the panes of the windows rattled in their frames. What more the colonel might have said was drowned, as the customary fanfare of trumpets sounded from the mess, heralding the loyal toast. Then the Vive l'Empereur. The colonel's own duty called him elsewhere, and he was glad of it. He muttered an inaudible word, his eyes averted from his daughter, took his cap, gloves, and riding whip, and strode jingling from the room. Ah, it would need a great artist in words to depict the swift and changing emotions that swelled and wrung the heart of the poor girl he left behind him, and give some adequate idea of the storm that swept over her in that lonely hour. Joy at the discovery that the adored mother of her childish memories yet lived was drowned in anguish at the piercing thought. She lives, but not for me. Shame burned her cheeks to crimson, grief washed them white again. Her heart bounded in her bosom, or sank, heavy as lead. Except Madame Suchard, the soldier's wife who had been engaged to wait upon Mademoiselle de Bayard, and who now might be heard washing up the dinner plates and dishes in the little kitchen, there was no earthly woman near to whom she might turn for comfort in this her hour of need. But as she wept, not the freely flowing tears of girlhood, but with the dry sobbings and painful convulsions that tortured women know, there chimed from the great cathedral church of St. Louis close by, the first long triple of the Angelus, echoed by the thinner-sounding bells from the convent of the Augustinian sisters, from the priory of the Bernardine fathers, from the house of the Sowers de l'Esperance, from the house of the Little Sisters of the Poor. And then she went to her room and knelt at the little straw-bottomed prie-dieu that stood before her crucifix, and prayed with passionate earnestness that he, who when hanging upon his cross of agony gave his mother to be our mother, would hear her pure prayer of intercession for that mother who had deserted her child. And pending the miracle, toward which end masses should be offered and communions given, obedience to that father so cruelly betrayed, so bitterly wronged, must, more than ever, be the watchword of Juliet. Sorrowfully she sought her bed to remember, the moment her head touched the pillow, that although she had mustered courage to plead against the colonel's sentence of marriage, provoking him thereby to reveal the long-hidden secret of his betrayal, she had never mentioned Charles except by inference. What was he like? This young man, pious, virtuous, devoted to his mother, energetic, frugal, a manufacturer of, and merchant in, the commodity of woolen cloth. Could one build a husband out of such materials? Was it possible? She tried once more. The effort led to tossing and turning. Conscience is most active in the night watches. Juliet's bosom monitor reproached her with having boasted to dear Monica's untidy brother of the faceless Charles's mastery of the art of fence. Other lapses from the strict line of veracity had preceded and followed. She had told one curious girl that Charles owned the form of an athlete and hair of ruddy chestnut. Another had reaped the information that he possessed a profile resembling that of Edgar Ravenswood, with dark, melancholy eyes and a jet-black mustache of the kind that is silky and sweeps. Yet another eager inquirer had elicited the information that Charles was quite a duodecimo edition of a lover, slender, brilliantly fair, and not much taller than the bride-elect. Should it occur to these girls to compare notes in some hour of recess or exercise, what would be the impression conveyed to the great class? One had left school, however, and one was glad of it. To go back with that tragic secret locked in one's bosom and mingle with fortunate girls whose mothers were good women, happily alive or safely in paradise, how could one have borne that? A well-known footstep outside the door of her room, which opened from the little salon, and a gentle rustling sent a shiver through her. When the step moved away with its soldierly jingle of spurs accompanying it, de Bayard's daughter sat up in bed and kissed both hands to him, passionately, stretching out her arms with a wide gesture as though something of the maternal mingled with her love for him now. When lights out sounded, and the gas was extinguished, and no line of yellow showed under the door, and the footsteps retreated and his door shut upon them, Juliet crept out of bed, lighted the candle, and picked up the scrap of paper that had been pushed across her threshold by the strong, beloved hand. It proved to be a note dated that day, and addressed from the Tessier's house in the Rue de Provence, in Madame's angular, spidery calligraphy. Felicitations to her dear friend on the safe return of his cherished one were followed by regrets. My Charles, alas, will be detained in Belgium at least until the Mardi Gras. The meeting of these dear young people must necessarily be deferred until that date. But tomorrow being the feast of Saint Polycarp, possibly M. le Colonel would bring Mademoiselle to visit a friend, old and most affectionate, punctually at the hour of 1 midi. With tender remembrances, the note concluded. Beneath the signature, Marie Anastasie Tessier, M. le Colonel had scrawled in pencil the curt intimation, arranged H.A.A. de B. But slippered footsteps patrolled the Colonel's room until gray dawn showed between the slits of the window shutters, and the heavy sighs and muttered words that broke from him would have wrung his daughter's faithful heart. Sleepless and haggard, the first pale beams of January daylight found him still pacing his brown-striped drugget, a letter, the cause of his own and another's misery, crushed in his strong right hand. December 18, 1869. Monsieur, no legal remedy was sought by you for the injuries you allege that you sustained through the infidelity of the lady who until the autumn of 1856 occupied, and without reproach, the position of your wife. Further, during the years of her absence from your side, she has neither asked nor received from you any monetary payments toward her support and maintenance, facts which certainly appear to suggest consent and knowledge upon your part. You may further be aware that His deceased Excellency, Count Maximilian von Schönwalverden, late junior military attaché to the Prussian General Staff, fully atoned for an indiscretion of his earlier years by making an ample settlement upon Madame de Bayard, and that she is now in a position to render liberal assistance to relatives whom fortune has not dowered with ample means. The young lady in question is still unmarried, under age, and therefore subject to maternal authority, and our client does not disguise her hope that, by awakening the long silent chords of filial tenderness, she may gain a powerful advocate upon the side of reconciliation, reunion, and that unblemished and peaceful happiness which is only to be found by the domestic fireside. Recollect, monsieur, that no legal bar exists to this most virtuous and irreproachable aspiration. And understand that unless a favorable answer is shortly received by our firm to the application now made by us to you on behalf of our client, her next appeal will be made to your daughter and hers. We remain, etc. A solicitors. Thus a civil marriage with her paramour had been rendered impossible to Adelaide, even had the Count desired it. Now, furnished with ample means by the generosity of her dead lover, did the false wife seek at the hands of the injured husband rehabilitation in return for a heap of tainted gold. Horrible thought, the walls of the room seemed to close upon de Bayard suffocatingly. He opened the window and leaned out, drawing in deep drafts of the frosty morning air. It cleared his brain. He realized, in the event of his contemptuous rejection of the hideous bargain, a menace to his daughter's peace of mind. Motherhood is of all earthly relationships the most sacred. Yet there are mothers who, in revenge for disappointed hopes and thwarted ambitions, have not hesitated to strike, through their own offspring, at husbands abhorred. More than ever, the husband of Adelaide bent to his determination of placing Juliet, at the earliest moment, safe out of reach of that spotted maternal embrace. Chapter 21. Upon the following afternoon, the colonel duly escorted Mademoiselle to the dwelling of Madame Tessier. You may conceive that the portly little warrior, when panoplied in the full-skirted, black frock coat, gray peg-top trousers, black cravat and vest, and curly-brimmed silk chimney-pot of private life, looked a very gallant gentleman. To her timidly cast bait, the colonel barely vouchsafed a rise. One may imagine a dialogue of timid interrogations and baffling replies, running somewhat after this fashion. I pray you be kind enough to describe him to me. Look in the one before you search the others, it will be wise, assuredly. But my fathers, could the most exacting bride-elect demand more than this? In addition, he has a fine hand. The owner of the commended extremity might in addition be possessor of a good figure, broad shoulders, a handsome nose. And yet hunchbacks occasionally have neat hands, and the colonel had only testified to one. That idea might be dismissed as fanciful. Of course, Charles had the proper complement of legs and arms. Half smiling at her own terrors, Juliet murmured, "Yes, a fine hand for a stroke at billiards." In addition, it cannot be denied that Charles has a magnificent head. Bookkeeping by de Balentry is infant's play to this admirable young man. He must teach thee the logarithms, my child, when thou art married. Docile and intelligent as thou art, thou wouldst quickly learn to be his secretary and head clerk. It should be a true wife's ambition to help her husband in business, and this is alone possible when his avocations are of the strictly civil kind. Now she must perforce mend the gray goose-quill of a knight of the counting-house. You might have seen how her slender throat swelled against the encircling band of velvet. Tears sprang to her eyes. To keep them back, she bit her lip, straightened her back, and shrugged, one barely perceptible shrug. The colonel said, was his kind glance a little troubled as it turned on her, "I understand that at this country hamlet, near the town of Mons, is situated the manufactory of his partner, M. The name for the moment escapes me. He is a wealthy gentleman of excellent Flemish family. The daughter, I remember, was called Clemence or Clementine." Juliet expressed a preference for the name of Clementine. The colonel begged her pardon. After all, it was Clemence. That did not matter. Mademoiselle liked the name of Clemence nearly as well as Clementine. The colonel tugged at the other side of the fiercely waxed mustache and changed the subject. "The pavement rings beneath the heel. I prophesy frost tonight. Thou art cold, my child, I saw thee shiver. Shall we walk more quickly? It will be better so." The young blood in her veins answered to the pleasant stimulus of exercise. Her cheeks were rose-tinted porcelain, her eyes blue stars, despite her wretchedness, by the time they reached Madame Tessier's door. The house of the widow Tessier was in the Rue de Provence, which runs north from the Avenue de Saint Cloud, not far from above its junction with the Carrefour de Montreuil, and ends at the corner of the Boulevard de la Réunie. A quiet, retiring street, its houses separated by ample gardens, hidden by high walls of brick faced with fine gray Caen stone, generally festooned with pretty creepers and overtopped by stately trees. A noble pine shaded the green glass conservatory, large enough to be termed a winter garden, which projected on the south side, from what was a solidly built villa plastered yellow, with a raised ground floor, second story and attic story with mansard windows, the short sloping roof, and these, indeed, the whole of the attic story to the floor line, where a fine-worked cornice of stone ran round the building, being covered with grayish-blue slates. You are to understand that the roof of the kitchen formed a leaden terrace upon which the bay of the drawing room and other ground floor windows opened. These, like the windows on the basement and upper stories, being furnished with outside shutters, the slatted wooden pattern with which continental travelers are familiar, yellow painted to match the plaster of the walls. The terrace could be gained by a short flight of stone steps rising upon your right as you entered. But upon a visit of ceremony, you went on to the main entrance, which was reached by a handsome ascent of 5 broad, shallow steps of the Khan stone, continued along the north and east sides of the house, so that from any of the ground floor windows, which were all of antique French door pattern, you could descend into the garden at will. The hall door commanded a view of the stables and the cottage attached to them, whose tenant combined the office of coachman with the duties of a gardener. You could not call those buildings unpicturesque, covered as they were with the now leafless branches of a great vine and a magnificent wisteria. Beyond there stretched a kitchen garden, with beds of flowers and vegetables, under glass and in the open, and splendid espaliers, whence many a basket of luscious cherries, huge blue plums, brown Bon Cration pears, and melting nectarines were gathered for the table in the season of such luscious fruits. And behind, and to the north side of the villa, was the pleasance, which must have formed part of a nobleman's park at one time. From the eastern boundary wall jutted a stone pipe, ending in a mask, from the mouth of which fell a jet of clear water, forming a tiny pond, and a brook that ran away between stones, covered with moss and overgrown with ferns and water plants. But just now the pond was frozen, and a great icicle hung from the jaws of the grinning satyr, and the blackened leaves of the water-loving plants and club mosses were hidden under a thin covering of recently fallen snow. What strange uses this place was to serve before the terrible year of 1870 was ended. How many letters signed, Charles, were to be drawn by the tiny hand of P.C. Briggs Infanta from that grinning satyrmouth. Entering the house, for you are to see it plainly, serving as it did for a theater upon whose table the lifeblood of France was to flow, and her body, beneath the steady, skillful hands of a man well fitted to perform such operations, was fated to undergo a terrible mutilation. Entering the house by the double glass doors, you found yourself in a parquet hall, furnished with empire consoles and large mirrors in frames of tarnished gilding. Under this was the opening to a servant's stairway leading down to the kitchen beneath the terrace. Upon your left was a small door masking another servant's stairway leading to the attics, and beyond this 2 large folding doors, covered with green baize, led into a medium-sized but lofty apartment, used as the dining room, looking out on the garden, and hung with a crimson flock paper patterned with gilt palm leaves, against which hung some large landscapes and antique hunting scenes in oils. There was a handsome white marble fireplace, with a high mantel slab supported by terminal figures, one a nymph, wanton-lipped and languid-eyed, her full voluptuous bosom partly veiled by a leopard's skin, her disheveled hair crowned with ivy, like that of her companion, a fawn and young, judging by his budding horns. A door at the farther end of this winter garden gave access to a small room lined with books, classical works by standard French authors for the most part, smelling moldy and apt when a curious hand strove to remove them from their shelves, to stick to their neighbors on either side. And looking at the conservatory from outside, one perceived, running along the entire length of the rounded glass roof, a wrought iron gangway or double-sided balcony, from which, according to the testimony of Madame, the late M. Tessier, from whose dressing room this aerial promenade could be gained by a glass door, had been accustomed to enjoy the prospect and breathe the air. Chapter 22. Madame, a discreet and sensible-looking person, with very little more mustache than is becoming to a Frenchwoman of 60, embraced Juliet warmly on both cheeks, and graciously received the Colonel's salute upon her mittened left hand. The mittens were invariably black in tribute to the memory of the late M. Tessier. Madame's half-mourning, grey poplin gown, trimmed with black gimp upon the gores, round the bottom of the expansive skirt, and upon the waist and shoulder lappets, might have been the same she had always worn in Juliet's memory. Her cap had lavender ribbons, her front was bay, whereas it had been chestnut, and the net of black chenille velvet, in which she confined her back hair, plentiful in quantity and iron gray like her mustache and eyebrows, had silver beads upon it here and there. The colonel, having accepted a glass of the good vintage and consumed a biscuit, expressed a desire to walk round the garden. Madame, who had suggested the excursion, and Juliet, who had gone goose-flesh all over, were left to a tete-a-tete. During the collation described above, Mademoiselle's blue eyes had discreetly raked the walls of the dining room in search of portraits. Nothing rewarded her search but a highly varnished oil presentment of a simpering young woman in the vast flowery bonnet, the bunches of side curls, and the high-waisted gown of 1830, in whom one must perforce discover Madame in her 20th year. A case of 3 miniatures hung beside the copper wood tongs on the left of the fireplace. When Madame affectionately leaned to her young guest, patted her hand, and bade her take her seat upon a green velvet fauteuil between Madame's own high-backed armchair and the carved oak-framed, glass-covered embroidery picture of Dido on her funeral pyre that served as fire screen, Juliet, in the act of transit, cast a rapid glance at this case. In vain. Only M. Tessier, in a high satin stock, gray curls and strips of side whisker, Madame in a lace cap, fiddle-bodied brown silk gown, berthe and cameo brooch, and a chubby infant of indeterminate sex, with sausage curls and tartan shoulder knots, rewarded her anxious scrutiny. She could not restrain a sigh. To be taken by the chin is not unpleasant to a young lady, under the right conditions and given certain circumstances. But when the ringed and bony fingers enclosed in Madame's black mitten turned the small, pale oval to the light, a choking lump rose in Juliet's throat, and the black lashes veiled the eyes her aged friend would have peered in. She felt given over to harpies, abandoned and alone. Almost she could have rushed to one of the long French windows, wrenched it open, and fled to the shelter of her father. I wonder whether the colonel was as ill at ease as his daughter, as he paced the winding paths under the leafless trees, between the beds of snow-powdered ground ivy, already sprinkled with patches of aconite in partially thawed places, shining yellow as little suns against dark leaves and wet brown earth. She could see him from the nearer of the 3 long windows opening on the steps that led to the garden. He walked among the trees bareheaded, holding his high silk hat and gold-topped Indian cane behind him, his handsome double chin bent upon his breast, his fine face full of care. Even his boldly curled mustaches seemed to droop under the weight of sorrows that were no longer hidden from his child. At the bottom of his heart he distrusted her, she was almost certain, and from the bottom of her own heart she forgave the cruel wrong. He had come to believe, since the great betrayal, that every woman save the mother of all mothers, and his own had it in her to play the traitress, given the opportunity. Thus the opportunity was not to be given to Juliet. Madame was speaking. She no longer held the little chin, though the chill of her hard fingertips still seemed to cling to it. She smiled benevolently, making curves of parenthesis in her well-powdered cheeks, and sometimes punctuating her sentences by a rather disconcerting click of teeth that were too startlingly white and never seemed to fit properly. One understands, my cherished, click, that this visit is a little tryst for thee. One who should have been here to welcome thee does not appear. To repress the feelings is convenable, click, in a young girl of good education, but nevertheless one cannot hide the oppression of the heart. Rest assured, my little one, that my Charles, who is to be thy Charles so soon, Madame's playfulness, emphasized by the click described, was more than a little grisly, suffers as thou dost. He is chagrined to the very soul, believe me, that he cannot be with thee here today, detained in Belgium, at Mons-sur-Treuil, where he has a manufactory for the production of woolen fabrics, by important business, in connection with an immense order given by a Paris firm of click drapers. Thou canst picture him counting the hours that must elapse before the happy moment of his return. He is ardent, my Charles, noble, sincere, religious, and candid. I, his mother, say to thee, thou art happy, click, to have won the love of so estimable a young man. And with this maternal peroration, 2 gray poplin sleeves went out and enfolded Mademoiselle de Bayard, and 2 rapid touches of Madame Tessier's mustache visited first her left cheek, and then her right one. Fluttering like a caught robin, Juliet faltered. she added, released from the imprisoning sleeves, and with a bright red rose of agitation blooming in the center of each pale cheek. Alas, I refer to the love of M. Charles Tessier. If I might know where he has seen me. I cannot recollect his ever having been presented to me. In my mind, madame, your son has no form, no features. It is terrible, but there you have the fact. The truth was out at last. Now that the room had left off whirling, Madame's benevolent smile shone forth unchanged. She clicked and returned with archness that was labored. My Juliet, I comprehend. Thou wert just a little bewildered. Thy father has not made it quite clear. Ah, naughty M. le Colonel, I shall scold him by and by. Juliet's little hands went out entreatingly. Only explain, dearest madame, for I am bewildered, as you say truly. My father's command that I should leave school, provide myself with a trousseau, and come here to be married instantly to M. Charles Tessier was so brusque, so sudden, that I might be pardoned for saying I have felt less like a young girl than a poor lamb, hurriedly taken from the fold and driven to the butcher's yard. Juliet felt more than ever like the lamb of her analogy, as she strove to read the meaning of the smile. Madame continued, too much boldness, an excessive display of sang-froid, my Charles has ever disliked in women. When I tell him how gentle thou art, how sensitive and how spiritual, he will say to me, my mother, thou hast chosen well, and when he sees thee. But then, he has never seen me. She said, and though the treacly suavity had gone out of her voice, Juliet liked it better. Thy father, the son of my beloved friend Antoinette de Bayard, does not desire that the husband of his Juliet should be a member of the military profession. I am averse to the idea of my son's bestowing his name upon the Protestant daughter of a Flemish woolen manufacturer. For that was originally my son's intention, I will not seek to deny. I wrote to my son, I poured out my maternal heart in pleadings the most earnest, the most tender. I recalled to him the dispositions of his late father's will. Under this document, Madame went on, drying a tear with a deep-hemmed cambric handkerchief, I possess the power at pleasure to divert from Charles and his heirs a considerable portion of his sainted father's funded property. And that power, said Madame, drying another tear, I solemnly assured my child, would, in the event of his union with Mademoiselle Clémence Basselot, unhesitatingly be used. Madame tapped them to silence with a mittened finger and pursued her way. Charles is profoundly reasonable, a quality he inherits from both parents. He wrote to me a letter inexpressibly touching in its expressions of filial trust and confidence, over which, I assure thee, I have shed the most consoling tears. Now she drew it out, and Juliet saw a blue envelope directed in a handwriting of the businesslike, copperplate description. The sheet of white paper the envelope contained had an engraved picture heading of a square building possessing many windows. No doubt the Belgian cloth manufactory, possessed in partnership by M.M. Basselot and Tessier. From the page, closely covered all down one side with regular lines of mercantile handwriting, Madame read, Thy arguments, so delicate, yet so powerful, have convinced me of the impossibility of the union toward which, I will own, my wishes urged me. I abandon the idea henceforth. Since Mademoiselle Clémence is not to be mine, choose then for me, best and noblest of women. Let her who taught my infant lips to murmur the beloved name of mother select for me some virtuous young girl, upon whom I may confer the equally sacred title of wife. Thy Charles, and there, with a flourish like a double lasso, M. Tessier's letter ended, leaving Juliet swaying between the impulse to shriek with laughter and the urgent desire to melt away in tears. Madame came to her rescue by proposing a visit to the billiard room, built and appointed by the late M. Tessier to afford his son wholesome recreation at home. For otherwise, Madame explained, the young man might have been allured by the amusements to be found in the saloons of the Hôtel des Réservoirs and other brilliant and fashionable lounges, full of dissipated civilians and officers of every branch of the military and naval services. Clubs Madame regarded as gateways to eternal perdition. She dried another tear as she thanked heaven that her beloved child did not belong to one. When possible, she added, Charles avoided restaurants. A congenital delicacy of constitution rendered over-seasoned dishes little less than poison to him. He habitually suffered from nettle rash after the consumption of shellfish. Green salad was, upon this count, pernicious to his well-being. Nor should he ever be permitted to sleep without a nightcap, having been subject to earache from his youth. The mental picture of Charles, suffering from an attack of nettle rash and crowned with his protective nightcap, sent the listener's balance dipping toward hysteria. They were in the billiard room, a pleasant, longish salle, with 2 high windows opening on the frontward terrace. The glass door stood open leading into the winter garden, from whence came a smell of hot water pipes, damp moss and mold, with an added whiff of ferniness, and a suggestion of the cockroaches and mice that pervaded the place. And then, thou seest, my sweet Juliet, pray imagine Madame, indicating with a lifted mitten a gilt-framed square of canvas hanging between the 2 French windows, a speaking portrait, painted but 2 years ago of I should say, of our beloved Charles. Those eyes of Juliet's fastened on the canvas a single moment before their dusky lashes dropped. It was impossible, Mademoiselle told herself, to detest a being so utterly devoid of character, a human pad of blotting paper, as uninteresting as a counting-house stool. One could only pity him and hope for his mother's sake that sound business capacities were concealed behind that characterless forehead, topped with brown hair cut very short and standing upon end, and wonder at or congratulate Mademoiselle claimants. Flamans are generally big and muscular. One could only hope that she had taken Charles by his sloping shoulders and soundly shaken him when he had backed out of his proposal of marriage. Though possibly he had never spoken to the girl at all. Le Colonel found his daughter silent during their walk back to the barracks. After a questioning eye-shot or so at the dainty little figure that moved so demurely beside him, abandoning the vain endeavor to read her mood from the droop of the pure eyelids, the chiseled lines of the exquisite profile, the father relapsed into his own sad thoughts. And then Juliet, stealing a glance at him, realized with a pang that his once luxuriant black curls were thinning in places and already thickly sown with white hairs. The upright martial carriage was marred by a rounding of the shoulders, the stoop of a man upon whose back sits perched black hair. The seams of the immaculately brushed frock coat of civil ceremony were shiny in places. The rosette of red ribbon at the lapel was frayed and faded, the tiny metal tarnished and dull. Perhaps the mood of the wearer, be it hopeful or despondent, can affect the apparel, as the chameleon's wrinkled skin changes from the hue of dead bark to the vivid green of young leaves when sunlight touches it, and fades back to the neutral tint when the golden ray is withdrawn. Juliet would not have thanked me for that analogy of the prehensile-tongued, long-tailed lizard. Inconstancy, as described by the poets, is typified by the chameleon, and her faith in the sincerity and truth of her colonel was founded upon the living rock. We know that she had, or thought she had, discovered why he dared not trust her to a husband whose career must lead him from her. My blood, she had murmured to herself sorrowfully. It must, she meant unfaith, be in my blood. The reason for his desperate haste was all beyond her. It must be cruel because it hurt him so. That heart of hers was as great as she herself was tiny. Titania at need could love like a Titaness, and the blood of Antigone runs in the veins of living women even to this day, though the noble daughter of Oedipus died a virgin unspotted. When the fairy hand in the perfectly fitting gray glove crept under the colonel's elbow, it gave, with the smile that accompanied it, a silent pledge of fidelity to the death. That night, a letter was penned to Monica in the small, delicately pointed handwriting that seemed appropriate to Juliet. To you, dear friend, who have exacted of me the pledge that I will write to you before all, a faithful description of the person of my future husband, I hasten to fulfill the vow. Charles Tessier has a fine head and a fine hand. My father praises his capacity for business and his skill at the billiard table with equal fervor. Of his powers of conversation, I have as yet not sufficient experience to afford you an opinion. In the presence of his mother, he has been silent and reserved. His letters, however, are eloquently expressed and forcible. When I mention his letters, it should be explained that affairs have entailed upon him the necessity of a journey to Belgium, where he remains for the present at the house of his partner, M. Basselot. Thou wilt draw from this the correct conclusion that I am not yet married. Do not forget to pray for thy faithful J.I. Prismone party. I am sensible me. In answer to a second letter from Monica, received upon the ending of the month, there came. The poor young girl had no intention of wounding a heart at once so courageous and so proud. His fellow student is unjust to himself. Why term that brutality which was merely honest brusquerie? Yet if he gave pain, and I do not deny it was so, he may rest assured he has been forgiven. Tell this to thy brother from. I visit his mother nearly every day. An excellent housekeeper and cuisinière, she is charmed with my skill in cooking. For her and for my father, who dines with her frequently, I plan delightful little menus. They eat and praise the dishes and cry, at least Madame cries, "Ah, heaven! If my Charles were only here." In a letter which this morning's post brought me from the person mentioned, he dwells with that impassioned luxuriance of imagery, warmth of color, and fullness of expression not denied to his sex, upon our approaching union. One cannot deny that it is pleasant to be the sole object in life of a young man so worthy and so amiable, and, ah, my dearest, were the sacrifice of a personal wish demanded of me, could I, knowing what I scratched out, refuse to gratify the cherished desire of my dear father's heart? Each day that finds me by his side closes in deeper respect and love more ardent. Our Lord, whose will it was to leave me motherless, decreed that in him I should find the tenderness of a father and that of a mother too. J. M. de B. For the delectation of those readers who are anxious to sample the luxuriant imagery, glowing color, and plenitude of expression ascribed to the epistolary communication received by Mademoiselle de Bayard from M. Charles. Tessier, I append the letter referred to as above. In Mademoiselle, raw cloths are now subjected to perching, knotting, milling, washing, hydro-extracting, gigging, cutting, cropping, boiling, brushing, and steaming processes of the latest invention, and we claim that the output of our manufactory will henceforth vie with the first qualities of goods advertised by the leading firms of Belgium, England, and France. My mother's letters palpitate with your praises. What happiness, Mademoiselle, awaits the man who shall be privileged to confer upon such beauty, goodness, and amiability the sacred name of wife. You will be interested to hear that for Saxonies, tweeds, merinos, and cashmeres for ladies' drapery our house maintains its old reputation, as well as for the heavier fabrics of masculine wear. Were I now at your side, how enchanting it would be to confide to you that we have struck out a bold and original line in dress stuffs, dyed with the new agent called aniline. It is extracted from coal tar, and the magenta so much admired by our Parisian mondaines is obtained from it by treating the crude substances with the chloride of tin. From magenta, we derive rose aniline, a dye as delicate yet as passionate as a lover's fondest wishes. In an experiment recently made in my presence, I beheld a pure young girl immerse in a solution of this extraction containing a little ammonia, a spotless lily, when instantly the virginal blossom's whiteness was changed to the loveliest roseate hue. Thus, dear Mademoiselle, your soul, so chaste, so spotless, and so innocent, being plunged in the consecrated vat of marriage, will assume the glowing hue of love. Bleu de Lion with violet imperial, all the most fashionable shades of mauve and other colors can be obtained by methods equally simple, and with the addition of aldehyde and sulfuric acid, we secure a green of the most brilliant and a yellow that enchains the eye. By a simple process, these colors may be fortified to stand the test of washing, as firmly and unchangeably as the affection I am privileged to offer you, which is hallowed by the blessing of the best of mothers, and of a father noble as your own. Receive, then, dear Mademoiselle, the tenderest assurances of devotion. Over this epistle, apparently begotten between a trade circular and a polite letter writer, Juliet had wept helpless tears of mirth. Reading it, one may conjure up a picture of the excellent Charles, spurred by the maternal threat of partial disinheritance to a desperate effort, bending over the paper in the throes of composition, diluting the ink with the sweat of a non-intellectual brow. Also, one may suspect the anonymous heroine of the experiment with the lily to have been none other than Mademoiselle Clémence Basselot, but the suspicion has not, to the present date, been verified. Chapter 23. The Spanish crown upon the head of a Hohenzollern, rather a Montpensier, intolerable as that would have been. True, the Almanach de Gotha had offered to General Prim, President Zorilla, and the Cortes, assembled in solemn session, only the unwelcome alternative of the legal heir to the throne going begging. True, the Spanish people were very well satisfied with the idea of being ruled by a Catholic gentleman of royal blood, suitable age, handsome person, and military experience, married to a Portuguese princess, and possessing 2 healthy sons. The security and the dignity of the French nation are endangered by this candidacy, cried Jules Favre. According to M. Thiers, the nominacy was not only an affront to the nation, but an enterprise adverse to its interests. Gambetta cried aloud that all Frenchmen must unite for a national war. Marshal Vaillant made a memorandum in his notebook. This signifies war, or something very like it, and at the Council of Ministers hastily summoned to St. Cloud on the morning of the 6th of July, the Emperor passed to the Duc de Gramont, his foreign minister, a penciled communication. Notify Prince Gortschakoff at Petersburg that if Prussia insists upon the accession of the Prince of Hohenzollern to the throne of Spain, it will mean war. If it be impossible to prevent this, ran the peroration, strong in your support, messieurs, we shall perform our duty without hesitation or faltering. Here was an ultimatum that sounded the very note of war. Do you hear the echo of the thunderous acclamations that attended the foreign minister to his seat, the clapping of hands, stamping of feet, roaring of lungs that have been dust for more than 40 years, or are now on the point of dissolving into their native element? Naturally, because the right were defiant, the left called their utterances bellicose. Had the right manifested a disposition to turn the other cheek in scriptural fashion, the left would have passionately taunted this band of politicians with cowardice, lack of patriotism, indifference to the sacred cause of national freedom, would have accused them of being traitors to their country, and heaven knows what else. The press threw oil upon the roaring conflagration. Were this affront submitted to, cried the Gaulois, there would not exist a woman in the world who would accept a Frenchman's arm. The correspondent was relieved to find that Frenchmen once more have become Frenchmen. The Moniteur Universal was charmed to discover that the blame for this momentous conflict could never be attributed to the French government. The Figaro left off making a cockshy of the imperial dignity to admit that for once the emperor's official mouthpiece had spoken the right word. And the Débats praised the attitude taken by the government. Silence at this juncture would, it cried, have been pusillanimous. Shall the nation be accused of bowing its head for the second time before the cannon of Sadowa? Leon, in the shoes of Lord Cowley, at the English embassy in Paris, wrote to his chief that the unhappy affair had revived all the old animosity, though it seemed to him that neither the emperor nor his ministers really wish or expect war. The Times of July 8th was severe on the policy of Prussia. The Standard for once expressed the same opinion as the Times. The Daily Telegraph prophesied that the succession of the Prussian prince would mean France's present humiliation and future peril. The Pall Mall Gazette poked mordant fun at the attitude of unconsciousness assumed by King William, who, between sips of M's water, declared his ignorance of the whole affair. The Early Wire, backing and filling, kept an even keel for a day or two. Then said Mr. Newbit confidentially to P.C. Brigue one midsummer evening after the early supper, who, Mr. Newbit's wink was infinitely sagacious, is said on the strict QT to have put up Field Marshal Prim and the government at Madrid to making the proposal to the young gentleman, for the sake of giving a jolt-up to the elderly swell at the Tuileries. We all have our ideal heroes, Mr. Newbit added, and our chief's partiality dates from his acting in an emergency as special war correspondent for his own paper during the Prusso-Austrian War of 1866. It was at the Battle of, that name always beats me. took our chief's fancy uncommon, that did, as the iron sugar plums was dropping freely in the neighborhood, and when he had rode on, swearing at the colonel like anything you can imagine, the old man picked up a cigar stump he'd pitched away, and keeps it to this hour in the pen tray of the silver inkstand the proprietors presented him with when he came home. Men love Bismarck or lampoon him, swear by him or swear at him. He's the devil or a demigod, there's no alternative. Tell us a bit more, anything you can lay hold of. I want to see him stand out a bit clearer in my mind. And there's a golden sprig of blackberry bramble among the family quarterings, so perhaps there's something in it, after all. An ancestor of his who lived in the 16th century was a tailor, and a natural son of Duke Philip of Hesse, by the way. Duke Philip was a lineal descendant of Saint Elizabeth of Hungary, who, in her turn, was descended from the Emperor Charlemagne. They say that he permitted study to interfere so little with the more serious business of amusement that the name of Mad Bismarck was given him then, and had stuck to him even when he passed his examination as referendar, and began to practice law in the municipal court of Aix-la-Chapelle. Mr. Newbit, drinking in the information at every pore, nodded more, and P.C. Brigue obliged him. The officers of the garrison were a hard-drinking set of fellows, and the county junkers scorned to be outdone by them, so they hunted and shot and danced and made love to the local beauties. They dined and supped and gambled and fought duels. But my stars, what a constitution that man must have to be as hale and as hardy, and as upright as they say he is, at 55, and with a family of grown-up sons. One wonders how his sweetheart ever had the courage to marry such a ring-tailed roarer. But love's a thing you can't account for nohow. By betrothing himself privately to the Frailene first, and then calling openly to inquire how the family felt about it, he added, in response to the interrogative hoist of Mr. Newbit's eyebrows, and taking the precaution, upon entering the room, to hug the young lady before all her friends. To a dead certainty. And then he married her and went into politics, and today, when the press says Prussia, it means him, cried Mr. Newbit. What our chief likes, and what fetches me, is his cool audaciousness. If ever I chance to find myself in Berlin, he added, before visiting any state collection of art objects ever brought together, I'd choose to ave a look at that man. It was in my first semester at the university, and just after the Constitution of the North German Bund was put into force by royal patent. The Social Democrats had protested against the withdrawal of the Prussian garrison from the independent state of Luxembourg, wanted to rush Germany into war over the business, and they, as well as the Ultramontane, having plenty of followers among the students, both parties formed up on the platform of the railway station and gave the Count 3 groans. I can see him now, in civil dress, black frock coat, vest and trousers, with a white choker something like a Lutheran clergyman's, and he jammed his great black felt hat down on his head and thrust his huge body half out of the carriage window. His eyes, fierce blue eyes heavily pouched underneath and blazing from under shaggy eyebrows, swept over us as though we were a lot of squeaking mice, though he was laughing in a good-tempered sort of way, and he shouted something in dialect. They said it was a common Pomeranian proverb, "Let not live men fight over a dead dog." You have been talking A1 journalism, young man, as different from the stuff you commonly put on paper as gold is from this metal. He tapped the brass tobacco box. And my advice is for the future, write only of what you know, have felt, and heard and seen. He sucked despairingly at the wooden pipe he was filling and, finding it foul, stuck the stem in the spout of the boiling kettle, a practice abhorred of Miss Ling, and left it to be cleaned as he continued. Damn, though I'm not a swearer as a rule, said the little man, if I don't wish I could change places with something that has wings. The great man we have been a-talking of is, at this minute, at his country seat in Pomerania. That's the estate he bought with the grant, £60,000 English. It came to, the German parliament voted him after the Prussian-Austrian War. And the King of Prussia is at Ems, drinking the waters, and the French ambassador has been sent there by the Emperor Napoleon III to obtain a special audience, I'm told. And if you or me could swap jobs with a fly on the wall at one place or the other, being a German insect, it would be likely to understand their crack jaw language. Me or you would be able to supply a leaded half column for special issue that would fairly set the world afire. See this. He took the short poker from the top of Miss Ling's kitchen range, and pushing back his chair, rose and approached the wall, which was destitute of pictures, and distempered in an economical brown color. "Look here, I say," began P.C. Brieg. "The breath of genius inflates me," said Mr. Newbit, who had had more than his allowance of beer at supper. "The impulse to prophesy stimulates me. Look at this. Yes, Hohenzollern question no dead dog to France. Gaul and Teuton ripe for conflict. Bismarck's views. But there, my inspiration gives out," said Mr. Newbit, replacing the poker on the range and shaking his head mournfully. "Unless it was possible to change with that fly on the wall and take him at one of his expansive, confidential moments, if he ever has any, neither me nor any other man living will ever be able to give Bismarck's real views upon this or any other subject dealing with politics. Who's this?" The hall door had slammed a moment previously. There had been a step upon the oilcloth-covered basement staircase, and now it bore Miss Ling's first-floor lodger, Herr von Rosius, the quiet gentleman who taught German to English students and English to Germans at the Institute of Languages in Berners Street, W. Across the threshold of her tidy kitchen, pipe in mouth and hat in hand. "Mein Herren, I have to beg your pardons. I seek the Fräulein Ling," he was beginning, when suddenly the tall, broad-shouldered figure in the ill-fitting checked tweed clothes was petrified into rigidity. The felt hat he had civilly removed dropped from his hand, his jaws clenched on his inseparable meerschaum. Bolt upright, crimson to the hair, and staring through his steel-rimmed spectacles, he stood confronting the huge white letters that disfigured Miss Ling's brown distemper. Krusenarwitter was ist dies, Caroline heard him mutter in his own tongue. "Is ist in Jederman's Mund." Then he recovered himself almost instantly, picked up his hat, and gave good evening in his stiff, yet civil, way. Chapter 24. Good evening. "Miss Ling is out and won't be back for an hour," explained Mr. Newbit, "but if there was anything you were wanting in a hurry, I'll see that you get it somehow." "Thanks, thanks," said Herr von Rosius pleasantly. "So that I shall have my bill within an hour, I shall need nothing. Pray inform the Fräulein I have just received a cable from my family in Germany. They tell me I am wanted at home." "Sorry, sorry," said Mr. Newbit in his pouncing manner. Sudden, hope no bad news. "So I have resigned my post at the Berners Street Institute of Languages and got my passport from our North German consul in your city. Be so good to give my message to the Fräulein. I go upstairs to pack my trunks and bags." And yet the setting of his upper lip and the blank expression he throwed into his spectacles when I put a plain question to him have told me more about him than you've learned. I'll bet you a ginger ale that Germany is his mother, and he has been recalled to serve in the reserve force. I forget what they call it just now. "That's it. Listen to him singing," said Mr. Newbit, as the first-floor sitting-room door banged open again, heavy steps crossed the landing, and the robust baritone of Herr von Rosius trolled forth a fragment of song. "Now, if that might be anything in the Rule Britannia line, my ginger ale's as good as one." Camping under the helmet spike, we shall miss him, for a quieter and civiler lodger never wore out oilcloth. Hark, that was the hall door. Monsieur Meggett's back uncommon early. As a rule, after the museum print room closes, he goes to his club in Leicester Square. Mounting to the hall on his way upstairs, attended by the Ginger Tom, no longer a kitten, P.C. Brieg found them, surrounded by a blue haze of sweet caporal and navy cut, finishing a political discussion on the mat, while Mr. Mountenney, languidly leaning against the door-post of the ground-floor front parlor, listened with a detached and weary air. "C'est de Bouc émissaire, I tell you he is the scapegoat of a diplomat's malice," declared the French gentleman. "Of himself he is without designs, unambitious, a good child, nothing more. Brave as he is, has he not been trained from infancy to hardihood and acts of daring? Has he not slept with but a blanket for covering, and eaten the soldier's sausage of pea? Brave as he is, he dare not draw upon his unhappy country the terrible, the devastating, the exterminating wrath of France. The French gentleman whose profession was prince had spoken loudly, possibly without the design of being heard upon the first floor. Now, as he paused to wipe his streaming brow with a brilliant green silk handkerchief, a door upon the landing immediately above was suddenly thrown open, and as a trunk was dragged across the landing, a stave of the German equivalent to Rule Britannia boomed forth in Herr von Rosius's powerful baritone. While there's a drop of blood to run, our emperor assures us upon the honor of a Napoleon that, equipped and ready to the last buckle, to the final gaiter button, it waits but the signal to roll on. Its musket is infinitely superior to the Prussian needle gun, that feeble invention of an ill-balanced mind. Its artillery is commanded by a picked corps of officers, is enforced by that terrific weapon, the mitrailleuse. The army of Prussia is a bundle of dry bones, fastened together, not with living sinews, but with rusty wire. The Prussian monarch is a tottering pantaloon of 73, crowned with dusty laurels, who submits to be the puppet of a demon in human form. The genius of France is a divine and glorious being, whose soul burns with the noble thirst for warlike achievements, whose blood courses with the fire and heat of unimpaired youth. Her hosts will inundate the soil of Germany like a vast tidal wave, and in one moment obliterate. Pray pardon, he added, appearing on the staircase, emitting volumes of smoke from his big meerschaum. I so much regret the accident. He was attired in rough traveling clothes and wore an intensely practical woolen cap with ear flaps, though the July night was oppressively hot, and his spectacles were inscrutable as he gathered up the boots, slippers, and clothes brush that had escaped from the hold-all, leaned the bulky brown canvas mass against the hall wainscoting, and felt in the drawer of the rickety hat stand that never had hats on it, for the cab whistle that was wheezy from overwork. It is nothing, monsieur, you have not deranged me for an instant, returned M. Megget, with ominously smiling bonhomie. Then refixing his late audience with his eye, he went on as though the interruption had never happened. M. Megget continued, quavering and clutching his brow in the character of the terrified Hohenzollern, and imparting a tremor of agitation to his legs. The brand designed to set a world on fire has been quenched by my mother's tears and the entreaties of my wife and infants. Let M. de Bismarck mount the Spanish throne and adorn his crafty temples with this crown of piercing bayonets. I withdraw from this fatal candidacy, though the whole world should say. Possibly, remarked M. Megget, with a sardonic smile at the tall figure and broad shoulders that blocked the hall doorway, Herr von Rosius might be able to inform you. He felt for money in his trousers pocket as he answered composedly. Cain is to back out or to climb down, as the Americans would say. Excuse me. I go to pay my bills. Then his heavy footsteps thundered down the kitchen staircase, from whose hatchway he emerged a few minutes later, accompanied by Mr. Newbit, who had volunteered to help with the luggage, and this being stacked on the cab, their owner got into it, and Herr von Rosius, rigidly shaking hands with his English fellow-lodgers, and exchanging a distant salute with M. Megget, got into the fusty vehicle and was driven away to the triumphant strains of the Marseillaise. With thee and on her elm that she as, he went on shedding H's, as was his way when deeply meditative, I should doubt the correctness of that report. Still, I shall advise Maria to keep them first-floor apartments vacant a day or two, in case Mr. von Rosius's mother doesn't want him after all. What does Solomon say? Designs are strengthened by councils, and wars are to be managed by governments. There was a crumpled pale green paper lying near his boot upon the worn linoleum. He picked it up and saw that it was a cablegram issued by the North German Submarine Telegraph Company, addressed to von Rosius and containing a message of 4 words. Hauptquartier Berlin. Now, which shall I do? Asked Mr. Newbit, scanning the baffling foreign words written in the familiar English characters. Torn between conscientious scruples and a characteristic thirst for information, the little man was pitiable to see. Which shall I do? He repeated. Use this here for a pipe light, or show it to my young shaver upstairs. Upon Mr. Newbit striking a match, the young man, who was leaning back in his chair before the venerable Davenport, contemplating the dusk oblong of starry sky visible above the chimney pots of Bernard Street, shook himself free of thought as a setter shakes off water, and got up. "Feel out of sorts?" asked Mr. Newbit, burning his fingers and striking another match as he bustled to the single bracket over the narrow wooden mantel-shelf and lighted the gas. "Is anything wrong? The fact that I'm a nobody doesn't prevent me from wanting to wind up as somebody. Putting the case roughly, that's what's wrong. Them foundlings was nobodies, yet 2 of 'em lived to be Lord Mayors of London. Old Captain Coram, who founded the hospital, died neglected and forgotten, but nobody looking at his tomb in the chapel yonder will deny he wound up as somebody at last. The chap you're talking of was a philanthropist, and I'm not ashamed to want, to build a career for myself instead of founding a charity school. Your own talk has made me want, to get out of this little squirrel cage, even though there are nuts and sugar and bread in it all the year round." And his scowl was portentous. If this Hohenzollern hadn't backed out of the Spanish crown affair, when France cockadoodled, and there had been a racket on the Rhine frontier, I'd just have rummaged round to find an editor who'd be ass enough to pay a raw hand for letters sent from the seat of hostilities. And if I couldn't have found one, and of course I couldn't, when seasoned men are as plentiful as nutshells in the Adelphi Gallery, I'd have gone to the war as a camp follower, and got experience that way. But them that are ready to go out with a permit and get attached to a staff, them that are ready and willing to march with an army on the war path, starve when there are no rations, lie in the fields in the sopping rain when no roofs to be had to cover 'em, write accounts of the days fighting under shell fire, and cheerfully get killed if a bullet comes their way in the course o' things. You can't call the journalistic profession overstocked with them. I defy you to, so there." They were very big hands, and as Mr. Newbit held them up side by side, with the palms toward his young shaver, they not undistantly resembled a pair of decent-sized flatfish. "To become a man like one of these, and they're the pick of the British nation," said Mr. Newbit, "you must be pitched into the midst of things neck and crop, and left to sink or swim. I compliment you when I say that I believe you one of the swimming kind. Now, supposing war broke out after all, how much hard cash would you want to carry you through a campaign?" He threw the finger out at P.C. Brieg, and his black eyes twinkled more than ever. "Don't let me have stuff like, 'Sir, on the morning of the the Field Marshal von Blitheram, or General Parlesvis, shifted the left wing of his division nearer to his center, and shortly after 9:00 the forces under command of Whatchesname and Thingamy began to move in column of so and so. A light haze lay upon the fields. The drop-in fire of the enemy's artillery made itself felt at the advance posts nor and nor'west. Nor don't you ladle me out sentimental slumgullion, after the fashion of all is peace, while I pen these astye lines and sip my morning coffee. Yet ere the radiant beams of Sol will have dried the pearly dew from these smiling fields, the hideous roar of cannon and the withering burst of shrapnel will have devastated and blighted nature's choicest handiwork, and man, that noblest work of the creative power, will be engaged in the horrible task of destroying fellow-men wrought in the image of his self. For the Lord is a man of war, according to the Scriptures," said Mr. Newbit, ignoring P.C. Brieg's amusement. "And it is written that he shall overthrow kingdoms and break the scepters of kings, and cause that nations shall be swallowed up in nations." He added, with a sharp change to his business tone, "And bad or good, these letters of yours are mine, to burn or print as I think fit and necessary. All right. I'll draw up a little agreement, and whenever you choose to sign it, there's your £15. Lord, to think I should live to send out a special correspondent, all to my own cheek. It's a luxury I should never have anticipated." "The correspondent won't be much use without a war to correspond about," said Caroline, growing weary of Mr. Newbit's humor. "And I suppose there won't be one now. I mean that person no injury, and naturally no more don't you. What you're asked to do is to English these words for me." He handed over the cablegram and expanded himself to hear. P.C. Brieg read with lifting eyebrows. "Hauptquartier Berlin, and what's that mean?" "English it, can't you?" snapped Mr. Newbit, rabid with curiosity. P.C. Brieg Englished it as requested. "Headquarters Berlin." His Excellency Field Marshal General Count von Moltke had said that day, having dropped in at the Berlin headquarters of the Reserve Landwehr for the purpose of perusing certain lists sent from London a few days previously by the Teutonic gentleman who taught English to German immigrants at the Institute in Berner Street, W. A useful officer, a very intelligent officer. We shall make up much leakage in adopting his plan. In the dimly gaslit murkiness of 3 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Newbit sallied forth to business, carrying his hat in his hand as he went, for the weather was oppressive, yet walking at his usual red-hot pace, and making as much noise with his boots as 3 ordinary men. "I'm not in my usual mood for nature," he said, on reaching the bottom of grey, grimy Endell Street, "and I flatter myself on being tough enough, at a pinch, to do without my customary dose of fresh air. So I'll twist down Long Acre and take the Drury Lane shortcut. Not that there is any special reason for hurry tonight." Cabs rattled over the stones of the Strand, dashing Fleet Streetward. Panting messengers clutching envelopes dived under the horses' noses. Hurried pedestrians carrying little black bags jostled Mr. Newbit every moment. Windows of offices glowed like furnaces, and the champing of steam engines made a continual beat upon the ear. Fee fo fum was nothing to IM merchant shipping, ballot, turnpikes, enclosures, and a baker's dozen of Scotch bills ave been offered up in a regular hecatomb, and anathemas ave been hurled at the eads of the opposition with the usual inspiriting effect. What a head-in I could make out of that. The stoker who was driven the engine to give the Reglard driver a rest when the Carlisle railway disaster happened has been released without a stain on his character, and complimented by the committee on his humanity into the bargain. Mr. Bright is better, and will wake up the Board of Trade presently. That's all, and no more than bound to be, and yet I feel as if something was going to happen. I'm not due in my department for another hour. I shall do a bit of a look round. The walls shook with the panting of engines getting up steam. Perspiring printer foremen shot in and out of little baking hot glass offices where sub-editors were cutting down heaps of flimsy, ramming sheets of copy on files, correcting proofs, and curtailing pars. The forms are in the machines, and in another minute the word will be given to print. Halloa. "Beg pardon, sir, I'm sure I didn't see you." A clang of voices seemed to answer him. There was a brief minute's delay, ages as it seemed to the waiting Mr. Newbit. Then the mad elephants, unchained, began to heave and stamp and snort, and, at the rate of 25,000 an hour, began to roll from the great cylinders of damp paper, the day's issue of the early Wire. They rolled out, as similar cylinders were rolling up and down Fleet Street and all the world over, the report of the late debate in the Commons, the list of bills beheaded by the Prime Minister, the ineffectual efforts of the gentleman who was trying to stop the factory owners from employing infant labor, the result of the Commission of Inquiry upon the Carlisle Railway disaster, and all the news of the day. And all the world read it and commented, as British stocks went up and continental stocks played seesaw. Chapter 25. Perched on the wall, hung with an old-world Chinese paper, figured with sprays of bamboo, pagodas, bridges, mandarins promenading under yellow umbrellas, and fair celestials reclining on the banks of a meandering, bright blue stream. The German fly of Mr. Newbit's envy would have reaped scant information from the conversation of the 3 men sitting at the dinner table, for the reason that they conversed in English, perhaps for privacy's sake. The apartment, not ordinarily used as a dining room, possessed 3 sets of folding doors, and beyond a sofa and 12 heavy chairs, upholstered with a Chinese brocade matching the paper, was scantily furnished. The table plate was solid and handsome. A pair of huge silver-gilt wine coolers displayed a goodly array of champagne bottles. A cellar basket with rows of horizontal wicker nests contained claret, burgundy, and Rhine wine. The second course was under discussion, but the servants, after placing the dishes on the table, had withdrawn. By a bell kept on a dumbwaiter at the host's elbow, bearing sauces, clean plates, spare glasses, bread of white and black, and other requisites, the attendants could be summoned at need. The hostess's chair at the table head was vacant. The two guests' places were laid on the right and left hand of the host. All three men were in uniform, two were well stricken in years, and time had not left sufficient locks among them to furnish a wig-maker with material for covering a bald patch. Also, they were men of whom the world had heard much already, and was, before the ending of the year, to hear a great deal more. His fine, transparent, beaky profile, tight mouth, clear light eyes, set in a net of innumerable knowing little wrinkles, and the cross-hatching of tiny scarlet veins that made his hollow cheeks ruddy as Cornish apples, might have belonged to some aged, ascetic cardinal or venerable professor of science, rather than to Baron Helmuth Karl Bernhard von Moltke, general, field marshal, and chief of the great general staff of the Prussian army. For this was the minister to whom diplomats, parliamentary orators, and political leader-writers referred when they mentioned Prussia, the accursed of ultramontane, the abhorred of socialists. Walking alone through the streets, as indeed he loved to do, his keen eye and huge physical strength had saved him, ere now, from the assassin's bullet or knife. And you could not look upon him without recognizing a force, all potent for good or all dominant in evil, an enemy to be execrated or a leader to be adored. The massive, high-domed head was scantily covered, save for a grayish lock or so above either temple and a thin thatching behind the finely shaped, sagacious ears. The eyebrows were thick, of gray mixed with darkish brown, the luxuriant brown-gray mustache covering the large, mobile, sarcastic mouth grew heavily as any trooper's. The short, straight nose was rounded at the end like the point of a broadsword. And in the indomitable, vital regard of the blue eyes, partly hidden under thick and level lids, you felt the mastermind, as they coldly considered some question of finance or diplomacy, or blazed challenge and defiance, scorn and irony. The table talk dealt chiefly, at first, with culinary and gastronomical matters. Asparagus soup iced and a clear soup with vermicelli had preceded the course of fish, placed on the table by the servants, who had then been dismissed. A huge dish of Waldbach trout with green sauce and another, as capacious, of crayfish stewed in cream with mushrooms, vanished before a double onslaught on the part of the war minister and the chancellor, the chief of the general staff partaking sparingly, as was his wont, said his host, smiling and setting down an empty wine goblet. Thanks, dear Count," said Moltke mildly, glancing downward at the well-marked hollow behind his middle buttons, "but I do not like to overload my stomach, particularly at my time of life. Mere nothings to a strong digestion." The chancellor, holding his napkin delicately in both hands, dried the wine from his mustache, and added, turning his great, slightly bloodshot eyes upon the interrogator, "And who is now chief caterer for the Emperor Napoleon III?" He added, glancing back at Moltke, and observing that his glass stood unemptied, "Since your excellency will not eat, let me recommend you the wine, which is of special quality. Not only Rudesheim, but good Rudesheim." Ha, ha, ha. The veteran's clear eyes became mere slits in the mass of puckered wrinkles. He pushed back his auburn peruke, showing his high-arched temples, and laughed, revealing gums as healthy as a child's, and still accommodating 3 or 4 staunch old grinders inclined at various angles, like ancient apple-tree stumps. New. You are twitting me with my candor to Sultan Mahmud in 1835. But what else could I say when Chosreff Pasha intimated that his sublimity required my opinion? Directly I tasted his wretched wine, I knew some rogue had sold him an inferior brand, and thus I told him honestly, "It is Rudesheim, your majesty, but it is not good Rudesheim." And with the first of the boxes of tobacco and cigarettes that came from Constantinople after my return to Germany, I received the message that the Teuton was not only Turkish Teuton, but good Turkish Teuton. He drank off his wine, ending, "And so my nephews say it is, for I smoke neither cigarettes nor pipes." I have no doubt your excellency could give it a name. The field marshal began to laugh, a gentle chuckle that began by agitating his lean abdomen and shaking his bowed but vigorous shoulders before it widened his mouth into a slit curved gaily at the corners and squeezed tears of merriment out of his puckered eyes. "I'll wager half a pfennig I will name it at the first guess." "You mean the calumet of peace?" Then two middle-aged, grave-looking male servants in plain black entered with the third course, and the faces of the diners underwent a curious change. They were more suave, and all expression seemed as though it had been wiped from them. Until, following on the heels of the servants, who brought the entrees, there appeared a colossal boarhound, dark tawny in color, with black pointings, short, rounded ears, massive chest, square muzzle, and red-rimmed eyes. Fixing these fierce orbs upon his master with an affection proved not altogether disinterested by the copious dribbling of his jaws, the great brute sat upright at his left hand, flogged the carpet with his heavy tail, and saluted the placing of the dishes on the table with 3 gruff barks. Aha, Tyras, speaking as a dog with a master who walks when he does not ride, and must be waited for when he is neither riding nor walking. A chaste silver-gilt salt-cellar, in the shape of a Bavarian peasant girl carrying 2 milk pails, toppled and might have fallen to the floor, but that the field marshal caught it dexterously, though without being able to prevent the salt being spilt. No harm done. See, he triumphantly set the milkmaid in her place again. Only the salt is spilled upon the cloth, commented the host, as a servant hastened to repair the damage with the aid of a napkin and a porcelain dessert plate. He would be convinced that Madame Tyras and her sons were not doing as well as might be hoped. The Pomeranian breed are possibly less nervous than the strain at Sigmaringen. I think Prince Antony. Did I not foresee that the hot blood of the warlike youth would effervesce in some such expression as that I have just heard? He is very well pleased. He thinks the place will suit his son capitally. He sends him on second thoughts to ask the king if he does not think so. Then, when France hurries her ambassador to Ems to inform the king, who has not said aye or nay in the matter, that she will not tolerate a Prince of Prussia on the throne of Spain, he writes to the king saying that he is much impressed by the turn things are taking at Paris, and though he thinks he cannot in decency break off the affair, perhaps the king will do it for him. Not to his parents' country castle of Sigmaringen, but to the Tyrol. Now why to the Tyrol? This marching and countermarching, with no definite purpose in it, makes my blood boil. Phew! And really, the perspiration fairly bubbled from the pores of the old warrior, as he took off his auburn peruke and mopped his dripping head and face with a large white handkerchief. The chancellor, who had been discussing a second helping of the dish before him, laid down his knife and fork upon their silver-gilt supporters, unfastened a hook of his undress frock, and said, withdrawing a small roll of tissue papers and separating one thin penciled sheet from the rest, "This morning, a telegram in cipher, of which this is a fair transcript, was dispatched from Sigmaringen to Alizaga, the Spanish ambassador at Paris. It conveys the intimation that Prince Antony withdraws from the candidacy in the name of Prince Leopold. It was sent by the French emperor's secret agent, a Romanian named Straz." He went on informing himself, with a quiet side glance to right and left, of the effect his communication was producing. Moltke, indifferent to the dishes that stood temptingly within reach, had been wiping the inside of his wig dry with his handkerchief. Now, oblivious of the wig, and crumpling it with the handkerchief into a ball, he was squeezing the ball between his narrow palms as he listened to the speaker. Von Roon, who had been busy upon some sweetbreads cooked in sour cream, paused in the act of helping himself again largely. So, this fellow Straz, the chancellor stuttered now and then, and he did it here effectively. This unscrupulous fellow of whom I am tea-talking. He drained the big glass to the dregs, wiped his mustache carefully, and began delicately unfolding more thin sheets of paper from the small but pregnant wad. Ah, yes, where was I? This morning, the 12th of July, the originals of these 3 telegrams, which are not in cipher, were sent from Sigmaringen by Prince Antony. The first, to Marshal Prim at Madrid, withdraws his son from the candidacy. The second, to Alizaga, recapitulates the wording of this. The third, ostensibly addressed to the principal journals of Berlin and Germany, and to the German submarine telegraphic agencies by order of Prince Leopold of Hohenzollern, abandons all pretensions to the Spanish scepter, and restores to Spain her freedom of initiative. "Knave," came from Roon in a blurt of indignation. reflect in addition that Prince Leopold, as King of Spain, will have to contend against the plots of Alfonsists and Carlists, as against the intrigues of Montpensier and other aspirants to Isabella's vacated throne. He will not be summoned to reign, he will be called to a disaster. Death will sit beside him, under the royal canopy. He went on. She has wept, implored, prayed, fainted, argued for 48 hours. Von Roon snorted like a dyed old war horse. Leboeuf have sent Staff Colonel Gressley to Algiers with secret orders to MacMahon to embark those troops from Africa which are most available for service on the continent, and to warn the most distant regiments to be at Algiers on the 18th. This was put into effect on the 8th. Upon the same day, the order was given to bring the infantry regiments up to war strength by the creation of their 4th battalions, and General Blondeau, of the administrative branch of the War Department, has been authorized to exceed his credit by the sum of 1,000,000 francs. He ended, showing his small, regular teeth as he smiled agreeably upon his hearers. The Tuileries system of secret intelligence is certainly excellent, but I do not think we are so badly served. One would say not. Thanks be to the good God, we are not so far behind these French as we might be. No, not at all so far behind. Saperlot, I should call it a day's march and a half-day's march ahead. It may be, said the field marshal placidly. God grant that it prove so. And your God is the God of battles, we all know. Yes, the friend above does not forget this old fellow, said the field marshal simply. The 1,000-ton Krupp gun, whose acquaintance the Parisians made at the exposition of 1867, has been waiting ever since to make upon them an impression of a different kind. Like the gun, I have bided my time, as the Scotch say. Neither the cannon nor myself will last forever, but to worry is folly. Heaven will not let us rust upon the shelf. Chained to my study table all yesterday and this morning, horribly handicapped by the absence of my first secretary Abeken, who is doing duty with the king at Ems, listening to reports, receiving showers of telegrams, dictating replies in answer to the appeals or expostulations of foreign ministers, sending instructions to ambassadors, and drinking Muhlbrunnen water, which must not be taken when one is vexed or worried, if one wants it not to play the very devil in one's inside. That official international threat of Grammont, uttered in the session of the Corps Legislatif of July 6th, the filth hurled by the Paris press, did not cost me a sleepless night, but that, after such insults, the King of Prussia should treat with Benedetti at Ems, while the Prussian foreign minister remained at Varzin, stuck in my gizzard as though I had swallowed a prickleburr. It was worse than Olmütz. I saw nothing but resignation ahead of me. Von Roon agreed. Only say black dose, rather than sour gooseberries, and there you have the effect of the words on me. The words I meant to use kept drumming in my skull. We shall be traitors to ourselves if we do not accept this challenge. Without an instant's delay, we must mobilize. Said Roon. Is it not so, Herr General Field Marshal? When His Majesty, when the Chancellor of the Confederation and Your Excellency give the signal, I go home to my quarters on the first floor of the southeast wing of the great General Staff Department and dispatch a telegraphic message of 3 words. He began to laugh, rubbing his hands together. Then you will see whether I am ready. All I ask is opportunity, like Krupp's 1,000-tonner gun. Chapter 26, the Chancellor said, emptying another bumper of champagne. So strongly convinced was I of this that as my phaeton passed through the village of Wasso, on the way to the station, war is inevitable, seemed written on every house. The old clergyman stood before his parsonage door and greeted me with a hand wave. My answer was the gesture of a thrust in carte and tierce. For me, the 3 words, "War is declared," replaced the lettering of the advertisement posters on the walls of the stations the special rushed through. Yet, though I had notified His Majesty of the advisability of summoning me to his assistance, I received, even as I stepped out of the train at the Stettin station, a vacillating telegram from him enjoining delay. Roon could not speak, said Moltke. Such a letter would nicely recoup France for the humiliation of Sadowa. He unhooked his collar and wiped his congested face. The field marshal thrust his hand under his wig perplexedly, saying, It passes my understanding, I am fain to confess. Yet he did not coax us into the emperor's trap in 1867. Speaking of that, I have in my pocket something that will presently jump out of it, a testimony in his own handwriting that he is not quite so clever a fellow as he thinks. We were riding in the untered Den Linden when he stopped. He spoke of the king's age, the merest allusion in reference to a site he pointed out as being suitable for a statue. His Majesty was to be represented holding a wreath of laurel with the dates of 1864 and 1866 upon it, while emblematical figures of peace and the genius of the domestic hearth were shown disarming him of his helmet and sword. However, wifely expostulations can be conveyed by telegram. Her Majesty's cry is, remember Jena and Tilsit and avoid war, even at the cost of national dishonor. Should these entreaties of the Queen prevail, she will merit the reproof of Sir Walter Scott. I think it was Sir Walter Scott, who addressed to his greyhound, Maida, who had torn up, unless I err, the manuscript of a newly completed novel. Poor thing! Thou little knowest the injury thou hast done. Nay, nay, said the field marshal with sudden anger. Maida was not a bitch, and I cannot agree with you. Great and noble female characters have been, and exist now, not only in the pages of history books. It may be that Her Majesty is prejudiced. Her influence has not always been favorable to the adoption of measures I would have counseled. But she is high-minded, a great lady, and truly devoted as a wife. And with this ring upon my finger, he held up his wrinkled left hand and showed the narrow band of gold. It would ill become me to sit still and hear women likened to the unreasoning beasts that perish, when for all I know my beloved wife Mary is standing by my side. He drank a sip of wine and continued more mildly. But before that day, the brave old eyes snapped fire, and he wrinkled up his ancient eagle beak as though he savored the fumes already. It may be that I shall smell powder again. Come in, Butcher. Your Excellency knows what women are. Butcher answered, raising himself on his toes to approach his lips to the large, well-shaped ear. For even seated, the Chancellor overtopped him, in the gracious Countess's little red damask back drawing-room. Only a few family pictures, no china, silver, or bric-a-brac, nothing that it would be any use to steal. Our good Butcher, he went on, turning jestingly to his table companions, sees little difference between a person who picks brains for pay and sells the pickings, and another person who picks locks and steals silver vases and cups. Rather a reflection on the diplomatic service, now I think of it. Herr Gott, said the counselor in alarm, I cast no reflection, your Excellency knows it, only the woman is of light reputation. Possibly, said the Chancellor, and all the better if she be so. We will risk my wife's family portraits in her vicinity until after dinner. Have coffee and liqueurs sent to her, and beg her to wait a while. He added, let them put cigarettes on the tray, I have no doubt she smokes tobacco. And as the smell will have passed off before my wife and daughter return from Varzin, neither of the ladies will ever know of the desecration of the red damask back drawing-room. And as Butcher shuffled out of the room to execute his errand, his chief rang the bell for the third course. By the way, Excellency, said the War Minister, as the demure servants out of livery removed the empty dishes, that Frenchwoman of poor Max Valverden's is driving about Berlin. She must find it very warm and insufferably dull. He unbuttoned the frock coat, showing an unstarched, but scrupulously clean white shirt and vest of white nankeen, and taking a little silver snuff-box from his waistcoat pocket, laid it down carefully upon the tablecloth as he said. In '56, he brought his mistress from Paris with him. He was infatuated with her spirit and beauty. They said she was the wife of an officer in Grand Guerrier's division, who had served throughout the whole of the war in the Crimea. Of that I know nothing, but there was no meeting. Max Valverden assured me, on his honor, that an opportunity for the challenge had been given. Otherwise, the young count could not have continued in our Prussian army. One would naturally have been obliged to retire him. He sneezed and went on. My personal acquaintance with Valverden began 10 years later. He served me excellently. One should always give due praise to the dead. But when he returned from Austria, then happened the tragedy at Schönfeld in the Altenwald, where lies his patrimonial property and where the lady waited. And he shot himself upon the very night of his return to her. How the woman was left, I cannot tell you. Therefore, he added with a smile, when she condescends to serve my intelligence department as a spy, you may suppose she does not do it too cheaply. I must refer to my perambulating ledger, Butcher, before I quote you the exact figures of the sum I am to hand her tonight. She is a true daughter of the horseleech, who cries give, 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 incessantly. But all the same I am indebted to her for those remarkably interesting particulars concerning the mission of M. de Straz to Prince Antony. So, ejaculated von Roon in astonishment. The field marshal rubbed his chin and turned his clear eyes upon the speaker, who went on smilingly. Madame is still seductive, with a figure like Circe, ropes of black silk hair, a skin of cream, though the roses are bought ones, and eyes the color, exactly the color of old, pale tawny port. Now, when you reflect that she is waiting in my wife's red boudoir to interview me in my next spare moment, do you fear for my hitherto unassailable virtue, or regard me as proof against such charms? I can hardly bet upon my own marital infidelity, said the Chancellor, laughing, as a servant uncovered the dish newly placed before him. Will your Excellency take some of this? Moltke accepted the offer with alacrity, indifferent to the charms of veal with tomatoes and aubergines. Von Roon, declining, hurled himself upon a fillet of beef jardiniere and hacked a huge steak from its surface as with a sword, rather than a carving knife. The Chancellor, plying his gleaming weapons delicately, liberally supplied his guest and piled his own plate, saying as he launched himself upon its contents with unabated appetite. The hall bell had been heard to ring a moment previously. There was another scratching signal on the door, and Butcher appeared, manifestly excited and carrying a telegraphic dispatch. What now? Asked the Chancellor, finishing a mouthful. A telegram from Ems, began the Councillor. The imperious hand whipped it from between his pudgy fingers. The masterful voice demanded, as the envelope was rent open. And as the legation councillor vanished, Bismarck said with a short laugh, bending his powerful regard on the gaunt, black stare of the war minister. Yet I drink this glass to the honor of Prussia, and filling his great bumper glass from a fresh bottle that had been placed at his elbow, he gulped down at least a pint of the creaming nectar of the widow Clicquot, and his guests, in smaller measures, pledged the same toast. After that they sat in silence, the Chancellor alone continuing to eat with appetite until the Councillor's big feet came shuffling back again. The copy, Excellency, 200 groups altogether, he began, signed by the Herr Privy Councillor von Abecken at His Majesty's command. The papers he held were whipped away from him. The Chancellor read, and his countenance most grimly altered. His brows grew thunderous, trenches dug themselves along his forehead, caves appeared about his blazing eyes, and the pouches under them portentously bagged. The heavy mustache might shade the mouth and chin, but could not hide that they were changed to granite. He passed his firm hand over them and said, his incisive tones veiled with a curious hoarseness, "When I ring the bell, it summons you. Pray tell Dr. Bush that his services will be needed. Some articles must be written for the press tonight. The press organs of the Ultramontane and the Democrats will call us by our nicknames tomorrow. Old Hellfire and Death's chess player and the Pomeranian ogre and all the rest. But I swear to you that no enemy of mine will ever despise me as I now despise myself." Roon and Moltke regarded him in silence. He went on speaking, still with that strange hoarseness. "I will tell you by what title Wilhelm I of Prussia will go down to posterity. Men will speak of him as the fluid king. It is written in the scriptures. All day the phrase has haunted me, unstable as water, thou shalt not excel." His stooping scholar's body sprang upright as a lance. He said, and the words rang clear as steel on steel, "But the obligation of my military oath, and your own. Holding the King's commission as Colonel of White Cuirassiers of the Landwehr, I have spoken treasonably. Does your Excellency wish me to ring for my sword?" He said, laughing, "However, judge of the situation for yourselves." I refused at last, somewhat sternly, as it is neither right nor possible to undertake engagements of this kind at tout jamais. Naturally, I told him that I had received no news, and as he was earlier informed from Paris and Madrid than myself, he could clearly see that my government once more had no hand in the matter. Aye, broke in Moltke, somewhat sternly. Naturally, I told, neither right nor possible, and then no hand in the matter. Do I hear the king, or have my ears played tricks on me? But go on, I pray your excellency. The reader had transformed his face to an expressionless mask that might have been wrought in stone or metal. Now the telltale huskiness of fierce emotion cleared from his voice. He resumed, Herr Privy Councillor Abeken continues to the end. His Majesty leaves it to your excellency whether Benedetti's fresh demand and its rejection should not be at once communicated both to our ambassadors and to the press representatives. The Chancellor coughed and said with his characteristic stutter. Moltke raised his thoughtful head from his breast and said laconically, The king, under pressure of threats mingled with entreaties, has permitted himself to be heckled by the emperor's Franco-Italian emissary. He ignores my urgent request that he should refer Benedetti to his foreign minister. Now, by the medium of an inferior official, he tells me that I may acquaint the representatives of the state and the press, that nothing is settled and no definite end in view. What is settled is that I resign. Von Roon called out harshly, striking a sinewy fist upon the table. As far as regards my personal influence to sway the king or control the feeling of the Reichstag, another hand may guide the state as well as this of mine. Yet, were it possible, having already the king's permission, to produce a somewhat concentrated version of this verbose telegram. Has either of you a pencil? Mine has been mislaid. Words were struck out, then whole sentences. Now let us hear what it sounds like with its mane cropped and its tail docked. That seems to me excellent, said Moltke, twinkling. The Chancellor finished. Bravo bis, roared Roon. Why, said Moltke, rubbing his hands delightedly, now it has a different ring altogether. Before it sounded like a parley, now it is a fanfare of defiance. Sentences like these are worthy of a king, and there can be no accusations of falsification, said the Chancellor, bending his powerful regard upon his two colleagues. The Bund Chancellor carries out what the Prussian monarch commands. He communicates this text by telegraph to all our embassies and to the press agencies. Is it his fault if its published words provoke the Gallic cock to show fight? Our God of old lives and will not let us perish. Has your excellency nothing to say to me? Asked the Chancellor, fixing his great eyes on the face of Moltke, now radiant with childlike happiness. Were I a poet, returned the joyous old artist in war, seizing the hand outstretched to him across the table and wringing it between both his own, I should crown you with a wreath of laurel inscribed, Hail to thee, guardian of Prussia's honor, or something of that kind. Being what I am, I say that you are what my English nephews would call a trump. As you said this morning when you quitted Varzin, war is inevitable. He added, hitting himself a resounding thump in the chest, and if I may but live to lead our armies in such a war, then the devil may come directly, we have conquered these Frenchmen and fetch away this crumbling old carcass. He added, with a change to gravity, I do not say my soul, for I am a decent Christian. Hey, look here, our dinner has got cold. It was true, the viands were stagnant in the dishes. The fillet sat in the center of a stagnant lake of congealed gravy. The roasted lamb, reduced by the onslaughts of the Chancellor to a partial skeleton, was covered with a frosting of rich white fat. He said, with a laugh that clattered against walls and ceiling like a discharge of musketry, and reaching for the bell that would summon Butcher. While Butcher communicates to our embassies and the European press agencies the concentrated essence of His Majesty's telegram, while hundreds of thousands of handbills are being printed that shall disseminate the text throughout Germany, and Bush writes the articles that shall put the needful complexion on this affair, we will order up the Moet and Shandon White Star. I am thirsty after so much talking, and eat our dinner again. Chapter 27. Ever since the king, returning from the Baths of Ems, had been met at the railway station by his Undersecretary of State bearing France's declaration of war, a huge, orderly crowd, compact of all classes and callings, had ceaselessly rolled through the streets of Berlin, chanting with its thousands of sturdy lungs, Heil dir im Siegerkranz, and the Wacht am Rhein, until its patriotic fervor reached a state of ebullition only to be relieved by volleys of cheers. Jammed in the solid mass of bodies blackening the untered Den Linden and packing the Opera Platz to suffocation, until the bronze equestrian statue of the great Friedrich, opposing the eastern courtyard gateway of the small stuccoed palace, reared above a tossing sea of heads. P.C. Brieg tasted the raptures of emancipation from the mill round, and drank in news at every pore. For this was life in earnest, with the red-hot cigar end of a corpulent merchant burning the back of his neck, and the crook of a market woman's blue cotton umbrella imperiling his left eye. Presently His Majesty might be expected to come out. The tall, elderly, white-whiskered officer in the undress uniform of the Prussian Foot Guards, a blue tunic with red facings, silver buttons and epaulets, had already appeared upon the balcony of a window overlooking the Linden, and touched his spiked helmet in response to the frenzied acclamations of his scarlet, perspiring subjects, whose staring eyes and open mouths a Berlin dust storm was filling with peppery grit. Presently the king had moved back into the room behind him and returned with the queen, a tall, thin, elegant lady in half-mourning, who was weeping, people said, because she hated the thought of war and had besought her husband on her knees to truckle to the Napoleon at Paris and thus avert hostilities. Unser Fritz, his manly good looks and the order of merit shining on his general's uniform, had provoked fresh outbursts of patriotic enthusiasm, in which the gray-powdered foliage of the overrated linden trees, limply resting during a sudden lull of the dust storm, had been wildly agitated, and the very street lamps had rocked. Then the great martial figure had reared erect again, and, stepping to the front of the balcony, had shouted to the people, "Uwart!" The scorching, dusty blue sky dome, now tinged with sandy-pink sunset toward the Brandenburg Gate, seemed to quiver with the upward rush of it. The national anthem broke out once more, and the war song, Ich bin ein Prius. The king retired on his son's arm, manifestly overcome with weariness. Still the vast crowd of heated faces, set with shining eyes and holed with roaring mouths, persistently turned toward those ground-floor windows of the palace. Something more yet asked all the gaping mouths and staring eyes, but the blinds of the monarch's study were pulled down, unmistakably signifying that all was over for the present. The central valves of the great gilded palace gates were now shut, leaving open only the smaller carriageway, through which mounted aides and orderly officers conveying dispatches presently began to stream. The carriages of ministers and other state officials followed these, while lesser personages, emerging from the exit left for pedestrians, began to hail cab drivers from the stand of hackneys on the Linden side of the Opera House. Swearing, the frustrated jehus of these vehicles laid about them with their whips in the endeavor to force their animals through the solid crowd. A man went down under the hoofs of a wretched Rocinante. There were cries for police, and spiked helmets appeared in the crowd. It surged and swayed. The guardians of the law had drawn their cutlasses and were beating their fellow children of the fatherland upon their heads with the flat of these weapons, in the attempt to effect a junction between the cabs and those who wished to hire them. Thus the pressure on the flanks, ribs, and breastbone of P.C. Brieg became suffocating. Lifted from his feet, he was carried backward and forward by rushes, growing less certain of his own identity as the roaring in his ears became louder. Just as his eyelids dropped and he passed out of his own knowledge, a powerful hand caught him by the coat collar, and a solid rampart of human flesh interposed between his lately drifting body and the waves of the human sea that raged beyond. Gulping, P.C. Brieg became aware that he was spread-eagled against the railings of the palace courtyard facing the untered Den Linden, and that a big man in a loose black waterproof rain cloak and broad-leaved black felt hat was holding to a railing on each side of him and warding off the rushes. Thanks. I'm tremendously obliged. He was beginning, when the swish of the cutlasses and the shrieking of the cutlass drowned his voice. Yet another voice, masculine, resonant, and imperious, dominated all others. It cried, "Let the people disperse quietly to their homes," and the crowd, pacified and quieted, answered, "We will so," in a crashing volley of Teutonic gutturals, and began to split up and move away in sections, singing Heil dir im Siegerkrantz in sonorous unison. When through the palace gates came a small and shabby brougham drawn by a venerable bay, and driven by an elderly coachman in grey and black livery, the sight of whose military cockade evoked another whirlwind of enthusiasm. "It is our Moltke," men shouted to one another, and the old general, who sat alone in the carriage, the lean, stooping septuagenarian in the spiked helmet, whose thin, ascetic face was rosy with suppressed excitement, and whose pale blue eyes twinkled good-humoredly between their narrow lids at the seething ocean of humanity in which the shabby brougham labored, saluted in acknowledgment of the cheers. "Moltke, long live our Moltke." "But where has Otto got to?" hiccuped an alcoholic seaman, clutching the ledge of the brougham window. He continued in the midst of a silence born of consternation. "What has become of the big Pomeranian? We would have, carried him home shoulder high for this week's, work he has done. Now, children, let me get back to my maps." And the crowd, splitting with laughter, made way for the brougham of the chief of the general staff, and the joke was sown broadcast over Germany before the end of half an hour. For were not Moltke's acorns the oblong, round-ended bullets of the Prussian needle gun, as his potatoes were the shrapnel shell cast by the 6-pounder steel breech-loaders designed by Krupp for the Prussian field artillery, and the big pumpkins the 17-pound projectiles fired by the siege guns of 9 centimeters bore. The massive ribs that had acted as buffers between P.C. Brieg and the battering onslaughts of the crowd shook with laughter as the brougham moved on through a lane that continuously opened in the mass of bodies and closed when it had passed. Then their owner settled the wide-leaved felt hat more firmly on his head and said in well-bred, fluent English, turning his heavily jowled face and powerful, fiery blue eyes on P.C. Brieg, who was thanking him in his best German for his timely assistance, "Do not thank me so effusively. I have a habit of sometimes saving a man's life. Yours happened to be in peril, there is no need to say more." The clear, incisive tones had an inflection that was almost contemptuous, yet a smile, curving the heavy mustache, showed the small and well-preserved teeth it shadowed, as he added in his admirable English, fastening a button of the thin, black waterproof cloak, which had been disarranged in the recent struggle sufficiently to show that it covered some sort of military uniform. For the owner of the bulldog face with the fierce blue eyes blazing over their heavy orbital pouches was the unpopular minister who had been booed by the ultramontane and socialist students 3 years before, as the Berlin express train passed through the station of Schwez-Brettingen, the all-powerful chancellor, who was meant when diplomats and press leader writers referred to Prussia. What did he on foot in those packed, roaring thoroughfares, where the assassin's dagger or revolver might play its part so safely? Perhaps, like the third Napoleon, whose peacock bubble of empire might now have reached the point of bursting, Count Bismarck believed in his fortunate star. Ah! What was that round, bright object lying on the pavement? P.C. Brieg, still dazed with the magnitude of the thing that had befallen him, stooped and picked it up. It was a medal of silver, with the Prussian eagle enameled in red upon the obverse, and a name which left no doubt as to the identity of P.C. Brieg's rescuer. Upon the reverse was the inscription, "Für Rettung aus Gefahr," for saving from danger, with the date of the 24th June, 1842. One editor had dealt with him drastically, pitching his card into the waste paper basket and saying, "No, get out with you." A second had whistled up a tube and called down a sub-editor and said to him, "Look at this." The third had preached a brief but pithy sermon on presumption and cocksureness, winding up with the intimation that if P.C. Brieg ever found himself at the seat of war and in possession of any experiences worth recording, he might submit them for consideration if he chose. These men would never know it, but they were profoundly humiliated. At least one of them had lost a half-column, striking the note of personal adventure to the clink of shekels of fine gold. As for Mr. Newbit, P.C. Brieg could almost hear him chuckling, had only to shut his eyes to see the poker, sketching out headings on the Coram Street kitchen wall. The iron hand saves a life. Meanwhile, the metal had to be returned to the hands of its owner, who must, P.C. Brieg was firm on that, consent to receive it from the hands of the finder if he wanted it back again. P.C. Brieg knew the Foreign Office in the Wilhelmstrasse, the shabbiest residence in all that street of official palaces, with its high-pitched, red-tiled mansard roof, its shabby gray stuccoed front, a main building with 2 short wings, pierced by 12 windows and decorated with a sham Hellenic frieze and shallow pilasters, and its big, park-like garden stretching away behind. So, clutching the precious token, P.C. Brieg plunged back into the crowd. It was dense, but no longer solid, and, still lustily singing, with intervals of cheering, it bore him down the Linden as far as the Brandenburg Gate. There it split into 3 vociferating rivers of humanity, one of which streamed northwestward toward the offices of the great General Staff, where Moltke, the ancient war wizard, was busy over his maps. Another, desirous of refreshment, surged onward in the direction of the Thiergarten. The third flowed down the Street of Palaces, and with it went P.C. Brieg. Chapter 18. The Foreign Office knocker was a colossal funereal wreath of sooty bronze laurel that wakened hollow, startling echoes in the tomb-like void of a grim stone vestibule. The vestibule lay at the end of a glass-roofed passage. On the right was a window. Behind the window gleamed an eye, belonging to the chancery janitor who had manipulated the door levers. The door banged behind P.C. Brieg, and his hope climbed a central flight of stairs, gray-white marble, with bronze balusters badly in need of cleaning. The staircase was covered with worn Turkey carpet, was lighted from above by a green and gold cupola, and guarded by 2 conventional figures of sphinxes, carved in shiny blackish stone. All these details the eye of P.C. Brieg gleaned over the arm of the Chancellor's door porter, a 7-foot East Prussian, who wore plain black official livery and carried no gold-headed staff, yet would have snubbed the rector of the University of Schleswig-Brettingen had he presented himself in this unceremonious way. What does he want? The young man must know that His Excellency, the Royal Chancellor of the North German Confederation, is engaged upon state business, not to be approached by strangers having no appointments or credentials previously obtained. An introduction to His Excellency is indispensable. Where has the young man lived that he does not know that? The porter's forehead corrugated with suspicion. Thus is he approached by lunatics and dangerous persons, armed with crazy petitions or lethal weep. Recklessly, P.C. Brieg went on. 2 lives saved in the year 1842, and another less than an hour ago. Send that message to His Excellency, and he'll see me, I believe. Snorted the porter indignantly. A little, stooping, shabbily dressed old man in a chocolate-colored frock coat with gilt buttons came shuffling across the vestibule carrying a handful of papers, telegrams they appeared to be. He had paused to listen to the latter part of the colloquy, holding his head on one side, as though the better to focus his sharp gray glance on the dusty, obtrusive young Englishman crowned with a sunburnt Oxford straw hat, attired in a well-worn brown Norfolk jacket, knickerbockers and heather-mixture woolen stockings, and shod with stout, black, leather-laced, hob-nailed boots. He believes, exclaimed the porter, as though referring to the chocolate-coated old gentleman. Will not the highly well-born Herr Legation Councillor order that I summon Grams and Engelberg, and have this presumptuous person thrown into the street? He added, shuffling forward in his immense black cloth boots over the slippery marble pavement of the vestibule. It has occurred to me that an utterance of this young man's referred to an article that has been lost by His Excellency. He added, fixing his sharp, gray, jackdaw's eyes on the face of the young man, not valuable, but worth recovering, purely as a memento of the past. A finger and thumb, stained with snuff, dipped into the councillor's waistcoat pocket. He said, secretly conveying an order to the watchful porter with a twirl of one jackdaw eye. He added, having cast for a bite and missing the rise, 4 thalers secures a really excellent article. Certainly, agreed P.C. Brieg. But for $10, continued the old gentleman with forced enthusiasm, coaxingly beckoning P.C. Brigue to approach nearer, one may smoke the choicest Havana brands. Give me the medal, fortunate young man, and take the money. Such a sum is not often picked up in the street. Is the chancellor of the realm to be, and at a national crisis such as this, at the beck and call of every English traveler, he added with warmth. For I know you to be of that nation, young man, though you speak German with some approach to facility. Hence, trouble here no more, but give me that medal before you take your departure. Otherwise, you will be forcibly relieved of it by the hands of those who are accustomed to deal with bumptious and obstinately authority-defying persons of your description. Really very smartly done. The grim, sable-clad porter, in whose huge hands P.C. Brigue vainly struggled, relaxed into a smile at the compliment. He said, as from different points, 2 stalwart liveried attendants appeared, hastening to lend assistance. Will the highly well-born Herr Legation Counselor order Grams and Engelberg to hold this English pig-dog, while I take His Excellency's medal out of the fellow's clothes? And the British ambassador shall take the matter up. There was an instant's pause of indecision, during which P.C. Brigue heard the opening of a door on the landing above. Then, with the rustle of silk and the soft fall of footsteps traversing heavy carpets, a resonant voice called down the stair that led up between the basalt sphinxes. The grip of the giant porter became flaccid as an infant's. The voice spoke again from the summit of the stair. Au revoir, madame, et bon voyage. She pulled down her veil, curtsied with demure elegance, and came softly rustling down in pale-hued, trailing silks and laces, one snow-white hand blazing with splendid emeralds lightly passing over the bronze baluster rail, the other holding the ivory and jeweled stick of a dainty parasol. Madame. Midway in her descent, the lady turned to look up at him. He said, bending his powerful eyes upon the face of sensuous loveliness, "But I believe you are a native of France." The hint stung. She returned, with the stain of an angry blush darkening the roses purchased from Rimmel, and a hard line showing from the angle of each delicate nostril to the corner of the deep-cut, scarlet lips. But the heart is free to choose its own country, and mine has learned to beat for the fatherland. The huge porter sighed like a locomotive blowing off steam. His colleagues, who, like himself, stood waiting in rigid military attitudes, suffered no sympathy to appear in their wooden faces, yet may have felt the more. But the heavy mask of their master was divested of all expression. Even, said he, in his clear, resonant voice, to the point of outdoing Agamemnon, king of Argos. For he, but doubtless you are familiar with the classic story, merely sacrificed Iphigenia on the altar of the virginal Artemis. He added with a tone of intolerable irony, it would have required fewer scruples and more toughness than Agamemnon possessed to have offered up an only daughter to Venus Libertina. Only a woman of fashion would be capable of such infamy. Pardon. But you have dropped your parasol. She had shuddered and winced as though his words had been vitriol, dropped from above, corroding her delicate flesh. The costly toy had fallen from her hand as the shudder had passed over her and rolled down the stair as she continued her descent. P.C. Brigue picked it up and handed it to her as she set foot upon the lowest step of the staircase. She looked at him and bent her head, and the beauty that had been hers a moment back was so strangely, bleakly altered, he could scarcely repress an exclamation of dismay. Thus Circe might have stared, thought P.C. Brigue, when her feeding hogs leaped up as men frantic for vengeance. Thus Dusa, when the spotted image of her own vileness was reflected in the glassy shield of truth. The change in the boy's face stabbed Madame to consciousness. She caught at her mauve tulle veil, forgetful that it was already lowered, and tore it horizontally, so that her full white rounded chin emerged with fantastic effect, like the moon through a bank of storm-rack. And then, with her head held high, she swept through the vestibule in a frou-frou of silks and a gale of perfume, and down the passage ending in the hall door with the funereal knocker. The legation counselor trotted after her. One of the servants followed him, and P.C. Brieg, mounting the staircase between the sphinxes, reached the landing and the summit of his ambitions in a breath. "Time is scarce," said the man who was meant when prime ministers and political leader-writers referred to Prussia. "I have no more than 5 minutes to spare, but you shall have them. Come this way." "So you are an English journalist. What paper do you represent here in Berlin? Sit down and tell me in as few words as possible." They were in a small but lofty room on the first floor, hung with green flock paper. It had a fireplace as well as a stove, and it was a study, yet it contained no bookcases, only a couple of shelved stands laden with pamphlets and papers of the official kind. The 2 high windows, open and unblinded, though the green-shaded reading lamp upon the big carved mahogany writing table was alight, looked across the extensive gardens reaching to the Königratzer Strasse. Beyond lay the Thiergarten, all black with masses of people under the sultry red-gold sunset of middle July. Perhaps you can see, like Scaramouche and the Sultan in the Eastern story, P.C. Brieg, hot and dusty, flushed and rumpled, seated opposite the most formidable personage of the day. He who dictated to kings and carried his foreign office trailing after him whenever he chose to go campaigning, stood upon the skin of a white lioness that served as hearthrug and bit off the end of a huge cigar. He was attired, as usually represented, in a dark blue, braided military undress frock and trousers tightly strapped over boots with cavalry spurs. An order hung at his collar. As he threw back his head in the act of lighting his cigar, P.C. Brieg recognized it, the cross of a commander of the Red Eagle, while on the left breast of the blue frock coat was a small 3-cornered rent in the cloth from which the lost metal had been somehow wrenched away. The sight of that tear in the dark blue-faced cloth sent the blood racing to P.C. Brieg's forehead. He knew himself for a presumptuous young man. He plunged his hand into the pocket of the brown Norfolk jacket and brought out the red-and-white enameled decoration and said, awkwardly laying it upon the edge of the big writing table in the yellow radius thrown by the lighted lamp. P.C. Brieg got up and obeyed. The Chancellor's long arm shot out, and the muscular white fingers whipped the metal from the palm that offered it. Its owner assured himself by a brief scrutiny that the token had sustained no injury, nodded, and repinned it on the breast of his frogged military frock coat. When this was accomplished, the small solution in the continuity of the cloth being covered by the decoration, he said, taking the cigar from his mouth and knocking off the long crisp ash upon the edge of the white earthenware stove. "But while thanking you for having restored it, let me say that had my servants taken it from you by force majeure, they would not have been robbing you, though in law they might have been held guilty of a personal assault. Now, as to your business. You have had one of your 5 minutes. You have just now said you are an English journalist. Does your business concern the war? Therefore, as no newspaper would employ me, I accepted a private commission given, out of good nature, by a friend who has helped me before, and my first day in Berlin, I fell in with your excellency. I won't deny it seemed a hopeful augury for the future." "I understand," said the Chancellor, sending out a long cloud of cigar smoke. "And in what way do you suggest that I should help you?" His own eyes sank to the neat, small, polished boots of the big man, who stood smoking upon the white lioness skin. To the wearer of those boots, he was merely a beetle who could be crushed by them. The slight, ironical smile that altered the curve of the mustache said as much. But the minister's tone was suave as he went on. "Your Excellency, I should say." A lambent light of humor danced in the blue eyes that were bent on him. The faint, ironic smile broadened into a laugh. The Chancellor took his cigar from his mouth, knocked off the ash, and said quite pleasantly, "Gratitude, one of your English authors has admirably defined as a lively sense of favors to come. But we in Pomerania have a folk story which may be new to you." He drew sharply at his cigar, then laid it glowing on the edge of the stove. "If this is not done, the dialogue lacks salt. Thus it goes. Wedig Nips, a peasant of Dallow, whose horses wanted watering, went one winter's day to break the ice that covered the drinking hole. Bless us! "What have we here?" says he, when he finds a curl called Petters, frozen in the ice with his head down and his heels up. To make a long story short, he chops out Petters, takes him home, and sets him up to thaw before the fire. "Now, neighbor," says he, "go about your business." "How can I when my jerkin is wet and my breeches are full of muddy water?" says Wedig. "Poor devil. I will give you my Sunday trose, and a jerkin too, for you saved my life, you must remember." Wedig scratches his head, but hands over a jerkin with the rest. "Come now, be off," says he. "Off, with my underpants and shirt all sopping. Do you want to kill me, now that you have saved my life?" So Wedig pulls a wry face, but hands over the underclothes. "Put these on and be off, we are busy people in this house." "What," says Petters, "without paying me the value of the good duds spoiled in your stinking horse bond? Must I pay? Certainly, you have saved my life." "Nobody asked you. I had thrown myself in because I was tired of living. Now it is your bounden duty to make things tolerable for me." "How make things tolerable?" "To begin with, I want a cottage to live in, and a plot of kyle ground to it, and a wee pickle furniture." "But I have only this cottage, and the bits of sticks you see. Well, give me them." "Didn't you save my life?" Wedig gets confused, sees no way out of it. "The devil," says he, "this is a nice affair. However, take them, man." "I will take them," says Petters, "but you must give me the cart and plow, the cow and the 2 horses. Himmel Cruise bemenilment. Have I got to give you all that because I saved your life?" "Aye, undoubtedly, and you must let me have your wife into the bargain. It's your bounden duty, I know." "Because I saved your life? Shan't make such a mistake next time, you may be sure of that." "No, but you did, so to grumble is no use. Thunder. My old girl will make a terrible squawking, not when you have explained how you saved my life." Wedig scratches his head, rubs his chin, gets a bright idea. "Help me to explain to the wife, do you agree?" "Aye, of course." "What is it you want me to say to her?" "Oh, say nothing. Only let me show her exactly how I got you out of the water hole." "Willingly, but to do that I must put you back just a minute." "Put me back, only for a minute." "Promise when I cry Jenug, you'll take me out directly." "All right. Come along." So Wedig takes Petters by the legs and sticks him back where he found him, driving his head well down into the mud at the bottom of the pond. So he never cried Jenug, and Wedig left him there. The hard blue eyes that had been all alight with laughter, the heavily molded face that had unexpectedly proved itself capable of comic changes, the voice that, as the droll dialogue proceeded, had conveyed with slight, admirably restrained mimicry the complacent assurance of the knave and the dull bewilderment of the victim, changed, became the minister's again. He said, in his smoothest tones, "What I might do, of course, is to deliver you to the tender mercies of my servants, to whom, when you brought back the medal, you blustered about delivering it to me personally." This not exactly very clever ruse would have failed, had I not happened to step upon the scene. Your English policy is often more fortunate than masterly. Fortune certainly has favored you today. Not in the fulfillment of your ambition to accompany a Prussian army to the field of action. That is a wish impossible to gratify. For we put up a general defense against the presence of any save the most highly accredited correspondents, and the war minister will only grant legitimations to 2 or 3. But in obtaining for an obscure paragraphist a special interview with the Prussian minister for foreign affairs on the eve of a world crisis, fortune has certainly favored you. Go back now to your hotel and write your article, then telegraph to Fleet Street and make your own terms. And I thank your excellency for a lesson, and I beg to take my leave." As though he had spoken aloud, P. Sebrig answered, "True, you'd snubbed me when I tried to thank you, yet I did believe your having saved me might help me in some way. But it would be better to cadge in the dustbins for a living than make money out of information gained by trickery, and I apologize sincerely for having been such a cad." He added, "Yes, they inculcate a code of honor at the English public schools." The voice grated. P. Sebrig hated its owner, but he answered, looking squarely in the bulldog face that bent on him, "May I wish your excellency good afternoon." The speaker bowed, not clumsily, and turned to quit the room when a ferocious growl behind him and the scraping of heavy claws on slippery parquet pulled round his head. Savage, red-rimmed eyes challenged, and the bared, gleaming fangs of a huge boarhound, couched at length under a wrought-iron sofa at the west end of the longish room, menaced the stranger's throat. "Come, sit down another moment. I am really willing to help you. You have not come so badly as you imagine out of the affair, but I have said I will not write the article, and I am intruding on your Excellency's privacy." The soul of P.C. Brigue yearned for the freedom of the streets, to be shut up in the study of the greatest of living ministers, set beak to beak with the man who was occupying the attention of Europe, the mastermind in statecraft, who used blunt truth as a weapon to beat down diplomatic falsehood, and comported himself amidst the striving parties of his national parliament as a giant surrounded by dwarfs, had seemed, previously, a thing to boast of, a dazzling feather in the cap of achievement. Now it was no triumph, but a torture. He writhed under those keen, amused, analytical glances, knowing himself worthy to be so despised. "I have 20 minutes in which to refresh and rest, not having eaten or sat down since 10 o'clock this morning. You have had 10, I will give you another 5. Sit down again there." Tyras emitted another savage growl as though in support of his owner's authority, and P.C. Brigue, loathing his host even more intensely than he hated P.C. Brigue, obeyed the imperious hand that pointed to the chair he had vacated, and sat down, white-gilled now, and sick with longing to be out of this presence into which he had thrust himself, beyond the reach of the icy, contemptuous tones and the arrogant, domineering eyes. The Chancellor had turned away to pull at one of the red woolen bell ropes that hung on either side of the fireplace, shabby things, threadbare with use, like the Persian carpet that was trodden out in paths by the spurred feet of the man who stood for Prussia, worn like the leather cushions of the great wrought-iron sofa, under which the great man's faithful attendant couched, with one eye on the familiar face and the other on the strange one that might mask an enemy. Below was a large-framed photograph of a noble-looking woman, with a mass of black braided hair framing a long, serious face, with grave dark eyes, thick straight nose, and full-curved, humorous lips recalling published engravings of the English author of Adam Bede. Probably it was the Countess, that same Fräulein Johanna Puttkamer who had been hugged under the gaze of her assembled family. She looked strong, serene, and courageous, fit, thought P.C. Brigue, to be the wife of a man destined by fate and framed by nature to become a leader of men. Also, she looked like a woman who could love with old-world, elemental, forceful passion. She had bestowed such love upon this man, who had begun life as a roaring, hard-drinking young Pomeranian squire, well worthy of the sobriquet of Mad Bismarck, bestowed upon him by his native county. She had sifted the gold out of the sand. She had never openly displayed her influence. All the same it had been there, guiding, sustaining, controlling. He had written to her, years after, when he had begun in earnest to be a power in politics. "You see what you have made me. What should I have done without you?" For on a clear corner of an étagère otherwise piled with official papers and pamphlets, stood a tray, bearing glasses and a vast crystal jug of creaming golden-hued nectar with miniature icebergs floating on the surface, and several dishes of rolls, split, profusely buttered, and lined with something savory, the sight and scent of which awoke tender yearnings within. I myself have fasted longer than is agreeable, and a huge goblet of the ice-gold creaming nectar was handed to P.C. Brigue, who immediately realized that his tongue and palate were dry as the sun-baked asphalt of the Linden. "Prose it," said his host, and drained his glass, adding, as the guest duly responded according to the classic formula and drank, "You are university-bred, I see. What alma mater had the preference?" "Schwez Brettingen." "Ah, they thought very badly of me there about the time of the Luxembourg garrison question. Nearly all the little foxes barked at me as I passed through. However, we are now reconciled, and more than 1,000 of the students have applied to serve as volunteers in this war. There's an item of interest for your paper, though you have quixotically determined, you say, not to make use of any information that I may be enabled to offer you. All quixotism is weakness, in my estimation. A man, according to my code, should pursue his advantage where he finds it irrespective of ethical laws or religious prejudice. Now eat some of these stuffed rolls." Here are caviar, smoked goose breast, Westphalian ham, and liver sausage. You see, I set you an example, and a would-be campaigner should be able to sleep soundly under any and all conditions, and eat whenever anything eatable is obtainable, with unflinching appetite. The savory rolls were vanishing under the speaker's repeated attacks, and the golden tide in the great crystal decanter was sinking visibly. He said, lifting and holding it so that between the light of the green-shaded table lamp and the red glow of sunset pouring through the unblinded western windows, the liquid in it shone ruby and emerald. Come, let me fill your glass again, and then I shall send you about your business. Absolved, you understand, from that ridiculous vow of yours, and with a magic talisman to enable you to use your eyes. You can shoot with a pistol? Good, then I should advise you to buy one, if possible. A revolver of the American Colt's invention, 6-barreled, a feature which increases weight in proportion as it adds to effectiveness, would be useful. Indeed, I carry one myself. One day they will turn out such things with one barrel, but we must wait for that, I am afraid. Here is the case belonging to the glasses, with a strap to sling it round your shoulders, and one thing more I will give you, though I am less certain about its ultimate usefulness. The writing table stood in the middle of the room. He moved to it with one of his long, heavy strides, sat down, dipped quill in ink, and penned a few lines rapidly, glancing at the sunburned, freckled face as though to refresh his memory, holding up an imperious baud for silence when the recipient of the field glasses seemed about to protest against the value of the gift. Your nationality? British. Name, Patrick Caroline Brigue, pronounced Brack. Your height? Be very accurate. 1/2 inch too much or too little might bring you into trouble of a serious kind. 5 feet 9. You promise to be taller. Your age, 23 last January. Shoulders broad, good muscular development. Your hair, reddish, is it not? You have gray eyes with what the French would call tacks of yellow in them. Complexion fresh, considerably freckled. Nose short and straight, ears small, teeth white and regular. Chin square and with a cleft, weaklings have not such chins. It is my passing whim to help you, regard it in that light. As to this pass, safe conduct, or whatever one may call it, it may forward you or hinder you. Pots descend, I am a mere officer of cuirassiers of the landwehr, general by courtesy, not generalissimo. You butcher, what is there wanted now? But His Highness, the Crown Prince, is coming upstairs. It is a question of whether Le Sourd delivered the war gauntlet from Paris, or, pardon, I had no idea that you were not alone. The tall, broad-chested, golden-bearded Viking in the undress uniform of the 1st Regiment of Guards touched his cap in acknowledgement of P.C. Brigue's respectful salutation. Then, as in obedience to a glance from the minister, the lean claws of the little counselor closed upon P.C. Brigue's arm, and he was plucked from the room, the prince asked, glancing after the queer couple. And this being so, he applies to me, who am the least leisured person in His Majesty's dominions, for a moment of my spare time. One can hardly doubt the issue, yet at what cost of lives shall we not purchase victory? Bismarck said in harsh, metallic tones, bending his brows upon the prince, who all the world knew loved peace, and loathed the thought of the red months of strife that were approaching. As for this weak-backed Napoleon, this Pierrot stuffed with bran, who is kept in an upright attitude only by the slaps I deal him on one cheek, and the buffets the monarchists and the revolutionists lend him on the other, it will be better for him to meet his end by a bullet or a sword thrust on the banks of the Rhine, than to be blown to pieces by some bomb in the streets of Paris, or to die of apoplexy in the bedroom of some nymph of the theatre coulisses. Your Royal Highness speaks of the effusion of blood. I am of those who have drawn the sword in the service of their king and country. I do not regard war from the point of view of the man who stops at home. More than this, His Majesty is not the only father who has a son serving in our army. I have two. Herbert and Bill's. He said, in slightly muffled tones, if the gulf that divides the northern and southern sections of the fatherland can be better bridged by my boys' dead bodies, I would give them as freely as I would give my own. A spasm twisted his underjaw. He said, laughing in his stern way, and I speak not only for myself, my wife would echo me. My wife, too, speaks of her as a woman of antique nobility of mind. He continued, with a smile that curved the bold, frank mouth under the glittering mustache into lines of exceeding pleasantness. And her personal solicitude for your excellency pleases my father much. The heavy face that opposed him lost its dogged, set expression. The minister broke into a hearty laugh. So, I have been waiting to hear somewhat of that voluble telegram of hers to Abecken. Pray ask the king not to bother Count Bismarck about state matters just now, when he is taking Carlsbad waters for the gout. Ha ha, the prince joined gaily in the laughter. The counselor was working with the king and myself when he received that wire. It came with a sheaf of others. He read it aloud without a change of expression. Then you should have seen his face, a study for a comedian. A cabbage well grown, or a fir tree well planted, means more to him than the indemnity bill. Yet when the bill passed, she was all triumphant. And today she remarked to me, "War is horrible to me on principle, but it would be equally horrible to me if you said to me tomorrow, 'All is over, we do not fight.'" I made her angry by telling her that one might parody in application to the mental attitude of her sex the lines of the English poet laureate, and say, "We males hold our supremacy on the very insecure tenure of a carefully inculcated belief that, being men, we must be wise." The prince looked at the great figure topped by the stolid bulldog face and recalled something that the English princess, his wife, had said to him that day. He has what he has waited and schemed for. To light this international conflagration, he would have ventured down to fetch a burning brand from the nethermost hell. And what oceans of blood will be poured out before the fire may be extinguished, none knows but God alone. Chapter 29. Von Moltke, the ancient war wizard, went home from the Council Extraordinary to his private quarters at the offices of the great General Staff. He dispatched the 3-word telegram, and the vast machine began to work. Not a speck of rust marred shaft or spindle or bearing, not a drop of oil was clogged in any slot. Days back, the heads of departments had been recalled by a brief telegram from the chief who knew how to be taciturn in 7 languages. Now, while in Berlin, as in every other city and town of Prussia proper and her 11 provinces, palaces, mansions, restaurants and cafes, beer gardens and schnapps cellars blazed with gas and resounded with the clinking of glasses, and people sat late into the grilling July night discussing and rediscussing that special supplement of the North German Gazette, which was being distributed gratuitously by hundreds of thousands, predicting the next move of the man of iron. Soldiers ran about like busy ants, purposeful and unblundering. Long trains of army service carts and wagons streamed in at divers lofty gates, to emerge at others after the briefest interval, heavily laden with army stores, army baggage, war material of all kinds. Night and day, huge government factories and foundries dithered and roared, filling up newly made vacuums in those huge magazines and storehouses, which must always be kept full. At Essen, where mountains of coal kiss the sooty skies, and heavy locomotives ceaselessly grind over networks of shining steel rails, dragging strings of trucks, containing yet more fuel for the ever-hungry furnaces, within an impregnable rampart of solid masonry, he dwelt in a Babylonian palace. He made laws for the control of his grimy subjects, this Briareus of 10,000 hands, and enforced them by the aid of his own police and magistrates. With orders in course of execution for Turkey, China, Egypt, Russia, and Spain, he was yet able to deliver 80 cannon per week to the different artillery depots of his fatherland. His steel, tempered by his secret process, the new ore being brought him from his Spanish mines by his own fleet of transports, surpassed even Bessemer's. Yet he was not a conceited or purse-proud man. By the chief entrance of the biggest of all his factories stood the little soot-blackened forge, where 40 years before young Krupp had labored with his father and a couple of workmen. Small wonder the powerful Iron King had honor from his overlord. Conceive next the well-ordered bustle at the headquarters of the different army corps, when the withered finger of the warlock pressed upon the button, and the spark of electricity leaped along 1,000 wires, carrying with it the vitalizing word. Moltke's methods were then fire new, and made the world sit up. you might have seen the reserve men of the 12 provinces, whose summons for assembly lay ready in the landwehr office of every city, town, village, or hamlet, streaming in at the district depots, bringing each line regiment up to war strength, nearly double its numbers in time of peace. Schmidt, Schultz, and Kuntz were only remarkable by their unlikeness to each other, Schmidt being the brown, uncouth, and unshaven husband of a stout wife and numerous tow-headed babes. Schultz was more recently married to a young lady, remotely connected on the maternal side, with a family possessing the right to inscribe the aristocratic prefix, von, before its surname. The couple lived frugally on Herr Schultz's salary of £30 a year, somewhere upon the outskirts of the select quarter of the country town, some 4 miles distant from Schmidt's native village, while Kuntz, the graduate of a university and author of a textbook of analytical chemistry, sold impartially to both squills, rhubarb tincture, and porous plasters over the counter of his employer's shop. Arrived at headquarters, batch after batch, subsequently to a brief but exhaustive medical overhauling, would be dispatched to the arsenal, where attaching themselves to a tremendous queue of other Schmidts, Schultzes, and Kunzes, they would mark time in double file outside a vast, grim, barn-like structure, until the moment arrived for entering. In supposing Schmidt, Schultz, or Kuntz to belong to the infantry, a pair of dark gray unmentionables, red corded down the side seams, and a pair of mid-leg-high boots, very roomy and strong. Inside the boots were no stockings, tallowed linen bands being bound about the legs and feet. A single-breasted tunic of dark blue cloth with red facings followed, and a flat forage cap of blue cloth with a red band, or a glazed black leather helmet with a brazen Prussian eagle front plate and a brass spike top. 2 shorter straps going under the armpits would be fastened to the knapsack, which had a receptacle for a packet of 20 cartridges at either end of it. Within, suppose the usual soldier's kit, with spoon, knife, fork, comb, and shaving glass, and on top imagine a galvanized iron pot holding about 3 quarts, with a tight-fitting cover which became, at need, a frying pan. Arm with a strong waist-belt sword about 15 inches long, an unburnished needle gun heavily grease-coated, and Schmidt, Schultz, and Kuntz, having hung their civilian garments on the hooks that erst supported the martial panoply, tugged at a final buckle strap, wheeled and passed out, transformed by yet another door. Schmidt, on whose breast shone the war medal of '66, and who must now be addressed as Herr Sergeant by his social superiors, seemed not to mind at all, though he swore at his boots, quite unjustly, for pinching. Therefore, although the mouths of the trio were, when not professionally shut, busily engaged in bellowing Die Wacht im Rhein, Ich bin ein Prius, and other patriotic songs, or sending up deafening hawks for the king, the crown prince, Prince Friedrich Karl, our Moltke. A rough, loud voice would shout, and a terrific thump from the hard and heavy hand of Sergeant Schmidt would visit the shoulders of Private Schultz, or Kuntz, who thus addressed would jerk out, "Oh, nothing, nothing, Herr Sergeant, truly nothing at all," and receive from their recently despised inferior the rude counsel to look alive and keep cheery. The man on the Seine has played the part of the evil neighbor too long. France and Prussia have got to come to clapper claws, there's no help for it. The soup is cooked, so let us eat it. He is the luckiest who gets the spoon in first. Meanwhile Grain, Schwartz, and Braun, men of riper years, stiffer joints, and older experiences, remained at home, waiting the hour when, death having thinned the ranks of the fighters in the forefront of the battle, the second call should sound. Prussia contributed some 652,294 actors of small parts to the said drama, not counting the leading men, stars of the war theater, who supported the heavier roles, and Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden contributed their contingents, bringing up the strength of the cast to 780,923 performers. The equine actors numbered 213,159. The vast machine worked wonderfully. It is interesting to know that the German staff maps of France showed recently made roads which in July 1870 had not been marked upon any map issued by the Imperial War Office at Paris, and that within 3 days from that 3-word signal wire of Moltke's, military trains full of men, guns, horses, ammunition, and proviant began to run at the rate of 40 per day, from north, east, and south toward the narrow frontier between Strasbourg and Luxembourg, for God and Fatherland. And watch well the Rhine, said the miniature banners carried by thousands of people. You could see them fluttering from crowded roofs and packed windows, and variegating the sidewalks of thoroughfares below, as regiment after regiment marched to the station, in shining rivers of pickle hobs and bayonets, or dragoon helmets, hussar busbies, and Ulan shapkas, flowing between upheaped banks of waving women and cheering men. Speedily, in response to communications addressed by the Crown Prince to the South German sovereigns, notifying these potentates of his appointment as commander-in-chief of their armies, came replies expressing satisfaction of different shades and qualities. The Grand Duke of Baden's bubbled with joy and expressed the determination of his troops to gain their royal commander's confidence by fidelity and bravery. The King of Württemberg rejoiced likewise, but in cooler terms, in our German affair being brought to a head at last, and was anxious to have the opportunity of saluting the heir of Prussia. The King of Bavaria telegraphed, "Very happy. Many thanks your Royal Highness's attention," a message which conveyed no more warmth than was felt. His telegram of martial support, addressed at the outset of affairs to Uncle Wilhelm, had seemed quite genuine. Had not Count Bismarck quite a sheaf of documents, more or less compelling, signed in the youthful monarch's scrawling hand? King Ludwig had ordered immediate mobilization of the dark green and light blue uniforms, expended millions of gulden in variegated lamps, public fountains of white beer and red wine, bands, Royal Command opera performances, patriotic set pieces in fireworks, representing the tutelary genii of Prussia and Bavaria, cuirassed and armed, upholding the standards of black and white and blue and white, joined in the Wacht am Rhein, as though he liked the tune which he abhorred. Prince Leutpold of Bavaria accompanied the First Army Headquarter staff. Alas, the appointment but served to inflame the gumboil of the jealous king. The accounts that were daily to reach him of the prowess of his martial cousin of Prussia worked like poison in his blood. He drew the hood of his mantle of dreams more closely over his head to shut out those fanfares of triumph, those hawks and cheerings, and plunged more deeply into the solitudes of his forests and mountain caves. Blood and iron were his bugbears, and yet they might have been his tonics too. They might have staved off the black hound of destiny, already baying at his heels, and saved him from vicious decadence, ultimate madness, and a strange and sordid end. And yet, how did his chivalrous cousin die, at the meridian of robust manhood, under the newly imposed weight of an imperial crown? Not the swift, soldierly death that is given by the bullet of a chassepot, the projectile from a mitrailleuse, the flying fragment of an exploding shrapnel shell, but a straw death, a bed death such as angry seers and cursing valkyrs of Scandinavian legend foretold as the speedy punishment of warriors who had broken faith and tarnished by false oaths the brightness of their honor. But no shadow of the grim fate that was to befall him darkened those brave blue eyes at this period. Laboring night and day at the mobilization of his Third Army, in concert with his chief of staff, von Blumenthal, he was buoyantly happy, despite his hatred of the shedding of blood and his undisguised compassion for the conjectured plight of the man on the Seine. The movements of the opposing forces camped on the banks of the Meuse, and the Tsar lost interest for the public eye in perusal of this rough memorandum of a proposed treaty between the Third Napoleon and the King of Prussia, scrawled in Count Benedetti's flowing Italian hand. Since the spring of '67, it had been hidden away in a snug corner of Bismarck's dispatch box, waiting to jump out. You recall the terms of the thing, one of many overt attempts to seize a coveted prize. The Empire of France was to recognize the acquisitions made by Prussia in the War of 1866 with Austria. Prussia was to aid Napoleon III to buy from Holland the debatable Duchy of Luxembourg. The emperor was to shed the luster of his smile and the aegis of his approval upon federal union between the North German Parliament and the South German states, the separate sovereignty of each state remaining. In return, Prussia was to abet the Bonaparte in the military occupation and subsequent absorption of the Kingdom of Belgium. And in furtherance of these laudable ends, an alliance, offensive and defensive, against any power, insular or otherwise, was to be compact between the great gilt eagle of the Third Empire and the black-plumaged bird across the frontier. Britons, with inconveniently good memories, perusing this draft, recalled the existence of a treaty existing between France, England, and Prussia, mutually binding these powers to protect the neutrality of Belgium, and drew reflections damaging to the betrayer and the betrayed. French diplomatists asserted that the project had been drawn up by Benedetti at Bismarck's dictation. Why preserve so explosive a document, they argued, if it was never to be drawn out and supplied with detonators in the shape of signatures? Later on M. Rauher's boxes of official papers, found at his Château of Circe, gave up the original draft treaty annotated in the emperor's handwriting. For it was his nature, may God pardon him, to be false and specious, ungrateful and an oath-breaker. He must always repay great services with great wrongs. Thus, in the red year 1870, England, who in '54 had poured out blood and treasure lavishly to aid him, receiving this plain proof of treachery, stood sorrowfully back and saw him rush upon his fate. Sick and desperate, madly hurling his magnificent army hither and thither upon the arena, a generalissimo out-generaled before the war was a week old. He had made France his mistress and his slave, and now her fetters were to be hacked apart by the merciless sword of the invader. Through losses, privations, and humiliations, through an ordeal of suffering unparalleled in the world's history, through an orgy of vice and an era of infidelity, through fresh oceans of blood shed from the veins of her bravest, she was to pass before she found herself and God again. Strange, that Christian men, who frankly confess themselves to be sinners, worms, and dust grains before the supreme majesty of the Creator, should be so prone to offer him advice. Chapter 30. The lovely lady whose lace parasol P.C. Brieg had picked up at the bottom of the Prussian chancellor's staircase was driven by the tipsy-faced Jehu of a debilitated hack-cab to a semi-fashionable hotel situated in a graveled courtyard facing toward the Linden. The bureau manager looked out of his glass case as she swept her rustling draperies over the dusty Brussels carpets of the vestibule and muttered to the pale-faced ledger clerk at his side. It is as I thought. There is no Baroness von Valverden. Baron Ernst von Schönvalverden is a minor and a bachelor, private in the Th Regiment of Potsdam Infantry of the Guard. This must be the Frenchwoman I have heard of as mixed up in the scandal connected with the death of Baron Maximilian at Schönfeld in the Altenwald some years ago. He left Madame a lapful of thalers. I suppose she has played scat with the money. Not that that matters if the hook-nosed, long-haired Slav she has got with her upstairs has the cash to settle with us, but if not. The clerk scratched his nose with the feather end of his pen and said admiringly, "Keep Mueller and Steddig's back for the present, understand." And the clerk nodded again and whistled down a tube and evoked from regions below a brass-buttoned, gilt-braided functionary, to whom he entrusted the missive indicated, which bore the monogram of the hotel company and indeed contained their bill. It was handed to Madame by the brass-buttoned functionary just as she reached the anteroom of her second-floor suite of apartments. She took it from the salver and said without looking at it. She repeated. The brass-buttoned functionary begged to remind the gracious lady of similar excuses previously received by the management. At this, she turned upon him the battery of her magnificent eyes. Always economical of her forces, she had removed her torn tulle veil during the cab drive, and with a delicate powder puff drawn from a jeweled case dependent from her golden chatelaine, removed from her lovely face all traces of emotion. Only a spiteful woman would have called her 35. And the functionary was a man, despite his brass buttons and gilt braiding. When she smiled, he caved in, bowed, and left her. but he did not forget to leave the bill. She had it in her hand as she entered the drawing room of the suite of apartments, one of those impossibly shaped, fantastically uncomfortable salons, possessing a multiplicity of doors and windows, upholstered with rose satin and crusted with ormolu, such as are only seen in foreign hotels and upon the stage. Despite the sultry heat of the July weather, the windows were shut, their Venetian blinds lowered, and their thick lace curtains drawn over these. He sneezed as Madame surged across the threshold and would have told her to shut the door, only that she divined his intention and forestalled him, throwing her parasol upon a sofa and sinking into a chair as ridiculous as his own. Yet, when her wealth of pale-hued draperies poured over it, and the ripe outlines of her voluptuous form concealed its crudities of design and coloring, it could be forgiven for being in bad taste. She looked in silence at the traveling cap, not at its sulky wearer, until, conscious of her sustained regard, he raised his hand to his head. In haste then, as though she dreaded the shock of his purposeful abstention from the customary courtesy, she said, "Pray keep it on." They, too, were black, with the white, hard glitter of polished jet. Black also were the great curved eyebrows, the coarse and shining hair that fell to his shoulders, the parted mustache, and the wedge-shaped beard that depended from his boldly curved chin. Even the conical headdress was reproduced by the modern cap with earpieces and turned-up border, and the deep yellowish white of the alabaster, in which the ancient sculptor wrought his bas-relief, was reproduced in thick, smooth, unblemished skin. Handsome as he undoubtedly was in his exotic, oriental style, even in spite of influenza, Madame contemplated him with ill-concealed distaste. To a woman who loves, what matters the temporary thickening of the beloved object's profile, even when accompanied by attacks of sneezing and a running at the nose and eyes? She can wait the day when his voice will clear and his leading feature will regain its former beauty. That is, as long as she continues to love. The passion of this man and this woman had in its brief time burned high and fiercely. So does a fire of paper or straw. Now passion lay dying, and satiety and weariness were the only watchers by the deathbed. Every 24 hours that passed over the heads of the couple brought nearer the hour when these would give place to hatred and dislike, and meanwhile both were infinitely hipped. Every window, every curtain. Must we, then, asphyxiate? At the end of her patience, she made an angry gesture as though to loosen the ribbon of mauve velvet that held a diamond locket at the base of her round, white throat, bit her full lip, and let her hand drop idly into her silken lap again. Her companion stretched out a pair of muscular, but shortish legs, encased in dark green trousers with braided side stripes, and looked with interest at his patent boots. Then he answered, speaking with a drawling, nasal accent. She understood that he questioned, and said, drooping her proud, languorous eyes under the hard black stare of his, "The Pomeranian bear," said her companion, pouting a slightly swollen lip and dabbing gingerly at his reddened nostrils with a voluminous cambric handkerchief exhaling the heavy perfume of opoponax, "has claws and fangs. Also a hug, in which friends of mine have stifled. But they were men, and you are an enchanting woman." He removed his cap and bowed, resuming, "Besides, you went to M. Le Minister with a trump in your hand, a little queen of diamonds, fresh as a rosebud. Have you played her, may I ask?" He got up, pocketing his handkerchief, came over to her and stood beside her, in the upright attitude which called attention to the disproportion between his huge torso and his too short legs. He held his furred cap upon his hip with one hand, and with the other stroked his waved wedge beard. The rasping sound made by his heavily ringed fingers as they passed through the thick, crisp hairs irritated her to anguish. Yet not so long ago it had thrilled her to sensuous ecstasy. "I played the girl, and I have lost." Almost against her will a cry broke from her. "My God! What things he said to me, my God! What humiliations we women endure for men!" Her voice shook a little in the reply. He said that he had heard that M. de Straz had lately visited Berlin. That his agents would tell him, of course. "No, I am quite certain he did not. No." He added, trumpeting in his handkerchief, "Of course, M. Bismarck has spies everywhere, but all the same it was quick work." Her face was immovable. No guilty flush stained its smooth, ivory surface. only the lines about her scarlet mouth sharpened, that was all. Straz went on, peevishly, strolling to the fireplace and leaning an elbow on the corner of the mantel shelf. I suppose they call that princely hospitality, to send a man who has traveled night and day and is decanted out of a crazy railway station, droschk at the door of their confounded Stammschloss at 5 o'clock in the morning, to an inn, she said in a velvet tone of amorous insinuation and with a glance of sleepy fire. Besides, to send me to a summer tavern on the banks of the Danube, when they have 200 bedrooms at the Schloss. If that is princely hospitality, I tell you that I spit upon it. I grind it under the heel of my boot, her nostrils dilated with disgust, as he demonstrated by spitting on the hearthrug. She said, meeting his angry black stare with eyes that were of the color of tawny wine. "Pardieu, your words suggest it. Were either of the old man's sons in danger personally from me? Not at all. I but repeated a lesson, gave a warning as it had been given, but I understand. You have been chagrined by the nature of your reception from the federal chancellor." She returned, now flushed and breathing deeply. "Give me time to breathe. Let me understand the attitude le minister is taking. I need not remind you that not until I had learned from you that, through the lamented Count Valverden, you were sufficiently acquainted with de Bismarck to obtain an interview, did I suggest that you should seek one. Well, you did, and it has taken place. You told him of the little episode I witnessed in January, on the day of the funeral of Victor Noir at Neuilly. Monseigneur the Prince Imperial was riding with his governor and escort. The avenue of the Champs-Élysées was blocked by troops. A charming girl threw Lulu a bunch of violets, made a little scene of loyalty and enthusiasm in contrast with the unamiable attitude of the crowd assembled. An equerry dismounted and gave the flowers to Monseigneur. He carried them with him as he galloped toward the Bois de Boulogne. Nothing of importance in that, perhaps, had he not afterward sent for the equerry who had picked up the flowers, and said to him, blushing, "Pray tell me who was she?" So skilled a master of phrases as de Bismarck could hardly have undervalued the question from the heir to an empire, taken in combination with the blush, or discounted the importance of the fact that, later, when the equerry brought him the information that the charming unknown was the daughter and only child of a certain gallant colonel commanding the 777th Regiment of Mounted Chasseurs of the Imperial Guard, at that moment quartered at Versailles, Monseigneur said, with another blush as ingenuous as the first, "I am glad she is the daughter of so brave a soldier. Possibly I may meet her one of these days." Being told that her baptismal name was Juliet, he blushed once more and wrote it down, together with Mademoiselle's surname and address, in a little memorandum book he habitually carries. And there, my exquisite Adelaide, if your narrative style did credit to my teaching, the interest of de Bismarck should have been engaged. Has the Prince Imperial, with the disinterested assistance of those about him, altered that possibility into a certainty? I explained to him then that nothing further had come of the rencontre, though measures had been taken to preserve Monseigneur's interest from dying for lack of excitement, bouquets of violets being sent to him at regular intervals, with a slip of paper attached to the stems, upon which had been written in an unformed, girlish hand, "From one who prays for the hope of France." And then, will she keep these airs of candor and innocence when she has got her claws on that poor stripling? And do you suggest that the Prussian Secret Service should supply her with funds for the carrying out of her design, whatever it may be? Are we to lay our heads together, like the brethren in the libretto of Mehl's opera Joseph, and sing in chorus, "This is the heir, come, let us kill him"? That the young girl mentioned was of ancient family and irreproachable morals, convent-bred and highly educated, and that I, myself, being her nearest living relative of her own sex, was able to vouch for the fact. I added that the interest displayed in her by Monseigneur the Prince, who until that moment had never been known to look at a woman, led me to conceive that by aid of a few deft hints, a little discreet encouragement, another distant glimpse, a meeting accidentally brought about in some retired spot favorable to the revival of first impressions, an influence might be brought to bear upon the imperial boy which might develop his mind and mold his character. "De Bayard," exclaimed de Bismarck, "so You are her mother. Great heaven, the intolerable tone in which he uttered the words. Only the most abandoned of her sex could have supported the insulting irony of the look accompanying them. Choking, I took my leave. He accompanied me to the staircase, with a false appearance of courtesy. As I turned to descend, he hurled the last insult of all. Nicholas, do not ask me to repeat these sentences, and yet I must have them written in another memory. He twitted me with my nationality before his secretary and servants. He likened me to a mythological character with an unpronounceable name. He said only a modern mother would be infamous enough to devote her only daughter to Venus something or other. Next to my husband, I detest that man. He does not for the moment want the wares you desire to sell him. It is unlike him, the diplomat who could encourage M. Benedetti to lay before him the emperor's projet de traité in writing and lock it away for use at a future opportunity, not to be willing to secure an advantage placed before him with clearness and skill, in the newly awakened fancy of a schoolboy who, if he lives, will be an emperor for a charming and innocent young girl. He pronounced these words as though they were smeared with something sweet and luscious, licking his lips gently and rolling his dead black eyes in sensual enjoyment. As regards your husband, he has certainly not replied to the letter of your solicitors, but why do you hate the unlucky man? Adelaide demanded, with glittering eyes and heaving bosom. Did he not refuse to divorce me? Should I not have legally borne the title of Baroness von Valverden if his sentimental prejudices had not blocked the way? The desire to be revenged, you will not even allow him that. For Straz commenced to titter silently, screwing up the corners of his eyes and shaking his shoulders as he sat with his thick, short arms folded on his chest. An idea to make you hug yourself as you are doing. But true, nevertheless, he would have said, at this distance of time, I can still hear him preaching. I will avenge the injury to my honor when I am confronted with my enemy. I will not revenge myself upon the woman who deserted me for him. Straz left off sniggering. He said to himself, considering her through narrowed lids, I wonder, since she has neither seen nor heard from him since she left him, how it is she knew that they were spoken. Some obliging mutual friend may have repeated them. Or she read them in some letter of his, written to Count Valverden. That is quite possible. But the question is, whether she would detest him so bitterly if her passion for him were absolutely extinguished. She is even jealous when one speaks of their daughter, whom he worships. I will play her on the string. It may be useful, who knows? Probably he deserves it, though women I have met who knew him vowed him un crème de homme, worthy of the name he bears. He smiled in his beard, hearing her foot tap upon the shining parquet, and went on. Men have praised his gallantry and his disinterestedness. Have we not to thank that characteristic for the ruin of our plans? Once convinced that the 13 or 14 years that have elapsed since you parted have increased rather than diminished the beauty that once he worshipped, and I fancy de Bayard would have accepted your terms. 90 men out of 100 would have accepted them, for what has de Bayard to condone that others have not winked at? You were a mere girl, weary of separation from a husband who doubtless consoled himself after his own fashion for his detention in the Crimea, bored to desperation, condemned to spend your days in the care of a child, and in listening to the imbecile grumblings of a sick old devotee. Point out to me the woman, young, beautiful, brilliant, and ambitious, who would not, in your place, have done precisely as you did. Her wine-colored eyes considered him between their narrowed lids. She savored his words, silently, with palpitating nostrils and rippling movements of the muscles of her tightly closed lips. And the qualities of treachery and cruelty, mingling in her strange character with sensuality, and pride and recklessness, were written upon her beauty as plainly as they are stamped upon the individuality of a tigress or a poisonous snake. You speak of weariness, of boredom. She spoke between her teeth, accentuating the vowels and prolonging the sibilants. Nicholas, it was hellish, that ménage at Auteuil. She clenched the white hand that rested on the chair arm and continued, looking with burning eyes through Straz into the past. That woman, my husband's mother, with her parade of devotion for the absent, with her ceaseless repetition of my son, my son's child, and my son's wife. Grandia, how she enraged me, how she made me hate them. Yes, All three, perhaps myself also, most bitterly of all. How often I have imagined I could hear her talking to him. He would weep on her knees, like a schoolboy. She would lead him to look at the child, asleep in its cot by the side of her bed, and tell him, "Do not fear, she will not be like her mother. She will grow up candid and discreet and virtuous. Everything that Adelaide was not, you understand." Ha ha ha, absurd old creature. Were she not dead, I should detest her still. My Adelaide, Mademoiselle, if inferior to her mother in splendor and beauty, certainly has been dowered with her elegance and charm. He bunched the fingers of his right hand, kissed them, and launched the kiss, conjecturally, in the direction of Paris. A pocket edition of Psyche before that little affair with Cupid, a rare jewel. A chic type, give you my word. A schoolgirl who has seen no more of the world than the pearl in the oyster. All this is too funny, give you my word. Then she yawned, showing her perfect teeth and the tip of a rosy tongue, and remarked with an air of boredom. Her eyebrows writhed like little live snakes, her eyes burned like wind-blown torches. She spoke, looking past her confederate in the chair, and with a voice he barely recognized. Max Valverden would have married me, it is absolutely certain, had not fate sent him back on leave from the staff in Austria, but a couple of hours too soon. Weak, sentimental Max, always threatening extreme measures. Who would have believed him capable of carrying out that menace so often reiterated? But this I know. Had he confronted me with what his letter termed the unmistakable proofs of my appalling treachery, I would have convinced him even against the testimony of his own ears and eyes. But de Bayard, but my husband. Do I not know the man he is? With another it would have been so easy. He would have granted an interview, I would have been suppliant and humble, I would have told my tale in such a voice. You were away. I was young and inexperienced. I foolishly yielded to the persuasions of another. Once I had let Valverden kiss me, I felt myself smirched forever. I fled with him because I dared not meet your eyes. Straz sniggered, she went on, not hearing him. He would have taken me to his heart again. Once reinstated there, I would have regained the entrée to society. For a woman who has lived within the pale, even if she finds it better fun outside, it is hideous to be déclassée. A few triumphs, a little intriguing, and I should have been received at court. For the emperor is above all a man of the world, and the empress loves to surround herself with beautiful and witty women. With gifts, talents, charm like mine, I should have carried all before me. I should have reigned. I should have drunk the wine of success from a goblet of diamond. No, I tell you that it is to him as though I had never existed. Did we meet, he would look me in the face, pass me by without the twitch of a muscle, without the flicker of a glance. But you have shown me how I may reach his heart, and one day I shall thrust my hand into his breast and tear it out and trample on it. It is she, my daughter, who will accomplish this. Passports can be had on application to the usual authorities. The only insuperable obstacle to our departure is the bill. Madame came back to consciousness of sordid things as the Romanian ostentatiously turned out his trouser pockets. You are at an impasse for lack of funds. She asked him, upon my life, my soul. Straz smilingly assured her, I am at present without a radish. A sum of $2 negotiable currency constitutes my stock of cash. Although, as I have told you, I carry secreted on my person an order for, he tapped his bosom, 10,000 francs payable from the secret funds of the imperial government. This I tried to cash before I left Paris. He measured off an infinitesimal quantity of fingernail and displayed it to her. Do you think I got a franc from anyone? No, you know better. The emperor's methods are understood too well, and thus it is that the disinclination of M. de Bismarck to finance our plan for the union of two young and ingenuous lovers has hit me in the midriff. 1,000 curses on his niggardliness. Penniless, what damnable absurdity, the emissary of a potentate. The bearer of the bowstring, with life or death in my hand. For lack of cash, I travel second class to that accursed South German principality. I stoop to put up at a third-rate inn. My mission performed, I yield to the promptings of my ardent nature. In the company of her who reigns sultana of my soul, who for my sake has shared the discomforts of that abominable caravanserai, I return to the barbarous capital of the Hohenzollerns. I risk my person in the streets of Berlin. Had my brain been cooler, had your image glowed less seductively before my mental vision. He rolled his black eyes amorously and laid a thick ringed hand upon his breast. It may be that I should not have accompanied you, that I might have hurried back express to Paris, presented myself to my imperial master, and reaped the golden prize. I wish you were acquainted with the verses of Stepan Misiewicz. They would afford you exquisite delight. What does not afford me delight is that these brigands downstairs have threatened to seize our luggage if their claim is not satisfied within an hour. And as I have no luggage, beyond a traveling valise, he added with a gentle snigger, your trunks, bonnet boxes, imperials, traveling bags, and so forth must become the prey of the management. It grieves me to the soul that you should suffer this denudation at the hands of these coarse Germans. But what I cannot prevent, I can but deplore. And if, she said in a vibrating voice of anger, these coarse Germans should lay hands upon your person, for the purpose of ascertaining for themselves the state of your purse. What then? Istenem, nothing could be more dangerous. My letter of instructions from M. de Grammont, annotated in the Emperor's own hand, the official letter of introduction from the minister to Prince Antony, the copies of those 3 telegrams His Highness sent from Sigmaringen, the order on the privy purse, all concealed in a silk belt I am in the habit of wearing. These Prussians will find the papers should they search me to the skin. Then I, with my wife, he italicized the sentences, one in sorrow as in joy, I think you said. Interpolated Madame bitterly. We should be arrested, dragged before official interrogators, imprisoned. Oh, do not imagine I am laying on the colors too thickly. Is it incredible that M. de Bismarck might welcome an opportunity, pending the result of this war, to turn the key on us? Do I wear a silken belt containing incriminating letters, orders on the secret funds, copies of Hohenzollern telegrams? The swift oriental blood that pigmented his eyes and skin, and fed the luxuriant growth of hair upon him, leaped in the dark to the conclusion that he had been betrayed. He said, smiling and speaking with a lisp, a trick of his that boded ill, had she but known it. I have never searched while you were sleeping, or spiced the draught that made the sleep profound. My thanks, she said, keeping her countenance magnificently, for the glass of mulled burgundy I gave you when you returned from the Schloss. You were suffering from chill, you shivered and burned alternately. Like a woman, I did what I could, and you are ungrateful, like all other men. But like every other man, I am a son of Adam, and you are a daughter of Madame Eve. And a little snake hisses in my ear whenever I am not looking at you. She would be truer to her sex if she were false. This is too much. No, I beg of you to let me leave you. Adelaide had put her hand to her heart, given him a look in which passionate tenderness seemed to strive with wounded pride, quitted her chair, and hurried, the Romanian hot upon her heels, to the door communicating with the boudoir. Detained by his feverish grasp upon her hand, prisoned by the muscular arm about her waist, she could only reiterate her desire for freedom. Stras asseverated, Pardon, beloved Adelaide. Life of my life, you know we Slavs are naturally suspicious. It is always in our blood. He thrust his face to hers, amorously ogling. The slight thickening of the consonants, due to catarrh, made his passionate speech sound grotesquely ridiculous. The approach of his mouth, the contact of his breath, reminded the fastidious Adelaide that such colds could be transferred. So she smiled dazzlingly upon him and gently freed herself from his enfolding tentacles, leaning her softly tinted cheek downwards to the shoulder her own overtopped. You are pardoned, my beloved one, but think with me how this bill may be settled. What if you really should be in danger in this place? He shrugged hopelessly and ejaculated, I can conceive it possible, but hampered by the lack of money, what are we to do? Think nothing of the sacrifice. Will it not be made for him who is more to me than all? Pardon thy slave, who dared to deem otherwise. Stras devoured her hand with kisses, became more enterprising as she grew, or seemed to grow, more yielding. but she put him from her, suffering her bright glance to linger on him amorously, saying in tones of liquid sweetness, with a bewitching accent of rebuke, "My maid will bring you in a few moments a case containing what I mentioned just now. Late as it is, shops are still open. There is a firm of jewelers, Muller and Stedig in the Charlottenstrasse, who will buy such things for ready money. It should bring sufficient to supply us with funds for a long time. Poor Valverden paid $18,000 for it." She added as Straz licked his lips appreciatively, "It is a star of emeralds and brilliants you have often seen me wear. Thou art my star." Oh, incomparable Adelaide! She pushed him from her, yet oozing with impassioned admiration. She gently shut the boudoir door and noiselessly shot the bolt. Then her face changed, and all her disgust for Straz, his cheap compliments, his slovenliness, his arrogance and self-satisfaction, his impecuniousness and his cold in the head, was written on her face and expressed by every movement of her body. She ran across the boudoir, abandoning her air of languor, burst into the bedroom beyond, and aroused a dozing maid. "Wake up, Mariette. Find me, it is in the red Morocco jewel case in the brown leather imperial, the diamond star with emerald points." He would be an enemy dangerous as a rattlesnake, she told herself, but trap your rattlesnake and he cannot bite. On the other hand, his subtle capacity for intrigue, his swift oriental cunning, even his masculine strength, made of him a useful ally, even when he had no more secrets for a clever woman to ferret out and sell. Adelaide had known a moment of deadly terror when the Slav's black eyes had looked at her with that sinister stare of suspicion, and his conjectures had leaped in the dark, so very near the actual verity. She felt no desire to encounter that look again. So she pondered, fingering the bulky roll of Prussian banknotes paid her by Privy Councillor Butcher a few days previously, how she might best get rid of Straz without another scene. His oriental cunning, his childish vanity, his petulance and sensuality, his colossal greed of money and money's worth, blinded her to the ruthlessness and ferocity of his tigerish nature, and provoked her to brave a risk far greater than she guessed. She would get rid of him, play the game he had devised without him, and win in spite of cold water thrown by M. de Bismarck. The trap he had planned to catch the son of the emperor should yet be set successfully. Was not the intended bait of living maidens flesh her own? She felt no pity for the innocence of the girl or for the inexperience of the stripling. She was curious to know how, under given circumstances, they would comport themselves. She was eager to bring to terms the minister who had contemptuously rejected her proposal. She thirsted above all for revenge upon the husband she had wronged. Straz stood in the way, therefore Straz must be swept aside. His mission to Prince Antony performed, the Napoleon would have no more use for the instrument. Perhaps that order on the privy purse would never be paid. She arrived at this conclusion as the maid brought the red Morocco jewel case. She unlocked it with a key she wore in a bracelet and drew out a shagreen-covered box containing the vaunted ornament. It had not been given her by her dead lover. The story of the thousands spent on it was no more reliable than the doubleted emeralds, and the thin central star of diamonds set flush with the gold setting of the toy. But it looked well, and Straz was no good judge of jewels, and she had not paid Muller and Stedig the moderate sum demanded as its price. The merchants had been rude enough to dun her, and when Straz should appear and tender the article for sale to them, the manager would summon a policeman, and the Romanian would be detained. He would refer to herself, but long before a representative of the firm could appear to interrogate her, she would have paid the hotel bill and departed, leaving the price of the trinket in the hands of the management. Flaws in the plan, no doubt, but on the whole it was workable. She rose, took the star from the case stamped with the too-revealing names of Muller and Stedig, glanced in the mirror, left the bedroom, and swept through the boudoir. "Nicolas," she whispered, unbolting the door noiselessly and opening it a little way. "My Puri, I am here," snuffled the impassioned Romanian. She opened the door a little further and thrust out a white palm cradling the glittering gewgaw. He pounced on it, leaving a kiss instead. "Remember, Muller and Stedig, 85 Charlottenstrasse. Fly." Your wings, unlucky bee, will be clipped by a policeman, Madame said inwardly, as the drawing-room door shut and the Slav's footsteps crossed the little anteroom. There was a murmur of voices, that of Straz raised as if in surprise or interrogation. Probably the gilt-buttoned functionary had been lying in wait for him with the hotel bill. She listened a moment, heard no more, and went back, saying to her attendant, "We leave at once for Brussels." The woman continued, bridling with all the scorn Lesbia's waiting maid feels for the penniless gallant. And without the exchange of another word, the mistress and maid understood each other perfectly. The impecunious Straz was to be jettisoned for the lightening of the ship. Meanwhile, fate willed the Slav should encounter on the threshold of the anteroom the emissary of Messrs. Müller and Stedig, who had called for the third time to demand payment of the bill. This being offered for his inspection as the responsible male of the party, threw unexpected light on the intentions of Adelaide. $1,600, he murmured. Reasonable, too, most reasonable. I have seen Madame wearing the ornament and admired it very much. Yes, if you desire it, I will speak to the lady. It is doubtless mere forgetfulness that has deferred the settlement of your claim. Wait here." He unwound a knitted silk scarf that was folded round his bull neck. He turned down the collar of his astrakhan-lined coat and went back with noiseless steps. The door of the boudoir was ajar. He satisfied himself that Adelaide was in the bedroom beyond it. He stepped in, glanced about him, formulating his plan, then locked the boudoir door, put the key in his pocket, crossed the room, and knocked upon the door of the bedroom, swiftly stepping aside, so that the door, which opened outward, should conceal him from those within. "Who is it knocks? Open and see," he heard Madame command her maid within the bedroom. The maid appeared, crossed the boudoir, found the door fast, and returned to tell her mistress. But then she found the door of the bedroom she had quitted was bolted on the other side. There was no sound within, but a kind of rustling, and once or twice a footstep on the carpet. So, with the patience of her caste, the maid sat down upon a sofa until it should please her lady to undo the bedroom door. Her lady was incommoded by the grip of Straz's thick hairy hands upon her windpipe. He freed one in a moment, and then Adelaide was being blinded by the folds of a silken scarf. Long, wide, and elastic, it served the Romanian's purpose admirably. Perhaps it had been useful in that particular way before. And as he rolled and twisted it, he whispered sniggeringly in the little pearl-white ear that jutted from between the crimson swathings, almost as though it had been purposely left free. The folds tightened chokingly, and the words died in a gasp. "Mercy. Forgive. What will men not pardon to beauty such as yours?" She moaned and strove to tear away the smooth bands that were suffocating her. He whipped a velvet ribbon from the toilet table, brought down her hands, and bound them behind her back. That little shell-shaped ear was purplish by this time. At the point of losing consciousness, she felt him softly groping for the treasure hidden in her bosom. She heard the crackling of the roll of notes withdrawn. "Do not," she tried to say, but no sound came from her but a groaning, and through the roaring of her blood she heard him answer back. "Far from it, I merely take from you what is my own. For there was the taste of opium in my mouth when I awakened in love's embraces, and conviction, stronger than proof, convinces me that I have been sold. Else why this store of honey in the breast of the queen of the garden, while the black bee was sent roaming to gather store elsewhere? I think I could manage to guess at the reason why I was to have been detained by those jewelers on suspicion of theft. My sultana would have vanished, leaving no address behind her. Istenem, but the emerald star would have served your purpose well." There was a silence, rings of fire, stars of emerald world before Adelaide's blinded vision. "Do not be afraid, my queen, I am not going to murder you," chuckled the thick voice in the little swollen, blackening ear. "Only to spoil your beauty a little, nothing more terrible. Your eyes will be less clear, your skin less dazzlingly unblemished after this experience. You will never again look in your mirror without remembering me." She felt him free that arm, shifting her weight against his great chest, and as she lay blind and helpless there, his snigger vibrated through her horribly. Then, the smooth, slippery folds of the silk scarf tightened murderously, stopping all breath, shutting out consciousness. Whelmed in an abyss of nothingness, she felt and knew no more. Meanwhile, for the representative of the firm was beginning to expostulate. She returns the emerald-pointed star with her regrets, he added smilingly, as the relieved employé gratefully pocketed the trinket. Ladies are not businesslike in these little matters of money. But heaven, who inspired in man the desire to see them well-dressed, has conferred on him the privilege of paying their bills. He carried no valise, so was allowed to pass out with the man, keeping one thick, hairy-backed hand thrust down into a pocket of his astrakhan-furbished shooting jacket, close clutched upon the solid roll of Prussian banknotes, reft from that smooth and perfumed hiding-place. Chapter 31. The Crown Prince, wrote P.C. Brieg, and the Red Prince, as people nickname Friedrich Karl of Prussia, in virtue of his partiality for the crimson uniform of his regiment, the Zeathen Hussars, have departed amidst scenes of overwhelming enthusiasm to take over the respective commands of the 3rd and 2nd Army Corps. On July 31st, at 5:30 noon, the very day on which I pen these lines, the aged sovereign drove in an open landau drawn by 2 superb black Hungarian horses to join his ministers and his chief of the great staff at the station, where waited the special train destined to convey the venerable commander-in-chief of the field armies of Germany to the immediate seat of war. The partly glazed windows did not let down, bars began where the glass left off, and therefore the NCOs of the 8th of a company appropriated to themselves the corner seats. Sandwiched between 2 large and heated warriors, with his unstrapped knapsack on his knee and his elbows jammed immovably against his lower ribs, P.C. Brieg abandoned the impulse to rub his bump and continued to write, using the old straw hat which crowned the knapsack as a support for a notebook. The Queen, he went on, who was evidently laboring under the influence of emotion, accompanied His Majesty. A thunderstorm coruscated and detonated overhead as the royal salute of guns crashed out, and King Wilhelm's subjects greeted him with round upon round of enthusiastic hawks. The object of their acclamations kept continually smoothing his heavy white mustache with the right, ungloved hand between the salutes with which he acknowledged the plaudits of his people, a characteristic gesture of the veteran monarch when had been red with crying. P.C. Brieg knocked off to sharpen his pencil and read over what he had set down. Coruscated and detonated pleased him, though to have said that the thunderstorm had growled and blazed would have been a good deal nearer the mark. And characteristic gesture was loftier language than familiar trick or habit. Mr. Newbit would have snorted at it, it was true, but this was not one of Mr. Newbit's stipulated for letters, describing in a style readable by plain, ordinary, everyday people, what you've seen and heard and felt and smelled. Still, one could not hope to please everybody, and this was a descriptive article, not a chatty newsletter. When complete, it would be forwarded to the editor of a leading daily, with the brief intimation that more like it might be had at a price. That it would draw commissions, P.C. Brieg believed implicitly. There was a stately stodginess about the style that could not fail to impress. So he continued as Die Whacked am Rhein broke out once more, and the deep bass notes emitted by his burly right-hand neighbor tickled his ribs and made him goose-fleshy. The aged monarch seemed weary, it appeared to me. People in the front had helloed to one another. All the weekend one had seen the king bowling up and down and round about Berlin in his little one-horse carriage, with a single, mounted orderly officer in attendance, giving out colors, addressing the regiments, conversing in short, soldierly sentences with the field officers in command. Baron von Moltke, chief of the great general staff, went on the pencil, the War Minister General von Roon, and the Federal Chancellor and Minister-President General Count von Bismarck-Schönhausen, with the personnel of the great headquarters staff and the mobilized Foreign Office, received His Majesty at the railway station, tastefully adorned with black and white bunting, carpeted with red, and garlanded with roses, said to be the favorite floral emblem of the septuagenarian potentate. Sham technicality and sentimental slumgullion. He seemed to hear that rigorous critic saying, so loudly and in such a pouncing manner, that P.C. Brigue hurriedly scratched out the sentence about the floral emblems, though septuagenarian potentate must be reserved for use later, as offering a refreshing change from aged king and veteran or venerable monarch. Hoary-headed ruler would come in usefully by and by. Bump bump jolt, curling curlank curlunk. The two powerful engines, pulling a trainload of fully 2/3 of a regiment at fullest war strength, were slowing up at a station. A roar of voices kept continually at crescendo hailed the arrival. Another roar, mixed with fragments of patriotic song, replied. The platform presented a sea of heads of both sexes, backed by an imposing array of shelves, decorated with foliage, dangling lamps, and national bunting, surmounted by a bust of the king between busts of Moltke and Bismarck, and literally groaning under piles of sausages, loaves, cheeses, oleaginous packages of sandwiches and pastry, rows of gilt and silver-foiled wine bottles, and then more rows. Filled with the amber nectar, trays of these, suspended from the shoulders of stalwart youths, wearing Red Cross arm badges, and white muslin-draped maidens adorned with crimson sashes, waited to quench the thirst of Prussia's soldier sons. And taking in the condition of things at a glance, said one of the two NCOs in charge of the party, "Lads, there seems no help for it. We have got to tuck in again." And simultaneously with the bass response, "At your service, Herr Sergeant." And almost before the slow-going locomotive stopped, panting Samaritans hurled themselves upon the carriages, and arms ending in hands proffering packages of comestibles and tobacco, bottles of beer or frothing glasses or packets of cigars were thrust in between the window bars, until every man's jaws were busy and every man's hands were laden, until even the modestly retiring P.C. Brigue had been compelled to accept a mighty hunk of iced plum cake and a giant package of liver sandwiches, and forced to empty a foaming beaker of brown Bavarian. Why not, when they have plenty for everyone?" hiccuped a stalwart private, who had emptied many mugs. "Won't every fellow of the regiment find his double pint waiting him when the next train comes up?" Not only the troop train that would follow this, containing the odd 1,000 rank and file and the rest of the regimental officers, would find the cool blonde and the dark brunette, the savory snack and the soothing weed, as ready for the alleviation of possible requirements as they had been at every halting place, the city of Hanover severely excepted, since the huge send-off at Berlin on the afternoon of the previous day. Every class contributed to the refreshment of the soldiers. Wealthy brewers sent drayloads of barrels, rich aristocrats gave wines from their cellars. The bakers bestowed bread, the pork butchers contributed hams and sausages, the tobacconists cigars and pipe tobacco, while the cook baked cakes with her perquisites of lard and dripping, and the servant maid took from her scant savings for the purchase of a gross of matchboxes to distribute at the station when the military trains came in. Poor was the wight who could be liberal in nothing. And thus thought the little old woman when she cooked her dozen ginger snaps. She was a tiny little monkey-faced old peasant in a frilled white mutch, jaded red shawl, blue apron, and brown-striped drugget petticoat, and she stood quite alone in a clear space left upon the platform of a little country station, as the eager philanthropists about her crowded to lavish hospitality on the inmates of the incoming train. As the pastry and the cakes, the coffee, beer, and spirits flowed in at the windows and down the throats of the wearers of the blue, white-faced guard uniforms, this little old woman made no effort to offer her ginger snaps, which were ranged in 3 rows of 4 on a dingy white cloth in a little broken basket, and were palpably melting under the rays of an ardent July sun. Next moment, the dandy could not have meant it, but as he pushed away the extended basket and swung round upon his heel, his silver sword knot caught in the frayed cloth or broken wickerwork, and down went the basket, and the snaps were spilt upon the ground. "Thou dear God!" the little old woman cried in anguish. "Ach, ach! The good, the delicious ginger snaps! Who now will eat them? Etch, etch!" And up to her poor eyes went her blue apron. It was a terrible tragedy to her. Some people pitied her. Others were heartless enough to laugh after the fashion of the blonde, red-lipped officer, and to laugh once more at the summary fashion of his setting down. For a terrible, rasping voice said, speaking behind the dandy subaltern and full 4 inches above the level of his ear. When the colonel, owner of the rasping voice above referred to, in conjunction with a bushy scarlet beard and bristling mustaches, a stately height of 6 feet 4 inches, a regulation waist, and 3 rows of decorations, performed an act of bravery for which he deserved another medal still. For, selecting the snap that looked cleanest, this dauntless warrior gravely took it between his thumb and finger, bit a piece out, and declared it excellent. Then, amidst the rapturous plaudits of the onlookers, he solemnly saluted the twittering old lady and swung himself loftily back into his carriage, thundering out once more the order. Suppose the train moving slowly on, and a tricksy spirit inspiring a wag among the rank-and-file aboard to shout to her. Hands waggled, soliciting the sugary boon, and the little old woman, torn between the desire to give and the impossibility of giving, danced like a hen on a hot griddle, until a giant porter, compassionating her plight, snatched her up like a large doll and ran with her beside the moving carriages, holding her out at arm's length as she upheld her basket, until all the gingersnaps were gone. Instinctively, as P.C. Brigue had felt that the cumbrous grandiloquence of his descriptive article would be snorted at by Mr. Newbit, so he knew that the little incident of the gingersnaps would afford his patron delight. The hot, cinder-flavored drafts that raced in over the glazed half-windows were powerless to freshen or dilute the atmosphere. Yet among the varied types of men who, their heavy knapsacks disposed in iron racks above them, sat packed as close as sardines on the narrow benches, were not a few who, judging by the mute evidence of their well-groomed skins and carefully kept fingernails, their finer hair and more clearly modeled features, belonged to Germany's upper class. Shriek, the train plunged into a cutting ending in a tunnel of sheer blackness. Bursting, with another shriek, into the light of day, she raced for a while neck-and-neck with a cavalry train. They were red dragoon guards and white cuirassiers of the great headquarters staff, and they exchanged cheers and sharp, staccato shouts of "Hurrah, Preussen!" with the infantry of the guard, as the latter were hurried by. Nothing was left to chance. All was deadly, methodical accuracy. The keen, clear brain under Moltke's wig controlled the speed of every train upon the 6 Rhine and Moselle railways over which the army of United Germany was rolling to inundate France. Trains, trains, trains. Coffee and sugar trains, trains of pea sausage and the rock-hard brown biscuit wherewith our Moltke fed his soldier men. Trains of spare arms, clothing, trenching tools, and cooking utensils. Trains of cartridges, gunpowder, blasting powder, solid shot, shrapnel, and the big projectiles destined for the siege guns, with trains upon trains close backed with the men who were to use these things, took precedence or gave it because the withered finger beckoned or waved. The descriptive article laid by, you found P.C. Brigue, in the interests of Mr. Newbit, studying his fellow travelers. A handsome young bugler in the next compartment had a well-thumbed copy of the Pickwick Papers. The huge tanned guardsman on his right, whose broad breast displayed the medals of 1866 and of the Schleswig-Holstein campaign, and whose powerful bass notes had reverberated through the diaphragm of his neighbor when he sang, was chatting with a younger comrade who sat opposite. Holding the well-greased, unburnished needle gun between their solid thighs, to hang the silver-spiked guard's helmet on the muzzle seemed a popular way of disposing of the headpiece. They exchanged experiences in a genial roar, subdued to a growl at confidential passages. Gret came to the barracks to bid me Godspeed. There were a few tears, dried when I promised to bring her a wedding gift from Paris. Thou seest, she is going to turn over a new leaf and get married to a waiter at a Sommergarten, a club-footed man who is not called upon to serve, being on the exempt list. She could not meet me, as her old woman had a betrothal party for one of her daughters. A young student from a conservatoire, in a tailcoat 3 sizes too small for him, and a pair of linen cuffs as big as starched table napkins, was the victim served up. I saw him as Mina carried in the spiced wine and rum punch, and a longer pair of lantern jaws I never saw. But when they sat down to table, and I took another peep through the door crack, I promise you those jaws of his were grinding away like steam. Sapperlot, do you suppose I went without my whack of it? And Mina's eyes as red as preserved cherries with crying about my going to the war. I had had a mug of the good stuff and a bottle of something or other, gilt paper on the neck of it, nothing at all but fizzle inside. Then I settled down to a jug of cool beer and the breast of a turkey, while Mina was waiting on the parlor folks. Heard her step coming along the passage, thought I'd play the fool with her a bit, so I turned the kitchen gas low and hid behind the door. In she comes. I'd got my arms round her and kissed her, a regular juicy smack or two before, by the yell she gave, I knew it wasn't Mina at all. But for the thumping size of the waist I'd squeezed and the taste of violet powder in my mouth, I might have thought I'd got hold of one of the young Frayolines. "Help, murder, thieves," cried she. "How dare you insult a respectable mother of a family? Give your name, you rogue, or I'll have in the police." "Don't do that," says I. "I'm only Mina's brother, dropped in to take leave before going to the war." "A fine brother," says she. "Do brothers hug their sisters in that bearish way? Be off with you quick march. And think yourself lucky to escape so easily," he wound up. But if she had reported me to the Herr Oberstleutnant, nothing much would have come of it. He'd have said, "Was soul ick, but we're off to the war." Twilight was fading into dusk. Dortmund Elberfeld, Dusseldorf had paid tribute of beers, cheers, and tears to the defenders of German unity. The most inveterate songsters and conversationalists were getting sleepy, and it would be midnight before the troop train, traveling, like the others that followed it, at a speed strictly calculated to permit of the somewhat slower transit of 6 supplementary trains bearing the king and his great headquarter staff, could reach Cologne. The lamps, adding the flavor of hot kerosene to the conglomeration of odors, had been lighted at Dusseldorf. The tobacco-reek had grown so dense that below their band of yellow light was a sharply defined band of opaque blue fog, in which medium colors were neutralized to monochrome, and outlines of sleeping, or chatting, or card-playing, or reading soldiers blurred into vagueness, wavered, and were blotted out for P.C. Brieg in a sudden doze. He wakened at a late hour, to the iron measure clanked and ground and beaten out by couplings and brakes, wheels and axles. Snores of all kinds, from the shrill clarionet note of the spectacled student of Homer to the deep cello bass of the guardsman who had hugged Mina's mistress in mistake for his sweetheart, resounded on all sides. The tobacco fog had somewhat thinned. Finding it possible to move, because his burly neighbor was soundly sleeping, pillowed upon the body of the man upon his right hand, P.C. Brieg yawned, recovered his knapsack, which had slipped from his knees to a floor which in point of cleanliness left much to be desired, removed from it with a fragment of newspaper the worst impurities it had contracted by contact, threw the newspaper out of the nearest window, and in the performance of this act, caught a not unfriendly eye. Yet there is much spitting on the part of English soldiers when they are standing at ease or off duty. I have myself observed this. I have a relative who married a lady who is your countrywoman. I have been the guest of her family at their London house. You speak our language, for I have heard you, and with a North Prussian accent, by the way. With the sole result that I can make myself understood by Germans who don't speak English, and that I owe to my landlady. Thanks to a charming young lady, a niece of the relative I spoke of just now, who was so good as to read the poems of Tennyson with me. The Princess, In Memoriam, and Maud were her chief favorites. I preferred his epics founded on the Arthurian legend. Though my charming English cousin was often vexed with me for saying that our Wagner's verse drama of the Nibelungen Ring possessed far truer inspiration, and that Die Walküre and Tristan would have been finer than anything Tennyson has ever written, had they existed simply as poems and never been wedded to music at all. You are, perhaps, acquainted with our German methods of qualifying for a commission. Bismarck has 2 sons serving as troopers with the 1st Dragoon Guards, whereas a private of ours is a nephew of Moltke's, and 2 or 3 others are cadets of princely families, representatives of what your countrymen would call the aristocracy of Germany. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them will find that silver sword knot they are looking for, across the frontier, somewhere between the Rhine and the Moselle. But his eagerness seemed to freeze the loquacious guardsman, whose blue eyes narrowed, whose smile stiffened, whose smooth voice instantly diverted the current of the talk to other things. So the Zucca is naturally inconsolable, as they've only been married a month. But Elise Honteich, as the genius of United Germany, in a corselet of gilt chainmail, and a helmet crested with oak boughs, with a green Rhine meandering over her white muslin robe, was tremendous when she came down to the center of the stage to sing Die Wacht im Rhein, carrying our East Prussian flag and the banner of the Hohenzollern, and followed by other operatic actresses in character as the auxiliary states. Saperlot, when she drew her sword, she was tremendous. And when she fell upon her knees, the big chandelier in the auditorium jumped. She sang the part of Gretchen last season and looked not much over 30. Makeup because, she has a grandson who is a junior lieutenant in the Duke of Coburg's regiment of white cuirassiers and must be 60 if she's a day. Prime dawn are like wines, no good till they've arrived at a ripe old age. Though I could introduce you to a little girl of 18 or so, just now doing a song and dance at the Schützenstrasse Tingeltangel, who has a voice that pleases me better than the warblings of any of the highly paid opera house nightingales. And what a figure! Round and tempting and seductive, and such arms, and Saperlot, what a pair of legs! He went on in his Oxford English. And I ought to be obliged to my cousin Max for dying a bachelor. Killed himself in '66 about a mistress who was playing the double game. A regular French adventuress, diabolically handsome, who eloped with him when he was attaché of our Prussian embassy at Paris in '57, and has a husband living, they say. Colossal impudence, actually passes herself off as my cousin's widow in society of a certain sort. So, out of the desire to deal Madame Venus a slap in the face, I got a comrade who knew her to introduce me at a festive supper party. Said he, "Countess von Schönwalverden, permit me to present my most intimate friend," and reels off my name. Would you believe it, the woman never turned a hair. It was I who got flustered when she stared me in the face. Colossal coolness, I can hear her now, lisping. The Herr Count is doubtless a relative of my poor, dear Maximilian. Even had he not borne the name, I should have been struck by his resemblance to my beloved lost one. And then I got out, not half as cleverly as I had planned it. And even had you borne the name that is your own, madame, I should have been shot through the heart by the beauty that has already proved fatal to one member of my family. He added, I laid an emphasis on those 4 words, shot through the heart, because my unlucky cousin actually met his death after that fashion. Will you have a cigar of mine? They are better than the weeds our patriotic friends have bestowed on us. He sent out a spiral of fragrant brownish-blue smoke and added, had I actually stood 4 years ago in the shoes which I have legally inherited, I'll be hanged if I'd have shot myself and left her to my rival. For the other was at Schönfeld, actually in the house, you must know, when cousin Max came home on leave. Hence the tragedy at 3 o'clock in the morning, such a depressing hour to commit suicide. Now, had it been after supper, where was Juliette de Bayard now? Had the outbreak of war hastened or delayed her marriage with the happy master of swordsmanship? And worshipping her father as Monica had said she did, how had she borne the parting from him? She would be very calm. P.C. Brieg pictured the little face drawn and pinched with misery, saw the sapphire eyes dimmed with tears unshed, imagined the slender throat convulsed with sobs that were kept resolutely back, heard the silver flute voice saying, strange that his elfin queen, his carved ivory princess, should bear the same name as the woman the guardsman had gossiped of, the beautiful, evil creature with the eyes like Brazilian tourmalines. And what particular color in Brazilian tourmalines might have been intended? Some were purple, others pink, and yet others reddish-brown. The woman who had dropped her parasol on the staircase at the Chancellor's had had eyes of tawny wine color. With the remembrance came back the perfume shaken from her rustling silks and laces, and the languid echo of her caressing voice. Drowsiness came next, and then oblivion in heavy slumber. And as the unconscious form of P.C. Brieg lapsed this way and that, and his chin burrowed deeper into his bosom, the sergeant who occupied the corner seat facing the sleeper, shading his eyes from the lamplight with a broad brown hand that wore a thick silver wedding ring upon the little finger, lowered the hand, and leaning forward, stared in the young man's unconscious face, with small, suspicious, unwinking eyes. But what is his calling? Is he of the newspaper offices that he sits and scribbles so? And I happen to know that 4 London newspaper correspondents have been accredited by the king upon the instance of Count Bismarck, one being appointed to accompany the Crown Prince, another being permitted to accompany the Second Army, while 2 are attached to the great headquarter staff. But is this fellow one of them? See you, I have had my suspicions since yesterday, and I tell you. Chapter 32. Every waking ear in the neighborhood, and there were now a good many, pricked with curiosity as the sergeant half rose, and, inclining his inflamed countenance and bearded lips toward the ear of his selected confidant, continued in a hoarse, rumbling undertone. Well do I know that paunchy little one with the big beard, who has, they say, as many orders as a field marshal, and who will venture to thrust himself upon our Moltke in his study, and accost His Excellency Count Bismarck upon the very doorsteps of the Reichstag itself. They got off 3 trains ahead of us, paying for men and horses and trucks, to Cologne, and if this fellow were not a knave, would he not have gone with them? Ach ja, it would have been so. But they did not even know him, though he pretended to touch his cap to them. I tell you he turned as red as beetroot when they passed him without a glance. No, he is an unlicensed meddler, if not a French spy, speaking English. Do they not teach it at their lycées? And he has got on the blind side of the commandant at Berlin and the Herr Colonel. But I, Sergeant Schmidt, have my weather eye open, and it sticks in my gizzard that our so glorious Moltke, let alone His Majesty, should with so much civility these quill-driving vagabonds encourage, when they say the French Emperor has given orders that, should the like of them about the heels of his army corps be caught sniffing, they are to be shot. Here Braun and Kless catch hold of his arms and legs. Only going, search, and before he had rallied his wits sufficiently to realize that the warning was in English, a pair of extra-sized hands had deftly emptied the pockets of the old brown Norfolk jacket, relieved him of the cherished binoculars, a brand-new revolver, and a purse and letter case that had been hidden in his bosom next the skin. Then, a soiled newspaper having been spread upon the carriage bench, and the pieces of conviction arranged upon it, Sergeant Schmidt, surrounded by an audience of admiring inferiors, commenced to interrogate their owner. What is this? He held up the well-used briar root, a pipe, and yet it might be used to conceal dispatches or tracings. A pistol also, on the principle of the French mitraille, with many barrels. Prisoner answer, where did you get this? By what right? French coins, too, or call me a sheep's head. At your service, Herr Sergeant, put in the smooth, well-bred voice of Valverden, following on the ominous murmur that had greeted the sergeant's announcement. The money is as English as this revolver is American. Prove the first for yourself. When has the French emperor figured in a woman's hair and corsage? But an attempt at speech on his part was frustrated by an ominous tightening of the muscular arm that had previously half strangled him. The sergeant, his fiery pot zeal rather damped by frequent setbacks, snapped to the purse and said, keeping it tucked in one capacious palm, as he shook out the contents of the letter case, "He is cunning, like many another of his kidney, yet it may be here is proof sufficient to show him a rogue. Who here reads French?" The sergeant grunted surlily. 2 are in English and 1 is in German. The sergeant scowled and thundered. Never did I meet with language to equal thine. What wert thou as a civilian before thou didst enter the army? Occupying the post of assistant to Herr Weber, dispensing chemist, of Stralsund, near Stettin. Put him back on the seat, Braun and Kless, and sit on either side, each taking a wing. Now, Kuntz, do thou begin. And the little sheaf that had been transferred from the horny clutches of the sergeant to the yellow-stained, sensitive-looking fingers of the chemist's assistant was subjected to the scrutiny of the weak eyes behind his large round spectacles, as sleepy-looking Westphalian villages of cottages with tall tiled roofs, grouped about squat, low-spired churches. Item, a passport issued some 10 days previously to the same person on application at the London Foreign Office, on disbursement of the sum of 2 shillings, and authorizing him, on payment of the proper dues and at his own risk, to proceed via Ostend to Berlin. Lastly, a half sheet of tough chancellery notepaper, covered with the large, closely set, vigorous handwriting of the man who was meant when newspaper editors and politicians, diplomats and monarchs, gutter snipes and generals talked of Prussia. What would happen when that came under the spectacles of the ex-chemist's assistant? P.C. Brieg thirsted to know. What happened was that the sergeant, rendered impatient by delay on the part of the spectacled one, grabbed at the documents and dropped them on the unclean floor. The half-sheet of chancellery note was picked up by Valverdon. He gave it one glance and said, smoothly and with an indefinable change in the tone of the voice that P.C. Brieg had thought so friendly. I cannot read the crabbed stuff that is written and printed on the other papers, grunted the sergeant. But this seems wholesome German. What says it then? Tell us, you, since that Gimpel in glasses can make nothing of it, for all his brag. Height 5 feet 9 inches, age 23, hair reddish and curling, complexion fresh, much freckled. Short, straight nose, gray eyes with dots of yellow, chin square, slightly cleft. Further, his desire to proceed with our troops, if possible. I can personally vouch for his honesty and good faith. Berlin, July 1870. Chapter 33. P.C. Brieg never heard the order given, but next moment, his aching wrists were released from the huge, hard grip of Privates Braun and Kless, and the muscular legs that had affectionately twined about his own were withdrawn. Subsequently, singly, and in silence, the sergeant handed back the watch, pipe, tobacco pouch, purse, and note case. Last of all, Valverdon, making a long arm, returned the half-sheet of chancellery note, bearing the signature that had worked the miracle, without words, and looking coldly in its owner's face. Thanks tremendously. I've no doubt I'm to blame for not producing my credentials earlier, said Caroline. But I'd no notion of the rather serious turn things were going to take. However, all's well that ends. Admitting that our own side act advisedly in employing persons like you, I must say that to me, personally, a spy is a spy. But hang it. You don't suppose, Caroline choked out after a moment of angry bewilderment, and with the sergeant's piggish little eyes curiously fixed on him, Valverdon answered curtly, "Excuse me from further conversation." The revolver with its cartridges had not been returned with the other articles. Its owner asked the sergeant for it, getting in reply only a glare. Thenceforward, the long night's journey for one traveler was performed in unbroken silence. P.C. Brieg had been dispatched to Coventry by one and all. Men who conversed spoke in barely audible whispers, their covert glances, like the frigid indifference of Valverdon's regard, and the extra 6 inches of seat space accorded to the holder of the state's chancellor's written guarantee, testified to the aroma of suspicion that personage's document exhaled. Here miles of rolling stock and numberless engines blocked up the metal roads. Shuttered windows and barricaded doors testified that house owners had temporarily abandoned their property. Strings of barges, laden with commissariat stores and livestock, were being towed up the Rhine by the gaily painted, white-awninged, paddle-wheel steamers familiar to the British tourist, while others were conveying voluntarily exiled residents and fugitive visitors down the classic stream out of harm's way. Conveyance by railway, of a kind, was to be had upon terms prohibitory to all but the opulent. And disheveled ladies, pale or red with panic, besieged the station master and his master, the halt commandant, with prayers, commands, and entreaties for places, but for places on some northward-going train. Something was in the air besides the short, staccato bugle calls, the scream of signal whistles, and the ceaseless beating of the Prussian side drums. P.C. Brieg knew it, even as a tall, lean, red-faced inspector caught his eye and beckoned him imperiously to quit his cage, asking, "Here is the commandant." No new pupil at a young ladies' boarding school, smarting under the double stigma of plainness and poverty, no cheaply arrayed debutante at a suburban subscription ball, ever blushed more hotly or winced more painfully under the scrutiny of prettier and richer girls than did P.C. Brieg under the glances of these young men. Not the memory of the army service examinations he had failed in galled him, or that missed shot for the ICS, or the university career foregone. It was the word spy that rankled in his memory and took the starch out of his self-conceit. Before the discovery of the minister's written guarantee, Valverdin had gossiped with him as an equal. The other guardsmen had been friendly in their rougher way. The fateful half-sheet of chancellery note had changed everything. As though one had blossomed out in plague or smallpox, P.C. Brigue had said to himself bitterly. And I feel like a kind of Ali Baba or somebody whose talisman would only work upside down. Even his parting salute had met with grudging acknowledgement. The sergeant had grunted, Braunenkles had spat and looked the other way. Valverdin's finger had barely brushed the narrow peak of his forage cap. Only Kuntz, the spectacled ex-chemist's assistant, had civilly bidden the parting guest good day. He was horribly sore at the treatment received from Valverdin. Susceptible of hero worship, warm and sincere in feeling, he had taken a liking to the brilliant youngster, 3 years his junior, his superior in social status and in cynical knowledge of the world. Was it disgraceful to belong to the Prussian diplomatic secret intelligence department, that ramifying spiderweb of invisible wires, reaching to the uttermost kingdoms of the civilized globe and emanating from the chancellery in the Friedrichstrasse, Berlin? The army had its secret agents, an army of them, by jingo. Had not scraps of conversation reached the ears of P.C. Brigue no later than the previous day, relative to a certain dandy colonel of Prussian field artillery, who for the past 2 years had filled the well-paid post of lace and ribbon department manager at the Paris Bon Marché? Then why on earth? But at this juncture, the halt inspector returned with the commandant, a white-whiskered, potty officer, in blue infantry uniform with distinctive white shoulder straps, beside whom stalked a tall, middle-aged colonel of Uhlans, whose pale eyes, unshaded by the tufted schlapka, glittered through steel-rimmed glasses, whose teeth were clenched on a familiar meerschaum, and whose gaunt, broad-shouldered figure looked better in the dark blue cavalry uniform with its yellow plastron and white crossbelt. What Mr. Newbit would have called the blank expression appeared behind his spectacles when they showed him his young fellow-lodger from Coram Street. But he paused when the commandant halted and began to ask questions, which Carolan answered in the German so frequently tested on Herr von Rosius. How came you to travel from Berlin in a train set apart for the use of the guard infantry? Show me your legitimations-carte and military ticket. If you have one, you have neither. Then how did you, against the regulations, obtain permission of the authorities to enter a militaire zug? It is inconceivable that you should have managed to conceal yourself without connivance of some kind. He had wild ideas of feigning idiocy, of appealing to von Rosius, but the first resource savored of the theater too strongly for adoption, and the second, one glance at the hard, ignoring eyes behind the steel-rimmed glasses disposed of that for good. At his wit's end, a loud, genial voice hailed him in the English language, flavored with the county Dublin brogue. By the powers, and there's the face I'm looking for. Longer by a yard than it was when you capped me at Berlin. Faith. And I stared at you with all my eyes, wondering where in the world I'd last beheld ye, till Chris Brotherton quizzed me, and I bet him 5 shillings the place was Fleet Street. Now on your honor was it, speak, or forever after hold your tongue. A great wave of unreasonable hope lifted the sinking heart of P.C. Brigue. The big, warm voice and the kind, bright glance that had wrought the miracle belonged to a stout little bearded gentleman of 50, topped with a hard gray derby, and attired in a pepper-and-salt cutaway coat, brown holland vest and neat white hunting stock, gray Bedford cords and shiny black spurred blucher boots. Had you met him cantering on some plump and well-fed cob along a green lane in the mother country, you would have taken him, but for the revolver pouch that depended from a neat black leather belt, and the wallet that, with its companioning field glass, was slung across his shoulders, for a hard-riding country surgeon or solicitor, of the good old English kind. But P.C. Brigue knew better, and his drab world changed to rose color, as the big voice rolled from the capacious chest. Hold on, for the life of you, don't refresh my memory. What would it be to find one's mental legs getting shaky at the start of a new campaign? Not a stone's throw from Fleet Street, did you say? By the beetle of Old Trinity, if you don't mean the maze at Hampton Court, or the Nevsky Prospect at Petersburg, or the Garden of the Dilkusha at Lucknow, you're talking of Printing House Square. Am I right now? And he remembered my name and presented me to you, and I'm 5 shillings the richer by the meeting. For if Chris Brotherton dares to say the Thunderbolt office and Fleet Street are anything but synonymous, he's a bolder man than I take him to be. But I'm interrupting a conversation. He broke off, saluting the official. Pray accept my apologies, Herr Commandant. I'll wait while you finish with my young friend. Though I fancy you'd a friend at court in that Ulan colonel there. I heard him tell the commandant that he'd no earthly idea how you got here, but you were simply an English schoolboy who was crazy to see a war. And the commandant said something about turning tail at the first whistle of a bombin-splitter. That's a shell splinter. Though I'm pretty certain by the cut of your jib you'd do nothing of the kind. He added as a familiar shout of "in train," and a bugle call brought the platform leg stretchers scampering to their places, and the long train of gray-painted wagons, officers' horse boxes and baggage trucks, clanked into motion again. Kruznak will be their detraining point, that's all I can tell you, for the reason, and it's an uncommonly sound one, that the newly mobilized men of the infantry battalions want to march to limber their joints and stretch their new boots a bit. Begad, my own brogues would be the better of a day or two on the trees. But rheumatism and corns are the price one pays for experience and the privilege of talking like a daddy to harum-scarum gossoons like yourself. You've no business to be here, boyo. But since you are, use your eyes and brains to observe with. Never be ashamed of running away when you can get out of danger by doing it. And for your mother's sake, if she's living, don't be dragged into fighting on a side. Forget that you have a revolver, if that bulge under your jacket means that you carry one, and keep your temper cool and your opinions strictly neutral, if a fellow with a drop of Irish blood in him can. Twit me with Bull Run now, and you'll get the historic answer. Do as I advise you to do, not what I do. Suppose you come back there with me and have a bite and sup. P.C. Brieg would have given a great deal if Valverden could have heard the invitation. However, it was more likely than not that he had beheld the object of his scorn in familiar conversation with the most famous of British war correspondents, as the grey-painted troop train carried him away. Chapter 34. That was an enchanted walk for P.C. Brieg, back to the big, bare, barrack-like Victoria. It was the doctor's generous amends for an unintentional slight. 2 days previously, at the Potsdam railway station, Berlin, when a companion had said to him, "Who's the enthusiastic young admirer who kowtowed to you?" "English, I should say, and you cut him unmercifully," he had answered, out of the whirl of great affairs. "I've no notion, but I'll make amends if ever he crosses my path again. It's not my way to hurt a boy. Bet you 5 bob he hails from Fleet Street," the friend had cried, and the doctor had answered. Dust underfoot made the tread fall as on velvet. Dust in the air parched the throat and got in the eyes. And the incessant rolling of the Prussian side drums, lanced through with signal whistles and sharp bugle calls, made the hot-baked atmosphere quiver, and the play of early sunshine on myriads of brass helmet spikes made the eyes water and blink, as the battalions of blue infantry that had marched into Bingen on the previous day mustered from their billets, were entrained and conjured away. Now the blue deluge of marching men with needle guns came rolling after, with thunder of heavy siege trains, with patches of green upon the monotonous blue that stood for picked battalions of sharpshooters, sons of gamekeepers and forest rangers, bred from childhood to woodcraft and hunter's lore, experts in the use of the rifle, scouts and trackers of daring and skill. On the 17th of July, the warlock had said to his king, "Give me to the 3rd of August, and we are safe." This was the 3rd of August. And the air was thick with something besides dust. Conscious of this, they talked, the neophyte and the adept discussing things that had happened during the pregnant interval. How Forbes of the Daily News, who tramped it up to Saarbrück by the Naht Valley road from Kruznak, had seen the first blood flow, when a couple of infantrymen of the garrison were brought in a chipped condition, having been sniped at by red-breeched French marksmen across the frontier line. With a single battalion of the Hohenzollerns, the 7th Regiment of Rhineland-Uhlans had hitherto constituted Saarbrück's garrison. and the French being reported in force at Forbach, some 15 or 16,000 men being said to be strung out along the frontier, a detachment of Uhlans with spare troop horses had ridden into Neunkirchen on the morning of the 24th of July, and borrowed from the collieries a dozen stout miners, armed with picks and supplied with blasting cartridges, fuses, and so on. Thence after, nothing of note happened until the 28th of July, when the Emperor Napoleon III entered Metz with his staff and the heir to the throne imperial, and formally took command of the 7 corps d'armée known as the Army of the Rhine. Upon the same day, a party of the Hohenzollerns, commanded by an NCO, reconnoitering on the right front, flushed a French vidette in a wood covering a knoll of rising ground, over the top of which went the imaginary frontier line. Being shot at, the Hohenzollerns retired to garrison, but about regimental soup time, 12 or thereabouts, a battery of 6 French field pieces came over the slope of the Spitzerenberg Heights, getting into position on a plateau halfway down. And while the Prussian drummers beat to arms, distracted waiters ran about like ants, and before the packed and roaring caravanserai, keeping guard over one of the little decrepit iron tables that stood under the dusty acacias, a little table that had a fly-spotted cloth upon it, and a great glass basin filled with sugar cubes, and was further adorned with brown rings made by the bottoms of coffee cups and beer glasses, were the 2 friends referred to by P.C. Brieg's Good Samaritan. With this splendid personage, who was generally referred to as Major Brotherton, was a shorter, plainer individual with fluffy whiskers, attired as for the sports of the field, in a white, low-crowned felt, large checked tweeds, in which orange and pink predominated, drab leggings, and heavily nailed high-lows. You may suppose P.C. Brieg blushing from consciousness of the contrast of his own travel-stained griminess with the Major's dazzling brilliancy, when that personage shook hands with him and said it was going to be a hot day, introduced by his kindly patron to the sportsman in pink and orange tweeds with. He added, "Doctor, if you recognized your baggage van by that confounded goat you've had painted on it, I'll admit it served some purpose besides frightening German crows." Avowed the genial doctor, but how was I to know that the Berlin painter, who undertook to copy the crest from my family coat of arms, had got a magnifying eye? For in prehistoric days, I take it, goats were as big as cows are now. My thanks to you, Brotherton, for supplying so plausible an explanation. I'll salve my pride of pedigree with it next time I'm taken for a traveling quack, and Prussian soldiers suffering with indigestion apply to me for pills and black dose. He added, with his pleasant laugh, catching P.C. Brieg's glance of incredulity. Actual fact, and no embroidery, I assure you. You understand that to emphasize the strictly pacific nature of my calling, I'm exploiting my honorary degree for all it's worth. He added, rather pointedly addressing the handsome cavalryman, I've no special ambition to be shot as a combatant. And, Brotherton, my dear fellow, if this humble individual may add his advice to the counsel you've already had from the man, by Jove, who of all men knows best what he's talking about, you'll stow that lady-killing uniform, and the silver helmet with the flowen, plume away in some spare portmanteau, and leave 'em with your saber and the dazzlin' horse furniture you showed me this morning in charge of the landlord here, until you come back from the war-path safe and sound. Am I talking sense, doctor? And, Chris, if you'll listen to him, I'll be eternally grateful to you for your own sake. You've too much of what Tower and the Yankees call horse sense, not to know you're handicapped as a war correspondent by your glorious panoply. The Major smiled and said, smoothing the drooping mustache with a fine white hand that wore a diamond-set signet, and with your influence, prospects in life, and position, you'd be an ingrate to fate if you were anxious to die at 34. I've been Queen's page and Prince's equerry and aide-de-camp on the Duke's staff, and I've never seen an army in the field or smelt powder except at Aldershot or Shorncliffe or the Curragh of Kildare or at carbine practice. What luck do you call that? Brotherton went on. It wasn't to be done for a very solid reason. My father, who served with Redlit's brigade in the Crimea, was killed on Balaclava Day, and I was an only son. And my mother was a confidential lady-in-waiting, and knew where to apply, by Jove, when my youthful ambition was to be cold-watered. And now that the dear soul has gone, and I'm on the retired list, after 15 years of Windsor, Buckingham Palace, Whitehall, Pall Mall, and Hyde Park, out breaks the war that I've been sighing for. The chance of my life. He stood up, a handsome, martial figure in his scarlet and golden uniform, his eyes ablaze under the silver, gold-starred, white-plumed helmet, his fine face flushed with the battle lust. And as he stretched out his hand across the spotty tablecloth, the feasting flies rose in a buzzing cloud. And glad am I if word of mine helped to get that chance for you. And you know it, Chris, and that it's a pleasure to have you with me, said the genial voice, as the doctor took the offered hand. But the military array, my dear fellow, the wampum and war paint, that's what I kick at with my gouty toe of 52. He added, but here comes the waiter with the coffee and eggs and bread and butter and something like the cold sliced ham I'm dying for, if only it doesn't happen to be raw. So sit down and we'll fortify ourselves against possible shortcomings at Mayence. For that's where the king is, with Moltke and the great headquarters, and that's the destination we take rail for at 12 noon. We would be, Chris, me dear man, said the doctor, liberally piling slices of cold veal and ham sausage on his guests' plates, cutting bread and passing the pickles, if the authorities panted to have English correspondents at their elbows, while they're posting their pawns and pieces for the opening game. We should, as representatives of a great power, submit to no belittling, wielding as we do. Sure, 'tis we ourselves are the foreigners here, hard as it is of conception to a true-born Briton, and, since we're permitted on sufferance to accompany the forces of united Germany, the least we can do is to extract the necessary information painlessly. But my God, when I think of what may be doing at this moment, broke out Brotherton, hitting the table, I feel as if I should go stark, staring crazy. Have I sacrificed what I have sacrificed, and borne what I have borne, to trot like a stray tyke at the tail of a moving army, picking up such scraps as may be thrown me from day to day? I tell you, sir, the mere idea is horrible to me. I cannot put it more mildly. My blood is not yet chilled by age, or my susceptibilities blunted. He pushed away his plate and rose, pulling his gloves from his belt and taking up the cloak that had been thrown over a neighboring chair. I will ask you to excuse me. I have not yet received my papers back from the halt commandant. I will call upon him now. Come back about 10, I may have a scrap or two of news worth hearing, said the doctor, with imperturbable good temper. He's in a frame of mind that won't make for pleasant relations with Prussian transport officers, quoth the doctor, looking after the retreating couple with something like a twinkle and something like a sigh. But he's a grand fellow, a splendid fellow is Brotherton, even if he sometimes reminds me of the Quaker wife who said to her husband, Friend Timothy, all the world is wrong except thee and me, and thou is a little wrong sometimes, friend Timothy. Must stoke when fuel for the human engine is to be had, if you're going to chronicle the deeds of an army that fights as it marches. And when you've cleaned your plate and drunk another cup of coffee, you shall tell me why you came here and what you want to do. And so old Newbit financed, sporting of him, and he deserves that his letters should be worth reading. Call 'em experiences of a tyke at the tail of an army, he added, his bright brown eyes twinkling through their gold-rimmed glasses. For that's where you've got to be. He lighted a huge cigar, twisted round his green-painted iron chair, and sat astride upon it, resting on its rickety back his folded arms, short and strong, with small muscular hands, sunburned like his bearded face and thick bull neck. I am not joking, my young acquaintance. Can't you understand that to keep abreast with even a secondary staff in the war field, you have to sweat out money at every pore? And without gold for transport or thalers for trinkgeld, or seasoned knowledge to help you even if your pockets were full, what can you accomplish? I tell you frankly, nothing at all. But if you'll follow on the fringe of a division, marching with the hangers-on and officers' servants, you'll get many a scrap of useful news and many a meaty bone of valuable information tossed to you day by day. And even with the rear of the army corps you elect to stick to, you'll sup your fill of raw head and bloody bones. Take the assurance from me. Will you, with the advice? Now, as my time is precious, is there anything more you want to know? P.C. Brieg boggled horribly, was regularly set on getting to the front, hadn't a notion how to set about it, when he accidentally managed to get hold of a kind of official authorization, an informal pass certifying the bearer as trustworthy, written and signed by Count Bismarck himself. It seemed to smooth away every difficulty. But later, when he found himself in touch with Prussian army men, they, not only the gentlemen privates qualifying for commissions, but the common rankers, dropped him like a hot potato once they knew. And I'd like to know the reason why they cut me, I mean him, because they supposed him to belong to the secret intelligence department. A spy is a spy. Excuse me from further conversation. His mouth twisted wryly, repeating the hateful words. I understand. The doctor stroked his beard. And previously, this young Englishman and the rank-and file of the Guard Infantry, P.C. Brieg, kept as straight an upper lip as was possible, had chatted together upon friendly terms. And it hurt, being suddenly sent to Coventry. A light broke in upon the darkness in which Carolan had groped. His eyes became circular, and his mouth shaped for a whistle. He exploded. I wondered why Valverden shied, supposing me a secret information agent when the army has shoals of 'em. But that government should set such fellows sniffing at the heels of the army. Of course, I never thought of that. It's not cricket, is it, sir? He said, lowering his voice. Go up Mildam, fall down Wapo, dat blank verse. Prussian military authority may hold that between spying on the enemy before the army and spying on the army before the enemy, there is as little distinction. Though they'd think differently at the Horse Guards, thank the Lord. By the way, with regard to that gaunt, long-legged lieutenant colonel of Uhlans of the Landwehr who claimed to know something of you, rather luckily for your ambitions, where did you come across him? An English schoolboy, he called you, crazy to see war. And they recalled him to Berlin a few hours before the declaration of war. Chapter 35. It was the doctor's turn to whistle. Phew, so that's how they spy out and trap deserters from their reserve and Landwehr. Clever, uncommonly. Possibly it's not business to tell you, but you've given away a genuine bit of information. And as a lesson in caution for the future, I shall annex your nugget. Do you hear? In return, I've a pass for an extra groom who has shot the moon with 3 weeks' double pay in advance, the cowardly beggar. And supposing you're not too proud, I'll take you with me as far as Mayence. He pulled out the gold chronometer, secured by its twisted thong. 10 o'clock, and here come Towers and Brotherton, like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, with a kind of confession in their looks which their modesties have not craft enough to color. No news to be had, no starting for Mayence before 12 sharp, in spite of honeyed entreaties lavished on the authorities. They threw themselves upon chairs, hot, dusty, and panting. They had got their papers back, countersigned from a kind of understrapper after, to do him justice, very little delay. But of intelligence, not a modicum was obtainable, except that the emperor was said to be close to the frontier near Saarbrück at the head of the imperial guards. Though they've been saying that for 48 hours, grumbled Tower, and I'm damn if I call it anything but ancient history. And look at the fellows who were eating at the tables in the windows. They've something tastier to discuss now than the landlord's indifferent grub. It was true. In the long dining room, in the restaurant, and in the reading room, which had been converted into a temporary coffee room, men were swarming like bees and buzzing like them, while detached, staccato sentences shaped out of the buzz. Saarbrück. Spicherin, Frossard, Colonel von Pestel. Towers adjusted his eyeglass. Brotherton, catching a sentence shouted by an officer of a Jäger battalion to another greencoat leaning from a window on the second floor, jumped as though he had been prodded with a bayonet and turned a flaming face upon his friend. Did they lie to us at the station, then, officers and gentlemen? The doctor's hand upon his arm checked him on the verge of a fiery outburst. I fancy they've a right to hold back intelligence dispatched from headquarters when the senders mark the wire delay. Towers called out gleefully, as active little thrills of excitement coursed down P.C. Brieg's spine. Bravo, doctor. And you had it up Huey's sleeve all the time. Unfold, thou man of horrid mystery, as Miss Lagrange says at Astley's in The Spectre's Bride. Some battalions of the 8th Prussian Army Corps had augmented the original garrison, and their nearest support was at Lebach, 5 miles to the rear. A mitrailleuse battery and some field guns posted on the Keppertsburg drove the blue uniforms out of the town. Tower said, "Then why the deuce," and broke off. Brotherton gloomed heavily. The doctor went on. "And in command of the 5th Corps, de Failly, who crossed the river at Sarreguemines." The whole glorious display resolved itself into a cannonade, with occupation of the heights on the left bank and nothing further, though the French foreposts actually occupied the 3 bridges and held the town. Tower said, his pale eyes sharp with intelligence, "Gee Willikins, what telegrams Knapp must have fired off to St. Cloud." The elder answered with a good-humored twinkle, knowing, of course, that the British public must wait for its news until breakfast time tomorrow. "Were you speaking to me, Brotherton?" The major was saying in a voice as little like his own as the livid mask of rage. He turned on the doctor, resembled his ordinarily calm and placid visage. "In stealing a march on the man you've called your friend." He drew himself up and said, speaking simply and with dignity, "Put in Tower, and so we were. And it's a case of the early bird, and not the first time, I'll swear, by thousands. And, Brotherton, you ought to apologize. You were simply infernally rude just now. But I comprehend that my senior in the service of the paper is not anxious to share the credit of the earliest intelligence with regard to what is taking place on the frontier just now. For God's sake, Chris, don't say what you'll be sorry for." The gray-bearded, strongly featured face, with the look of generous sorrow on it, and the younger, fairer, handsomer face, with the stamp of arrogance and vanity and pride marring its manly beauty, confronted each other in silence, until, with an impatient snarl, Brotherton swung round upon his heel. Look here, where the merry hell are you off to?" Tower spluttered, grabbing at the sleeve of the splendid scarlet tunic. "Not going to part company for a misunderstanding, hey? Where I am going to I cannot tell you. Probably you will hear from me, but I cannot promise it. Goodbye. Or, if you prefer it, off Wiedersehen." He shook hands with Tower, nodded coldly to the astonished P.C. Brieg, formally saluted the doctor, who returned with a slight bow, picked up his cap and cloak, and strode away over the sun-dried grass and the hot yellow gravel, making for the gaudily painted iron gates that ended the drive. "Oh, Chris, man alive, and am I jealous of ye?" said the doctor, his spectacles dewy with irrepressible laughter, as the gallant figure in its gorgeous scarlet and golden trappings was swallowed in a crowd of blue uniforms. "If you'd waited another minute, I'd have told you of something else your senior in the service of the paper by 17 years, some odd days, and a minute or two isn't anxious to share with you, and that is a reputation for not being a hot-headed, unreasonable young ass. Shall I go after him and try to soothe him down a bit? Meanwhile, I have to write a letter or two, and pack, or route my man out of the servants' quarters to do it. As for you, my boyo," he turned on P.C. Brieg a keen, humorous glance that summoned up blushes to mantle under the railway grime. "A wash and brush up will do you no harm, and besides, my absconding Berliner isn't described on his passport as a mulatto." Tower came back in half an hour, reporting failure in the attempt to pacify Brotherton, who nevertheless joined the doctor's little party at the station, having apparently recovered his serenity of temper and abandoned his determination to forswear his senior's company. Beer, coffee, bread, and meat were still being lavishly distributed among the troops continually parading for departure, and the train-loads of soldiers passing through. And the exodus of panic-stricken visitors, flying from the little up-Rhine watering places in apprehension of the arrival of the emperor with his mitrailleuses, continued, until, in another hour, the shrunken finger of the warlock wagged, and thenceforth the Rhine Valley railways were totally blocked for civilian passengers, and given over to the transport of men and munitions of war. The troop train conveying the mounted gendarmerie of the 3rd Army Corps, huge men equipped as dragoons, to Mayence, afforded accommodation to the men, horses, and vans of the doctor's party. Long before the fortifications came in sight, the roads were blotted out by marching columns, and the fields were dotted with moving transport trains. At Mayence, whose stone-paved streets were roaring with the passage of iron-shod wheels, the trampling of iron-shod hoofs, and the measured tramping of infantry battalions, the doctor, stepping from the train, was seized upon by friends. Yet after the first eager interchange of interrogations and answers, he found time to bestow a parting hand grip on Caroline and a final word of advice. And put this in your pocket, it'll be a help to you if it doesn't hang you. They're lithographed by the Prussian War Department, and every German officer has one. And here's something else, a lot more use than the revolver those chaps stole from you. You'll know better than to use it unless in case of need. The donor added. And there's a scrap of paper in the pocket of the map cover, may come in handy at a pinch. No thanks. General von Riegen, that's the light blue Württemberg Hussar officer talking to Tower, tells me Moltke and his staff are quartered at the Hotel de Holland. If so, the king won't be far off. He thinks Bismarck has gone to a house outside the town, but he can't swear to it. There goes a carriage with the Red Prince's big buck nigger on the box. Shows His Highness must be somewhere hereabouts. As for the Crown Prince, nobody will say anything. He's marching with an end in view, and they say the French are shooting uncommonly badly, and that half of the reserve men don't know how to use their chassepos. Well, they'll have practice enough before long. Good luck and goodbye. The scrap of paper, upon later examination, proved to be a 5-pound note placed there by the hand that later penned those wonderful war letters, under a wayside hedge, at a corner of a plank bivouac table, on the zinc counter of a wine shop filled with carousing soldiers, at the ebony and tortoise-shell escritoire of Madame la Marquise, in the boudoir of the Shadow that had been so sorely battered by those big potatoes of Moltke's. It molders in a coffin now, and the decorations are dimming with dust in a glass-stopped box. But beyond the veil that parts the seen from the unseen world, I like to think that there were waiting for you rewards and honors, in comparison with which the most coveted earthly insignia were vilest dirt and dross. Chapter 36. My legs are sound, but they ache a bit. The jackass, who boasted the not inglorious name of Rumscottle, laid back his ears viciously at his mistress's reference to the persuasive spike in the whip butt, and the young man addressed by his temporary employer nodded in assent without opening his lips. For the dust in which the little tilt cart moved was almost solid, being kicked up by the 7th Corps of the Second Army of Germany, in line of march through the heart walled by Kaiserslautern. The sutler woman's young man had marched with the 5th Corps from Mayence by Oppenheim and Alzey, and had picked up an American tourist who knew of a short cut to Kaiserslautern, and had mislaid the Army Corps in trying to find it. Staffs, squadrons, batteries, battalions, transport and baggage had vanished like smoke among these vineyard and forest-clad hills, these pine-jacketed gorges, these roads that ran between natural ramparts of granite, or passed through quaint villages tucked under hillsides crimson and gold with laden apple trees, and dominated by ancient castles perched on towering platforms of rock. The American who had been so cocksure about the road to Kaiserslautern was lying up under a peasant's penthouse thatch at a 20-mile distant village, drinking kirsch, nursing his own skinless heels, and reading up Murray. His late companion had refused to give in, and perseverance had won its reward. 60 miles or so above Crew's Neck, where the main road forks right and left, climbing the shoulders of the Nahe Valley, he had met the 9th Corps of the Second Army marching up from Bingen, and hobbled at the heels of one of the dusty battalions until he could hobble no more. True, he spoke a most vile jargon, but you cannot have everything, and the weather was so beautifully dusty, thought the sutler woman, that an assistant would certainly be of use. Without the dust that clogs the human throat, the trade in liquid lubricants would be less roaring, and the tilt cart contained, beside other marching requisites, a 20-gallon barrel of rather lukewarm beer. The young man nodded again as the cart shafts tilted in the hame straps, and a command to throw his weight on the front board was issued from behind. There was a good deal of creaking as he obeyed. A heavy weight suddenly added to the jackass's load made Rumscottle look malevolently round his near-side blinker and display an upper row of long orange-colored teeth in testimony of his desire to bite. Then his driver slid off the board, took the rope reins, and continued to trudge beside him, keeping well to the low hedgerow so as to leave a clear space between the sutler's cart and the seemingly endless column of dusty infantrymen, striding steadily forward through a blazing August noon. Ahead, where blackhand-white and white-and-black lance pennons flickered at the turn of the road below a steep hill shoulder covered with bronzing vineyards heavy with purpling grapes, the light blue of a Prussian dragoon regiment and the facings of a squadron of red uhlans showed through the thick coating of dust that clung to horse and man. Schmidt, Klaus, and Klein were pressing on in spite of dust and an 85 in the shade thermometer, you must understand, so as not to get left out of the fighting that must be going on ahead. For the 1st and 2nd Corps of the 2nd Army, with the headquarters staff, were known to have reached Hamburg, and on the previous night, the army of the Crown Prince had bivouacked behind the Klingbach, south of Landau. 5 or 6 in the morning, supposing him to have marched at dawn, would see him well across the frontier, and scouts on the hills had heliographed and flag-signaled the arrival of imperial battalions and artillery at Wissembourg, and blue Baden dragoons reported a cavalry camp at Sels. For all they knew, Unser Fritz and the Napoleon were even then at grips, so they marched, as they had marched since they detrained at Bingen, swinging starkly on under the weight of the knapsack, 80 rounds of ammunition, rolled greatcoat, camp kettle, sword, spade, water bottle, haversack and bread roll, or half a dozen flint-hard brown biscuits threaded together on a bit of string. Men sweated and blistered under the relentless sun, but not many fell out, and there were very few severe cases of sunstroke, these for the most part falling to the lot of reservists. And in the hottest part of the day, a plump of thunder broke among the hills eastward, and a deluge that followed turned the dust on them to paste. Then the sun came out again and baked the paste hard, and the sutler woman stuck her head out between the front flaps of the cart tilt and told her young man to pull up for a bit of a rest and a snack. So P.C. Brieg unharnessed Rumscottle, and the jackass rolled in a sandy hollow in asinine fashion and rose up braying and refreshed. Then, quite mildly submitting to be hobbled by his mistress, he fell to upon a patch of thistles that the battery wheels had spared, and the sutler woman, who answered to the name of Crumpf, produced black bread and cheese, with peppery sausage of Brunswick, and a mighty tin bottle of cold milk coffee from the depths of her vehicle, and liberally dispensed of these refreshments to her servitor. She partook of them herself, largely, lacing her own mug of coffee out of a private bottle of schnapps. Herr G. She grumbled presently, "What is he gaping at?" For her young man had finished eating and was absorbed in watching marching legs. She added, snorting scornfully, "We might sit here and sleep for 3 hours, and they would still be going by when we woke up, horses' legs and men's legs, just as though they had got clockwork inside them. It was so in Schleswig-Holstein, and it will be so in France. And what the Danes got the French will get, and that will be a thumping." She nodded directly afterward and dozed heavily, leaning her broad back against the wheel of her cart. Perhaps she slept a quarter of an hour while the dusty men marched by, 4 abreast, without slackening pace or changing step. They had hard-featured, serious, intelligent faces for the most part, thought P.C. Brieg, though here and there was a visage that bore the stamp of vice upon it, or was pimply with drink, or brutal, or merely sly. They had ceased to sing, though their bivouac of the night before had been patriotically vocal. The dusty instruments of the bandsmen came less frequently out of their dustier bags. They marched for the most part in silence, though the trampling of their feet made the solid ground reverberate. Sometimes a battalion would quit the road, and hedges would go down before it as by magic. Thus, under the rhythmical tread of the dusty boots, as under the iron-shod wheels and iron-shod hoofs that had preceded and would follow them, green things were beaten from the face of earth, and fur and feather fled as they were flying before the Third Army, marching toward Wissembourg, as they were flying before Steinmetz, bringing the First Army from the north. Last night, by some delusion of the wearied senses of sight and hearing, they had seemed to the boy who had slept on the outskirts of their camp to be marching even as they slept. The lusty snoring of the countless swathes of sleepers between the long, orderly rows of stacked needle guns topped with gilt-spiked helmets suggested the rushing of a host in onward motion. When the boy who had lain through the night under the sutler woman's cart to guard it from light-fingered marauders had fallen into a troubled slumber, his blistered feet had carried him on in dreams behind them still. He grinned now, reminiscent of the doctor's analogy, as a blunt-nosed, shaggy dog of no distinguishable breed trotted past, sneezing between the files at the rear of a half-company column. "Whose is the beast?" he heard a soldier ask his neighbor on the right hand, and "Nobody's, join the battalion at Bingen," was the reply. Upon which the inquirer tossed the canine waif a scrap of biscuit, with "Here, Bang," and Bang, thus adopted and christened, neatly caught the morsel, bolted it, and trotted on, no more an ownerless mongrel, but a regimental dog. Now the sutler woman was waking, rubbing the sleep out of a pair of eyes which were less bright than they had been before their owner became addicted to the use of beer with schnapps as a lacing. She had an incipient beard and the voice of a heavy dragoon, yet there was a tinge of womanly coquetry in her way of straightening her big, battered bonnet and adjusting the checked blue and yellow shawl tied crosswise over her voluminous bust. She yawned, struggled to the perpendicular position, with some difficulty, owing to her corpulence, and cried, pointing a stout red finger at her henchman, yet squatting in the shade of a clump of dusty whins. "If he isn't mooning still, with his chin on his two fists, such a gimpel I never yet did see. But they say all the English are mad, their climate makes them so, otherwise would they not live in their country, but no. They can't, hirer. Catch rumscottle, and let's be moving." For though the stout proprietress of the tilt cart had undoubtedly played the part of a Samaritaness toward the wandering Englander, she was, it had to be owned, more charitable than chaste, trading not only in beer, bread, sausages, matches, cheap packs of cards, dominoes, pipe tobacco, sweets, and pickled cucumbers, but following, between marches, the oldest profession in the world. Conceiving the refusal to be prompted by jealousy, Frau or Fraulein Krumpf had not taken it in ill part, until, being undeceived upon this point, she uncorked the vials of her anger and exerted a gift for vituperation justly celebrated among her clients of the rank and file. "You threadling, you whippersnapper, you pickled herring in a jacket and breeches. There is a man buried in the Domkirche at Mainz, where I belong, that has been dead over 100 years, and has more of good red life in him today than thou. Frauenlob, they called him, because he couldn't live without women and women. And when he died, 8 of the town girls carried him on his bier, and they poured wine over his grave so that you stepped up to your knees in it, all because he had liked the women as a tomcat likes cream." The first spate of her resentment over, she had accepted the situation, but the wound remained, and as the better half of Potiphar may have railed at her husband's young Hebrew steward, the sutler woman nagged at the young man who limped beside her jackass, through the deep, welcome shade of ancient oak forests or over long, blistering stretches of naked mountain roads, as those tireless, dusty men marched by. There was no keeping up with them. They passed, and others swarmed after them. Batteries succeeded battalions, ammunition and baggage, ambulance and commissariat trains were followed by yet other battalions, while the sweat dripped into the eyes of P.C. Brieg and the skin wore off his heels. At midday, when his chest hurt with the very act of breathing and his straining muscles seemed about to crack, a man died. He was an infantryman of Hessians, and it happened quite suddenly. P.C. Brieg, who had long ago abandoned all unnecessary integuments, marching without coat, vest, collar, or braces, had noticed him a moment previously swinging along with unbuttoned uniform. It was marvelous how small a minority of the soldiers had sought this method of relief. His open shirt showed the lighter skin of his bare chest, his pickle hob was perched upon the cooking pan crowning his knapsack top, and he had draped a wetted red handkerchief over his steaming head. save that his face was purple with congested blood, so that his pale, staring eyes seemed colorless by comparison, and he walked with open mouth, the Adam's apple in his lean throat jerking as he gulped down the hot air. He conveyed no dire impression of breakdown. But suddenly he stumbled and spun round, as if seized by sudden giddiness, clutching at his shirt breast, dropping his gun. Men were thrown out of step as he fell, with an absurd clatter of metal and tinware. Yet they marched on without a pause. Others came, stepping over the fallen figure lying huddled in the way. Its fingers moved, paddling in the dust, and P.C. Brieg, yielding to a sudden impulse, dropped the bridle of the jackass, ran in, grabbed hold, and hauled the heavy body out of the way. "What are you doing, born stupid that you are?" the sutler woman cried viciously, for Rumscottle had swerved aside to the hedge and was ravenously devouring weeds. She added, becoming aware of the prone infantryman, who was lying on his back staring at the sun unwinkingly. "It it all up with that one. His eyes are turning white already, such as he have never 6 pfennigs to pay for other folks' time and trouble. Better leave him for the Feldlazaret to pick up." But P.C. Brieg only grunted dourly, hunkering by the prostrate Hessian, and with a parting sarcasm, the proprietress of Rumscottle seized her beast's head and trudged on. If she had looked back, she would have seen good Irish whiskey wasted, for despite the shade of the tree under which he was hauled, the rolled-up coat thrust under his head, and the laving of his face and breast with spirit, it was all up with the man, as she had prophesied. He grabbled with his sunburnt fingers in the dust a little, and tried to lift a hand to his perspiring chest. By the tin crucifix dependent from a leather bootlace round his neck, you could tell that he tried to make the sacred sign. Then his eyes rolled up, and an expression of great surprise overspread his discolored countenance. His knees jerked, and a sound like a rotten stick of wood, breaking, came from his open mouth. "Leoch." Chapter 37. He would breathe for possibly an hour longer, but practically the man was dead. Still listening for the faint, intermittent heartbeats, a splash of gravel stung P.C. Brieg smartly in the neck and cheek, and the dull thunder of horse hoofs came unpleasantly close and stopped. He lifted his ear from the rattling chest and looked up into the face of an infantry officer who was reining up his beast and bending from the saddle as he looked at the casualty on the ground. The officer asked in staccato sentences, "Will you kindly show me his name tag?" His keen eyes, hedged with dusty fair lashes, narrowed against the blinding white sunshine and, somewhat bloodshot with heat and fatigue, had something like a smile in them, and for some reason, to the dusty young man who squatted on the ground by the dying, the smile was an offense. He scowled, and the officer, noting this, asked curiously. Resenting the gesture for the same inexplicable reason, P.C. Brieg responded with a headshake. The captain pursued, pulling the damp and blackened reins between his gloved fingers, stained with his own sweat and the horse's within the palms. The dust-smeared, freckled face turned on the interlocutor angrily. The smoldering fire in the eyes leaped into sudden flame. To come by his end like this, without firing a single shot. Men wondered what he had died of and what they were discussing there, and P.C. Brieg went on, his mouth pulled awry with wrathful bitterness. He set as much store as others by king and fatherland. I dare say he dreamed of getting the Distinguished Service Medal for some tremendous act of gallantry and astonishing his wife. He wears a wedding ring, so I suppose he had one with it when he got home. And now it's all over. It makes me feel sick. All over and nothing to show for it. The blank, rolled-up eyes, staring unwinkingly in the face of the coppery, westering sun, and the discolored face, with the look of agonized surprise now fixed upon it, seemed to echo dumbly. Nothing but this. The officer returned. "And presently the Feldlazaret will come up and put him in a wagon. He will be buried at sundown, when we halt. They will give him a firing party and a bugler. Everything will be done decently. After a battle, there is not always, you understand." "My worthy sir, our pawns are battalions." The captain laughed, showing even, but tobacco-stained teeth under his thick brown mustache. This was a unit among myriads of myriads. You will find plenty of work waiting for you among his comrades, if, as I guess, you are a graduate in surgery out for practice. Let me advise you to join a Red Cross ambulance. The arm badge is a protection of a definite kind. A scalding wave of bitterness and resentment had swept over him a moment previously. Behind and through the officer's brown-eyed, good-looking face, he had seen the fierce, challenging blue stare and great domed skull and bulldog jaw of the great minister who made wars at will. And the limp, dead body of the unit among myriads of myriads, lying by the beaten track, where 20,000 men thus clad and armed had passed already, had awakened in him a rage of pity and a fury of disgust. Meanwhile, here was a letter, pinned inside the dead man's shirt, an ill-spelt, loving scrawl containing a wilted sprig of some kind of garden herb, smelling evilly. "Glory is glory," said the poor soul who wrote, "but so thou bring thyself safe back to me and the kinder, that will be enough." Meanwhile, entreating her lambkin to remember that old man kept off the fleas, she enclosed a bit picked from the clump in the garden border by the old red gooseberry bush, and with a tender inquiry after his poor corns and a row of blotty kisses, signed herself his faithful wife Lottchen. One could only be sorry for poor Lottchen and note down her address, together with her deceased lambkin's name and regiment, and send her presently a line from a stranger who had been near him when he died. For the unit among myriads of myriads, nothing could be done beyond pulling his yet pliant limbs into decent straightness and folding the already stiffening hands upon the unheaving breast. Our Moltke was testing his material at the outset by heavy marching. Since breakfast time, there had been no halt. The columns of human flesh and horsemeat had pegged along, tirelessly as though the sinews that bore them had been forged of elastic steel. The blazing sun set in a great whirlpool of molten rubies and gold beyond the Birkenfeld, while the sky to the north and east was green, with a vivid, spring-like hue. The clear, thin dusk of August fell, yet the tireless columns marched on, and in company of other, even queerer wayfarers, the dusty young man with the knapsack doggedly continued to trudge beside them. When at length the halt was sounded, he staggered through a hedge gap into a field of flax, and threw himself heavily face downward amid the yellowing stems that had long ago flowered and seeded and ripened for pulling. Stupid with weariness, he might have lain there 10 minutes when a bugle shrilled close by, and the brown, hairy heads and forelegs of the leaders of a team of gun horses crashed through the hedgerow, the scarlet face, open shouting mouth, and uplifted whip-arm of the forrider showing above. As luck would have it, orders had been given that a half-battery of mounted artillery should bivouac in this flax field, and death under the iron-shod hoofs of the horses and the iron-shod wheels that followed them shaved very close to P.C. Brieg. Yet he was not grateful as he picked himself out of the hollow into which his frog-like, instinctive leap for life had landed him. The heavy riding whip of the forrider had cut him bitterly across the loins while yet in midair. Adding insult to injury, the artilleryman had cursed his victim for getting in the way of the battery, and the other riders and the gunners on the limber were grinning from ear to ear. Smarting, P.C. Brieg cursed back, in a cautious but vigorous whisper, as he hobbled back to the road. Upon the farther side, 2 half-battalions of infantry, divided by a little bushy knoll, were already encamped upon a strip of gorsy grass. The thing had been done as if by magic. The officers grouped in the foreground, round their little camp tables, were drinking Rhine wine and beer as peacefully as though they had not stirred for hours. Behind them, the battalion color and the halberd of the drum major had been planted upright in the center of an orderly array of drums and band instruments. The straight rows of knapsacks with enrolled greatcoats, stretching away in the rear, were divided by the customary 10-pace interval, and the mathematically balanced stacks of needle guns. Fires of brush and dry cones from the pine groves fringing the road crackled in the small oblong trenches dug by the fatigue men. Squad cooks were cutting up pea sausages, raw potatoes, and onions into camp kettles of water, destined to simmer, slung on sticks reaching from bank to bank. And the regimental butchers had already slaughtered a couple of young bullocks, whose skins lay smoking by the chopping block. Presently, when the officers' mess cooks had chosen such joints as seemed good to them, the rest of the meat would go to enrich the stew of the rank and file. A charming scene, now that the all-pervading dust had begun to settle. The bivouac roofed in by the clear green twilight, through which diamond star points began to thrust. If only one had been less sharp-set, and the proprietors of the wine and beer carts had had bread and sausage to sell as well as warm, flat beer and musty-smelling vintage, the beauty would have appealed to one a good deal more. Squatted by a lichened boulder in a clump of sun-scorched bracken, P.C. Brieg searched his pockets, and then the recesses of his knapsack, for something to eat. An ancient crust of black bread rewarded his investigations, just as the savory-smelling camp kettles were taken off the fires. He fell to work upon his crust as the stew was apportioned, and the big cans of beer distributed to each mess. And as he gnawed dog-like at the stone-hard lump of baked rideau, he caught the eye of one of the Barmecides, a merry-faced, red-haired young private who was evidently the jester of his squad. "Our soup smells good, what?" "Well, the smell may be had for nothing. He may fill his belly with as much of that as he can." A roar of laughter greeted the sally of the humorist, to whom P.C. Brieg nodded assent, and, gravely extending his diminished crust in the quarter from whence the whiff of oniony pea soup came most powerfully, fell to with apparently renewed appetite, provoking the approving comment. "Well then, let him take this, and this." Catch it young, a lump of very fresh beef, boiled in the oniony pea soup, was dumped into a bit of newspaper, screwed up, and pitched across to the supperless. P.C. Brieg gratefully caught the oleaginous parcel and the 2 hard army biscuits that came after, and pulling out some small change, signified his desire to pitch back the coins in return. But a big hand waved them vigorously away, with the gruff exclamation, "Der Teufel, let him keep his pfennigs." One gives a share of one's supper, one doesn't sell, and so genuine was the one that, despite the smarting wheel that had been the gift of another less kindly, P.C. Brieg's faith in humanity lifted up its head. He disposed of the grub and drank some hill water tinctured with Kinahan, a permissible indulgence in view of his fatigue, and stuffed the well-used briar-root with bird's eye, and, propping his back comfortably against the boulder, kindled the pipe of peace. By nature clubbable, and a thirst for news, he would have liked to mingle with the replete, unbuttoned soldiers, who, supper over, gathered round the fires to smoke and chat and sing. But the snub dealt by Valverdon had not left off smarting. The fear of incurring another rebuff, even from a social inferior, kept him aloof and solitary. He realized with dismay that his stock of self-confidence was beginning to run low. "I'd a lot of faith in myself when I accepted that commission from Newbit," he ruminated, chewing hard on the stem of the venerable briar-root. "More than half his money's spent, what did I want with that? Revolver, and I haven't written him a line. Instead, I've swatted up a thundering, long, descriptive article, telling people all about what they know already, and sent it to that shaved sea elephant in a Gladstone collar, who told me I might forward letters from the seat of hostilities if ever I got there." He frowned, mentally reviewing the points of the firstborn launched upon the tide of speculation. However ancient its matter might be, the vigor and mastery of that descriptive article, completed in the train between Bingen and Mayence, and dropped with paternal solicitude into the sack of a corporal of the field post, would surely, could not fail to, ensure its appearance in print. Why did a horrible conviction of its utter stodginess come home to him at this 11th hour? Its labored periods revolted, its stately mawkishness sickened his memory. He knocked out the pipe bowl against the boulder and got out his notebook and began to jot down a letter to Mr. Newbit by the light of the now-risen moon, who, with Venus blazing emerald at her opulent side, hung high in the southeast, looking down upon forest and field, mountain, valley, and river, and the armed men and beasts, guns and wagon trains, strung out over leagues of distance, calmly as befitting an aged queen familiar with the portents of war. No, he couldn't write, even well enough to please plain, homely people. Why, hang it all, old Newbit must have known from the beginning to do that was the highest and most difficult art of all. Men came into the world equipped, as had come Shakespeare and Scott and Dickens, each with a single feather, such as might belong to the wing of a P.H. Senex or an archangel, sprouting from his own flesh. Urged by the inborn crave to set down life, each had plucked forth his birth gift with a pang of unutterable anguish. And there, at the quill end, hung a single drop of red, red blood. And that drop tinctured every page they penned, and thus what they wrote lived. To be a distinguished war correspondent, one had to be born with the magic pen feather. The doctor had it. That was why his written sentences dug home to the quick. Without it, success would never come to one, no matter how hard one tried for it. One would be nothing better all one's life than a plodding paragraphist. Pity an unlucky youth, fagged, footsore, and smarting, not only from disillusion and chagrin, but from the very recent application of an artillery horsewhip. In addition, the infantry band had now begun to play with soul-melting sweetness. First, the Lorelei, and then Red Dawn That Lights Me to My Early Grave, and then the Song of Siebel from Faust, with all its yearning passion and tender anguish. And possibly other eyes were wet besides P. Seabrig's, who fairly put down his head and sobbed, under cover of the twilight and the protecting boulder, as he had not done since his Knickerbocker days. Not now from a vague, wistful aching for the voice and the touch of the young, unknown, long-dead mother. Pain and longing were there, but of how different a kind. The reign of Brunhilde Britomar Teisold was over. That night saw the smallest and slenderest of heroines established on the vacant throne of the ideal. He who wept was not the type of a young girl's hero, choking and gulping and burrowing his hot, wet face into the dry, rustling fern. But he suffered as only youth can suffer. The pangs were very real that wrung from him such stifled cries as these. I have loved her since the moment our eyes met. My infernal ingratitude that she forgave like an angel, the brutal things I thought and said of her, were because I could not forgive myself for loving her so. My discontent, my restlessness, my ambition to do something and be somebody, weren't they prompted by the longing to cut a figure in her eyes? Lovely eyes, and at this minute her husband may be kissing them, the noble gentleman, brave as a lion, who fought like the deuce and all. Stop, though, if he's an army man, he has had to leave her. Could I have borne to do that if I had had the luck to be in his shoes? Yet how she would despise a lover who hesitated between her and his duty. Even if her heartstrings about his heels were tied, as the Suabian ballad says, she would bid him march to war, for a girl like that could love, mind you. Like Juliet and Desdemona and Viola rolled into one, and yet never be blinded by love into forgetfulness of God or honor or loyalty. It is written in her face. Are these things first with me? I'm afraid not. I think not, I know they're not. And yet I dare to love her, to whom they mean everything. His conscience stung and smarted like the wheel from the artillery whiplash. And the dread of death and the hereafter wakened in him, shuddering and quaking in the creeping dusk. Now he comprehended his own insignificance and weakness and loneliness. He had seen a man die that day, suddenly, without time for preparation, as thousands of others would die before the ending of this war. What if tomorrow, at the hottest hour, the trenchant blade of the sun should bite through P. Seabrig's brainpan? He heard the other self within him saying, "Suppose," and he asked himself, with a cold sweat breaking out upon his flesh, and a curious stirring among the roots of his hair, what would have happened only an hour or two back, if the flying squirrel leap that had made the white teeth flash against the brown faces of the gunners on the limber had failed to land the dusty scalawag who had been sleeping in the flax field beyond reach of the pounding of the hoofs of the battery team. Father, I cry to thee. The soldiers were singing the battle prayer of Kerner, the lusty Teutonic basses and baritones and tenors mingling in melodious unison with the night breeze that had risen with the moon. Previously, P. Sebrig might have smiled at the simultaneous production of hymn books, the rising at the word of command to sing, the short, business-like prayer recited by an officer that was followed by a crashing amen. Now, it seemed to him, there was something wholesome and good in the military regulation that united men of every Christian creed and denomination with those who habitually omitted religion from the daily routine in the brief act of worship described. Recalled by it to the teachings of the Mother Church, he made the sacred sign upon brow and breast, and whispered his nightly prayers. The name of Juliet mingled in the entreaty that our Lord and his mother would bless and guard those dear to the petitioner from danger and harm, and not let me come to grief for her sake. Of course, I mean Monica's, for she never would have loved me even if there hadn't been another man. But oh, take care of her and shield her from evil, sickness, grief, and danger, and let me see her again one day. He grew drowsy, lying against the yet sun-warm boulder, listening to the distant cry of the mousing owl and the long, rattling churr of the nightjar, mingled with the occasional snorting of the tethered horses, the measured tramp of the sentries, the small explosions made by pine cones thrown upon the blazing guard fires, and the other sounds of the bivouac. Chapter 38. The watch was set at 9 o'clock. Then the lie-down sounded far and near, and the moon stared down on rows of prone men wrapped in their greatcoats and pillowed on their knapsacks, stretching away under the pansy-dark canopy of heaven for miles. The officers sat for some time longer, drinking their Rhine wine and playing cards by moonshine and lantern light, or strolling, cigar in mouth, upon the outskirts of the bivouac. Several artillery officers who had supped with them went back to their own bivouac after voluble leave-takings. Infantry officers, who had shared the hospitality of the gunners, returned, enlivening the night with scraps of gossip and more or less melodious song. A couple of these latecomers halted on the outskirts of the cordon of sentries to finish a confidential conversation. The moon was obscured by clouds, the bivouac was swathed in shadow. Of the lumpy boulder by which the adjutant stood, only its shape could be discerned against the dusty pale grass by the dust-white road, said the adjutant to the senior captain, and the excellent cigar he was smoking smelt pleasantly in the dark. Nearly 1,500 prisoners, and Douai's division obliged to abandon its camp and baggage. The Crown Prince has begun well, one expected no less. It will make a good moral impression upon those who are new to active service when they realize that the French have been trounced. We know what had happened. Before midday, the Crown Prince had pounded Douai's division into brickbats. The brave general himself was dead. The town of Wissembourg had fallen. By 2 o'clock, the mitrailleuse batteries on the Jaceburg had been silenced, and the chateau stormed and won. The men of the Imperial Army in Alsace had fought magnificently. Red-capped, swarthy Turcos in baggy white breeches, Zouaves and French infantrymen, light blue Bavarian and dark blue Prussian uniforms, with what had been brave men inside them, lay scattered among the hop gardens and vineyards on the mountainside. Of these, no doubt, the adjutant was thinking when he threw away his cigar butt and said, with a sigh and an oath together, "It must have been a bloody fight, and especially in the streets. You understand me. The French fired from the windows and from the roofs of the houses. There was a terrible struggle at the point of the bayonet, and both sides used the butt, liberally." Then he heard the captain ask. Molk's telegram from the king's headquarters at Mainz ran, "Seek out and fight the enemy wherever you may find him," and Marshal Mackmann is said to be concentrating all his force on a high plateau between Froschwiller and Eberbach, west of the Sauer and the Sulz. The bridges have been broken. His position is an exceptionally strong one. Of course, you know the kind of ground. Don't I wish I'd had the chance today? What was that? Now on the point of discovery, he found presence of mind sufficient to repeat the sneeze, panting doggishly, whining and scratching among the fern. The ruse was successful. The adjutant said, laughingly. The captain whistled, the other man advised indifferently. "What time is it?" 10. "Very well, I shall go and turn in. You'll do the same thing if you'll take my advice." His head rang with the news that would presently thrill the civilized world. First blood to Germany. Did the doctor know? That genial little gentleman had prophesied accurately. The meaty bone of early and accurate information had fallen to the tyke at the tail of the army corps, while the prophet, delayed by pumped-out horses and recalcitrant grooms, at the Lion Inn of Neustadt, knew no more than that the heir to the Prussian crown was over the frontier, and was reported to have taken Wissembourg from the French. That dry ditch accommodated a complacent lodger. His misgivings banished by one stroke of fortune, P.C. Brieg brooded sleeplessly over the Koh-i-Noor that had fallen to him. Though to hold such a jewel and know oneself impotent to use it, that was the verjuice mingled in the cup of bliss. Without funds for telegraphing, an editor to print one's letters, and a public ready to read, what was the use of information? Stop, what was that the more authoritative of the two officers had said, the one who had given the news to the other man? It would be amusing to read a dog's impressions of the campaign. Such a dog, perhaps, as the mongrel that had joined the green-jacketed Saxon infantry regiment at Bingen. The cur the compassionate soldier had christened Bang. Lying on his back, pillowed on his knapsack, staring at the waning moon, the boy pondered. Suppose one wrote one's letters to Nubit in the assumed character of Bang. The idea grew, and he sat up to review its possibilities. Something soft and feathery brushed past his ear as he stirred. An owlet, most likely, yet I prefer to believe that it may have been the wing of inspiration, touching the head destined to be crowned by fame. Pages from the diary of Bang, the battalion dog. That should be the title, or simply, the story of Bang, short and to the point, he heard Mr. Nubit saying. And Nubit. Under how strange a sky the bugles clamored, the bivouac stopped snoring, men sat up on dew-wet cloaks and rubbed their eyes. The cup of heaven was red, as though brimmed with blood new drained from the veins of heroes. In the leftward hemisphere looking east, Ursa Major swam in blood, blazing with white-hot fierceness. On the ensanguined south, the dog cowered as though in terror. And like a skeleton arm, the Milky Way pointed over the blood-dabbled hill crests and the blood-tipped pine groves from the southeast, west. In the pause that followed the roll call, a voice spoke, and amid deafening cheers the news sprang from bearded lip to lip. Lucky is the standard that flies over the first-fought field, says the proverb. How those Teutons marched, that day of rain pelts and thunderstorms, upheld by their first draught of the strong wine of success. At Mayence, Molk had commented to his sovereign, with his keen old eyes twinkling with joy. Then our needle gun has a poor trajectory at 500 yards and wounds rather than kills outright, while the Chassepot bullet, driven by its huge charge of powder, has a splendidly flat trajectory and flattening out makes a magnificent wound. In at the chest, out at the shoulder blades, the man has a hole in him you can see the landscape through. And he nibbed his withered hands, the old specialist in slaughter, while Bismarck said, laughing, to his cousin and military attaché, "Look at him, already he begins to resemble a bird of prey." Have you read these French newspapers? The king has laughed heartily over them, but they must horribly irritate the emperor. Listen to this from the Constitutional. Prussia continues to insult us with impunity when the armies of the empire, at a word from their chief, might descend like 3 crashing avalanches upon the hosts of Germany. Why is the word not uttered? Why is the massacre, with the rout that must inevitably follow, delayed for a single hour? The emperor had perused the leaders in his headquarters at the prefecture at Metz. His eyes seemed opaque as clouded glass. His face was a puffy mask, devoid of expression, as he replied to the hinted condolences of a sycophant upon his staff. The opinions of these gentlemen of the press were not solicited. They are free to criticize me, let them do so. I am not bound to divulge to them my plans. He did not put in an appearance with his staff at headquarters until a fortnight subsequent to the declaration of war. A week later, and no plan of campaign had been issued to his generals. True, he had demolished, with field fire, a beer shop at Saarbrück. He had paraded on the hills with Frossard's army corps. He had witnessed the evacuation of the town by its tiny garrison, had withdrawn his advanced posts, and gone home to Metz to dine and telegraph to Paris of the capture of the heights and the short resistance of the Prussians, to tell of the cannonballs and bullets which fell at his own feet and those of the Prince Imperial, who showed admirable coolness. Some of the soldiers wept, he adds, beholding him so calm. Had the imperial commander-in-chief any plan, one wonders? Long after he had ceased to be emperor, a pamphlet was published at Brussels, which is generally accepted as the work of the pen that signed the capitulation of Sedan. To Marshals Macmahon and Leboeuf alone, the emperor had entrusted his scheme of warfare. His purpose was to mass 150,000 troops at Metz, 100,000 at Strasbourg, and 50,000 at the camp of Chalons. The concentration of the first two armies, one on the Saar and the other on the Rhine, did not reveal the purpose of the imperial commander-in-chief, for the enemy would be left in uncertainty as to whether the attack would be made against the Rhenish provinces or the Duchy of Baden. But hear the pamphleteer. Indeed, the dispositions of Molk were made with baffling secrecy. Even as the heathen Chinny accommodated card packs innumerable in his ample sleeves, so the warlock hid the 12 army corps of the North German Confederation, with the Prussian Guard Corps, the Bavarian Field Army, and the Württemberg and Baden divisions, in the skirts of his military cloak. When the moment came, the aged conjurer twitched open the garment and showed them. Steinmetz with the First Army at Treves, Prince Frederick Charles with the Second at Mayence, the Crown Prince with the Third at Landau. When the three armies rolled on, the art of the strategist covered their movements with a baffling veil of cavalry. That immense, well-organized, and highly mobilized arm was thrown well forward before the Germans crossed the frontier. At their first entry into France, they came in contact with French troops. Many fell in forays or skirmishes. Many were those accounted for by the long-range hitting chassepot, which was heartily detested by Prussia's mounted men. If I had not been called to Metz to attend an imperial war council, Marshal Mackmann is reported to have said bitterly, when the news of the defeat of Wissembourg reached him, this blow upon the south would not have fallen. My 2nd Division would still be left to guard the opening between the Vosges and the Rhine. Over the head of the town, lying at the bottom of a fertile valley patched with hop gardens and vineyards, and threaded by a river, was waged between the Marshal with 50,000 troops, the pick and flower of the French army, and Unser Fritz, with twice the number of men, a desperate and bloody fight. The French on the bluffy wooded cliffs that are the foothills of the Vosges occupied, as strategists have declared, an almost unassailable position. But the fire of the mitrailleuses was hampered by the artillery of the 2D Bavarians under Hartmann, that seasoned veteran, who had fought at Waterloo in 1815 and now led an army corps against France in his 76th year. Outnumbered, outflanked, and disorganized, with the loss of 9,000 men killed, 5,000 taken prisoners, 20 pieces of artillery, 6 mitrailleuses, and 2 eagles, the Marshal fled by the way of Zabern, under cover of night, trailing after him the beaten remnant of the army of Strasbourg. The Third Army of Germany had lost 489 officers and 10,153 rank and file. Before night of the 7th, the dead were buried in great trenches, the columns of the Society of the Red Cross, the Sisters of Mercy and Lutheran deaconesses, with surgeons, volunteers, and army ambulance bearers, had cleared the wounded from the field. Ah, if we had only had this sort of thing at the Alma and at Inkerman. A grizzled Zouave sapper growled to one of the ladies of the Red Cross. I was wounded there, sacred name of a pipe. My belt buckle was carried by a shell splinter through my cincture into my stomach. This very buckle, look you, that I wear today. He added, rubbing the locality of the previous casualty. There is nothing inside there now, because of late they have not fed us, or our chassepots. How the devil can men kill Prussians without soup in their bellies or cartridges in their guns? It was a starving, demoralized remnant that surged and weltered through the passes of the Vosges at Mackmann's flying heels. Cavalry on foot, Zouaves riding artillery horses, mitrailleuse corps without mitrailleuses, baggage wagons crowded with men of a dozen different regiments, went clanking and jolting over the roads that were littered with discarded chassepots, bearing witness to the pitiable, ghastly disorder of the retreat. The hour of their defeat had seen Frossard's army corps holding with Fortin's cavalry brigade the heights over Saarbrück, simultaneously attacked by the 7th and 8th Corps of Unser Fritz's terrible army, and driven back in confusion and with slaughter toward Metz. Chapter 39. The huge peacock bubble of the Third Empire was pricked and leaking in good earnest. Thenceforward it was to shrink and pale and dwindle to its inglorious end. The emperor must have known its days were numbered when those wires of the 6th reached him. On the 7th, the news of Worth electrified Paris. Can you hear Jules Ferry joyfully exclaiming to the father of Paul Déroulède, "The armies of the Third Napoleon are annihilated"? At last there dawns a day of hope for France, but fierce, triumphant voices like these were drowned in the muffled sobs of mothers, the moans of wives made widows, and the wailing of children now fatherless. Later, and as though to enhance the bitterness of defeat, lying telegrams were published in Paris, announcing that the Duke of Magenta had retaken Wissembourg, captured 60 guns, and made 25,000 prisoners. Chief among these unlucky ones figured the Prussian crown prince, who in an access of despair had shot himself. For some hours the streets and boulevards were packed with rejoicing multitudes. Cries of "Vive l'Empereur," scarce at this era as snowflakes in summer, were suddenly heard again. Flags and Chinese lanterns were displayed from every window. The people stopped the hansom cab in which the famous opera tenor Capel was being driven along the Place de la Bourse, and, hoisting their idol to the top of a stationary omnibus, compelled him to chant the Marseillaise. Troops of cuirassiers and mounted guards de Paris, bands of National Guards, companies of the line, and Marines were employed to clear the Rue de la Paix and the places de l'Opéra and Vendôme of rioters. The chambers assembled amid tumult indescribable. Ministers were insulted on their way to attend the deliberations. "À la frontière," cried the huge crowd, thronging the quay before the palace of the Corps Legislatif. "Vive Rochefort, à bas les ministers." Chassepot. Olivier, the unpopular head of the imperial cabinet, who had egged on the war, fared no better. Later, the fall of his ministry was greeted with salvo upon salvo of enthusiastic applause, and when the news was published, all Paris went mad once more with joy. While the moment of supreme collapse of the great peacock bubble was coming nearer, the Crown Prince of Prussia was hunting MacMahon through the defiles of the Vosges, his flying cavalry snapping up scores of wounded or footsore stragglers, his advance batteries of light artillery harassing the bleeding flanks of the fugitive. The great bubble was sagging pitifully. The weather was wet and chilly. The imperial troops not yet in action were disheartened by the news of battles lost. Their equipment was incomplete. Their new boots had proved to be of no better material than brown paper and American cloth. Worst of all, the commissariat, always inadequate, showed signs of caving in. And the blame for all was heaped upon the shoulders of the emperor, whose faith in his fortunate star had quite deserted him, a man tormented by telegrams of wifely censure and wifely advice from Paris, disgruntled if ever man was, haunted and oppressed by premonitions of impending disaster, sleepless, shaky, sick, and prematurely old. Hasty decisions, contradictory orders, had emanated, one after another, from the headquarters. He was confused and flurried, finding his good brother of Prussia so near. For the Warlock, sending a movement of French troops to the rear, had crowned the uplands eastward of Metz with the 1st and 7th Corps of the First Army of Germany under the veteran General Steinmetz, cavalry well to the fore and outposts skillfully posted, so as to look into the French position from all points of view, while the Red Prince felt for a solid footing for his Second Army on the left or French bank of the Moselle. Ah, in what a hornet's nest the imperial commander-in-chief found himself. Almost incapable of mental effort, he recognized, like Mr. Wilkins Micawber, whose epistolary style is occasionally suggested by his proclamations and harangues, that something had to be done at once. To shake off the intolerable burden of authority was the most urgent necessity. He transferred it to the youngest of his marshals, Bazaine. "You will get us out of this, won't you, Marshal?" cried an officer of the imperial staff, as the new commander-in-chief came out of the prefecture. The marshal had left his imperial master in bed, expecting answers to letters he had penned to the Emperor of Austria and the King of Italy, soliciting aid and alliance, which these potentates did not bestow. True to himself, he could not quit Metz without a proclamation, penned in the old flourishing, ambiguous style. "You will not allow the foreigner to seize this bulwark of France, and you will emulate the army in courage and devotion. I hope to return in happier times to thank you for your noble conduct." How did he answer the inevitable questions of his son? A prey to hideous uncertainties, for the new commander-in-chief had suddenly applied to be superseded. The luckless emperor spent the night at the camp at Longeville, waking upon a foggy morning, if he could be said to sleep, who never slept, to a brisk salute of Prussian guns. For a patrol of Uhlans with a half-battery had made, during the night, a bold attempt to seize upon the imperial person, and being foiled within an ace of success, had retreated, plumping a shell or so into the lines from the German side of the river. So choked were the roads that the emperor and his suite with the imperial guard escort only managed to struggle as far as Gravelotte, a village some 8 miles from Metz, where Bazaine had his headquarters. For in the morning, these vehicles and their attendants were found to have disappeared. They had departed for Verdun, whither their master was now to follow them. Bazaine, who could not shuffle off his now detested responsibilities, was summoned to find the imperial carriage standing in readiness before the tavern door. Chapter 40. One can see the splendid bays, clamping their bits of solid silver, their sleek skins, and their costly harness glittering in the sunshine that had driven the early morning fogs away, the postilions and outriders in their green and gold liveries sitting in the saddle, the landaus of the suite drawn up at the distance prescribed by etiquette. Everybody was breakfastless, save the emperor, his son, and cousin, and their immediate following. The regiment of Chasseurs d'Afrique, the gorgeous sent guards in gold-crested, crimson-tufted, silver helmets with flowing white horsetails and caped cloaks of azure, were empty of all but air, like their own famous kettle-drums. Their horses had cropped a little grass in the fields during the night's bivouac, and were better off than their riders by one meal. The young Prince Imperial looked sulky and discontented, but neat and soldier-like in his new uniform of a subaltern of infantry. Prince Jerome Napoleon, the portly M. Plon-Plon of the Crimean war caricatures, wore a cocked hat pulled down hard over his eyes and was buttoned up in a military cloak. The emperor had suffered in the night, for a traveler who had slept in an attic above his bedroom had heard him pacing to and fro and groaning. He wore a black-caped, red-lined waterproof cloak over the uniform of a general of division. A glimpse of the star of the Legion of Honor fastened on his breast showed, as he raised his hand to throw away the butt of the inseparable cigarette, and set his neat little polished, gold-spurred boot on the carriage step, and beckoned with a small, white kid-gloved hand. We know this deft and silent personage to have been a brilliant young Paris surgeon retained about the person of the emperor, a specialist whose ministrations, in dulling unbearable pain with subcutaneous injections of morphia and combating the progress of disease by skilled surgical treatment, became more necessary every day. They got him in. The sweat was starting through the rouge upon his livid face as he sank heavily upon the seat of the carriage. His son and cousin followed. Bazaine, who was accompanied by Canrobert and Bourbaki, and did not dismount, rode up to receive his master's farewells. He did not entreat again to be relieved of the supreme responsibility. Perhaps the emperor imagined that he might, for he put out his hand in haste and shook the marshal's, reiterating, "Excellently, I have no doubt of it. You understand, you have broken the spell. Put yourself upon the road for Chalons as soon as possible. May you be fortunate. Au revoir, en avant." The brigadier general in charge of the escort gave the word. The advance was sounded. The chasseurs on their gray Arabs dashed onward, riding in fours, keeping a sharp lookout for Uhlans. A half-troop of cent guards preceded the emperor's carriage. His equerries and aides and those of the prince's household followed on their empty, chafing beasts. Another peloton of cent guards were succeeded by 3 imperial carriages containing the surgeon, secretaries, and valets. Grooms followed with led horses, and the empress's regiment of dragoons, brass-helmeted, black-plumed warriors, in green with white plastrons, brought up the rear. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when they started. Deep defiles rather than roads, with wooded, precipitous banks, stretched between Metz and Gravelotte. By the time the imperial cortege had extricated itself from the stray columns and batteries choking these, and the cliffy banks had lowered to hedgerows, it was 6 o'clock and a gloriously sunny morning. One may imagine, as the landscape broadened and smoothed like a human face relieved from carking anxiety, the young Prince Imperial turning in his seat and looking back upon the scene he was unwillingly quitting, with a scowl of resentment and dissatisfaction that changed and aged his boyish face. He saw the white tents of the huge camps of the imperial divisions snowing over a vast area of country on the French side of the river, and the clotting of cavalry and infantry in swarms upon the roads, where vast aggregations of baggage and provisions and ambulance wagons impeded their passage. He saw the imperial standard break out above the tricolor on the flagstaff of the fort of Platteville, signifying that Bazaine had entered. He could see the artillery batteries on the high ground at Rezieriules, and he knew that others were posted behind the woods of Genevox, and yet others near the quarries of Amanvilliers. The glitter of steel and the flutter of red and white lance pennons told of the light cavalry outposts at St. Ruffin, and sinister moving specks upon the hill crests beyond the river above St. Barbe, and others moving in the villages, with darker, bigger patches toward Sarreburg, testified, like the gray-white drifts of powder smoke that came down upon the northeast breeze, with the reduplicated rattle of musketry, the detonation of field guns, and the yapping of mitrailleuses, to the near, active presence of the ancient, racial foe. He wanted Metz, with her vast modern arsenal, her huge hospitals and military colleges, her 15 bridges. The railway bridge had been blown up by Bazaine's engineers on the night before last, when the squadron of Uhlans, greatly daring, had made their way into the French lines, with the project of seizing upon the person of Papa and her glorious cathedral, whose vast gray bulk was now bathed in the misty golden sunshine of a perfect autumn day. Oh, not to be able to fire a shot or strike a blow with her defenders, because of one's pitiable weakness and youth. Oh, to be perpetually guarded and protected and plucked from the very possibility of danger, because one happened to be heir to the imperial throne. Why had the emperor resigned the supreme command of the army? There had been reverses. Does a commander-in-chief give up for that? True, he was not well, but the first Napoleon had fought battles and won them, in spite of cramps and colic. He would never have driven away under the noses of King Wilhelm and Count Bismarck and the prince commanders. He would have called the nephew who could commit such an impair as that Agodichin. He would have said, "To the devil with you, who boast yourself of my blood. A Napoleon and not a general, you might have proved yourself a fighter at least." The soldiers regarded the emperor's resignation as the great Napoleon would have done. They had not cried, "Vive l'Empereur," when Papa had driven out of Metz. Upon the contrary, they had maintained silence, scowling or sneering covertly. Today, the meanest piou-piou had presumed to wink or grin. More, voices from the depths of company columns had called out horrible insults, things that had made the son's teeth set and his fists clench with the passionate desire to thrash the offenders, yet had not twitched one muscle in the father's impassive face. "Why do you look back so often, Louis? What are you thinking about? And I want to know why we are going away, just because the Prussians are coming. Why cannot we stay and fight?" The boy shrugged, almost imperceptibly, and his young face took on an expression of heavy obstinacy, bringing out, quite startlingly, a resemblance to the sire. He muttered. The slang term filer might be rendered as above. The emperor's gray face, with the patches of rouge on the flaccid cheeks, moved not a muscle. Turning his hunched shoulders upon the scene of his horrible humiliations, he stared with fixed eyes along the road to Verdun, stretching away to the west between its bordering poplars, whose long blue shadows, the day being yet young, barred the white dust rather suggestively. At Etaing, where the cortege halted for breakfast, the prince had a much nearer view of those ubiquitous horsemen in the dark blue uniforms. Indeed, the emperor and his suite barely escaped a surprise, and the escort of cent guards, who were here replaced by some of MacMahon's chasseurs d'Afrique, were hotly chased and sniped at on the way back to camp. Through the journey of that night, performed in the cushionless plank seats of a third-class carriage, his suite being accommodated in a string of cattle trucks. Of what did the sleepless emperor think? What questions occupied that sick and sluggish brain? The question of returning to Paris, the refuge he longed for and yet dreaded inexpressibly. The question as to whether the Empress Regent would welcome the Emperor who could no longer rule the state, and what kind of ovation the people would extend to the general who had deserted the army of Metz before the advancing hordes of united Germany. Would not rebellion, anarchy, and revolution rear up their hydra heads to greet the third Napoleon, re-entering his capital? Would his reign end in the explosion of a bomb and a shower of torn flesh and scattered blood upon the paving stones? Would his son ever wear the imperial crown, won by bribery, bloodshed, fraud, and trickery? Would the Church forgive the rape of temporal power? Would heaven succor one who had defrauded her? Was this the beginning of the end? Lugubrious doubts like these, and many others, haunted his sleepless pillow in the imperial pavilion of the camp on the dusty plains of Champagne. Dismantled at the close of the October maneuvers, and now hastily prepared for the emperor's reception, the place was damp, dismal, and cheerless, as such places usually are. The newly levied troops were showing signs of insubordination. The guards mobiles from Paris were in open mutiny against their generals. The great camp was a wasp's nest, which the presence of the emperor stirred to frenzy. The lewd songs in which he figured, the yells of savage laughter greeting obscene jests leveled at him and his, reached him, pacing the mildewed carpets underneath the damp-stained draperies festooned from the claws of imperial eagles, whose gilding was tarnished and discolored, like the imperial central crown. All night he paced, on thorns. With the dawn of day, he had the answer to his questions. From the Empress, who wished him to abdicate that she might reign for her son. From the new war minister, a creature of his own aggrandizing, who by influencing the Empress, who detested him, dreamed of becoming another Richelieu. From the prefect of police, who indeed brought the warning in person, came a triple sentence of exile for the sick, dejected man. Spewed forth again upon the road toward the northern frontier, he was a clog upon the feet of the army that might, by a movement in which boldness combined with rapidity, have relieved Bazaine at the critical moment and changed the fate of France. Thenceforth he was to be a passive witness, rather than a participator, in scene after scene of horrible disaster, disgraces, disillusions, defeats, crowding one upon the other, to be crowned by the unspeakable catastrophe of Sedan. Chapter 41. 3 hours after the emperor had driven out of Gravelotte, the Red Prince had blocked the direct road to Verdun. The First Army had crossed the Moselle. Moltke and the royal headquarters staff were already at Pont-à-Mousson. The crown prince was marching toward Chalons. At this stage of the game, the warlock gave the signal. Von Redern's guns opened suddenly on the French cavalry camp near Vionville. You remember the squadrons were watering. Murat's dragoons stampeded with their baggage trains. De Gramont's troopers sent in a volley of carbine fire, mounted and retired in less haste. This was the opening figure of the 3 days of bloody conflict waged in the rural tract between the northern edges of the Bois de Vaux and the forest of Jaumont. The French call it the Battle of St. Privat, the Germans the Battle of Gravelotte St. Privat. The great headquarters of the Prussian commander-in-chief were at the riverside town of Pont-à-Mousson, some 10 miles distant from the war theater, whose stage occupied some 6 square miles of undulating, wooded, ravine-gashed countryside. And here, his possessing genius, or demon, prompting him, the tactics of Moltke abruptly changed. I have fancied the warlock getting up at cockcrow on the day of Vionville. He had a little folding camp bed he always slept upon. Undressed to shirt and drawers, he would roll himself in a gray-striped blanket which did not reveal the fact when it needed washing, and cover himself on chilly nights with a big, shabby military cloak. Beside the bed, with the extinguished candle lantern, standing on a corner of it, was the little portable campaign table, covered with faded green baize. His maps were spread on this, and an army revolver of large caliber lay atop of them, well within reach of its owner's practiced hand. He sponged his old face and sinewy neck economically in a basin of cold water, carefully washed his hands, rinsed his mouth, and put on a clean white shirt. A white drill waistcoat went on under the old red-faced uniform frock, with the distinctive shoulder cords of chieftaincy of the great general staff and the Order of Merit dangling from the silver-gilt swivel at the collar. Bismarck might well have likened him to some bird of the predatory species. With the rising furrows of his bald brow hitching up his wig, and his clear eyes, lashless with old age, crimson-rimmed by dint of fatigue and overstrain, his fierce, hooked beak following the journey of his withered claw over the tough cartridge paper, one can imagine him very like an eagle or a member of the vulture tribe. It grew lighter as he worked with his old chronometer and well-used compasses and stumpy pencils, and the little thumbed table of distance measures to which he sometimes referred. He finished and rang his handbell for his orderly servant, chatted with his adjutant and secretary as he broke his fast on bread and black coffee. Then, at a great jingling of cavalry bridles and stamping of iron hoofs upon the cobblestones below, he went down, carrying his rolled map case, mounted, and rode away with his following. The sun rising had found him, lean, inscrutable, and silent, on the ridge above Flavigny, where he had told Prince Charles and Steinmetz Moltke would be found that day. He had met and primed them with the result of his calculations, had seen a fierce engagement from his coign of observation. By 3 noon, he was back at Pont-à-Mousson, had interviewed the king, dined frugally, and now stood chatting with the Iron Chancellor upon the steps of the Mairie. Guns were muttering in the distance as they had done all day at intervals. There had been fighting, he answered mildly when questioned. Quite a considerable battle, one might call it. The villages of Flavigny and Vionville were burning as he spoke. The potato gardens of Flowville were thick-strewn with corpses of French and German foot soldiers. In a little, layer upon layer of dead and dying men and horses had been piled upon these. Necessity knows no law, and it had been found necessary to interpose Prussian cavalry between the French artillery and exhausted masses of German infantry, which accounted for a considerable thinning in the ranks of Roch's hussars. The sacrifice had been necessary, he told himself so as he stood there smoking. His high forehead was quite unclouded as he returned in answer to some reference to Macmahon's losses at Worth. They learned then, and we have profited by the lesson that Macmahon has just been spanked for forgetting, and that Your Excellency will presently teach Bazaine. Regiments of mounted men serve admirably for the protection of marching army corps, are priceless for reconnaissance, outpost, and patrol work, but when they are thrown against vast bodies of troops armed with the modern breechloader, their use is unjustifiable, being nil. And when in addition, the unlucky horsemen are charged, as at Worth, over hop holes and tree stumps, open field drains and shattered garden walls, said the minister, then they are worse than useless, I should add. While the Red Prince's headquarters were distinguished in similar fashion at the National Bank of France, I have not forgotten. The response came in Bismarck's grimmest vein of humor, nor has the rascal either, if he happens to be alive still. Our infantry taught him very thoroughly that there are more uses than one for a bundle of straw. Then they pitched the farmer on his own dunghill and left him to rot there for the land in spring. Thus Macmahon will perhaps throw no more regiments of cavalry away. As for ourselves, we have hardly brought that arm of the service to its present condition of usefulness to handle it wastefully. Military science, true military science, does not allow of undue extravagance in the sentient material of war. Nay, it will never be said of me that I wasted blood prodigally. He curved his long, thin hand about his large and beautifully shaped ear, and added, as the distant detonations of heavy artillery made the windows rattle in their sashes and the pavement quake underfoot, they are still fighting south and west of Metz. In half an hour, if the firing has not abated, I am going to ride in that direction with the king. While Count Hatzfeldt, glancing after the thin figure, shrugged and said to his chief in an undertone, and in Moltke's very disclaimer of blood waste, you find cause of suspicion. In that case, our greatest strategist would be like the spider, who agitates her web to conceal herself before she has even been seen. Moreover, they, I refer to our wounded, have been infantry of the 3rd Corps chiefly, nearly all Prussians from the Mark of Brandenburg. The French prisoners were mostly horsemen, light blue lancers and cuirassiers of the Guard Imperial. What fellows are these? Under his heavy brows he scrutinized the approaching train of sufferers, adding, Marshal Frossard's chassepodiers have taken toll of Roch's hussars with a vengeance. Where are you going, Count, in such haste? Why naturally to speak to these wounded cavalry men? My wife has a cousin, a captain in the Hussars of Roch. And the inquiries natural for you to make in your own character will be suspected, should his majesty observe them, to have been prompted by me. He showed a corner of the sealed dispatch he had thrust into his pocket. You recognize the Queen's handwriting upon this envelope. Augusta will have written another such Jeremiad to her spouse. Mercy and moderation, piety and philanthropy will be the headings of the sermon penned on my own sheets of letter paper. The test of the kings will be, Bismarck is alone to blame. Fortunately, my back is broad, and I have his entire confidence, but if he once suspected me of getting what the Yankees call cold feet. See, Moltke is speaking to the officer in charge of the convoy. I will wager you a case of champagne that his mouth is being corked up, a wise proceeding too. For remember, the story of a wounded man is painted from his own wounds, always a red tale of disaster. How can it be otherwise? In the heat of battle, or perhaps without having fired one shot or ridden one charge, he has been struck down, poor wretch, and carried, bleeding, from the field. Has it occurred to your excellency that those guns are drawing nearer? The expert listened as distant crashes of volley firing were answered by the hyena yapping of mitrailleuses, and answered, pointing to the weather vane on the tower of the market hall. It was northerly, and is now blowing directly from the west. Yet if the action should assume grave proportions, it may prove necessary to shift headquarters to some village further afield, murmured Count Hatzfeldt, expressively raising his fine eyebrows. When one is able to get a decent dinner and a daily bath at one's hotel. At Herney, my couch had to be lengthened with chairs and carriage cushions, and these kept parting company all the night long. My feet were on the floor when I awakened in the morning, literally at cockcrow, for my window opened upon the dunghill, where the lord of the poultry yard sounded his réveillé. Now here I am accommodated in quite respectable fashion, in a little red creeper-covered house at the corner of the Rue Raugraff, and 3 of the councillors are stowed under the same roof with me, while I, said the warlock, have my quarters at a cleanly bakery, where there is quite an excellent piano, by the way. So that, tonight, unless fate order otherwise, I shall hear my nephew Henry von Bert sing some of my favorite songs. He is in voice for the first time since his attack of sore throat. The king has been much pleased with his rendering of Herder's Volkslieder and Die Blumen of Heine, which doubtless your excellency knows. Or I was, returned the chancellor, in my salad days. They are over for me unluckily. Only your excellency possesses the secret of perpetual youth. While Moltke stood smiling and humming with characteristic untunefulness a stave of the tender, sentimental ballad. My second plan is usually stronger than my first, and I have already issued instructions to Prince Frederick Charles and General Steinmetz, indicating the course they are to follow should Bazaine pierce our left wing. Meanwhile, let us listen to this fellow's singing. It may please your excellency better than mine. The arrival, a captain of dragoons of the Prussian Guard, acting as aide-de-camp upon the staff of Steinmetz, had just galloped into Pont-à-Mousson, accompanied by an escort of half a dozen troopers on blown horses, and had little breath left even for speech. But when he threw himself from his reeking beast, the dispatch he took from his belt pouch and handed to the chief of the great staff told of a huge expenditure of the sentient material of war. Death had harvested redly from the extravagant movement. The slaughter that ensued had shaken even the men who carried the needle gun. Their huge columns were giving ground. General Steinmetz and his staff were under heavy fire. Only the Prussian field batteries, served and trained by gunner sharpshooters, kept the German right wing from caving in. Heavy news, one would suppose, yet the warlock read the dispatch to his master with as placid an expression as though he were at that moment seated beside the baker's excellent piano, listening to the tender warblings of the melodious Henry von Bert. Steinmetz is over-ardent, it may be, yet it is what I should have done, had I been in his place, he said in answer to some perturbed exclamation of King Wilhelm. Only, perhaps, he fingered his long chin thoughtfully, I should have done it in a different way. He is supported by now. Stulpnagel will have thrown his division forward and gripped the woods and heights upon the French left. Your Majesty will see a change in our favor by the time we have reached the ground. Your Excellency should be there now, and I with you. Pray order the horses," urged the agitated king. "They are waiting, sire," said the warlock, cool, calm, and inscrutable as ever. In fact, he hummed another bar or two of the plaintive ballad about the weeping flowers as he followed his royal master downstairs to the door, and the war minister, von Roon, who had been hastily sent for, rode up with his staff as the king mounted his steadiest charger, a powerful black horse. "The federal chancellor, Count von Bismarck-Schönhausen, begs permission to accompany your majesty," said Hatzfeldt, gracefully approaching as the orderly of the bodyguard resigned the bridle rein. He said to himself, as he returned with the graciously accorded permission to where the minister waited by the big brown mare that was held by an orderly of cuirassiers. Roon is the king's quartermaster sergeant, Moltke is his calculating machine, Bismarck is his ruler, but he will always seem his slave. Wherever the king goes, on journeys, shooting excursions, visits to watering places, he is always at his elbow. He rides with him to maneuvers and reviews and parades. Since the war began, and at cost of what exertion, mental and bodily, no one understands better than I do. He has never left his master alone for long enough to further the intrigues and influence of other men. Every battlefield the king looks on will be seen through the chancellor's eyes. For this war is his war, and he knows it. Here come galloping the royalties and serene highnesses, rabid to see some real fighting. Bismarck calls them the tinsel rabble, if only they knew. And Count Paul, smiling in his gently satirical fashion, strode back to his quarters to pen to his young, pretty, and exceedingly coquettish countess a marital letter full of tender expressions and requests for lots more cigarettes, while their highnesses and mightinesses of the royal suite pranced away in the wake of the king and his 3 great servants, without the slightest idea that the chancellor who rode on William's left hand held them in such contempt. The wounded men sitting or lying on hay in the grain carts at the hospital door looked up as the great headquarters staff rode by and gave a shaky hawk of greeting. Heads of dressers, nurses, knights of St. John, and surgeons appeared at windows from which projected the flag with the Red Cross, while a long train of haggard French prisoners, halted before the porch of the church that had been converted into a temporary prison, stared with lackluster eyes over the bowls of cabbage soup and the huge hunches of bread that had been distributed among them by pitying ladies, and a battalion of little black-aviced, green-coated Saxon soldiers who had marched in deadbeat and were dozing on straw under the market hall, lifted their heads from their knapsacks, saying, "The inhabitants and tradespeople of Pont-à-Mousson were too crushed to make any audible comments. Within a fortnight, they had had twice to feed and quarter a French division. Now here, as it seemed, was the whole Prussian army poured out upon them. They were dumb and stupefied in the babel of foreign dialects. They could make no headway against the flood. Everywhere were loud-voiced intendants making requisitions and giving orders, officers and quartermaster sergeants shouting for rooms, provender, and stabling. The men, like the officers, insatiable in demands for meat, bread, forage, tobacco, flour, and wine, liberal in oaths and blows to those who could not satisfy their needs. Tradesmen in gutted shops swore in whispers over baskets full of dirty little nickel coins, with to them indecipherable inscriptions, all they had to show in return for 1,000 or 2,000 francs worth of stock. To grumble brought retribution, swift, sharp, and merciless, on the head of the grumbler. To resist meant death, therefore they would be silent until the invader should have passed on. But when the wearers of the muddy blue uniforms and the riders of the muddy, well-fed horses did pass, fresh hosts came swarming after them. There seemed no end to the brown-faced men in the loathed blue uniform. We are only the advance. To keep the roads by which we have passed open, and to guard the telegraph wires we have left behind us, there will be very many more required. They, like them, were ruined, their crops devastated by cataclysms of armed humanity, their cellars emptied, their frugal stores devoured. But where are we to find food for all these, we who had fared badly enough before they came? And who will pay us for what they have not paid for, or give cash for this stuff called money that they have left behind? Will it be the king or the emperor? Some haggard man or woman, reckless with despair and misery, would demand with frantic gestures. And how shall we feed our children when they leave us nothing? How live at all when they live upon us? Frenchmen are being killed like flies out yonder where you hear the cannon, but not Frenchmen only. These too die. Macman has failed us, and the cursed emperor has run away for fear of Bismarck, and Bazaine may prove a rotten staff for France to lean on. But if our generals have forgotten how to lead, the army of France has not forgotten how to fight, and thousands upon thousands of Prussians have been killed since the beginning of the war. They dig their great trenches so quickly and bury the slain in such haste that the greatness of their losses will never be really known. When they would hide them more completely, they heap up corpses in farmers' barns and pile the farmers' straw and hay and faggots about them and pour on petroleum and tar and set fire to it. And thus their dead are consumed to ashes, and sometimes the yet living with the dead. As at Paris, spy fever raged in cities, towns, and villages, while the armies of the invader plowed bleeding furrows in the flank of prostrate France. For the Prussian secret intelligence department had its emissaries everywhere. Hotels, public bureaus, railway stations, shops, offices, even clubs had harbored them unknowingly. Now they cropped up on all sides, speaking French with the Gallic accent, their German brains full of neatly pigeonholed and docketed information, ready to place themselves at the disposal of their friends. Hence, patriotic Frenchmen, favored by chance or heredity with blue eyes, fair hair, ruddy complexions, and the advantage as to inches over their neighbors, found themselves cold-shouldered by their intimates and subjected to unpleasantly suspicious scrutiny when consuming refreshment in cafes and restaurants or strolling with their acquaintances on public boulevards. Mort aux espions is not a cheering cry when some thousands of red-hot throats are uttering it, and half a dozen soldiers or gendarmes form the only barrier between the unlucky suspects and the furious mob. Chapter 42. A mud-bedaubed nondescript who twirled at the heels of the great headquarter staff upon a huge velocipede of the big-wheeled, bone-shaker type prevalent at that remote period, met plenty of scowling glances from groups of peasants gathered at the corners of villages and listening by the wayside. Even on territory occupied by German troops, it was not safe for lagging soldiers to drop behind upon the march. To enter roadside taverns or farmhouses with a comrade was imprudent. To venture in alone was perilous. The sight of the German uniform, the sound of the Teutonic gutturals, were so fiercely abhorred. Of the reason for this loathing the Englishman was not ignorant. Marching with the infantry of the German army, he had followed where the Uhlans had passed. He had slept, the night before the army of the Red Prince had crossed the river, in a little deserted country chateau, an ideal honeymoon nest for lovers, standing in a high-walled garden full of fruit trees and tangled roses in the middle of a sloping meadow on the banks of the Moselle. The butt of some Prussian soldier's rifle had served for key to the locked door in the high garden wall. Those who had gone before had stripped the bushes and espaliers. The house had been entered, and the dainty, silk-upholstered drawing-room chairs and sofas had been dragged out into the garden. The piano, a tiny rosewood bijou, probably a wedding present, and the absurd little billiard table with which Monsieur had disported himself, stood crookedly upon the gravel, a long tear in the green cloth of the one, prints of tumblers, marks of greasy fingers marring the shiny veneer of the other, bottles that had contained champagne and Moselle, butts of cigars, empty tobacco papers and matchboxes were scattered everywhere over gravel, and grass plot and the once trim garden beds. An impromptu café concert had evidently formed a feature of the bivouac. P.C. Brieg had slept in a charming bedroom, under rosebud chintz curtains looped with silken ropes, having carved wooden cupids, painted pink instead of tassels. The bed was not as luxurious as it might have been, because the blankets and sheets had been carried off. Opening his eyes in the gray of morning, he had seen himself as he lay reflected in a long cheval glass, and failed, for the moment, to recognize in the bronzed, shaggy, unclean tatterdemalion therein reflected the young Englishman of respectable appearance who had interviewed the German state's chancellor in the Wilhelmstrasse. He was not alone in the room. That was the next discovery. A woman, young and swarthy, dressed in the quaint costume of the country, stood upon the other side of the bed, with a kitchen chopper in her lifted right hand. He took in the chopper at a glance, and promptly rolled off the bed upon the side facing the friendly cheval-glass, and stood glowering at the black-eyed girl. "I have startled monsieur. 1,000 apologies." She forced a smile with her curtsy and backed toward the door. P.C. Brigue explained in his French that he was no robber but a harmless traveler, and that she need not be alarmed. "Monsieur is very kind." Her chopper hand hidden under her apron, she explained that she had served as cook in the establishment. Upon the news that M. de Bismarck was coming, tout à coup, Monsieur and Madame had gone away together to Paris. They were noble and very amiable, but old and feeble. They had left the little chateau in her care. "Mademoiselle is not easily frightened," P.C. Brigue hinted. Said the black-eyed, modestly, "I was alone here when the Prussian horsemen came, breaking the doors and shutters. Everything was spoiled or taken, wine, linen, the fowls in the poultry run. Destitution, ruin everywhere. Then my father returned and found, no matter. Both he and I should have been silent and endured everything. It was not wise, monsieur, that the old man should have struck a Prussian, even for my sake. For then he was beaten. Whenever I shut my eyes, I see it. Therefore I have vowed not to sleep again until—" She opened her eyes wide, and smiled, rather grimly, then changed the subject with a wave of the unchoppered and visible hand. Was monsieur hungry? By searching, a crust of bread might be found in some cupboard, an egg or two, laid by one of the abducted hens in some private corner, a pinch of coffee and sugar sufficient for monsieur. "I should be glad of it, but when you are in such trouble it seems unfair," protested monsieur. He added, reverting to the language of the country, that he would be happy to pay for the déjeuner, but no. A meal for a bird, monsieur and madame will never miss it, and Angèle curtsied herself away, with forced smiles. Left alone, P.C. Brigue bolted the door and finding water in the bedroom jugs, and scented soap upon the washstand, enjoyed the luxury of a comprehensive wash, drying himself, in the absence of towels, upon a pillowcase. A pot of cold cream, tinted a delicate pink and bearing the label of peace and Lubin, he found, and anointed his blistered feet therewith, and not without pangs of conscience, tore up the pillowcase and bandaged them. He would pay the girl for the damage done to her master's property, he told himself. He combed his shock of dusty hair with a tortoiseshell comb he picked up from the carpet and went downstairs, knapsack in hand. It was 4 o'clock. The dusty, footprint and wheel-marked highway beyond the broken door in the garden wall was strangely bare and lonely. The battalion he had marched with had bivouacked on the other side of the village. The troops that would presently follow were not yet upon the road. The girl cried out that monsieur's breakfast was ready. It had been laid, looking quite tempting, on one of the little inlaid tables that stood upon the tiny lawn. A truncheon of bread, fairly new, a pat of butter, 2 eggs, and a bowl of fragrant, steaming milk and coffee, such a meal as P.C. Brigue had not enjoyed for many a day. He begged Angèle to share. She replied with a graceful wave of abnegation that she had already eaten. P.C. Brigue expressed regret, muttered his old Rockhampton grace, and savagely fell to. "Monsieur is Catholic." He nodded, with his mouth full, and Angèle turned pale under her swarthy skin. Her guest vigorously beheaded an egg and reached for the coffee bowl. The expression of the girl's eyes, as he lifted it to his mouth, brought something back to him. He sipped cautiously, recognized the French equivalent for English rat poison, spat forth what he had taken, with a hideous grimace, and poured the deadly stuff out upon the ground. Then he got up and looked for Angèle, whose white-frilled cap, crimson bodice, and striped stuff petticoat had vanished round the corner of the little hen house. He could hear the clop-clop of her varnished cow-leather clogs receding along paths unknown. Said P.C. Brigue, speaking with mouth awry, for the intense bitterness of the alkaloid had dried up tongue and palate. It bore a cross, and an inscription roughly scrawled in letters of white paint. Aged 80, killed by the Prussians. August 1870. Next instant, a gun banged, but the charge of slugs that had been meant to lodge in P.C. Brieg's cerebellum merely smashed the conservatory glass and peppered the walls and trees. The intended recipient of these favors had previously been lame. Now, regardless of blisters and skin cracks, he cast away his improvised crutches, darted down the garden path, nipped through the shattered door that hung upon one twisted hinge, and ran for dear life. Thence-after, our young friend did not stray too far from the column he temporarily marched with. The secret of those haggard eyes and scowling looks was clear to him now, and the discovery of a giant velocipede with the solid rubber tires of the period and a front wheel of 4 feet in diameter abandoned in a ditch presently enabled him, previously schooled by Mr. Tickling in the management of a machine of similar construction, to outpace the Red Prince's marching battalions, and, upon highways, keep abreast of his flying cavalry. Now, hugely daring, he pounded along in the wake of the great headquarter staff, guided by the whipping flicker of the black and white lance pennons of the red Uhlans bringing up the rear. There were troops upon the road. 1 or 2 stray batteries of artillery and part of an engineer corps going the same way halted to give a cheer for the king. But the galloping dispatch-bearers with their guards of troopers, bound for Pont-à-Mousson, meeting the great staff on the way, turned back with it, adding to the clouds of dust in its wake. The doctor had promised P.C. Brieg plenty of raw head and bloody bones, whether he marched with the advance or remained at the rear. The prophecy had been verified. He had not yet seen a battle or even a battlefield, but thousands of wounded men, displaying every sickening mutilation that shot and shell and steel can inflict upon the human body. Thousands upon thousands of prisoners, gaunt with fatigue, hunger, and misery, had passed in an almost unending panorama before his sickened, pitying eyes. Ruined shaitocks, farms, and churches, crops destroyed or rotting in the ground ungarnered, villages razed or burned, towns battered out of shape, and fortifications breached by heavy gunnery, were to become sights of common occurrence as he traveled the long red road that was to lead him home at last. The face of the peasant girl who had tried to poison him, by George! If Mrs. Rousby or Miss Marriott or Mrs. Vezin could have seen her fierce, gleaming eyes and her heavy black eyebrows lifted at the outer corners, and the way a white canine tooth had nipped her red underlip, the voice of Mr. Newbit barking, avoid sham technicality and sentimental slumgullion, the well-bred voice of Valverdon dealing the unforgotten snub. The fortune told him by the gypsy woman on Waterloo Bridge after that unforgettable January night's vigil. Your roll travel a long road and a bloody road, and your roll tramp it with the one you love, and never know it until the end, when toot is jacing. Juliet, still young, and how exquisite in maturity. Juliet in widow's weeds would hasten to the moribund's side and place her little hand in his, gaunt and damp with approaching death. She would hear his story of faithful, hopeless passion and close his eyelids for the last long sleep. And standing by his pillow, looking pityingly at the dead face, she would realize that she loved too late. He sniffed and gulped as the tears stung his smarting eyelids. So moving was the picture of that deathbed scene. A picture of the King of Prussia as he had seen him sitting at the open window of his lodgings at the Mary of Pont. A Mousin next came up, with faces of market people and street boys gaping round-eyed at Leroy de la Prusse, who nursed his clean-shaven chin and stared unwinkingly before him. Again, the old man, pale, square-shouldered, capped and tightly buttoned, riding through the marketplace with his iron chancellor by his side. Wiry, hawk-eyed Moltke and saturnine, shaggy-browed Roon clattered upon the heels of them, but P.C. Brieg had had eyes only for the great soldierly figure that bestrode the big brown mare. Did he not owe his life to the well-shaped hand that had rested on the thigh of the brown mare's rider, as the minister bent to speak to the king? No common bond of confidence and friendship seemed to unite the master of 73 and the man of 55. The hard, somewhat vulpine face of the Hohenzollern, with its drooping, aquiline nose, narrow light hazel eyes, curled white mustache, precise, tight-lipped mouth and rounded chin projecting between the brushed-back white whiskers, had been all alight with interest and warm with kindliness. This is what the man of iron had said with his small, square teeth showing laughingly under the heavy hair break, and his fierce, prominent blue eyes sparkling with humor and fun. Your Majesty must regard the ridge over Flavigny as your royal box on the grand tier, the occasion as a farewell performance of the French Empire, played for the benefit of united Germany before the whole world. Flavigny was a village. But the flickering black-and-white pennons that tipped the dust cloud ahead were slowing. 3 battalions of infantry, each with its band playing gaily at its head, the bronzed, healthy-looking, white-powdered men marching 8 abreast, had halted and front-faced as the word of command followed the sound of the great staff trumpeter. "Clear the way, here comes the king." And now the scorching air vibrated with their vigorous cheering as the king cantered by and was gone with a shout and a wave of the hand. Our old one takes dust and sun, saddle blisters and short commons like any old trooper. P.C. Brieg heard a lieutenant say to a subaltern as the dusty ranks half-wheeled and fell into step once more. "He's a precision too." Zum Beispiel, he called to a man in Vidler's company that he had got his needler on the wrong shoulder. Now that's another thing I like in the old man. Today, our 7th and 10th are fighting between Gravelotte and St. Hubert, where the French have the devil's own array of battery emplacements and rifle pits. Our guards are at Doncourt, our 9th and 8th Corps are at Verneville and Amanvilliers. Now the fighting seems to have rolled down nearer the river. I have certainly heard cavalry trumpets sounding the charge and volleys of musketry, French, I judge, coming from that direction. I should judge that. P.C. Brieg had seen, reproduced from the Charivari in all the German illustrated papers, the famous caricature of Cam, over which King Wilhelm's brown-faced infantrymen were grinning as they climbed the hill. Who does not remember the Count de Nye's memorable presentment of the field of war dotted with defunct Prussians, and the French mitrailleuse gunner in the foreground who exclaims in astonishment, "Sapristi! The battle is over. I must have turned the handle too fast." But more than the sardonic jest of Cam, the captain's reference to the nearness of a possible action interested the would-be spectator of a battlefield. The wiry, sun-bronzed young man in the broken boots and the dusty brown Norfolk jacket, now pushing the solid-tired giant wheel up a steep and lung-testing hill, which the bearers of the needle gun took in a canter, had seen war casualties in appalling numbers, but he had not yet beheld war. And now sharp bugles and piercing trumpets were clamoring of war all round one. The musketry that one could hear at Pont and Mausen clattered in volleys among the neighboring hills. The deep booming of heavy field batteries persistently answered. Every now and then the ear was violently assaulted by the hideous hyena-yapping of the mitrailleuse. These breasting hills, these deep-cupped valleys walled and ramparted with wood-crested hill ranges, cut up the honest battle into a dozen skirmishes. Oh, for an open campaign and a vantage on some breezy hilltop whence one might see, as the king was seeing with Moltke and his chancellor from the ridge above Flavigny. Chapter 43. The ridge above Flavigny seemed farther off and more inaccessible than the great Atlas. One must get off the highroad to some elevated bit of ground, consult the doctor's map, and use the chancellor's binoculars. Here was a broad track, green with grass grown over ancient wheel ruts, leading off upon the left near the crest of the hill. The grass road led to a stone quarry, evidently long abandoned. Skirting the quarry, P.C. Brieg began to climb the grassy scarp of the hill. It grew steeper, and presently he awakened to the difficulties of mountaineering with a velocipede and hid away, with the intention of retrieving it later, his stolen giant wheel in a clump of whins. Alas! Its bones, like those of many a sentient charger, were to rust in rains and blister in suns upon that hillside of the Meath department for many and many a year. But not knowing this, P.C. Brieg continued climbing. The ridgy backbone of turf-jacketed rock proved a natural buttress rising to a towering platform sparsely grassed, tufted with thorn and furze bushes, stunted pines and dwarfy oak trees, all mossy of stem and bending to the southwest. The afternoon sunshine was mellow rather than hot. The pure dustless air was fragrant with hill thyme and the meadow sweet. The autumn-tinted woods were golden, the hills hathed in clear blue air. The short herbage clothing the steep was warm, smelling like the clean hide of some great grass-feeding animal. But for the restless bickering of trumpets and bugles, and the hellish noise that men with guns were making, it would have been sweet to be upon the hillside alone with God. There was a great view from the summit of the colossal limestone. You could see that bone of contention, the road leading to Verdun, stretching away southwestward, a dusty white ribbon between its lines of whitening poplars, over the tops of 3 thick patches of rusty golden woodland, and the bushy uplands above Gravelotte and the church spire of Verneuil. Dark blue Prussian columns showed on the grassy slopes traversed by the road that ran from Ars to Bagnoux. Near the quarries of Rezerieules was a huge French battery served by red-legged artillerymen who ran about like ants. But one could only guess at the fact that Germany and the bad neighbor were locked in the death grips over 6 miles square of battleground. The breasting plumps of trees and towering bush-clad ridges hid so much away. But the din was hellish. The woods vomited fire. White balloons that meant shrapnel shells described arcs against the hot blue sky, crossing and recrossing between Rezonville and Gravelotte. When they fell upon the slippery grass slopes, they exploded with fearful crashes, or became black balls that rolled merrily a while and then lay quiet. In the grass near them were shapeless lumps and masses, red and dark blue, and things with stiff legs sticking up grotesquely, the human and equine debris of the morning's fighting and the battle of the previous day. The soft westerly breeze brought an ugly taint upon it, less loathsome, but more horrible than the stench coming from the huge crowded camps of French about Saint Quentin and Platteville, and Les Carrières and Saint Eloi. 2 great nations at each other's throats, and God's image being shattered everywhere. Blizzards of lead and iron, steel and fire raging over 6 miles square of ground. Rivers of blood being poured out, and yet, in spite of the terrific din of war, the insects and birds and beasts went about their usual business. The shrill laugh of the green woodpecker sounded in the copses, the jackdaws were gossiping as they darted in and out of the clefts of the gray rock. 2 magpies were feeding a late-hatched fledgling among the dwarfy oak scrub. Rabbits were showing their white scuts on the edges of the oak plantations, and the black and gray humblebees were buzzing as they rifled the lavender scabious and the blue corn bottles and the late white clover blooms. Looking northeast toward the richly wooded hill where perches Fort Quello, you could see the French flag flying from there, and from Saint Privat, and the great Cathedral of Metz sitting in the lap of the Moselle. The railway bridge crossing the green, slowly rolling river above Ars was guarded by Uhlans and engineers. A stray outpost with half a field battery held the island below the bridge, and the rear squadrons of a brigade of cavalry, blue dragoons, white cuirassiers, uhlans, and red hussars, with 2 batteries of horse artillery, were traversing the iron roadway, the troopers walking beside the horses as they delicately picked their way along. Certainly, General, but I should think the sword could never be superseded. It is, with the bow and spear, the traditional weapon of war. P.C. Brieg sat astride of a hot boulder, got out the doctor's map, and adjusted his cherished binoculars. They showed him the battalion he had marched with halted by the side of the river road. The bridge at Pagny showed black with solid columns of infantry, marching 8 abreast, their sun-touched bayonets rippling lines of molten silver, each helmet spike aflame of ruddy gold. The First and Second Armies of United Germany, hitherto compelled to a strenuous inactivity, were having their innings with a vengeance now. Looking Metzwards, one could see that 3 new lines of pontoons were thrown across the river below Yaux. A division of the dark blue soldiers, with 8 squadrons of cavalry and half a dozen batteries of mounted artillery, were crossing almost within range of the guns of Mount Saint Quentin and Platteville. how thickly the white tents were clustered on the green slopes about both fortresses, red breeches swarming in thousands without and within the walls. Were the gunners of the huge bronze cruisats one had read of asleep, or lazy, or indifferent? The answer came in a spurt of white vapor from an embrasure of the middle salient of St. Quentin's long, eight-pointed star. A white-hot flame leaped, a towering cloud of smoke soared, the roar of a heavy piece of artillery followed, and a shell of big caliber soared above Moulins and burst with a shattering explosion and an uprush of flame. Some artillery horses on the nearest pontoon reared, causing a momentary confusion. Their dismounted drivers quieted them, and the orderly crossing went on. Boom boom, crack. A clatter like old iron and a heavy splashing and pounding of hoofs. St. Quentin had got the range. No. The shrapnel shell had been fired from a French field battery placed behind earthworks above St. Ruffin. Another shell hit the upper pontoon and must have smashed it adrift on the landing side. For dark blue men and struggling horses were drifting away in the direction of Metz, and the green river was tinged with red. The wheelers of a gun team, dragged downward by the weight attached to them, had gone to the bottom almost without a struggle. The leaders, submerged all but their wild heads and splashing four hoofs, battled a while with the current before one of them vanished. The other, whose rope and chain traces had somehow broken, swam gallantly downstream and finally landed on the farther bank. Further successful practice on the part of France's artillerists may have followed. At this juncture, the attention of P.C. Brigue became diverted by a curious fact. One of the stone pines seemed to be lobbing cones at him. Whiff-phut. They were dropping on all sides, or could it? A shrill whistling sound close by his ear, and a simultaneous bristling of the hairs upon his scalp and body told him that it could. The missiles were bullets. They came, sometimes with a sharp whistle that told of unexpended energy, at others with the pleasant humming that had at first attracted him, from the woods that clothed the rising ground northwest and west of the platform he occupied. Were they Prussian bullets or French? At the moment, the question did not interest him. He had pocketed his map and, crawling on his belly towards the southern edge of his platform, looked cautiously over, meditating descent. Beyond was a sandwich-shaped stretch of woodland climbing to a ridge, and beyond the ridge, a considerable expanse of bush-dotted common bordered by a stream and speckled with a few farm buildings. Quite a decent-sized town lifted its Norman church tower nearly a mile away. The town must be Gors. Withdrawing his eyes from it, they dropped into a deep ravine or coombe running parallel with the western and southern sides of the giant limestone rock he sprawled on. Ferns clothed the deep, hollow sides, and oaks and birches, springing from the bottom, lifted their bushy heads to the level of his face. Spying between the branches, he saw that the ravine was full of garishly colored lights and shadows, and that a steady current of glittering white metal snaked in and out between the tree trunks, setting from west to east. Bayonets carried on the shoulders of red-breeched French soldiers, moving with startling rapidity over the dry leaves at the bottom of the ravine. A battalion, at least, of wiry, active-looking Voltigeurs, a mitrailleuse battery, each weapon hauled by a team of 3 gunners. Green-coated chasseurs à pied, with cock's plumes shading the peaks of their capes, followed. Would a surprise be intended for the cavalry brigades that had crossed the railway bridge and ridden eastward down the river road a few minutes previously? In that case, what ought one to do? He saw the mitrailleuse batteries string out in line, push up the sloping sides of the ravine, and scatter among the trees of the plantation that climbed the ridge. The chasseurs followed. Their intention was obvious. They were going to enfilade the passing brigades from the cover of the wood, even as the hounds of hell seemed to break loose, and a sheet of pure yellow-white flame ran from end to end of the ridge where the trees ended. The foremost brigade of 3 hussar regiments came in view, trotting over a track that traversed the common, became a road, and plunged between deep woodlands trending west. His map had told him that the road led to Rezonville and Gravelotte. He heard the Prussian trumpet sound through the ear-splitting racket of the French rifle fire. He saw through the thin haze of powder smoke that hung above the wood, the massed columns split into squadrons, the squadrons divide into troops, the troops become units, scattered over the common, galloping to reform again upon the road that led through the woods to Rezonville. They were two of the brigades forming Rheinbaben's 5th Division, under von Barbie and von Bretto, pushing forward to join General von Redern in the neighborhood of Mac-la-Tour. Their mobility saved them from decimation on a grand scale, but they left dead horses and men and officers dead and wounded. Their retreat was covered by one of their batteries of horse artillery and 2 squadrons of a Ulan regiment. In the distance, a riderless gray charger galloped wildly over the common, and a prone figure in a brilliant scarlet coat lay motionless beside the track. More could not be observed just then, for the battery of horse artillery got into position, while the Uhlans dismounted and coolly returned with carbine fire the enfilade from the chassepos in the wood. They knelt and aimed and shot without hurry, and that their shooting was effective was demonstrated to the non-combatant onlooker by half a dozen French artillerymen and chasseurs à pied who came staggering or limping back through the trees and got down into the ravine. One toppled over in the act of negotiating the descent and lay sprawling and head downward. Another, who kept putting a hand to his streaming cheek and taking it away to stare at the blood upon it, was shot again in a vital part, spun around, and collapsed in a heap. Lee ear, the wailing, stinging screech of a bullet that had shaved unpleasantly near, was accompanied by the whisking of the sun-scorched straw hat from the head of P.C. Brieg, and an acute pang of deadly fear. In the same instant, the Prussian field battery opened fire. Beyond the trees, 4 puffs of white smoke went up, and 4 tongues of bright yellow flame preceded the quadruple crash of the driving charges. Lanes opened through the smoke-filled wood, as trees split into kindling and matchsticks, and heaps of green and scarlet rags mixed with bloody flesh and shattered bones mingled with the debris. And something that screamed like a devil unchained hurtled through intervening space and plumped upon the limestone platform within a dozen feet of P.C. Brieg. And he shrieked like a shot rabbit as it exploded with a splitting crash, and a spurt of evil yellow fire licked the skin off his ear and cheek. Dazed and stupefied, he removed himself to the farther and more sheltered side of the platform. But the skirmish was over. The Voltigeurs and the chasseurs à pied, with what remained of the mitrailleuse battery, had not waited for the Uhlans to charge, but were in pell-mell retreat along the ravine. He heard a French voice cry savagely. And in the same instant, through the lanes that had been hacked through the trees, P.C. Brieg saw the Prussian artillery limber up and ride off with what remained of the Uhlan squadrons. They were wanted badly at the front, and the infantry battalions with which P.C. Brieg had marched from Pont-à-Mousson, and the division coming up from Pagny, striking into the Ars road, had crossed the upper end of the ravine. The woods were indeed full of them, and they also were wanted at the front and had no time to spare. As blue uniforms and crimson faces topped by gilt-spiked helmets came crowding through the trees, the human river, flowing along the bottom of the defile, rose in a wave and splashed back upon itself. A red-haired young officer of Voltigeurs, drawing his sword, used his voice and the flat of the weapon to restore order, and succeeded so far that his company formed in straggling lines and began to send in volleys with the courage of despair. The gunners of the mitrailleuse that was not smashed by the German shell fire could not use the piece effectively at the bottom of the death trap. They were shot down in the attempt. It was cool, scientific slaughter, merciless carnage. Before it began, a bugle cautioned attention. A flat-capped field officer pushed his horse to the front and cried in stentorian tones. They loaded and aimed, fired and reloaded with machine-like precision. When the ravine was piled with bloody corpses, the bugle sounded, "Cease fire." Then the Prussian field officer spurred to the edge of the red ditch and shouted, looking down. But something raised itself from a heap of bullet-pierced bodies. A rattling voice cried. A revolver cracked, and the speaker, a Voltigeur, was silent. His voice had sounded like that of an old man, but he wore the epaulets of a lieutenant and had carroty red hair. At this juncture, being overtaken by grievous retching and vomiting, P.C. Brigg's observations ceased. He sat up presently and wiped his dripping neck and mopped his forehead. It seemed to him that he had seen the whole French army exterminated, and yet he had witnessed but a skirmish ending in a battue. He shook his wits into some order, and controlled the shuddering that took him in the pit of the stomach, when he remembered that in common decency he must go to Brotherton. The descent from the rock platform was nothing more than a risky scramble. There were plenty of pine and furze roots and jutting stones for holding to and clefts into which to thrust one's toes. But the crossing of that ravine cumbered with bloody corpses was not effected without revolt of body and soul. He slipped once and fell, and struggled up all horribly besmeared and sick and shaking. For the teeth of a head, from which the face had been shot away, had snapped close by his ear. Then came the negotiation of the bit of woodland. Here were more voltigeurs and chasseurs à pied dead and horribly mutilated, and the wreck of a mitrailleuse with 2 of its gunners. Some of these poor wounded creatures were living and moaned for water. My God, how I suffer!" One feeble voice kept crying. Help was coming, for from the direction of the town, some carts were being driven, one by a stout priest in cassock and broad-brimmed hat, others by men with Red Cross armlets. Black-habited, white-capped Sisters of Mercy were in these vehicles, with baskets and pitchers and pails. 7 dead hussars showing hideously the effect of mitrailleuse fire, a troop horse or 2, and a white cuirassier shot through the body and swearing horribly in Low German were the fruits of the French enfilade. The fine gray charger had ceased careering. It grazed peaceably on the short herbage by the track that led over the common. But Chris Brotherton would never sit in saddle again. P.C. Brigg turned him gently over and opened the gold-laced scarlet tunic. There was no blood upon it, only clean dust, nor was the dead man bruised or cut, having fallen where it was grassy. Upon the broad breast, under the white cambric shirt, was an oval miniature, pearl set, of a pretty woman. The handsome mouth of the wearer smiled under the drooping fair mustache, and his blue eyes stared glassily. A bluish hole in the right temple and a bloody clot amid the hair upon the left side showed where the chassepot bullet had traversed the brain. He had been high-handed, arrogant, and domineering, yet the doctor and the horsey towers had seemed to love him. No doubt that woman in the miniature had held Chris Brotherton dear. P.C. Brigg would have left her fair face lying on the yet warm breast of her lover, but something he saw going on among the casualties upon the edge of the wood caused him to change his mind. That gaunt-eyed, greedy-fingered creature in the peasant's blouse and Red Cross brassard, who glided from body to body, rifling pockets, should not plunder the doctor's friend. With this determination, Caroline took away the portrait, a packet of letters, and Brotherton's watch and purse and pocketbook, then went forward to meet the sisters, just descending from the foremost of the string of peasants' carts, and began. "He has been wounded." The nun glanced toward the wood, paled and shuddered, and said, making the sign of the cross upon her starched, cape-like imp, "But all cannot be dead who lie bleeding in that ravine, the hollow, where our poor school children gather primroses in spring. The massacre was carried out deliberately, aimed fire, and there is not a movement, not a groan." The nun said with energy, as other black habits and white gimps came crowding round her. "Life often lingers, sir, when it seems to have fled. We learned that in the Crimea, when we worked in the base hospitals of Kamias. What of these things?" P.C. Brigg was holding out the portrait, purse, pocketbook, and letters. "You wish our Reverend Mother to take charge of them. They belonged to that dead officer yonder, in the scarlet uniform. He was English, you tell me, and you too are of England. Very well. It shall be as you wish, monsieur. I am free to decide, as I am the superior of our community. But I will not receive the valuables at your hands until you have helped us to clear that terrible ravine. We have only our good priest with a few peasants and one surgeon, and some charitable ladies and gentlemen of the Association of the Red Cross. Everyone else is panic-stricken. They have barricaded themselves within their shops and houses and taken refuge in the cellars. The explosions of cannon have been so terrible, they are becoming yet more alarming, and when the fighting came quite close, our people are not brave, you think. Still, everyone cannot be courageous. But Monsieur, who watches men being killed by guns to gain experience, we may look to Monsieur for help. But a great blessing is for those who succor the wounded. Our Lord has always promised this. No one listened to the little colloquy. Some of the sisters were already stooping beside the prone bodies. 2 of them were helping the vocal cuirassier into a cart. "I will stay, Reverend Mother," he said, with a bow that might have been more clumsy. Next moment, Brotherton's property had vanished into a huge pocket hidden somewhere in the black habit. The nun clapped her hands, crying to the peasants, "Come, Antin, Pichegru, Eloy, Bainate, Dubois. To the wood, my friends, and the hollow where are many sufferers. I place you under the orders of this English monsieur." Chapter 44. Upon that battlefield of Gravelotte, France, driven to bay, fought like a royal tigress. How many times the dark blue divisions were thrown back in their assault upon positions zoned with death-bellowing cannon and death-barking mitrailleuses, history relates. So murderous was the fire of her chassepôtiers from their densely manned rifle pits that you could trace Moltke's plans of assault in mounds of dead Ulan cavalry and long regular swathes of motionless blue objects that had been Schmidt, Schultz, and Kuntz. Yet if the warlock had said within himself, "This shall be above all a battle of cavalry," it would seem as though the determination had been formed upon the other side. A glowing, coppery sun looked down on those 6 square miles of fiercely contested ground. Over its whole expanse, there was not one patch as big as a national school playground without its debris of arms and accoutrements, its ghastly or ludicrous tokens of war. In an intermittent lull of the racket, you could hear the dry earth that had been pounded bare of verdure, sucking moisture as though after heavy rain. Only the rain was red. The faint, sour smell of it came to the nostrils mingled with the smell of burnt gunpowder, human and equine exhalations, and the acrid stifle of burning wood. For Flavigny was yet smoldering, the farm buildings at Gors were burning, Malmaison was a furnace, houses and barns at Verneville were wrapped in clouds of black smoke shot with lurid flame. Exhausted battalions, sick and stupefied with slaughter, were lying down among the dead and the wounded to snatch a wink of sleep. Others opened their haversacks to snatch a hasty mouthful or drained their canteens of the last drop. Surgeons were going up and down among them, patching up flesh cuts with lint and diachylin, temporarily plugging bullet wounds of the minor order. "There," they would say to the Schmidt, Kuntz, or Schultz so treated, "now you are fit for fighting again. Perhaps you can see the man of iron in his white cuirassier cap, black undress frock with the pewter buttons, and great steel-spurred jack boots, standing, grim-jawed and inscrutable, behind his king's camp chair." Through the stress and storm of 2 long days of hot fighting, that patch of high ground south of Flavigny had been the point to which orderlies and aides-de-camp furiously galloped from every point of the compass, and from which they galloped back in even more desperate haste. In the rear of the camp chair, not so close to it as to draw fire, were the king's personal military staff, a bevy of princes, and the representative of the British War Office, Colonel. Several councillors and secretaries of the Chancellor's travelling Foreign Office stood about, stout, grey-haired, important-looking persons in semi-military uniform. The carriages that had conveyed them waited at Tronville. The king's charger and those of the other great personages were in the care of orderlies. The escort waited by their horses in the background. Moltke stood apart, taciturn and inscrutable, nursing his thin elbow and cupping his long chin. Roon, who contrary to his custom was not wearing his helmet, gloomily champed his cap strap, unable to disguise his anguish of anxiety. He would have given a year of life to say, "The chassepot you termed a magnificent weapon has justified your eulogism. The mitrailleuse we despised, not comprehending its terrible capabilities, has revealed them to our undoing. The army of United Germany bleeds at every pore." He tore his mustache, the dye upon which had not been renewed recently. His heart swelled with the flood of pent-up speech. The commander-in-chief's dispatches to the Queen have been cheered in Berlin. Throughout Germany, they are hailed with joy. France now fights with her back to the Rhine, the people say. Our army stands arrayed between Bazaine and Paris. Is it possible they do not realize that the situation is critical? Have they no suspicion that the tables might be turned? Before us the army of Bazaine, behind us at Chalons the army of Macman. Were the Duke of Magenta with his recuperated divisions to advance energetically and swiftly to the relief of his brother Marshal? Could the Crown Prince hold him back? And if he could not, what were our chance worth? Molk's wrinkled visage turned his way. The scarlet-rimmed eyes glittered on him a moment. Rune leaped as the dry voice said, "You spoke to me. My box is empty." He opened the little silver receptacle and turned it upside down, tapping it on his fingernail. "Neither have I a single cigar." A resonant voice said from behind the king's camp chair, "Will your excellency take one of these?" "If they are not too strong for me." The warlock smiled, showing his toothless gums. The chancellor said, opening and offering the plain green leather case with the coroneted bee stamped in gilding on it. The withered hand hovered, paused above them, made selection, while the sharp, glittering glance seemed to say, "So, you are trying again the test you put me to at Kernigratz. See, I am cool enough to choose the better creed." While Bismarck returned the case to his breeches pocket, mentally commenting, "He is not flustered, he has yet a trump to play," believed, he returned to his post behind the king's camp chair, a rugged, powerful figure with the face of a thoroughbred mastiff, unwearyingly keeping guard lest meaner influences should undermine his power and topple his unfinished lifework down. Watching the battle through these noonday hours, he had, being a practical soldier as well as a consummate statesman, known some moments of horrible foreboding. Now his courage revived. The work would be completed. The well-shaped, sun-browned hand lightly resting on the chair back would hold all Germany within its iron grip. The thrill of conscious power transmitted itself to the king, it may be, for he moved impatiently in his seat. Sometimes he must have chafed, the white-haired Hohenzollern chieftain, knowing himself a puppet in the hands of his powerful minister. "How they fight, how they fight." "Ach Gott," he muttered. "Wouldst thou have credited, Otto, that such fire was left in France?" And the helmeted head of the old chieftain shook with an uncontrollable nervous spasm. Over it came the scoffing retort. "And yet Bazaine, contemptible as a strategist, has his moments of inspiration. The thrust of the skilled fencer will sometimes puzzle the master of swordsmanship." Frossard and Canrobert are devout Catholics and no doubt believe in guardian spirits. They have had a hint, it may be, from some celestial field marshal, St. Louis, possibly, or the Chevalier de Bayard. "Dost thou see? What remained of a division of the Prussian 10th Corps, with a brigade of cavalry, uhlans, and dragoons, was locked in the death grip with a cavalry division of Bazaine's own corps, the 3rd, on the plain between the Bois de Vionville and the Bois de Gaumont. And even the chancellor's iron hand trembled as with ague, and his breathing harshened perceptibly as he carefully focused the glasses on the fight. He said after a moment, "They have a man to lead them, it would seem, in that little colonel with the big paunch." Twice he had led the green dolmans in shattering charges, under the stress of which the dark blue islands of infantry had hollowed and caved in. Twice he had fought his way out at the head of his shrunken and mutilated squadrons. Now, sweeping round, the dragoons and uhlans had attacked the chasseurs furiously in the rear. All that could be seen, even through the binoculars, was a shifting, kaleidoscopic jumble of gay uniforms. Men's heads and arms rising and falling, flashing swords, flickering lance pennons, and the crests and hindquarters of plunging beasts. Hence Kraus, Klaus, and Klein of the Blue Infantry could not fire into the melee for fear of shooting their countrymen. Red Breeches hesitated to use his chassepot on the same count. About a bushy knoll to the left of the struggle, the German cavalry circled like swallows, greedily assailing a swarm of green and red dragonflies. The chasseur cartridge boxes being empty, they used their long sabers as they had used their carbines, coolly and effectively, and Ponchi, lifted above the press by the little knoll referred to, encouraged them with looks and gestures and words. "Courage, my children. Follow me, bravo." One moment's breathing space, and at them again, he was only a green and scarlet speck in the midst of an aggregation of other specks on the vast battlefield. Yet the king and the minister watched him with fixed regard. "Grosser Gott, how that man fights." the king muttered at one point in the conflict, and the rejoinder came from overhead. The king muttered, tugging at his white whisker, "Doubtless he is Catholic. We ourselves have many brave soldiers of the Roman faith, for, as his squadrons ever thinned and dwindled, every instant paying toll to the great swords of the Prussian dragoons and the bloodthirsty Ulan lances, they had seen the little brigadier take from the breast of his green dolman something white and press his bearded lips to it, and thrust it back again, and sign himself with the cross. Hurrah, Priussen, immer vorwärts, yelled the Uhlans as their dripping lance points flickered in and out between the red-stained sword blades, and the bodies of dead chasseurs and dead horses rose in a mound about the knoll where stood the little brigadier. Ponchi possessed a great voice. His charges had reached the ears of the king and his chancellor through all the pandemonium of battle. When his staff trumpeter's instrument, bullet-pierced, gave forth no sound but a strangled screeching, the little colonel's thundering "Phew!" needed no trumpet to make the order plain. Now his "Vive la France, vive l'Empereur" boomed out like the roar of a dying lion. His melting squadrons gave back the rallying cry, but they were lost. Prisoned within the ring of piercing steel that tirelessly revolved about them, they could kill, but they could not break through the barrier. Fresh squadrons rushed with hoarse shouts to the aid of the German cavalry. The chasseurs were hopelessly outnumbered and must inevitably be crushed. The subaltern who bore the imperial standard got a lance thrust in the shoulder. At the same moment, his horse was shot dead. As the beast reared in the death throe and went down under the plunging hoofs of the maddened horses round him, the colonel leaned from his saddle, seized the hand that gripped the staff of the standard, drew the fainting officer upward, and laid him across his own saddle-bow. Then, as his gallant horse braced itself to bear the double burden, the rider lifted high the glistening folds of the tricolor, topped by the golden imperial eagle. And as the Uhlans charged the knoll, he shouted again, in terrible tones, the slogan of the dying empire. Upon this day many a soldier, French and German, died as finely as the father of Juliet. You are to see him, bareheaded, for the fur talpack with the plume of green and scarlet had been sheared from his head by a glancing sword cut, lifting a war-flushed forehead to the sky all sunset red. Then a mortal lance thrust reached him over the body that lay across his horse's withers, and he reeled upon his saddle and fell backward, partly swathed in the flag for which so many heroes have died. Through the tricolored folds, yet other Uhlan lance points reached him. Did any thought of his daughter pass through the brain of the dying soldier between the sharp pangs of the probing steel? My child, safe, in neutral territory. Charles, honest man, protect my girl from Adelaide, now death. Ah, agony, save Jesu. Mary, help, a few of his gallant chasseurs surrendered. But these were only a handful. Nearly the whole strength of his brigade of 3 regiments lay dead upon that patch of common that was cumbered with their corpses and those of their enemies. Chapter 45, Bismarck said, lowering his binoculars. Otherwise one might get too fond of it, the king groaned. My infantry shattered, decimated, annihilated in divisions. The bravest blood of France poured out upon French soil like water. Great God, how shall I defend this carnage to the Queen? Believe me, sire, he who is guided by the advice of a woman follows, not a jack, but a Ginny O-lantern, that will inevitably lead him into a bog. The king winced under the jibe, yet he said, striking his clenched hand passionately upon his knee. And this shadow that we follow southward, this vision of a crown imperial, what is it but an ignes fadus that has plunged us to the neck in the morass of war? If the whole army of united Germany sink down in the death sleep, for what have we offered up the sacrifice? The answer came, prompt and authoritative. If your majesty's whole army must be sacrificed to ensure German unity, let it be so, in the name of heaven. The king tugged again at his white side whisker and muttered something about sinful ambition. The hand that had wrenched the curb now offered sugar. The voice said, mellowed and softened to persuasive tenderness, "If my ambition be sinful, it is at least not base. Ah, Otto." The king rose, and his hard, yellowish hazel eyes were full of tears as they met the minister's. You have no argument so strong as your disinterestedness. For even your bitterest enemies have never questioned that. If I am, why is it that these words have power to gall me so? Can it be that I have my price as well as others? I think myself repaid in power for what other ministers will only sell for gold," he said, pointing to one of those long blue mounds of dead infantry. "What is it, Gertzo?" The aide-de-camp, in the full uniform of the Chancellor's own regiment of cuirassiers, was white as his own coat. He gulped out, "Yesterday your Excellency's sons, Count Herbert and Count William, were in the general cavalry charge which took place at Mars-la-Tour. Only the brigades of von Barbie, the 4th Westphalian Cuirassiers, the 10th Hussars, and the 16th Dragoons." The ghastly aide faltered, perspiring freely. His fierce eyes, staring from dark pits that had suddenly been dug round them, paralyzed the wretched bearer of the tragic intelligence. He asked in a tone that appalled by its tranquility. The aide-de-camp got out that it was feared so. He was thanked and charged with a polite message to the prince. As he saluted and retired, lightened of his tidings of anguish, the minister focused his binoculars with a steady hand upon that point toward the northward, where the dark bulk of the fortress of St. Private loomed on a hilltop covered with masses of troops and traversed by a straight white, poplar-bordered road, regularly trenched for musketry. He said in the same tone of composure, though his set face and the hand that held the glasses were wet as though with rain, "General Pape, with the Guards' cavalry and the Saxons, will find their work cut out for them in driving those French battalions out of the village below the hill." The king said entreatingly, laying a hand upon his arm, "Leave not a stone unturned, in God's name. These bonbons thrown by Frossard's artillery are coming much too near." "But you, Bismarck, you must go and see about your sons," he answered, and his great bloodshot eyes and sagging jowl were more than ever those of a mastiff. "When I have seen your Majesty in a place of safety, I will ask your permission to do so." An orderly from Steinmetz, who now had his field headquarters at St. Hubert, arrived with an urgent entreaty that the king would at once retire. The horses were brought, King William and von Roon mounted. The Chancellor's mare had been sent to water. His orderly appeared with her as the king's party rode on. With a hasty word of reproof, the minister swung his great figure into the saddle, but the brawn and bone of his beast had not carried him clear of the threatened spot before a retreating wave of German foot and horsemen swept over it, followed by the thundering gallop of a retreating battery. It was a sauve-qui-pute caused by the smashing fire from the French shrapnel and mitrailleuse batteries and the practice of the French riflemen entrenched at the Moscow farm. A general officer rode through the rout, laying about him with the flat of his drawn sword and swearing horribly, to judge by his bloodshot eyes and purple countenance. "Hares, Gottverdammt hares!" He gasped breathlessly, finding himself face to face with a gigantic officer of cuirassiers. "1,000 pardons, Excellency. I did not at once recognize you. Surely you will follow His Majesty to the rear. Only, as shell does not fall twice in the same place, I am waiting to make sure." And, with a knee touch, he put the brown mare into her stride. There was a backward surge of disorganized infantry as the huge beast lifted herself over the yawning craters. But she passed through the press by the bore and thrust of her great shoulders, and the beast and the big man she carried were swallowed up in the roaring dusk. Moltke, the bald-headed war-eagle, remained brooding his coin of observation upon the verge of the ridge south of Flavigny, his feathers drooping, his shoulders hunched, his sharp, hooked beak inclined toward his breast, his red eyes, burning with the battle-lust, staring fixedly from under the wide, hairless brows. The sun sank in clouds of smoky gold and crimson over that country of copses, ravines, ruddy brown farmhouses, and white villages. Evening came down and dipped her wings in billows of salt-tasting gunpowder smoke, rose-tinged above and beneath by the reflection from the red sky and the red earth. The green Moselle was tinged with blood. Little rivers ran blood, streams and springs became blood. Wells were filled with blood, as in old time under the rod of the lawgiver of Israel, and still the battle raged over hill and valley, common and highroad. Flavigny village still smoldered, Malmaison was burning, houses and barns at Verneville were wrapped in roaring flames. Yet the gunners of the French batteries at Moscow, Point du Jour, La Folie, and the quarries of Amanvilliers and Rezerieules continued to make practice of the deadliest, and still French cavalry charged the Teuton's dwindling infantry squares. Had not a comparatively fresh and vigorous Prussian army corps dropped in at the crucial moment, success had hardly crowned the arms of united Germany. They had been marching every day since they quitted the Saar, those solid-thewed Pomeranians of the 2D Corps, but at Puxia they had cooked and eaten, and now appeared like giants refreshed. Not only Steinmetz rode at their head, with their commander von Fransecke, but the warlock in person directed their attack. Battalions that had retired in disorder reformed and rushed back to meet afresh the brunt of battle. Wherever the red eye glittered and the withered finger pointed, fresh swarms of fierce assailants were hurled against the dwindling hosts of France. Down came the dark, and now Saint-Privat was burning. The village under the lee of the fort was burning, sending up great columns of livid smoke shot with licking tongues of flame. The day was over, but crackling lines of fire outlined the position of the rifle trenches. The mitrailleuse batteries still spat death unwearyingly, as what remained of Bazain's army retired in comparative safety to the fortress of Saint-Quentin under cover of that fiery screen. There the shattered brigades and mutilated divisions clung like swarming wasps, with plenty of sting in them yet, said Moltke, and the hive, meaning the huge fortress of Metz, handy in their rear. But on the whole, he added, I am excellently well satisfied. My calculations have worked out correctly. Those Pomeranians of the Second Corps arrived just in time. And the veteran galloped joyously as a young trooper of 25 to cheer his king with the good news. And can you see that other man, to whom emperors and kings and ministers referred when they mentioned Prussia, who outwitted nations in policy and made wars at will, spurring the great brown mare wildly through the weltering darkness, with salt drops of mortal anguish coursing down his granite cheeks? Bazain's right has been turned by the Saxons, the Guards have smashed his center, and the Pomeranians of the Second Corps have taken Saint-Privat and forced him to retreat, leaving Germany master of the field. Success has crowned beyond hope the arms of the fatherland, but where are the sons who called me father? Is this thy judgment upon one through whom so many fathers are sonless, O my offended God? Follow him as he ranged from camp to camp, questioning, investigating. It was black night and raining heavily when a gleam of hope dawned upon the man. The cavalry piquet officer who had given the clue beheld the great brute and her huge rider vanish in a cloud of their own steam. A furious clatter of hoofs came back out of the welter-ing darkness, as the flaring lantern, gyrating like some captive fiend at the end of its tether, dwindled to a dancing will-o'-the-wisp and vanished. The officer exclaimed, "He must have a neck like other men, yet he rides as though it were forged of tempered steel." "What was that?" asked a brother officer, waking from a doze of exhaustion beside the hissing logs of the rain-beaten watchfire. He got reply. He added, "I was able to tell him that he would find the eldest of them at the field hospital of Mariaville, upon which he galloped away like mad." "Have you a Bismarck here?" The stentorian shout from the yard made wounded men turn upon their improvised pillows, and brought the head and shoulders of the bibbed and shirt-sleeved surgeon thrusting out of a window on the first floor. A colloquy ensued between the unseen and the medical officer. Presently the arbitrary voice interrupted. "Describe the casualty clearly, without professional Latin or too many crackjaw words," he said, supporting himself with one hand against the crazy window frame as he thrust his head and shoulders forth into the dripping darkness, and gesticulated with a hand that held a probe. "I was about to place the patient under chloroform when your Excellency's call summoned me from his side. Go back to him instantly, I am coming up." And he came striding in his great boots up the crazy one-flight stair. Ghastly faces of wounded soldiers turned upon their pillows of straw as that gigantic figure filled up the doorway. His shadow, thrown by the flaring tallow candle flames, loomed portentously on the whitewashed walls. He wore no cloak or overcoat and dripped as though he had swum, not ridden, through water to his finding. The peak of his field cap discharged quite a little deluge upon his son's white face as he stooped over the stretcher where the young man lay and touched his hand and kissed him on the cheek. "Never mind, clean water does no hurt," he said, for he had drawn out his handkerchief to wipe the splash away, and finding it soiled with dust and powder grime had returned it to his pocket. The surgeon returned. "What nourishment have you, fit for wounded men?" The surgeon, who was a bullet-headed, obstinate East Prussian, and did not relish this sort of hectoring, returned, thrusting out a stubbly underjaw. "They belong to the unhappy wretch who owns this place and has lost everything else." And he gave back the stare of the fierce eyes that raked him. The minister began to lisp, an ominous sign. There was a long instant's pause. Then the chancellor thrust his hand into his breeches pocket, pulled out a gold coin, and said, tendering it to the medical officer, "Now I will keep you no longer from your patient. Good night to everyone here." "What is it, my dear fellow?" Count Herbert said, barely removing his eyes from the ceiling and speaking in a studiously indifferent tone. "If you are upset about Bill, sir, there's no need to worry. His horse was shot under him, but he got hold of another. I saw him ride off all right with a wounded comrade behind him. That's all, good night." The son nodded surlily and resumed his inspection of the ceiling. The sire, who had received the news in silence, went out at the door, stooping under the lintel, his great shoulders rasping the posts on either side. They heard his heavy footsteps pass down the crazy staircase. A curt sentence or two reached them, spoken as he went through the kitchen on his way to the door. Then he was in the yard, loudly calling for an orderly to bring a lantern. An instant, and 3 revolver shots cracked in rapid succession, each followed by a significant cackling and squawking. The surgeon, now fitting the cotton wool pad upon the wire mouthpiece and signing to his assistant to hand him the chloroform, clapped the pad upon the mouth and nostrils of young Bismarck and said, with a dry chuckle as he poured the pungent anesthetic upon the wool, "This service rendered to his son, he rode in search of his king." Chapter 46. He found him, with his staff, not far distant from Rezonville, having returned there when the French cavalry of the left withdrew after their tremendous charge. The king was reading dispatches, seated on a saddle throne across a wet faggot beside a smoky watchfire. The farmstead of Malmaison, now sending up showers of sparks like a set piece at the end of a display of fireworks, gave light enough by which to read. Persuaded to take shelter, the old man found it in a deserted hamlet, of which the very name was uncertain, so sorely had it been mauled about. A crust of stale bread and a mutton chop grilled on some wood embers furnished his supper. Water fit for drinking being unattainable, he tossed off a nip of Sutler's rum out of a broken tulip glass, and lay down in his clothes to rest upon the royal ambulance, within 4 walls and under a roof holed and gapped by shot and shell. The princes of the suite, much to their highnesses' chagrin, were compelled to subsist on fragments of stale sandwiches from their holster cases. The escort bivouacked about the royal lodging. Troops, wearied to exhaustion by the 2 days' continuous fighting, lay down to sleep in the pouring rain. The warlock supped with his personal staff on ration biscuit and raw bacon, and spent the night by a bivouac fire, among the living and the dead. Can you see him sitting on the empty ammunition box, buttoned in his dripping waterproof, his scanty meal eaten and his cigar well alight? How contentedly he listens while the bulbul Henry sings, without notes of accompaniment, his moving ballads. How piously he rises, bares his old head, and joins in the robust hymn sung by his battered but victorious legions, "Now thank we all our God." Sheridan, the famous American general, representing the United States with the Prussian headquarters staff, a short, alert gentleman of 45, with a dark mustache and chin tuft, and a pronounced Yankee twang, followed, begging leave to accompany the expedition. The first cottage approached as likely to afford a night's shelter was found to be on fire. "Too hot, though I like warm quarters," the chancellor commented. The next house was found crammed with wounded soldiers, all suffering from the excellent shell practice made by the gunners of General Frossard. The next house and the next had also been converted into field hospitals. The fourth yielded to the minister's personal investigations a vacant attic with 3 truckle beds provided with straw palliasses, tolerably clean. Sheridan and Bismarck-Berlin threw themselves upon their rude beds and very soon were soundly sleeping. For a little while the man of iron stood beside the narrow, unglazed window in the attic gable, his great arms folded on his broad breast, his eyes, bloodshot and strained with gazing through the fire and smoke of bombardments, looking out into the wild black welter of the rainy night. Those torn-up pastures and plough acres, those devastated cornfields and woodlands, those burning farms and villages of Lorraine lay in comparative quiet now. The hellish roar and crash and tumult of war had ceased for the time being. Its ghastly sights were veiled, for the most part, by merciful darkness, though the innumerable little sputtering fires kindled by the soldiers threw fitful illuminations upon grotesque, or strange, or terrible, or indescribably hideous things. Hungry, thirsty, weary, and saddle-sore as any trooper of his own white cuirassiers was the man of iron, having broken his fast at dawn upon a hunch of bread and bacon fat, and supped upon a couple of raw hen's eggs broken on the pommel of his big steel-hilted sword. But as his bloodshot eyes looked upon his handiwork, he was contented. This huge, vehement, and bloody conflict had established the mastery of Germany. France was outnumbered, outgeneraled, and outfought. With frightful loss, Moltke had attained his premier object. The army of MacMahon had been driven en route to Chalons. The retreat of Bazain's army westward had been effectually checked. The South rode from Metz to Verdun, hitherto lightly held by the advance patrols of the Prussian crown prince, was now blocked by the whole effective strength of 2 out of the 3 armies of Germany, weakened, wounded, and bleeding after the 2 days of desperate fighting, but still powerful, menacing, and grim. One desperate effort made at this juncture might have broken through the barrier of living flesh and steel. Would it be made, or would the French army of the Rhine fall into the snare so cunningly left open, and retire within the fortified area of Metz? The gable attic looked toward the great fortress. In vain, his glasses swept the formless blackness. The sparkle of a moonbeam on a bayonet point, the green or crimson ray cast by a staff lantern moving over the ground, yet screened by the French batteries, might have cleared the point in doubt, save for the sputter of German watchfires over the recent field of battle, and the yellow candle flare in the windows of half-ruined cottages and outbuildings, where wounded men lay on straw or the bare earth. No light showed, no life seemed to be. He swung the shattered casement wide and thrust his head out, gripping the window-sill, intently listening. No distant roll of iron-shod wheels, no reverberating tread of countless footsteps, no other sounds, such as might betray the retreating movement of an armed host, broke the silence of that tragic night. Only the sob of the wind and the dripping of the chill rain from the overflowing roof gutters came to him, with the deep ruckling snores of exhausted divisions and the strangling coughs and hollow groans of mangled and dying men and beasts. All would be well, he told himself, as he shut up the glasses, unbuckled his sword belt, and unhooking his collar stretched himself in his great boots upon the groaning truckle bed, his heavy revolver ready to his hand. Moltke's great plan would be successful. The king would once more prove his chancellor a true prophet. The hand that could build up Prussia from a fourth-rate state into a world power would yet hold the German Empire in its grip of iron, and through that empire rule the world. If he who created the world had been displeased by Bismarck's ambitions, things would have gone less smoothly from the outset. If he who wrought man in his image had been moved to wrath by all this bloodshed, he would have shown it by letting something happen to the boys. But Bill was safe, while Herbert was only slightly wounded. Tomorrow he should be brought back to the hospital at Pont-à-Mousson and thence invalided home, reverting to Bill, secretly the father's idol, in whose person he saw his own lost youth renewed. The chancellor smiled now, painting in imagination on the darkness a picture of that charge of the French square at Mars-la-Tour. According to Herbert, who had put the thing badly, Bill had had his horse shot and jumped on another, taking a comrade behind him as he rode off the field. A fine story to write home to the boy's mother. How her deep eyes would glow and kindle as she read. An exploit with which to dazzle fat Bork, hated keeper of the king's privy purse. Nor must one omit to embody the incident in the next official communication, penned to Count Bernstorff, Prussian ambassador in London, who would be sure to retail it to some lady-in-waiting possessing the ear of the Queen. Lastly, what a magnificent anecdote for the convivial stage of a Foreign Office staff dinner or an official banquet, related with spirit garnished with exaggerations of the pardonable harmless kind. Indeed, with such embellishments, he subsequently related the slight episode, proving himself capable of the very folly of paternal tenderness. The picture cropped up constantly among his dreams on this wild night of Gravelotte. And when the wan-faced dawn peeped shuddering between her blood-stained curtains, and the reveille sounded, waking the living from their sleep among the dead, so that their haggard uprising seemed as though in answer to the trump of the archangel of the resurrection, he heaved his giant's frame from the squalid bed to learn, with a savage thrill of exultation, that Bazaine had fallen into the trap. Another yet remains at large, with Paris and the huge resources of France in rear of it. He paused to absorb a pinch of snuff and extract a clean white shirt from a small and shabby japanned tin-field case, then added, "A France on the point of revolution, an army commanded by Macman, who has been badly beaten, and has that old man of the sea, the third Napoleon, sitting on his back wherever he goes." He put on the shirt and emerged from temporary obscurity to finish. "If the spirits of the just be permitted knowledge of earthly matters, my beloved wife Mary is pleased with her old man." And he equipped himself in his old war harness, and crowned his old wig with his battered war helm, and got on his fine charger, and rode off to meet and confer with his king, the chancellor, and the war minister, and issue instructions to his chiefs of the various staffs, trolling even less tunefully than usual another verse of his favorite song. Chapter 47. Rumor had it that the king, the chancellor, Roon, the royal staff, and the tinsel rabble, with the escort of red, blue, and green hussars, guard dragoons, and uhlans, had ridden toward Flavigny. The warlock placidly followed, traversing the battlefield near Rezonville. Here bearer parties of the German ambulance service, with Red Cross helpers, Knights of St. John, volunteers, and French and German surgeons wearing the Geneva badge, were now arriving, and some progress had already been made in the gigantic task of separating the wounded from the dead. The Iron Chancellor was found here, attended by his shadow, Bismarck Berlin, sometimes dubbed the Little Cousin, other whiles the Tuppenny Rouet, according to the humor of his powerful relative. The minister was glancing through the morning's letters. His cousin was reading him extracts from the Daily Telegraph, a parcel of English papers having arrived. Hard by, squads of fatigue men, aided by bloused peasants, were working to finish the second of two parallel trenches, in length some 300 feet, near which had been collected a huge mass of French and German corpses, many half naked, the majority of them still in uniform. Soldiers went about with huge canvas sacks, filling these with zinc identification tags taken from the necks of their dead comrades, gathering a harvest of watches and purses, the former sometimes of such value, and the latter occasionally so well filled with French money as to suggest that they had previously been taken from the dead. Ah, God! The perplexed officer of pioneers in superintendence of the trenching party kept saying, "More, and still more. What is one to do with so many dead men? 3 feet is sufficient. Lay them in as cooks dispose herrings in oil pickle, across in layers, and not singly and lengthways. Labor and space will be economized thus." The churchyard at Flowville is already raised 4 feet above the pavement of the church. Meanwhile, berry thick, he added, as Molk rode up, pointing to the ground now trodden into mud and littered with French shakos and capes, Prussian helmets and shapkas, knapsacks, arms, underclothing, accoutrements, brushes, razors, and shoes. Would not one call this death's rag fair? He added as the wind, blowing over a battery of dead horses, brought with it an odor that made the senses reel. Or Death's perfumery shop would be as appropriate a title. I must advise the king not to breathe this atmosphere longer, fasting. It might result in dysentery. Moltke agreed, expanding his thin nostrils. Truly, the effluvium is exceedingly bad. Do we not all know that the bouquet of a battlefield covered with slain enemies is sweeter to you than November violet blooms? Though we must not sell the bear's skin before we have killed the bear, he went on, patting the sweating neck of the brown mare, who had winced and started as yet another dead cart shot out its dreadful load to windward. The king has been in favor of keeping the country up to the Marne. I have yet another idea, which may be too utopian to realize. A kind of German colony, a neutral state of 8 or 10 million inhabitants, free from the conscription, and whose taxes should flow to Berlin. France would thus lose a district from whence she draws her best soldiers. One would cut her claws thus. The chancellor went on. Even without annexation, we must render them permanently harmless before we risk their bite. The surrender of the eastern fortresses of France can alone serve our purpose. We have bought them with the best of our German blood. I can but thank divine providence that I have suffered no personal bereavement. I had not heard these interesting particulars, exclaimed Moltke, raising his hairless brows in apparent astonishment. I did not know the brave young man had distinguished himself so much. The Countess will overflow with pride and gratitude. She writes regularly, I think your Excellency told me. Naturally, she would be solicitous for your health. Thus, I am to avoid the French wines, which are known to be gout-provoking, and be sure to return in time for the celebration of our wedding day, while remembering, however strongly Paris may be fortified, that the walls of Jericho fell down when the trumpets of Joshua were sounded. I am to give your Excellency no peace until the modern Babylon is utterly destroyed. Her Excellency, as I have often told thee, Otto, possesses a personality of the antique order. She is of the breed of Judith and Zenobia. I would also say Boadicea, but for the Countess's known antipathy to the British race. So we are to destroy Paris, and what of the Bonapartes and Bourbons and Orleans? Have we, then, no cut-and-dried instructions as to what is to be done with these? Her Excellency is indeed a woman in 1,000, and Moltke fairly rocked in his saddle with laughter, finally having recourse to the frayed cuff of his old uniform field frock for the mopping of his overflowing eyes. Thou must paint for the king, he gasped, that picture of Lulu as a Prussian private soldier. Do not fail to tell him, it will be sure to make him laugh. Rouen, however, is not to be envied an unpleasant duty, which, for my own part, I prefer, when possible, to leave to other mouths than mine. Every house that boasted a roof was full of wounded French and German soldiers, most of them lying on bare boards or earthen floors. Oaths and cries of anguish came from kitchens that, in virtue of their solid tables, had been converted into operating theaters. Ambulance assistants emptied buckets of ensanguined water over the gaily colored flower beds, while bare-armed surgeons, in blood-stained aprons, came to the doors every other moment to cool themselves or fill their lungs with draughts of cleaner air. It is sad to see all this suffering, remarked the Chancellor, or would be, did one not know it unavoidable. Did armies fight with truncheons of sausages, and dumplings stuffed with plums instead of iron shells full of shrapnel, there would still be deaths in plenty. Here now are a collection of soaked macaws and paroquets. The fine feathers of the Napoleon's Guard Imperial have suffered badly from last night's rain. The emerald, pale blue, and scarlet imperial dragoons and cuirassiers, the white-mantled, red-fezzed chasseurs d'Afrique, the green-coated chasseurs à cheval, the gorgeous guides and lancers, the voltigeurs, and the red-breeched, blue-coated grenadiers belonging to individual regiments, standing as if in the ranks, or lying down in groups upon the muddy ground where they had spent the last night, looked with hollow eyes of famine upon their munching jailers, but disdained to ask for food. It is the love of display that leads the French soldier to throw away what extra weight of covering he carries when he is in the thick of a mêlée or suddenly called upon to charge, while our stout fellows will come out of an assault with what they carried into it. Or perhaps a little more, hinted the Chancellor. It may be, it may be. admitted the field marshal. The French love for gold carrying is the cause of that enrichment. Hence most of their guard cavalry officers carry beneath their tunics or in the pockets of their tight pantaloons netted purses given them by their women that stick out in a tempting style. A prod of our German lance or a rip from the bayonet, and out pops the purse into the soldier's fist. You would not call him a thief for taking what he finds in this manner. By the way, I see that your brigadiers have not thought it worth while to place the French wounded under surveillance. He pointed to a halting procession of roughly bandaged casualties in torn and muddy uniforms. I have already passed at least 1,000 of these limping fellows in red breeches, and of course there must be thousands more. All these you see, have they not been wounded by shell splinters in the head or arms, or hit in the legs and feet by our rifle bullets? Why should we burden ourselves with the maintenance of men who cannot fight against us, and must be helpless burdens upon their country, even were they within the French lines? Look here, was ever a more startling likeness between a dead man and a living than is presented at this moment before your Excellency and myself? And returning the salute of a young soldier in the white-faced blue uniform of the Guards' infantry, who in the act of galloping passed upon a powerful if wearied beast, had checked his stride so as not to splash mud upon the Chancellor and the great Field Marshal, Moltke signed to him to halt. "That he is a relative of Max Valverden's," said Bismarck. "I would have wagered you a dozen of Moselle, of Comet vintage, if your Excellency were not already inclined to bet on the relationship." "I will not detain you upon what is no doubt a pressing errand," said the Chief of the Great Staff, smiling amiably in the guardsman's rigid countenance. "I merely wish to ask your name, and why it is that a private soldier of Guard infantry happens to be riding an officer's horse." The statue blushed becomingly. "My name is Karl Bernhard von Schön-Valverden, at the service of your Excellency. Of my rank in the army, I am hardly at this moment certain, as I was promoted corporal and sergeant yesterday, during the action of the Guard at St. Private and Amanvilliers, and am now acting temporarily as junior captain of my company, nearly all our officers having been killed." "Prut, that was a close thing, hellishly so," agreed Bismarck. For the flushed and laughing face of Valverden had suddenly hardened and sharpened. With lightning quickness, he had drawn a revolver from a pouch strapped to his belt and fired across the withers of the big brown mare bestridden by the Iron Chancellor. As the single shot rang out, another followed almost instantly, and the midmost of a knot of 3 dismounted lancers, their heads, legs, and arms swathed in clumsy, blood-stained bandages, who had halted to rest by the side of the muddy road, yelled shrilly and pitched heavily backward, dropping, with the broken pair of clothes props that had served him as crutches, a cavalry holster pistol that had exploded as it fell, said Valverden, stiffening his features in the endeavor to disguise his almost passionate elation. "Your Excellencies will pardon me, but I saw the fellow was dangerous. It strikes me also that more stringent precautions must be taken with regard to disarming wounded prisoners. The man had a pistol, that goes for much." "Certainly, certainly," agreed Moltke, beckoning to an aide of his small staff who followed at some distance. He issued some brief directions, speaking in an undertone, then said, smiling and turning to Valverden, "You seem to have inherited this talent of his." "I bought it from a non-commissioned officer quite recently and have practiced with it in the trenches at the animate mark. But of the ammunition I got with it, all has been expended save 6 cartridges, one of which I have had the honor to dedicate to the service of your Excellencies. Give me the caliber of your weapon, and I will engage to supply you with a few hundred. And, as to your promptitude may be owed the priceless life of Count Bismarck, the silver sword knot must be the reward. And the king shall hear how important a service his newly promoted officer has rendered him," appended the Chancellor, "in preserving to the throne and nation of Prussia the greatest of living strategists." He added, as Valverden dismissed by a wave of the chief's finger, his blue eyes blazing, his blonde face aglow with triumph, set his borrowed spurs to the flanks of his late captain's charger, and with a showy bound and demi-vault, galloped furiously away. Moltke agreed, slightly glancing after the flying horsemen. Bismarck turned his large eyes on the withered eagle face. Did the meeting ripen into intimacy? One would suppose that she first revolted, then attracted, then charmed. The Countess, in the anguish of maternal solicitude, wrote a letter to the colonel of Valverden's regiment. Fortunately, the call to active service diverted the young man's thoughts elsewhere. Chapter 48, Sad Sad. I had not heard. How did it happen? Asked Moltke, elevating his hairless brows inquiringly. Briefly, the affair, as its details have reached me, sums up in this way. Straz, the Romanian agent of the Emperor Napoleon, having performed his mission to Prince Antony of Hohenzollern, met Madame de Bayard at a Sigmaringen hotel. She is as clever and light-fingered as she is, or was, beautiful. I was privileged to show you later on. Subsequently, and in floods of artificial tears, she awakened her victim, declaring she must return that instant to Berlin. Which she did, a special engine having been kept under steam at the Sigmaringen railway station, in time to place the papers in the hands for which they were destined. The exquisite point of the jest is that Straz accompanied her, subsequently discovering how roundly he had been befooled. But upon this point I am not certain. I only argue from the premises that when Delilah was subsequently found gagged, half-strangled, and robbed in her bedroom at the hotel where she and her Romanian had put up, Straz, who had vanished, was the perpetrator of what Madame has since termed a mysterious outrage. Undoubtedly, he took the money, which Butcher had paid her a few hours previously, 20,000 marks in honest Prussian banknotes. Some of them Straz changed before he left Berlin. He is now here in France, and that is all I care to know of him at present. But in the eyes of every man she now encounters, Madame will read something that will keep her animosity alive. Thou shalt devour men no more, the speaker added. Decency demands that such vileness be kept hid. Her idea was to influence a future emperor, in the person of Bading's heir. What abomination! And the boy but 15, and childish for his age. He turned slightly in his saddle as carbine shots rang out, followed by oaths, shouts, and in the distance behind them muscular blows. The gendarmerie of the Württembergers are carrying out your orders in a general battue. It should be enforced as an iron rule never to be infringed or departed from, that not only those soldiers, reduced to the level of non-combatants, who attempt to revenge the misfortunes of their army by acts of violence, but those who witness such acts are to be instantly shot. More, the rule should extend to private persons. I would without mercy shoot or hang all those who do not treat as sacredly inviolate the persons of their conquerors. His deep-cut nostrils expanded, his blood-tinged blue eyes blazed under the heavy eyebrows, the corners of his mouth clamped downward, giving to the thick mustache a certain appearance of solidity, typical of the man, and suggesting a human mask carved in granite or cast in bronze and colored with the hues of life. His resonant voice had the clang and timbre of a war gong, forged of metal tempered by pagan priests in blood of human victims. And he went on, his clenched right hand beating the measure of his words upon his solid thigh. Strictness, unmerciful strictness, should be wielded to bring home to the innocent and the guilty, the feeble as well as the powerful, the horror and hideousness of war. And yet, his voice assumed a milder tone, the somber frown relaxed, and the tense corners of the deep-cut mouth twitched a little. And yet wilt thou credit that during the frightful carnage of the last 2 days, there have been moments when my bowels melted to water, when pity and compunction have gripped me by the throat. Ejaculated Moltke, turning his clear, red-rimmed eyes wonderingly upon the heavy features whose ruddy color had faded to grayish. Thou wast unfed, or hadst made some rough soldier's meal that disagreed with thee. Man's stomach will upon such occasions chide with the very voice of conscience. Unavoidable horrors need not cause twinges. Besides, pity and compunction are felt by my niece Gusta when she has trodden upon her lapdog's tail. I am myself agitated by these sentiments when Gusta exhibits to me her chilblains. In war, especially a recklessly provoked war of attack, such as this, neither pity nor compunction can be tolerated. Grief of heart, I have been hitherto spared by heaven's gracious preservation of those dear to me. Thou art nearly as favored, for the wound of Herbert is comparatively slight, and Bill, the hero of the astonishing episode thou hast related, has come off the field not only with 4, I think your Excellency mentioned 4, rescued comrades, but without a scratch upon his skin. He said, stammering in his characteristic manner. Von Alvensleben in the first case, General Voigtsretz in the second, had been told in such and such an emergency to do thus, and thus. In the wars of Joshua and David, as recorded in Holy Scripture, heaven assumed the chief generalship. In the war of Germany with France, in this year of 1870, heaven is pleased to let Moltke have his own way. The Chancellor returned with elaborate suavity. Such use of cavalry by a general is unjustifiable. Unjustifiable, absolutely, unless he wins. He added, rather nettled by the Chancellor's criticism. I have trodden on Moltke's corns, said Bismarck, laughing, as his cousin Bismarck Berthlin rode up to join him. He grew testy on being twitted with our losses in cavalry. He added, as the low hedges bounding the road vanished, and the arena of the previous afternoon's conflict opened before them. There is the king, whose face ruin has lengthened with tremendous lists of losses on our side. It will now be my business to shorten the royal countenance again. Rune and I resemble Ixel and Axel in the child's storybook, only that we manage better on the whole. He explained as his cousin professed ignorance of the legend. Ixel and Axel were possessed of a magical birth gift, which worked in the same way, but differently. Thus, Axel had a little finger that stirred sweet, while Ixel stirred sour, only neither could remember to use his gift properly. Thus, Ixel would sour the coffee in the pot, spoil the beer, and turn the jelly in the house mother's pipkins, while Axel would stir the sauerkraut sweet and make sweet calf's head with cabbages. He added, laughing, if a dish thus flavored were now set before me, I should certainly make short work of it. Save for a bowl of the soldier's pea soup given me by General von Goeben this morning, my stomach would now be as empty as the inside of Louis Napoleon's head. The scene of the Homeric battle of the previous afternoon, watched by the King, Bismarck, Rune, and Moltke from the ridge south of Flavigny, was indescribable. Blue Prussian infantry, mingled with Ulan lancers, dragoons, and mounted chasseurs of the Imperial Guard, covered the wide stretch of level common ground between the Bois de Vionville and the Bois de Gaumont. So high were piled the bodies of dead men and dead horses, mingled with that sorrowful debris of shattered arms, scattered accoutrements, and ownerless headgear, that live men walked through narrow lanes and crevasses opening here and there among them, and failed to reach the surface at the full stretch of the arm. Bare sections of the German ambulance were looking for survivors. Burial parties were collecting the German dead. Here and there, the narrow lanes that ended nowhere had become crooked thoroughfares, owing to these efforts and the labor of bands of volunteers and peasants working under the Red Cross. P.C. Brieg was one of these toilers. On the previous day, he had helped the peasants clear the Red Ravine under the direction of the Gores Sisters of Mercy, and darkness falling before the gruesome task was ended, he had kept on by torch and lantern light until brain and muscles gave in. Then, staggering with weariness, he had gone back with the sisters to their convent, had been dried and warmed, fed with soup and bread, stewed fruit and coffee, and had slept dreamlessly in the clean spare bed at their gardener's cottage, to wake, refreshed, in the light of a new day. Morning had found every house in Gores crammed with French and German wounded, and every able-bodied resident, willingly or otherwise, impressed into the service of the Red Cross. One single lady of the sisters' acquaintance, whose villa had been forcibly turned into a hospital, had retired to sleep off a nervous headache, setting her maid to guard her bedroom door. This was mild treatment, even tender, to the usage received by many other harmless noncombatants. P.C. Brieg had seen an elderly priest savagely hit in the face by a dismounted Ulan, whom he had unintentionally jostled in helping to lift a disabled French soldier into a cart. And he had been witness of other outrages. He had seen a wayside cabaret gutted, and the casks hauled up from the cellar, set up on end, unheaded, and emptied by a party of blue infantrymen. When they had dipped in and filled their water bottles, they had drunk out of their helmets, and when they could drink no more, they had emptied out the wine upon the ground before the bush-decorated doorway, and with brutal jests and laughter watched the red stuff trickle away. To this senseless waste, the host had offered no objection. A blow from a gun butt had previously knocked him senseless, and his wife, with her black hair hanging wildly over her shoulders and her face blurred with tears and pale with terror, was trying to bring him round again. Chapter 49. The sight of the battlefield blotted out that brutal picture, made him clench his hands until the nails dug deep into the palms, shut his eyes and set his teeth, fighting down the deadly qualm. It was worse than the Red Ravine 100 times magnified. It was awful, inconceivably awful. He found himself muttering. Suppose one of them saw that German hussar without a head, sitting upright on a dead horse, curiously caparisoned with its own intestines, would he go sheer crazy or tumble down in a swoon? We are so weak to our own knowledge that it is always a marvel when we find ourselves strong. He found the nausea going and the dimness clearing from his vision. He could even breathe the dreadful air, and, standing on the limber of a broken gun carriage, stare out over the rigid billows of that silent sea of death, and tell himself that a not inapt comparison would have been Deal Beach, with ridges of dead men and beasts instead of ridges of pebbles, and flocks of carrion crows instead of gulls, flapping heavily from one place to settle down in another and renew their dreadful banquet, between hoarse croakings that sounded like more, more, more. Hares, rendered tame by bewilderment and terror, couched among the corpses of men, their natural enemies. Toward the northeast rose a knoll, about which the battle seemed to have raged desperately. For it was high-heaped with bodies of the green-jacketed chasseurs on the bony brown horses, and ringed about with red uhlans and dragoons in blue coats. The black and white lance pennons were whipping and flickering in the morning breeze that brought with it the appalling savor of death. One had come to work, not to make notes. P.C. Brieg got down from the limber into the trough between two towering wave crests and looked about him helplessly, not knowing where to begin. A bearer party of the Prussian ambulance service pushed by him. They were hard-bitten, brown-faced men who joked and laughed freely. A scared band of peasants followed, carrying auxiliary stretchers made of hurdles and sacks and poles. Upon the heels of these tottered a single figure. Was it a young girl or an old woman, so slight and frail, so bowed and blackly clad? A black silk veil covered the bent face, the small white hands were knitted across the narrow bosom. A white linen armlet, with the badge of the Red Cross, showed vividly against the sleeve of her plain black merino dress. The little, daintily shod feet that showed under the dabbled hem of the skirt had red mire upon them. Through the veil her great eyes gleamed, haggardly moving from side to side, restlessly seeking. Her look passed over bodies that did not wear the dark green, silver-laced dolman and silver-striped red pantaloons of the mounted chasseur of the Garde Imperial. She ignored faces that were young and unadorned with the crisp mustache and the imperial tuft. For whom did she seek? A husband, uncle, father? What lay in her path? Something that, did the little foot strike it unwarily, might bring to an end that anguished search. The impact seemed so imminent that his voice died in his throat when he strove to call to her. He got out in a gasping croak. "Looked right in your path there. For God's sake, don't touch it, it's a live shell." But she struck her knee against the wheel of the broken limber, would have fallen but for P.C. Brieg. Even as the slight figure stumbled against him, he knew the veil screened the face of Juliet. Mademoiselle de Bayard, Madame. And she would have dropped at his feet had he not thrust out strong hands and caught hers that were still knitted over her breast. They were so cold and tiny. They stirred in his grasp like little half-frozen birds. She freed one and put aside the heavy veil and showed him what havoc grief can make in loveliness. She said, in the toneless wraith of the crystal voice he remembered, "When you spoke to me in English, I knew our Lord had not forgotten me. Ah, Monsieur Brieg, for the love you bear your sister, for the love of charity, do not desert me. Me, I am in the greatest extremity, or I would not venture to appeal to you now. In the midst of these appalling cruelties and terrors, I seek the body of one who is all the world to me. For that I may find him living I do not dare to hope. You don't mean your husband? My father, sir. It is since a week that I returned from Belgium upon receiving news of his captivity in the hands of the Prussians. The intelligence was false, I afterward learned. How, I cannot now tell you. At this moment, and in the presence of all these poor corpses, of odor so terrible, of appearance so frightful, I can remember nothing very well, but this, that I have come from Rethel since yesterday, and that I have come altogether alone. Without a guide or protector of any kind, without papers. His face expressed the blankest surprise. A passport was obtained for me, she told him, by whom I will not say now, so that from the Belgian frontier I might reach Rethel. When I quitted Rethel, I was given a military permit by the aid of which I returned to Verdun. From Verdun, in a train full of French wounded, in a fiacre part of the way, in a peasant's cart the remaining distance, I traveled, hoping to reach the camp of the Imperial Guard Cavalry at Châtel-Saint-Germain. But at Plappeville they detained me. A great battle was raging. What thunder of guns, what fire and smoke, what terrible confusion, devastation, wounds, and death did I not behold? And P.C. Brigue could only look at her in an agony of pity and wonder at the courage that bore the frail creature up. Last night, the frightful explosions of cannon ceased. A poor peasant woman had afforded me shelter in her cottage and shared with me the milk of her goat and her last loaf of bread. News came before day, brought by a wounded soldier, whose comrades had been killed, that the battle had been won by the army of France, but that M. de Bazaine had withdrawn our forces for rest and shelter to the citadel of Metz. I asked this poor soldier for intelligence of my father's regiment, the 777th Mounted Chasseurs of the Guard. The reply was, 3 regiments of mounted chasseurs lie dead on the field of honor. You will find them south of Flavigny, between the Bois de Vionville and the Bois de Gaumont. I cried out then, for the words had pierced me like sharp iron. I would have run out of the house to find my father, like a creature distracted, but that an ambulance of the Red Cross, accompanied by 2 English Protestant sisters, passed through the village on the way to this terrible place. They brought me with them. You cannot seek among the dead, they told me, without the brassard of the Rouge Croix. This they put upon me, and then they bring me with them. Now I know not where they are, but I have found you. Help me, monsieur, and I will pray for you until I die. But he caught fire at her flaming eagerness, and snatched at the wallet of Red Cross necessaries he had unslung when he had climbed upon the broken limber to gaze over that sea of death that spread to the horizon, crying, "Tell me the regiment and the color of the uniform," he muttered, even while mentally registering other details of the chasseur's uniform, noting the crest embroidered on the green shabrack of the brown charger, whose inert weight rested on its dead rider's thigh. Half a dozen regiments might have been cut up here, and we have to find one man somewhere in a square mile of piled-up bodies. If one only had a bloodhound and one of de Bayard's gloves. The issue of the search was to prove this. For an hour, as it seemed, they traversed narrow lanes that wound between walls of dead men. Then the ground rose to a knoll, topped with 3 scorched oak trees that had been stripped of their leaves and lopped of their branches by the blizzard of metal and fire, still burning, the air expanding in their sap channels, exploded with the detonation of musketry. Charred cinders dropped from them. They gave forth clouds of acrid-smelling, whitish smoke. About and upon this knoll of the 3 oak trees, the battle of the previous day had raged. The billows of the sea of death had beaten fiercely. The lane became a crevasse, the floor of which sloped sharply, from the sides of which projected rigid limbs, human and equine. But the slender figure in black moved between them, stooped to pass under them, seldom faltering. When the young man who followed begged her to turn back, she shook her head without answering and kept on. The silent gesture meant, "Be patient with me, I beg of you," for it seemed to Juliet's tense nerves and overstrained brain as though those white or blue, or darkly discolored faces, hideously distorted or wearing an unnatural expression of calm, were all staring with their glassy eyes in one direction, pointed out by myriads of stiffened arms. She said, tottering with sheer weakness, and turning upon her companion colorless, black-ringed eyes set in a face most strangely peaked and shrunken, "O Mother of God, O Jesu!" "He is there." The scream that tore through her slender throat turned P.C. Brieg's blood to snow water. He could only gasp, clutching at the folds of her black school dress, with a vague idea of holding her back from some sight of intolerable horror. "Wait, let me." When P.C. Brieg reached her, she was crouching on a patch of hoof-torn earth through which the limestone core of the knoll showed in places, hugging to her bosom a stiff blue hand. It wore a familiar ring, that brave right hand, from whose grip the long cavalry sword had dropped when the Ulan gave the death thrust. But I think, even without the crested sard, his daughter would have known. Madness was near enough in that fell hour to brush the bowed, veiled head of Juliet with her tattered mantle of imaginary enemies. She saw nothing and knew nothing but that her father was there. She kissed the stiff blue hand and sang to it and cuddled it. Ophelia was not more tragic than this convent schoolgirl, squatting in the chilly shadow of a heap of dead horsemen, lavishing futile, foolish tendernesses on that piece of insensible clay. "Thou hast been wounded, but I will nurse thee and cure thee. When thou art well again, we will find a quiet home together, where my mother shall never come. For she is not good as my grandmother was, and as thou art my own father, I have fear of her, now that I have seen and known." Over him sprawled the colossal form of a German officer of dragoons. He was not dead, for he moved, and blood was yet trickling from a sword cut that had bitten deep into his shoulder through the cuirass, and a deep gash in the close-cropped scalp of his unhelmeted head. "Help some drink. Donner, how my head hurts." He groaned faintly. P.C. Brieg, judging it a case for practical Samaritanism, got to him by skirting the heap of dead and scaling it from the opposite side. Reaching the summit, he dosed the dragoon with cognac and was about to apply a first-aid bandage to the damaged shoulder, when the red-banded forage caps and bearded faces of a burial party of Prussian Guard infantry strung through the narrow alley below the level of his operations, and an unforgotten voice said in rough Teutonic gutturals, "Kreuzdinnerwitter, is that a dog up there?" The sergeant thundered, "But you verdammt Catholics think such wenches are angels out of the sky. Turn her out of that, nun or woman." He thrust his head forward, peering down from his eyrie. The crouching little shape in black looked no bigger than a big dog. Near her stood a soldier in the white-faced, dark blue uniform of the Guard infantry. It was the spectacled ex-chemist Kuntz, who had nodded him civil farewell. Staring up from below was the copper-colored countenance of the too zealous Sergeant Schmidt, not rendered more amiable by mud splashes and powder grime, in combination with a stitched-up scar across the bridge of the nose and a flamboyant overgrowth of beard. He bellowed to the ex-chemist, "Ask what is her business." She lifted her drained, white face, shuddered, then resumed her previous attitude. Interrogated from below, Private Kuntz responded, "She only shakes and stares at one," the sergeant bellowed. "You are not courting your sweetheart. Tell her to get up and move out of this." She gave no sign of having heard. Copper-red with indignation, the sergeant commanded, "Promptly up with the baggage." And P.C. Brieg saw red, abandoned his groaning cavalryman and leaped for it, slithering down from the summit of his dreadful eyrie with a roll of 4-inch bandaging trailing in his wake. Casting caution to the winds, he shouted savagely to the ex-chemist, "Take your hand off, damn you, do you hear?" The next, he had bawled out an order to his men, and P.C. Brieg found himself looking down the long brown barrels of a couple of Prussian needlers, accurately covering the exact area of waistcoat behind which his heart hammered and bumped. There was a creaking of leather then, and with the jingle of steel on steel, the snort of a horse reluctant to be ridden into an alley without turning space. Over the heads of the sergeant and his party rose the pricked ears, sagacious eyes, and broad frontlet of a great, gaunt brown mare, ridden by a gigantic field officer, wearing the flat white, yellow-banded forage cap, black pewter-buttoned frock, white cords, and immense spurred jackboots of the Coburg Regiment of White Cuirassiers. "Whom have we English here?" Who called out, "Take your hands off." He lifted a finger, and the needlers became vertical. He beckoned with the authoritative digit, and P.C. Brieg drew near. And the sickening horrors of the battlefield faded suddenly from about the Englishman. He was back in the tobacco-scented study of a house in the Wilhelmstrasse, Berlin. And the resonant tones of the man who stood for Prussia in the mind's eye of the world were saying, in Bismarck's well-phrased English, German military authority is supreme, and in the execution of its duty not to be turned aside. Explain to her, said the resonant voice coldly and brutally, that even to reach the side of a fallen lover, too much may be risked and lost. At a touch of the spur, the great brown mare moved forward, breasting a lance shaft that barred the narrow alley, terribly squeezing the sergeant and his men. The shock has been too terrible, Caroline was beginning. He was brusquely interrupted with, and the curt command was issued, in French, suave and polished. He turned her head with an iron hand on the curb bit, looking steadily at the other female thing. Mademoiselle de Bayard, do you hear? In the haggard young mask of frozen anguish 2 wild eyes glittered, tearless and stony-hard. Then slowly, as though his powerful will impelled her, she rose to her knees and stood upon her feet before him. He said, in cool, incisive accents, I wish such a man had served a better master. His somber eyes lightened suddenly, as though in irritation. He said in tones that had the clang of overbearing authority, the battlefield is no place for debate or for unprotected women and young girls. In your own best interests, I counsel you to return home. He added, and there was no flicker of recognition in the passing glance vouchsafed to P.C. Brieg. Alone, if you prefer, or under the escort of this young Englishman, I will promise you that your father's body shall be treated with respect. His heavy eyes fell on the stiffened face of the sergeant, standing rigidly in the attitude of salute. Where is the officer in charge of this burial party? He added, grimly enough. Here, Excellency, came from behind him. He glanced over his shoulder and said to the flurried under-lieutenant who had hurried up and was standing in the alleyway. He looked back at the daughter, saying curtly, Your veil. She removed it in silence and handed it to the ex-chemist, who received the frail, fluttering cobweb between his finger and thumb. Then the brown mare, in obedience to the iron hand upon the bridle, backed out of the alley of silent witnesses, baring her long, vicious-looking yellow teeth and showing the whites of her savage eyes resentfully. From the florid bulldog face of her rider, barred with the heavy mustache of iron gray, all memory of the little drama just enacted had been effaced, as the outlines of a sketch in charcoal are wiped from wood or stone. But as the alley widened and his great beast surged round, switching her tail, putting back her ears and lashing out with her heels so as to nearly brain the officer, P.C. Brieg thought he caught the words. More he might have heard, but for Juliet's sobbing, for God had remembered her and sent her tears at last. She had suddenly seen, lying at her feet, a frayed and crumpled envelope bearing the Belgian postmark, and addressed in her own handwriting to M. Le Colonel H.A. de Bayard, headquarters of the 777th Mounted Chasseurs of the Garde Imperial with the Army of France, at Metz. See, my friend, behold my own letter. His sacred blood has stained it, his lips perhaps have pressed it, it well may be that tears of his have fallen here also. Never shall it leave me until my hand is cold as this is. Adieu, dear hand. She knelt down to fondle it, had to be raised almost by force, would have returned for a last caress, a final prayer, but that P.C. Brieg, rendered desperate by the evident impatience of the officer and the scowling looks of the sergeant and his merry men, lifted her bodily in his arms and carried her away. I pray you put me down. Me, I am not an infant, she protested. See you well, Monsieur Brieg. I do not think it convenable that a gentleman should carry a lady so. As her frail body yielded to his clasp, as her head sank down upon his shoulder, she sighed, a long, quivering sigh. What of the youth who waded through the frozen sea of death, bearing in his arms his worshipped lady? He was footsore and aching in every bone and muscle from long marches and desperate exertion. His heart pounded so beneath her cheek that it seemed to him she must hear it and be frightened, or that he must suffocate and die outright. Terror and rapture, exquisite pain and exquisite pleasure, mingled in the draught now held to his lips by fate, life's cupbearer. And as he drank, with what strange birth pangs, his budding manhood burgeoned into flower. He might look back upon his boyhood with regret, contempt, or tenderness. He would never be a boy again.